The echoes of battle cries and the thunderous sound of hooves filled the world, the potent force of a blood-splattered shield striking him like a heavy battering ram, crashing violently against his high yet fragile nasal bone. A sharp pang of acidity surged, only to be swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming agony. This was not the end of his tribulations. The sheer force of the impact caused him to tumble from his steed, yet the stirrup binding his calf prevented him from completely detaching from the chestnut warhorse, leaving him suspended upside down, being dragged at a breakneck speed by the frenzied beast. His armored form dangled precariously beside the galloping horse, his steel-helmeted head rolling in the muddy mire, emitting wails of despair. The fetid scent of muck became slightly obscured due to his nasal injury, while his eyes, too pained to open, sensed the rush of a dozen riders sweeping past, perhaps foes, yet possibly allies. Such thoughts barely registered before the next moment unfolded. A distant whoosh resonated, and then the horse collapsed. Accompanied by the horse's anguished whinnies and the tremendous force of its fall, his legs, inverted, were swiftly crushed and contorted, ultimately snapping like brittle chopsticks with a resounding crack. His desperate scream of agony was abruptly stifled, collapsing beneath the roar of the world. The light chainmail adorning the chestnut steed clashed violently against his own silver armor, the brutal impact fracturing a row of ribs. Breath became labored under the weight of the fallen beast, interrupted by the severed nerve of his neck, leaving him gasping intermittently. Before him, everything rapidly descended into utter darkness, the clang of weapons, the fluttering of a black three-headed dragon banner in the wind, the thundering of riders galloping past, mingled with screams, laughter, wails of despair, and cries for mercy. All of it was stripped away from the battlefield at that moment. Only pain remained as his true adversary's cheeks, neck, heart, and entire being engulfed in an omnipresent torment that was frenzied, sharp, cruel, and unbearable. He was defeated. Uncertain of the exact moment he succumbed to this terrifying foe, the darkness lifted, the world transformed from chaos to stillness, as a young boy, asleep in a tower bedroom, jolted awake from a featherbed, gasping for breath, the outcome of his defeat glaringly evident. The sound of footsteps approached from outside the door, followed by a series of knocks. "I think I heard something. Young Lord Lannister, are you all right?" The voice, muffled through the door, sounded concerned. "I'm fine, just a nightmare," he replied in a strained whisper, suppressing his rasping voice as if to reassure himself. Yet, despite his attempts to maintain composure, a glance at his clasped silver-gray blanket revealed pale little hands and arms trembling uncontrollably, spasming with distress. The servant outside could not perceive this, and soon the footsteps faded away. The boy, named Lannister, paid little mind to this, choosing instead to focus intently on his hands. In his stunning azure eyes lingered the torment brought by the nightmare, yet amidst this peculiar transformation, his hands and the heart that shook in tandem began to steady, finding solace once more. Racial rank. Level 1 seemed to drift before his eyes, yet it felt like a peculiar kind of enlightenment. Upon capturing this fragment of information, he exhaled softly. "False, indeed, all of it is false. I am alive. I was not crushed by my own horse, nor am I a fully fledged knight," he whispered, carefully attuning to his sensations. The overwhelming pain that had engulfed him moments ago had genuinely dissipated, leaving only the remnants of an illusion haunting his memory. But that was not real. He silently reassured himself, though uncertainty crept in as he turned his head towards the bedside table. Upon the low, old oak nightstand rested a few decorative crimson garnets and moonstones, a half-melted white wax candle, and a silver-plated round mirror from the distant land of Myr. As he gazed into the mirror, its clear surface reflected a delicate child's face, no older than 4 or 5 years, with black hair and blue eyes, quietly meeting his gaze, the bloodshot eyes brimming with scrutiny. Another fragment of information emerged: heraldry level 6, language level 1, etiquette level 1. Such data-driven abilities did not exist in dreams. Thus he let go of his worries, and everything he had previously overlooked surged forth. He found himself in a small, tranquil bedroom, dimly lit, with a heavy brown wooden door less than 2 meters from the bed. A fireplace, piled with black ash, was quietly embedded in the wall opposite the bed, only a leg's distance away. Above it hung exquisite light gold tapestries, embroidered with the sigil of the Baratheon, Familia Majestic Stag, crowned and their illustrious deeds of yore. The Baratheon family, an ancient and honorable lineage, stood among the 8 great feudal lords of the Targaryen dynasty, making the grandeur of the tapestries quite understandable. However, he did not linger on the tapestries for long. After a brief glance, he shifted his gaze to the narrow window on his left. A beam of sunlight streamed through the glass, slender and radiant, illuminating a patch of floor while casting a haze of invisible dust particles. At this moment, he was situated within the towering keep of House Baratheon, high above, where aside from the sunlight, only a vague sky was visible through the luminous view. Yet, A peculiar fragrance wafted in from outside, an odd scent reminiscent of ink mingling with parchment, tinged with a hint of char. Thus, he lifted the silver silk covers and slipped on the shoes resting on the feathered floor beside his bed, donning only a thin black velvet nightgown as he made his way to the window. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly, a result of the layer of rushes laid upon the floor. Normally, he found the noise bothersome, but at this moment, he had nearly disregarded it, focusing entirely on his objective. The window, embedded within the wall, was positioned too high for his modest stature, prompting him to drag over a nearby long bench to climb upon it, finally managing to push open the narrow square window. With a creaking sound, the obstructed breeze swiftly flowed through the window, accompanied by the cries of seagulls. The briny sea air tousled his coal-black hair, while the chill carried by the wind raised goosebumps on his fair arms. His gaze traversed the courtyard beneath the tower and a grove of ancient trees, extending outward to the horizon. The morning fog cloaked the sea beyond the castle walls, shrouding the once vast ocean in a veil of indistinctness. In the distance, shadowy silhouettes of ships gently swayed within the mist, not just one or two, but dozens, perhaps even hundreds. They formed an orderly formation, encircling the coastal castle perched atop the towering cliffs, resembling a band of dark knights stealthily concealed within the fog, their steeds poised, lances aimed at the enemy, waiting for the sound of the horn to charge toward their target, the Wind's Rest Castle. The head of House Baratheon, his elder brother Robert Baratheon, had previously instigated a rebellion against the royal Targaryens. However, this uprising had barely commenced before being met with a crushing blow from their loyal neighbor to the west, House Tyrell of the Reach, forcing them to vanish without a trace from their own lands. Consequently, Wind's Rest Castle found itself besieged by the soldiers of the Reach. Yet, they had surrounded the castle for over 6 months now, with no signs of action. Maester Cresson, who instructed Renly, claimed that Wind's Rest had never fallen in its thousands of years of existence. The Tyrells were evidently aware of this, hence their strategy of encirclement without assault, hoping to starve those within as supplies dwindled. Renly was uncertain of the validity of this assertion and had little interest in delving deeper, for if all went according to plan, this fortress would hold firm until the very last moment, until Robert Baratheon struck down the heir to the Targaryen dynasty, successfully seizing the Iron Throne. Of course, he could not be certain of this, although this world felt eerily familiar. Whether events would unfold as he remembered remained a matter of uncertainty. The tower loomed high, yet the confines of his chamber allowed Renly to see only the seaward side, which offered little of interest. Thus, he shifted his gaze. From behind the tower, faint shouts of soldiers could be heard, possibly engaged in daily training or delivering speeches. Peering downwards, he observed 2 figures engaged in conversation in the courtyard at the base of the tower. The distance rendered their words inaudible, and due to the elevation, they appeared as diminutive ants, one black and one gray, hardly noticeable. However, Renly could distinctly identify them, Maester Cresson of Wind's Rest and the instructor, Ser Gone Wild. Cresson routinely imparted essential knowledge to noble heirs, and the time for lessons was approaching. But Renly's azure eyes were fixated on the instructor standing opposite the maester. A scent of parchment mingled with a hint of charred aroma emanated from this figure. Although the distance made it difficult to discern, the fragrance had long since lingered in the air. As the third son of House Baratheon, though still in his youth, there are occasions when Gendry finds himself dining in the same hall as his mentor. This notion, however, raises a curious question. Does a typical individual emit such an intense and distinctive fragrance, one that transcends the ordinary? Or perhaps it is not so ordinary after all. Could it truly be the presence of Master Wilder? Leaning against the window, he raised his hand to touch his nose, as if the lingering sensations of discomfort and pain were still palpable. The boy pressed his lips together, uncertain of how he had entered this profoundly harsh world, or how he had come to be reborn as a Baratheon. Memories of his past life remain shrouded in ambiguity, yet the current situation is strikingly clear. An inexplicable aroma, unique data that seems to subtly materialize under scrutiny, and most importantly, this is not the first time he has experienced such dreams. When Master Cresson concluded his conversation and climbed breathlessly up the stone staircase, he found that Balerion had already vacated his chamber and was waiting in the adjoining scholars' quarters. No longer clad in his nightgown, Balerion was now dressed in formal attire, black wool trousers that had been tailored 6 months prior, which now fit a tad too snugly, revealing a glimpse of his ankle as he rose to greet his visitor. Master Cresson, however, paid no heed to this detail. Instead, he complimented the boy's velvet jacket, noting that it fit him well, though the color was not particularly suitable, matching his trousers too closely. Coupled with his jet-black hair, the monochromatic ensemble made him appear even more diminutive. The ability to dress himself without burdening a servant was commendable. However, The scholar gently reminded the child that at his tender age of not yet 5, it was prudent to accept the assistance and advice of his attendants. With that, the scholar settled down with a hefty tome bound in sheep's leather, positioning himself at a small table near the window. Balerion took a seat opposite him, his clear eyes glancing curiously at the open pages of the book, blinking in surprise. Ah, yet another study of heraldry. This involved learning the histories of noble families, deciphering the lexicon of common tongue, and familiarizing oneself with the coats of arms of local lords. The elderly scholar, his hands mottled with age spots, turned to a specific page, smoothing out a crease before commencing his instruction. The layout of the tower's rooms was largely uniform, but Master Crescent's quarters boasted larger windows than Balerion's bedroom, allowing ample sunlight to pour in. The golden rays illuminated the old yellowed pages of the book, where delicate black characters adorned the surface, lending a sacred aura to the text. The meticulously illustrated coats of arms in the upper left corner and center of the pages intensified this ethereal quality. The child's voice was pure and melodious, while the elder spoke with warmth and gravitas, creating a serene atmosphere devoid of any other sounds. The stillness was punctuated only by the muted clinking of metal vessels and the scattered glass jars nearby. On a distant desk lay a partially open black leather book, with a quill immersed in an ink pot, emanating a unique aroma that left Balerion with an odd impression of some rare delicacy. Previously, a cacophony of black crows had filled the space, but as the siege unfolded, most had been released to seek assistance, with only a few remaining out of sight. Balerion speculated that Master Crescent had perhaps sent them all to the portly cook within the castle, as the recent lunches had been tinged with an unpleasant scent reminiscent of bird droppings. It is noteworthy that within the confines of Wind's Rest, breakfast and dinner were non-existent, and food was scarce. All inhabitants were limited to a single meal. A silver seahorse on a sea-green background, the sigil of House Valerion. Their motto, old, true, brave. Their lineage traced back to the long-gone freehold of Valyria. Once allied with House Targaryen, they had migrated to the continent of Westeros alongside them. The most illustrious member of House Valerion was Lord Corlys Valerion, known as the Sea Snake, whose fleet had ventured to the edges of the known world. Master Crescent, now in his 60s, retained a robust appearance, though the curvature of his back beneath his gray woolen robe suggested the onset of age. Yet, his spirit remained unyielded. His gray-brown eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke. With each turn of the page, he would elucidate the content before prompting Balerion to repeat his words. The boy did not consider himself particularly intelligent, yet he possessed the maturity of an adult, which facilitated his learning. Strangely, he felt an unusual sharpness in his memory that day, much to the satisfaction of the elder across from him. I truly ought to suggest to Robert that he send you to Old Town for your studies. Indeed, I should do so if he were here, the scholar mused. Child, you are naturally suited to the scholarly life, and perhaps destined to become a doctor. Balerion harbored no interest in becoming a medieval doctor, especially knowing that scholars in the Citadel were forbidden from marrying or having children. Thus, he changed the subject, pointing at an illustration of a brown stag tethered beneath a crossbar in the book. Does the house hunter hold animosity towards us? The childish clarity in his voice was laced with curiosity. Why do you say that? Master Crescent inquired, glancing at the heraldry before bursting into a chuckle. It is merely a coincidence. Besides, the stag of House Baratheon is black, not brown. Balerion acknowledged this with an "oh," before abruptly asking, what about the black dragon and the red dragon? The black dragon and the red dragon? The three-headed dragon, one black and one red. The red one belongs to House Targaryen, I know that. But which family claims the black one? This query momentarily stumped the old scholar. The three-headed black dragon? Indeed. The three-headed black dragon on a red field. That is the sigil of House Blackfire, designed by a noble bastard, derived from the inverted Targaryen emblem. Yet the last of the Blackfires perished 21 years ago on the Stepstones, slain by Ser Balon Swan of the Kingsguard. Upon concluding, the old scholar inquired, this book does not mention House Blackfire. From where did you encounter this sigil? I cannot recall which book it was, Balerion stammered. Telling falsehoods is not a commendable habit. Child, you must speak the truth. But I am speaking the truth. The 4-year-old struggled to feign innocence, appearing earnest. However, Master Crescent, familiar with his character, was not easily deceived. I do not believe there exists a tome in this castle that I have not perused. Child, he emphasized. And those, without exception, have not recorded House Blackfire. The scholar's expression was layered with significance, but his words failed to elicit any sign of guilt from Balerion. Very well, Master Crescent, I confess. I recall which book it was. Balerion bowed his head, seemingly contrite. But it was in Stannis' chamber. He does not know I snuck in. He hesitated before adding timidly, Master Crescent, you mustn't tell him. He has such a bad temper. Address him as your second brother, child, the old scholar corrected. Stannis is your second brother, and his temper is not truly bad. He is merely a bit taciturn. Indeed, that is accurate. Stannis Baratheon, the second son of House Baratheon. was a reclusive figure, the most aloof among the three brothers. Apart from his servants, few dared approach his quarters, and the old scholar was no exception. Thus, the topic of deceit was swiftly brushed aside. Yet Balerion did not revel in this evasion. Rather, he appeared somewhat distracted during the subsequent lessons, pondering why he dreamed of the conflict between the red and black dragons, culminating in his demise at the hands of a long-extinct Blackfire. He wondered why he envisioned himself as another person, slain by a knight of House Blackfire. Having never learned of the Blackfires, his understanding of the current world was muddled, and the notion of Blackfire did not exist within his hazy recollections. How could he dream of that which he knew nothing of? And not just once. What is the motto of House Lannister in the Westlands? The gentle inquiry from across the table did not raise Balerion's suspicions, prompting him to respond instinctively. A Lannister always pays his debts. Yet, he faltered mid-sentence, blinking innocently. Did you hear me roar? Many apprentice scholars in the Citadel had fallen into this very trap. They always hoped to uncover deeper knowledge within books, while dismissing the trivialities of common sense. Upon hearing this, Lannister felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the old scholar did not pursue the matter further and simply waved his hand. The siege has deprived us of news from the outside world, yet Robert has already proven his valor in the Summer Hall. Moreover, even if the war were to turn against us, this should not be a concern of yours. My dear child, you possess a rare talent, and your intellect surpasses that of an ordinary child, yet I find it difficult to determine whether this is a virtue or a flaw. I have watched your elder brother grow into a reticent and solitary figure, a child robbed of his youth, and I feel sorrow for him. But you, despite your frequent laughter, are even more. Suddenly, he seemed to awaken to the fact that such words should not be uttered in front of a 4-year-old. And so he closed his mouth with an apologetic demeanor. Nevertheless, his weathered face still bore traces of sadness and concern. The scholar, Maester Crescent, was a good man, and Lannister understood this well. Scholars hailing from the Citadel traditionally maintain a neutral stance in politics. They serve the castle, not any particular lord. Thus, even if Storm's end were to fall, his life would remain untouched. Yet, the old scholar remained fiercely loyal to House Baratheon, harboring genuine worries for the family and each of its members. I'm simply quite hungry. He attempted to divert the topic. It was a half-truth, for he was indeed hungry. But the adult reasoning prevented Lannister from expressing it, as mealtime had not yet arrived. The scholar opened his mouth in response, then sighed. You know the rules set by Stannis. Indeed, there is little food left. Be patient, dear child. Once we finish the last few pages, it will likely be time for our meal. Perhaps I should consider notifying the kitchen to prepare something good? Look, you've just completed another book. Is that not worthy of celebration? Lannister could not agree more with this sentiment. Yet it also reminded him of a certain event or perhaps an imminent individual within his memory. He was oblivious to the details of Robert Baratheon's overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty, as well as the siege of Storm's End. The only thing he knew about it was a fellow known as the Onion Knight, if memory served him well. This was the same man who had risked bringing a shipload of onions into the besieged city, alleviating the famine within, and was later knighted for his bravery. Surely, it could not have been merely onions. How could onions ever suffice? What else might there be? Perhaps a few crates of bacon? It would be splendid if there were a few capons. When would he arrive? Every time hunger struck, Lannister thought of that Onion Knight, though his expectations for food varied each time. However, soon enough, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. As the old scholar concluded the final page of the heraldry book, the sound of his dry hands closing the book was accompanied by a cough, and the scraping of the chair against the floor produced a harsh sound. At the moment the scholar rose, the boy felt his heart race, as if the cacophony of sounds around him had been muted. Yet, simultaneously, his mind was unusually clear, and involuntarily, knowledge of heraldry flowed through his consciousness before retreating into the recesses of his mind. Lannister, with a newfound clarity, turned to glance at a mirror resting on the edge of the long table nearby. The blurred reflection, marred by dried bird droppings, revealed a child's wide-eyed visage. It also unveiled a misty line of information that had never before surfaced. Heraldry level raised to LV7. Derived trait. Spirit heraldry, 3 green turtle. The good things that Maester Crescent had instructed the kitchen to prepare were not particularly lavish. A small portion of barley bread, a corner of somewhat hard cheese, a shriveled green apple, a small serving of buttered turnips, and a bowl of thick, strangely pungent meat broth. What kind of meat is this? Came a loud inquiry from the side. A chubby boy in a light yellow shirt was staring at the soup with his beady black eyes, fidgeting nervously on the bench. An ISNT rat meat again, is it? A slender boy with auburn hair, seated to Lannister's right, hesitated as he poked at the floating peas in the thick soup with his dining dagger, casting a doubtful glance towards the elderly man across the long table. Of course, it is not rat meat, Maester Crescent replied with a kindly gaze at the 3 boys of varying sizes before him. There are no rats left to catch in the castle. The chubby boy in yellow hailed from House Ismont of Greenstone, his mother, now long deceased, was a member of the Baratheon family, and he had been sent here a year ago to be Lannister's companion. The other slender boy, with golden red hair, was from House Targaryen of Blackport, fortuitously present in the city when Storm's End was besieged, leaving him unable to depart. They were both vassal children of House Baratheon, and Maester Cresson regarded them as promising youths. Given Lannister's peculiar aloofness, the scholar often seized opportunities during the siege to gather them together for play, as was the case now. However, if young Master Lannister requires, I could arrange for an experienced septa to instruct you in the etiquette of the dining table. Both boys turned their attention to the dark-haired boy at the old scholar's suggestion, noticing him withdrawing his gaze from the chubby lad, blinking innocently. I apologize. He stuck out his tongue and said, but it looks quite interesting. The emblem of House Ismont depicted a green turtle on a green background, which often caught his attention, though the reason was far from simple. This, however, was not something he could share with others. I think so too, the chubby boy exclaimed, patting the crest embroidered on his clothing and declaring loudly, they are not only beautiful but also delicious. During high tide, there are so many you can hardly finish them. My grandfather says that as long as we eat plenty, our sons will eventually swarm like them. Suddenly, he recalled the question and turned slightly to peer past Lannister at the boy opposite him. You annoying brat, Barry, surely it doesn't always thunder in your Blackport. How come you're the only sprout left? The emblem of House Targaryen featured a black background with a bifurcated purple lightning bolt and several twinkling four-pointed stars. That's because my father died young, Barry replied, rolling his eyes but not pursuing the matter further, instead narrowing his focus on his bowl of thick soup. Frowning as he asked, if the soup isn't made from rats, what could it possibly be? It's cat meat. Before the elder could speak, Lannister answered casually. The horses and mules in the castle have long been consumed, and even the hunting dogs and hawks raised by my elder brother have met the same fate. Maester Cresson's ravens vanished some time ago. That group outside won't even allow a fly to enter. All things considered, aside from those black cats meant for catching rats, there can't possibly be anything else. Smart boy, the scholar nodded in agreement, prompting the two children to exhale in relief, and with the scholar's approval, they began to eat heartily. Yet, Lannister remained indifferent to the meal. He had not forgotten that only recently he had personally touched those cats within the castle, and due to memories that did not belong to this world, he felt a natural aversion to consuming cat meat. May I send my portion of broth to Jomi? Jomi was Lannister's personal servant, responsible for attending to his daily needs. The old scholar was momentarily taken aback. Why would you want to give it to him? I could be stuffed to the brim. But it would help defend the castle. However, Jomi possesses that ability, Lannister replied earnestly. Only a child would admit to being picky. It has been proven that a duplicitous child can effortlessly achieve their goals, and this moment is no exception. In fact, it may even yield some unexpected gains. The elder beamed with satisfaction at this, while the golden-haired Barry Tondelian, upon hearing this, appeared deep in thought. He then pushed his thick soup aside, stood up, and even decided against consuming any other food. I shall offer my portion to Lord Stannis. He will need it more than we do, he declared, as though he had gleaned some virtue from Loras's words, his expression serious and earnest. The scholar urged him to sit back down for quite some time, and only after considerable effort did Barry reluctantly return to his seat, bowing his head to nibble on the coarse bread. If you do not wish to eat, may I have it all? The chubby boy inquired eagerly, yet received no response. Loras, though aware of some change within himself that profoundly captivated him, did not allow it to hinder his appetite. He successfully dispatched the cat meat soup, but accepted all other food offerings. The rough barley bread, the cloyingly bitter cheese, and the buttery turnips that resembled soup. The turnips were delightful. This root-like vegetable, colloquially known as big head vegetable in his memory, transformed into something akin to a potato upon preparation, soft, delectable, and with a lingering taste that danced in his mouth, accompanied by the delicate aroma of butter infused within the turnip, wrapping around his senses, refusing to dissipate. It was not until he consumed his share of the wilted apple that this lingering fragrance quietly faded from his lips, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. The duration of the lunch was brief, but the old scholar was summoned away abruptly, leaving the three unmonitored children feeling somewhat lost after their meal. The lanky Barry suggested going to the courtyard to see if any knights were training, while the chubby Ellen found the idea of playing castle games in the Greatwood Forest far more enticing. However, Barry insisted that the trees in the forest bore ghostly faces, which frightened him, hence his refusal to go. Loras remained silent, his attention fixated on the green sea turtle emblazoned on the chubby boy's tunic. To others, this embroidered emblem seemed quite ordinary, a dark green turtle resting on a green background, crafted from dyed threads. Yet to him, the turtle appeared animated. Initially, it lay still, but upon transformation, it struggled to free itself from its seemingly heavy shell, crouching down like a naked child, its turtle face flushing, leaving a small black mark on the green ground before retreating back into the fabric, resuming its unmoving state. This once normal emblem morphed into a deep green turtle atop a green backdrop, accompanied by a small black dot that sparked the imagination. Should one cease their observation at that moment, no further changes would occur, but as Loras continued to gaze, the recent events would miraculously replay. Crawling, shedding the shell, crouching, and the appearance of a second small black dot. Retreating into the shell, crawling, shedding the lines embroidered on the tunic wriggled and rolled. As if presenting a brief silent play constructed of dye and thread, looping endlessly, leaving the observer increasingly bewildered until the small creature under his scrutiny began to feel uneasy. One day, I shall invite you to Isman Island to dine on turtle, the chubby boy declared loudly to Loras, only to be met with the latter's inquisitive gaze. Do you not wipe after using the toilet? This query left the chubby boy momentarily speechless, his round face flushing rapidly, his voice shrinking to a stammer. Nonsense. Ellen of House Isman always wipes after using the toilet. If you don't believe me, ask Peter. Peter was the mute servant attending to Ellen, yet in his panic. The chubby boy evidently forgot this fact. Even a fool could see he was lying, but Loras chose not to expose the boy's pretense, as his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The telepathic emblem, he pondered, reflecting on his unique ability, and fell silent. The chubby boy, noticing this, exhaled a sigh of relief, only to discover Barry making faces at him from the side, prompting him to shout, "What are you staring at, you pest? Don't call me a pest, you are the pest." "I will, indeed. Then I shall call you Stinky Bottom, Ellen." Their raucous banter was abruptly interrupted when the usually quiet dark-haired boy turned and walked toward the door. "Loras, where are you going?" the lanky Barry asked hastily, attempting to escape the chubby boy's exasperated gaze. "I'm going to find Master Wilder," he replied. The head of Windwispo Castle, Gavin Wilder, was a man in his 30s with a tousled mane of brown hair, clad in boiled leather armor and sturdy trousers. Upon following the alluring scent, Loras found him standing at the edge of the stables, conversing with 3 fully armored knights. However, when Loras approached with his 2 companions and their attendant servants, the conversation came to an appropriate halt. "Good afternoon, Sir Gavin," Loras greeted first. He sensed a hint of wariness in the knight's blue eyes as they settled on his group, and the 3 knights nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Barry and Ellen also greeted the instructor, who responded courteously while inquiring about their purpose. The lanky boy eagerly spoke up. "We seek to learn about the knightly way." Before he could receive a reply, the chubby Ellen interjected loudly, "And the emblem. Master Clayson has never taught us about the emblem divided into 4 segments." In truth, the old scholar had imparted this knowledge, but since Ellen had never attended the lectures, he merely claimed to have a headache and fled after the initial lessons with Loras. Loras remained silent, as he felt all that needed saying had already been expressed. He simply gazed upward at the emblem embroidered on Wilder's chest. Though he served the Baratheon family, unlike the servants, Gavin Wilder hailed from noble lineage, allowing him to retain the private emblem of the Wilder family, a golden backdrop adorned with 4 swirling blue-green whirlpools. "Knights? Emblems?" The middle-aged instructor rubbed his jaw, responding vaguely. "The rules dictate that you may only engage in preliminary knight training after the age of 7, so, lads, it is time for you to return whence you came. It is not yet your time. As for the emblem, by the 7 hells, this is the first time I have heard someone inquire about such a thing." His tone was tinged with impatience, and upon finishing his statement, he appeared ready to turn away. Thus, Loras seized the opportunity to ask, "Then why are you the one?" "What?" The instructor halted, looking down at him. Although they were all children, he clearly could not disregard Loras's inquiry as he had done with the other 2. Master Clayson mentioned that the instructors responsible for training knights are typically seasoned knights themselves. Loras blinked innocently, his expression reflecting the unfiltered curiosity of youth. "But you seem quite young." "That is because I personally defeated 3 of those seasoned knights you speak of," the middle-aged instructor replied with pride. "Sir Tytos Swy Nen of Stonehelm, Sir Morton Cairn of Nightingale, and the bastard Cedric Storm of Coppergate. While they were indeed formidable, my swordsmanship surpassed theirs." "I know of the bastard Cedric," the lanky boy exclaimed, astonished. "He once single-handedly fought off 3 Dornish bandits and killed them." "You managed to defeat him?" "He is quite a formidable character, but indeed, I have triumphed over him." The instructor waved his hand dismissively, wearing an indifferent expression. "How did you manage to defeat him?" "I have seen him at a martial arts tournament at Sentry Beach." At that time, Lannister had already disregarded their conversation, as the unique scent from the middle-aged instructor, intensified by his close proximity, became quite overwhelming, especially when he spoke. This naturally heightened his curiosity. Yet despite extensive research in the past, he had never gleaned any insights. Hence, he focused entirely on the newfound ability he had acquired, intently gazing at the instructor's chest, as if he were earnestly absorbing a lecture. Initially, his gaze did not provoke any unusual occurrences. However, after 4 or 5 seconds, the surrounding environment suddenly took on a surreal quality, and even the voices of conversation seemed to diminish considerably. It appeared that, almost imperceptibly. A special passage had formed between the emblem and Lannister. As this passage emerged, the originally static vortex pattern began to transform, faintly. The four whirlpools seemed to spin as if alive, rapidly converging towards the central point of the emblem. The turquoise hues mixed and swirled, ultimately causing all the colors that constituted the whirlpools to vanish, leaving behind a blank golden emblem base. The dialogue persisted as the aspiring knight, Beric Targaryen, displayed a keen interest in the middle-aged instructor responsible for teaching martial arts in the castle, posing a barrage of questions. Meanwhile, the chubby Ellen was equally eager to contribute. Although being younger than Beric, he lacked the depth of understanding regarding knights and thus could only interject with queries about the emblem. Why is it a vortex? Perhaps the gods above would know the answer. You must understand, lad, the Wilder family has been an ancient lineage long before the conquest of Aegon. And why for whirlpools? Because I am the fourth in my family line. How does it appear on the clothing? This, with needle and thread? Or perhaps a wooden machine? Something like that. Child, stop asking me such questions. Do I look like a scholar? Could it be painted on? Painted on? How could that be possible? I have heard that Dornishmen are quite adept at painting on clothing. Dornishmen are also skilled at herding sheep. The instructor scoffed, waving his hand. All right, children, that's enough. You should understand that I am no idle person. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the two astonished youngsters and a contemplative dark-haired boy in his wake. Dornishmen herd sheep? The chubby one gaped at the middle-aged instructor's retreating figure, his expression akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new continent. Despite his youth, children in this world often mature quickly, and even if he did not fully comprehend, he grasped enough to have an inkling of understanding. Why would they do that? There are countless reasons. Dornishmen do all sorts of things. As the territory lies on the fringes of the Stormlands, and being neighbors to Dorne, Targaryen had more authority to speak on the matter, exhibiting a look of disdain and anger when mentioning Dornishmen. Historically, the Stormlands and Dorne have been adversaries. The nobles of the Stormlands have often found themselves at odds with the Dornish, although tensions have eased in recent years in the past. Particularly before the unification of the Seven Kingdoms, the atrocities committed along the borders were numerous. It is not difficult to imagine how they would slander one another regularly. But Dorne is so hot. Can there be sheep there? Lannister, having regained his focus, kindly reminded his companions. He could not suppress a yawn, causing his words to come out slightly garbled. Nevertheless, the two children understood him. Indeed, Dorne is a desert. There is no grass for sheep to graze. The chubby one, now realizing the absurdity, looked at Beric with a doubtful expression, seemingly questioning his earlier pretense of understanding. Who cares about such trivial matters? The lanky boy blushed slightly. He had not thought it through, instinctively casting aspersions as soon as he heard of Dornishmen. And with all that wool, if they stood on sand, they'd surely perish from the heat. The chubby one was relentless in his inquiries. Perhaps before they die, they would complain about their Dornish masters. Why do you keep me? Don't you know I don't eat sand? Are you deliberately keeping me in the sand to ensnare me? Can you be quiet? Deliberately keeping me in the sand. How convenient for you to ensnare me. Children certainly have a penchant for chatter. As Lannister listened to their debate, he led the way towards the tower. With the instructor gone, he could no longer observe, and perhaps due to having activated his ability numerous times in quick succession, he began to feel somewhat drowsy. However, despite his wandering focus and his body's instinctual desire to rest, he strove to retain his composure and ponder the phenomena he had just witnessed, or perhaps the omen. For vanishing whirlpools? Vanishing, or perhaps burrowing away. What does this signify? All the while, Lannister contemplated, his youthful brow furrowed. Though he had not achieved his desired objective, he was not disheartened. After all, previous encounters yielded no clues, and he had cultivated a calm demeanor towards the situation. Yet, it was not entirely without merit. Reflecting on all he had seen and considering the current state of the castle, a glimmer of doubt flickered in Lannister's eyes. Thus, upon returning to the tower, he clumsily inscribed a line on the scrap parchment he typically practiced with, subsequently summoning his short-statured servant, Giomi, and quietly instructing Giomi, "Please deliver this to Master Crescent." Chapter 5. The prisoner's dentures. The Wilder instructor has been captured. When the news arrived, Lannister was in a small room, attempting to read independently without the aid of the old scholar. Although his vocabulary was limited, and he stumbled through the text, he managed to decipher the book titled Rubies and Steel. This book narrates the tale of a group of female warriors adorned with rubies upon their faces, a peculiar race beyond the lands of Westeros. The lexicon employed by the author, Master Nayland, was exceedingly strange, causing Lannister considerable confusion. Nevertheless, he persisted. The study of heraldry, which he had been engaged in, had reached a natural pause following the last lesson. The old scholar claimed his understanding was no less than that of an ordinary scholar. As for other subjects, he was not yet of the age to pursue them, or rather, what Lannister needed to learn was not something the old scholar could freely impart. He needed the consent of his guardian, the current head of House Baratheon, Robert Baratheon. However, that individual was not present in the castle at this time. Thus, the only area in which Lannister could continue his studies was language. He did not resist this, for he recognized that language was also a skill in his attribute panel. And he was evidently quite intrigued by his unique abilities, or rather, the peculiar powers that stemmed from them. Yet, when the servant Jiomi interrupted him, he instinctively sighed in relief, setting aside the obscure crimson tome and repeating what the servant had just said. The wilder instructor, in collusion with Ser John, Ser Norton, and Ser Rolf, attempted to secretly open the gates to surrender, but was discovered by Stannis? Yes, my lord, the short and stout Jiomi nodded vigorously. I mean, yes. They have been imprisoned by Lord Stannis. Jormi, a stout man in his 40s with brown hair, wore a sleeveless leather jacket and coarse trousers, carrying a basket that subtly emanated a delightful aroma. As he spoke, he placed the basket on the rustic table, beaming with joy. Lord Stannis specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare food for the young master. Look, we have pigeon pie, oat cakes, pea porridge, and even a roasted apple. He glanced curiously at the black-haired boy, deep in thought, choosing not to inquire about the recent capture of the training master at Whispering Fortress. The food's enticing scent only served to aggravate the hunger of young Loras, who had already been treated harshly. However, his attention was not on the food, but rather on the implications of the information he had just received. It had been 5 days since he had reported something, a span during which nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred. Loras had begun to suspect he might be overly sensitive, yet now, unexpectedly, he learned of this development. While he could not ascertain whether the master would take drastic actions, he felt there was a possibility. Hence his report consisted of uncertain snippets of information. I inadvertently overheard Master Gavin speaking with Ser John, Ser Norton, and Ser Ralph. They seemed to be discussing Stannis. And I caught words like caution and stay alert. I suspect there may be secrets, Master Grellis, and I think you ought to be aware of this. This was the content of the note he hoped would raise their vigilance, while also ensuring that even if he misjudged the master, it would not bring him too much trouble. After all, a gamble, a moment of indulgence, or perhaps a lapse in vigilance during patrol could lead the master to act furtively. But now, he thought, I must seek out Master Grellis. The food can wait. He abruptly rose and, without waiting for a response, hurried out, leaving the bewildered servant standing in place. The old scholar was easy to find. His advanced age meant he rarely left the scholar's chamber in the tower unless summoned by Stannis, and that room was only a few steps from Loras's bedroom. Upon encountering the elder, who sat at his desk piecing together a torn parchment map, Loras's arrival did not elicit a lift of the elder's gaze, though a hint of amusement laced his words. Stannis once chided me for wasting food on you lot, yet it seems children can sometimes prove unexpectedly resourceful. I wish to visit Master Wilder in the dungeons, Loras stated plainly, his small face serious. It was evident that he could not approach the dungeons alone, even as the third son of House Baratheon. Visit? There is nothing to visit. He is a traitor who wishes to betray us. The elder paused in his map-making. He has aided me, Loras replied earnestly. Robert's hounds are fierce, and he was the one who helped me drive them off. Your brother's hounds would merely wag their tails upon seeing you, the elder retorted without lifting his head, exposing the boy's falsehood. Moreover, your second brother forbids anyone from visiting traitors, no one at all. Do you wish to consume him? The old man's hand trembled as he clutched the map, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at Loras's face. Tell me, child, who has said this to you? Food supplies have dwindled, the kitchen's aromas have grown faint, and even the coarse bread eaten by the stable boys is moldy. I have heard it said that we may not last until next month. Who told you this? His aged voice carried a seriousness that Loras dismissed. You wish to consume him, he stated firmly. This is merely this, the elder faltered, seemingly embarrassed. Yet Loras did not wish to press him further on this topic, for it was not his intent. Take me to see him, the black-haired boy reiterated with resolve, his usual frivolity replaced by a rare intensity. I want to see him. The elder fell silent for a moment, then regarded this unusually mature boy with a deep gaze. Do not heed the mad words that traitor might utter, he advised, setting aside the remnants of the map and grasping a curved staff leaning against the bookshelf. Leading the way towards the door, Loras obediently followed, choosing not to speak further. The dungeons lay beneath the tower, accessible directly through the structure. As they proceeded, a male servant sweeping the stairs greeted them, while 3 washerwomen carrying a bundle of clothes stepped aside for the elder and the boy. 2 Baratheon guards at the tower's entrance silently acknowledged them, and a jester known as Patchface, previously prancing about the courtyard, suddenly burst into tears and ran off upon seeing them, leaving a sense of bewilderment in his wake. I still cannot be certain if saving him was the right decision, the elder remarked, perhaps to break the oppressive atmosphere. The jester is a pitiable creature. Your great-uncle disdained him before his death, yet Stannis cares for him, though he does not show it. It is no wonder, alas. Loras paid little attention to all of this, his thoughts consumed by the forthcoming meeting. Filled with uncertainty, after so many failed attempts at probing for clues, could this time yield results? Yet, If he did not go, there might not be another opportunity. Why did he smell so enticing? Did he truly need to consume him? The thought seemed plausible. In an instant, he felt a wave of nausea. And when he finally faced the target within the dark dungeon, he could not help but feel averted by the sight. Under the flickering torchlight, the deep blue eyes of the man before him glistened, marred by the filthy sweat trickling down his forehead. Help me. Master Grellis, please help me. As soon as the former training master of Whispering Fortress laid eyes on them, or rather, the old scholar, he erupted into tears and wails. While the sounds of pleading echoed from the adjacent cells, filling the dim dungeon corridor with a cacophony, the elder remained unresponsive, gripping Loras's hand firmly as if to signal him to remain alert. In his other hand, he held a torch wrapped in cloth, illuminating the previously dark chamber and casting light upon the once handsome visage of the man now rendered disheveled. I acted impulsively, and I am so hungry. Gods be merciful, Master Grellis. Forgive me. Master Wilder, with his tousled brown hair, clutched the rough wooden bars of his cell, kneeling there, weeping and begging, only to be met with a pair of compassionate, aged eyes that responded in silence. His gaze then shifted to another diminutive figure peering at him from beyond the bars. Young Master Loras, please plead with your brother to cease this. Tell him he does not want to become a monster. Yes, just like that. Hurry. Please. His words trailed off abruptly as something unexpectedly fell from his mouth, landing in the filthy straw at his feet, rendering his desperate plea incomprehensible. Lowering his gaze, he saw what appeared to be 3 false teeth embedded in a wooden holder, glinting faintly under the torchlight. The commotion ceased, and the dungeon corridor fell into an unsettling silence. Loras stared at the 3 false teeth in the straw, then glanced back at their owner, his eyes wide with disbelief. This, however, seemed to infuriate the other party, prompting a shift from pleading to an outburst of rage as he rose to his feet, cursing vehemently. 7 layers of hell. Let the stranger take that accursed Stannis away. And Robert, especially him. He should have brought me along. Why must he leave me here to suffer in hunger? I could earn glory on the battlefield. Why must I confront Stannis' stone-cold visage? Sooner or later, the Mad King will burn you alive. Indeed, he will burn you. How dare you call me a traitor? Clearly, in the face of such brutal reality, this once proud middle-aged knight had descended into madness. Or perhaps the awareness of his grim fate had driven him to such a state. Almost immediately, he sank to his knees, weeping. Curse you, old Wilder. Why did you have so many sons? So many. My elder brother has died, and yet I am left behind. Why must you be so cruel? Playing the master at Windy Keep? I should have become a mercenary knight. At least I would have had a hedge to sleep under. Yes, a glorious hedge knight. He laughed and wept as he murmured, beginning to sing a ballad about 6 maidens bathing together. The dungeon of Windy Keep was constructed within the cliffs beneath the castle, in close proximity to the cavernous docks below, where the sounds of crashing waves and flowing water faintly echoed. Yet, instead of an air of elegance, it brought forth an unbearable stench of brine and dampness. Though the lyrics of his song were sweet and beautiful, the tone was laden with melancholy, resonating sorrowfully throughout the corridors of the dungeon. Taking advantage of the moment, Loras used the old man's cane to pry out his false teeth. I fail to understand why you took his false teeth, the old scholar inquired on the way back. However, Loras never provided a straightforward answer to this question, merely chuckling and mumbling in response. Relying on his youth, the other party could do little to confront him, ultimately departing in resignation. Outside the heavy brown wooden door, the scholar's footsteps gradually faded. The room was enveloped in silence, the scent of burning candles wafting gently in the air. The flickering shadows danced across the somewhat disheveled rushes on the floor, swaying with the light. Sitting at the head of the bed, Loras fixed his gaze upon the lower jaw false teeth wrapped in a white silk handkerchief, 3 in total, likely taken from a corpse. The roots of these teeth appeared black at the wooden base, gradually fading to a yellow hue. A peculiar fragrance emanated from them, not a foul odor, but a distinct scent, as his fingers toyed with them. Ink and parchment mingled with a hint of charred residue. Indeed, the aroma was not emitted from the old Master Wilder himself, but from the false teeth. An urge to grasp these false teeth surged within him, as though by doing so, he might uncover their true purpose. Yet, despite having pursued this curiosity, Loras hesitated at the critical moment. What would happen if he held them tight? Why were they false teeth? Or rather, why teeth at all? Various thoughts proliferated, causing him to waver. However, when his eyes fell upon the looking glass perched on a nearby shelf, all negative thoughts vanished. Within the mirror was the face of a boy no older than 5, with dark hair and blue eyes, bearing an expression of conflict, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. An inscription quietly emerged. Race level, LV1. Boy, information. Loras resolved silently. Consequently, he withdrew the handkerchief, firmly grasping the seemingly grimy false teeth in his right hand. It was as though he had touched the gateway to another realm. His clarity of thought swiftly faded, as if he were succumbing to slumber. Everything around him became hazy, the flickering red light of the candle appearing like a shooting star in the sky, while the sturdy walls of the room transformed into a dim, distant heavens. The sensation of the feather bed felt fluid and cool, like water. The dark-haired boy collapsed onto the bed without struggle, his sleeping face flickering with surprise. Time drifted by quietly. The newly replaced white wax candle melted down by a third, its flame flickering as the wax dripped like tears, flowing down the candle body and gradually solidifying in the brass dish below. Outside the tower, the previously tranquil atmosphere began to shift. The tightly shut windows barred all tempestuous winds and rains, yet could not stifle the resounding thunder. The tremors wrought by the fierce winds transformed the once peaceful chamber into a cacophony, the window panes rattling and lamenting, while droplets of rain stealthily seeped through the edges, persistently penetrating the space. Initially, Loras remained unaffected, his sprawled form on the bed retaining its original serenity, his face still bearing a hint of astonishment. Yet, at a sudden flash of lightning outside, the once quiet dark-haired boy shot upright, only to stumble and topple over, landing on the rushes with a painful retch. His stomach was empty, yet felt filled with liquid, as he gasped heavily, staring at the floor while trembling uncontrollably. Gradually, as he became aware of his surroundings, the tremor subsided, his heartbeat slowed, and the panic on his face began to fade. This is all false. Yes, everything is false, he murmured, rising to kneel. With apprehension, he cast aside the false teeth still exuding a fragrance, yet unexpectedly, a sticky green strand caught his eye as it hit the ground with a peculiar sound. It was a strand of seaweed, quietly adhering to the false teeth, like a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, its dark green surface still dripped with seawater, speckled with white granules resembling sea salt. Staring blankly at the inconspicuous seaweed, he struggled to find words, unable to utter the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. The small chamber fell into silence, interrupted only by the occasional rumble of thunder outside. As the wild winds lashed against the glass, the heavy rain transformed into fine strands, relentlessly seeping in, creating a pool upon the stone floor near the window, soaking the rushes into a soft, fragile mass. After an indeterminate period, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a series of knocks at the door. "Young master, come quickly. A smuggler has brought us food. Come see." The Onion Knight. Loras instinctively turned to look, but all he saw was the quivering door. "There are onions, but they are merely smugglers, not knights. Let us hurry to see, young master. You can still catch a glimpse of them. They await the steward to arrange their quarters in the hall." Not allowing the servant entry, Loras quickly suppressed his swirling thoughts and leapt to his feet, rushing outside. After a few brief inquiries, he hurriedly followed the servant down to the lower level of the tower. The first floor of the tower opened into a vast hall, which at that moment seemed to have drawn everyone in the castle together, creating a cacophony of noise. Amidst the greetings, Loras spotted the cook Aegon, the stable boy Ammon, the family guard Ben, and the kennel master Holt. They were all gathered, discussing animatedly, each bearing expressions of surprise, disappointment, and surprise again. Initially, Loras paid little attention to the commotion, as his focus remained on three figures not far from the crowd. One had a square face, another a round face, and the last a pointed face. They were dressed in unremarkable black cloth robes paired with brown linen trousers, covered by gray woolen cloaks, their hoods drawn tightly against their backs, dripping with moisture. Although they were currently huddled together in a corner, it felt as though all the onlookers in the hall were pointing fingers at them, causing two among them to feel quite uncomfortable. Yet the leader, a rather ordinary-looking, slender man with brown hair and brown eyes, appeared remarkably composed. "You are called Davos?" asked the inquisitive Lord Renly, eyeing this middle-aged man who seemed somewhat different from his recollections. "Indeed," replied the questioned smuggler, his weathered brown eyes glancing at the short servant who had followed him, as well as at the boy's golden velvet attire. With a hint of humor, he bowed slightly. "Lord Renly, I am at your service." His discerning gaze suggested he was well acquainted with the circumstances within the castle. However, Renly did not acknowledge this, instead scanning the nearby gathering of people and inquiring. "Only onions and pickled fish?" "I apologize," the other replied. "The sudden downpour left us no time to react. In fact, had it not been for our decent swimming skills, you might never have seen us." His expression was openly one of disappointment. The smuggler's ship had capsized, resulting in the loss of most of the provisions it had carried, leaving Renly's expectations in tatters and diminishing the smuggler's perilous journey across the blockade to mere insignificance. They had salvaged little food, though unseen. The murmurs nearby conveyed the situation. Renly even overheard a stable boy mention that the provisions brought by the smugglers were insufficient even for their own needs, leading to an increase in the mouths to feed within the castle. "I mean, before the ship capsized, was it only onions and pickled fish?" he pressed. Renly was curious why the ship had capsized, for under normal circumstances, it should not have. The Onion Knight was supposed to deliver a ship full of onions and become the savior of Storm's End. Otherwise, what would justify his title? But who could answer such a question? Clearly, events had not unfolded as he remembered, and the implications of this deviation, along with the consequences of the food shortage, were thoughts he instinctively resisted. Only onions and pickled fish, Davos reiterated in response to the boy's inquiry. Renly sighed with a complex mix of emotions, took a few steps back, uttered his farewells, and turned to leave. Yet just as he had taken 2 steps, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance back at the middle-aged man who had begun to converse quietly with his companions. "Have you been to the Iron Islands, Davos?" The unexpected return to questioning seemed to catch the smuggler off guard, yet he responded without hesitation, as if he had been anticipating the inquiry. "I have been several times. The earliest being a decade ago, and the most recent earlier this year. Are you familiar with the drowning rites of the Ironborn?" Davos found it peculiar that a young nobleman would pose such a question, but he answered nonetheless. "That depends on the aspect you wish to explore. Death. How can one minimize the likelihood of dying during drowning? It can be addressed through post-rescue techniques. Although the drowning priest of the Ironborn claims they are administering the kiss of life from the drowned god, in truth, it is merely—" "What about the drowned?" Renly interrupted. His cerulean eyes, in the dim light, appeared like 2 enigmatic depths, their gleam elusive. "I mean, if you were the drowned, how could you increase your chances of survival?" Davos found himself at a loss for words. He felt the question posed by the dark-haired boy was rather odd. The smuggler Davos, having ventured across the blockade, had brought some onions and pickled fish. But due to the shipwreck, the quantity was limited, failing to alleviate the food crisis at Storm's End. Consequently, the subsequent days saw meals that remained simple and rather meager. However, Renly's attention had recently become entirely consumed by the dentures. Whenever he found a moment, he would retreat to his chamber to observe them. Becoming increasingly entangled in his thoughts, the mere sight of the dentures evoked a peculiar allure within him, as though a voice were quietly beckoning him to grasp them tightly. Yet the repercussions of such an action left him filled with doubt. Experiments had shown that clenching them would inexplicably transport him to a distant archipelago on the continent of Westeros, where he would become a native and ultimately drown. Just as in his previous dreams, where he became a knight, only to be crushed by his own steed. He was indifferent to whether he became a knight or a seafarer. The true terror lay in the prospect of death. However, if the smuggler's advice proved effective, life is about breaking through oneself. On the 6th day at lunch, while using a silver dagger to poke at 2 dry, salty fish on his plate, he suddenly reflected. To possess a treasure, yet not seize it is akin to marrying a beautiful bride, but failing to perform. Failing to perform? The rotund boy beside him, bewildered, blinked in confusion. "What do you mean by failing to perform? Your fist? Why can't you perform? Is it because you haven't eaten enough? Then I too cannot perform. You know, Renly, I've been quite hungry lately." As he spoke, he stole a glance at the 2 wretched fish on Renly's plate, then blinked at his dark-haired companion. "You seem to despise it?" "Not your fist," Renly interjected with a sidelong glance. "It might be a psychological ailment." With that, he plunged the silver dagger into the forehead of one of the dead fish, then slid off the long bench and began striding toward the door. All while the plump boy looked on in surprise. Yet after a few steps, the dark-haired boy turned back to take the plate of fish with him. Having something to eat is better than having nothing, he emphasized with a hint of distaste, causing the boy to sigh in resignation. "We're planning to go to the Sacred Woods soon." Meanwhile, the lanky boy, who had been sneezing while munching on an onion, called out to Renly's retreating figure, hastily wiping away the tears that streamed from his eyes. "Don't forget. You two go ahead." Renly waved his hand without turning back. "I am not one to idle about." The 2 exchanged glances. Was he speaking in jest? Perhaps Master Crescent had assigned him a new lesson? That seemed the only possibility. He was truly impressive, managing to endure such a tedious task for so long. However, Master Crescent had evidently not assigned Renly any new lessons. Upon returning to his chamber, he placed the plate of pickled fish on the table for later use, then retrieved the dentures hidden within the nightstand and held them tightly in his hand. His movements were swift, as if fearing someone would snatch them away, yet in truth, he was merely afraid of reconsidering. His apprehensions were justified, for soon enough, he did have second thoughts, but unfortunately, it was too late. Upon grasping the dentures, Renly's once clear thoughts quickly scattered, plunging him into a peculiar state between sleep and wakefulness. This state persisted for what felt like an eternity, yet also seemed to last but a fleeting moment, when a cold breeze swept through, and he felt several hands pressing against the back of his head and arms. Renly jolted awake. Alas, before he could even take in his surroundings, his head was forcefully submerged into the clear, shallow blue waters below. He was no longer Renly, but a young man with robust limbs. Having been there once before, he was somewhat prepared, so he did not feel entirely lost. He was merely anxious. He recognized that he was in a place known as the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands stand as one of the 9 principal territories of Westeros, inhabited by a resilient people known as the Ironborn. Among this tenacious nation exists a peculiar religious rite called the drowning, which essentially entails submerging an individual in seawater until they nearly drown. The Ironborn believe that true followers of their deity, the drowned god, fear not this ordeal. for they shall be reborn thereafter. If fortune smiles upon them, the drowned individual may indeed survive through the primitive resuscitation techniques administered by the drowned men, the priests of their faith. Presently, Balon Greyjoy finds himself undergoing this ritual, fervently hoping for such luck. At the same time, he clings to the incantation uttered by the smuggler Davos, praying it will guide him safely through this perilous trial. For he is deeply curious about the world that lies beyond his current consciousness, yearning to witness its true essence. Nevertheless, regardless of his sentiments, his immediate challenge is to avoid succumbing to the depths. At the commencement of the ritual, an abundance of oxygen renders Balon's senses acutely aware. His eyes, wide open, can vaguely perceive the sandy seabed just a hand's breadth away, where green seaweed sways gently with the currents, and a silver fish darts away in fright. He notices 3 strange inscriptions etched into the sand's surface. Despite the tension of the moment, Balon finds his attention irresistibly drawn to these inscriptions. But the murky water obscures his vision. Before he can properly contemplate their significance, a pair of rough feet stamp down to his left, sending a cloud of sand that obscures everything before him. The silence around him is unnerving, with the ocean muffling the sounds of the world above, leaving only a faint, ethereal prayer that lingers in the air, as if it were a celestial echo. "Oh, supreme drowned God, who suffers for us, grant your servant Hal the gift of rebirth from the sea. Bestow upon him the blessings of salt, stone, and steel." Above all, he reminds himself to remain calm. Balon holds his breath as the ritual progresses, the oxygen in his lungs growing ever more scarce, until instinct compels him to struggle against the oppressive sensation gripping the back of his head and shoulders. As time drags on, agony begins to take root, making every moment increasingly unbearable. Above all, he must maintain his composure. In moments of desperation, he recalls the smuggler's words of wisdom. How can one remain calm when facing death? He had retorted to Davos. The harbinger of death is a fearsome specter, yet to evade its grasp, one must confront it directly. You must understand, this act is a dance with mortality. The excruciating pain from holding his breath clouds Balon's thoughts as he struggles to suppress his instinct to breathe. Then, at last, he can no longer contain the primal urge. He gasps, and the briny seawater floods into his mouth. Above all, remain calm, he whispers to himself. Yet, as the agony of drowning envelopes him, as the cold liquid invades his lungs, and his insides convulse violently, a contrary thought flashes through his mind. This is utterly absurd. Darkness swiftly envelopes him, and after an indeterminate passage of time, a refreshing breath of life begins to seep in from the outside, accompanied by what seems to be a roar. The dead do not die. Something sharp and angular presses against his lower back, causing him discomfort. He wishes to push it away but finds his limbs rigid and unresponsive. The dead do not die. Another roar echoes, accompanied by a forceful thump against his back, sending tremors through his body that gradually thaw his stiffness. The dead do not die. At the third cry, instinctively, he feels compelled to respond, and he murmurs an acknowledgement. "I shall rise again." The phrase, renowned in iron-born customs, springs to his lips, though he cannot discern if he spoke it aloud. Yet, clarity rapidly returns to his surroundings. The cool sea breeze stirs, the frigid water lapping at his feet, and the unmistakable sensation of swelling in his abdomen jolts him awake. He rolls over and begins to cough violently on the sandy shore, expelling the seawater in great heaves, while his mind clears. Shadows loom over him, and he can sense 3 steadfast gazes fixed upon him, as if anticipating something. "I shall rise again," he gasps in response, unsteadily rising to his feet. Trembling as he stands on the beach, facing the 3 encouraging figures, and finally uttering the final phrase of the ritual. It shall be even fiercer. The sun hangs high in the sky, its rays scorching, yet the breeze by the sea brings a refreshing coolness. Having survived, Balon trembles as he stands at the water's edge, embraced joyfully by the 3 drowned men, who kiss his cheeks and offer him rough linen garments. He then witnesses them submerging another terrified dark-haired boy in the water. "Oh, supreme drowned God, who suffers for us, grant your servant." An elderly man clad in tattered black leather, barefoot and wearing coarse shorts, gestures for Balon to follow him, as the fervent chants gradually fade into the distance. This allows Balon the opportunity to observe his surroundings. He finds himself upon a curved sandy beach at the island's edge, where sunlight bathes the area, and a throng of armored soldiers bustle about, some patrolling, others fishing with harpoons in the shallows, while small groups gather to converse. The sea breeze is invigorating, and among the crowd, a short soldier with brown hair and dark eyes raises a wooden cup and calls out to him. "You have passed the ritual. You have proven your devotion. Hal of White Gull, we welcome you." The 3 individuals beside him raise their cups in a toast, echoed by many others around them. Balon glances nervously at them, yet the elder leading him does not pause, so he refrains from speaking and hurriedly follows. He soon encounters more enthusiastic soldiers, some calling him by name, while others offer hearty blessings. As he advances, Balon remains silent, taking in the unfamiliar environment. It is evident that the iron-born soldiers stationed on the beach are generally warm and welcoming. They appear genuine, as does the island beneath his feet. The soft sand is comfortable to tread upon, and the refreshing sea breeze tousles a strand of his brown hair. Suddenly, a droplet of bird excrement lands on his head with a splat. He turns to inspect the white-green substance on his shoulder, its scent defying description. Thus, Balon reassures himself that this is indeed a tangible place, not an illusion or a dream. If I were to run to Storm's End now, what would I find? A comatose boy? Or, reflecting on his earlier dream, he ponders. However, he understands that this is a nearly impossible task. For the Iron Islands lie deep in the western seas of Westeros, while Storm's End is located at the easternmost coastline of the continent. Moreover, he is now a brown-haired, iron-born youth, not the dark-haired lord of House Baratheon, rendering entry into the noble lord's castle out of reach. More importantly, it seems he did not come here merely to wander aimlessly. Furrowing his brow at the strange inscriptions he had glimpsed during his drowning, Balon suddenly experiences an epiphany. Upon reincarnation, one may awaken to a peculiar possession system. The knowledge acquired throughout one's life can be digitized, and upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, this knowledge can give rise to unique traits. When encountering a special medium, the true purpose of this system is triggered, allowing one to possess others and undertake missions. Is such a whimsical notion truly conceivable? Bluely furrowed his brow as he touched his rough face, distinctly different from that of a child. The elder remained silent, leading him to a tent in the rear of the camp, where he received a set of equipment, a padded white shirt, an old black leather armor reaching his waist, a grotesque round helmet with a nose guard, a pair of slightly worm-eaten brown leather boots, a short bow made of brown wood, and a heavy quiver bound with a long leather strap. He was finally directed to a small group beneath a coconut tree on the left side of the sandy camp. Before introductions could be made, a golden-haired soldier leaning against the tree abruptly stood up. How splendid. I feared you wouldn't make it. Clearly, this individual was acquainted with Blue Lee, though he retained no memories of their past interactions. You have proven your devotion, remarked another veteran with unruly black hair, nodding solemnly before raising his leather wine pouch. So from this moment forth, your life belongs to the sea, he added, echoing what many said about those who drowned. This gesture caused the silent, guiding elder to widen his eyes in surprise. Lord Lucas forbids us from drinking during the day, Pius. I haven't had a drop. The soldier named Pius replied, gazing at the elder with confusion before pointing to his own mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Don't believe me? Smell it. The guiding elder merely shot him a glare and turned away, leaving Blue Lee standing before the small band. Aside from Pius and the golden-haired youth, 2 others were present. A nondescript middle-aged man with black hair crouched beneath the shade of the coconut tree, stirring a pot of thick fish soup with intense focus. And a younger, slender man observing Blue Lee and his bow with a scrutinizing gaze. Can you use that, lad? He inquired. Of course. Blue Lee had yet to speak when the golden-haired youth interjected. In White Gull Village, Hal and I trained together. As he spoke, he pulled Blue Lee closer and gestured to the others. Allow me to introduce you. This is Karen, an exceptional archer. This is our cook, Ryan, hailing from the neighboring Red Crab Village, and that old drunkard you just heard from is. This was a makeshift band of soldiers. Blue Lee, who listened attentively, soon grasped the situation. Although everyone appeared familiar with one another, their camaraderie was merely superficial. I'm glad you survived. Seabor Rod didn't make it. If you had perished too, I would have had to slay the Oak Island folk alone. They surely wouldn't accept my iron payment, especially with no one to assist me. But now, everything is well. After introducing his companions, the freckle-nosed golden-haired youth continued to chatter on. His name was Jasper. A detail Blue Lee gleaned without asking, along with further information. For instance, he learned that he was called Hal, and that he and Jasper hailed from a village named White Gull. The island they stood upon was known as Old Wyke, and their king was named Rodas, who ruled under the faith of the drowned god, enjoying the collective support of the drowned priests. Furthermore, he discovered that he, this small band, and other groups would embark on a voyage the following morning to an island called Oak Island, in service of their king of drowned lineage. Blue Lee could not help but gaze up at the clear sky. While heraldry primarily focused on the history and esteemed figures of noble families, he had inevitably encountered other knowledge during his studies. Thus, he recognized that Old Wyke and Oak Island were 2 of the Iron Islands, and he understood the Ironmen's drowning rituals and their general processes. Clenching his teeth, he quickly assessed his predicament. What particularly captured his attention was that the Iron Men soldiers of Old Wyke were currently engaged in battle with another group of Iron Men from Oak Island. Iron Men seldom fought amongst themselves, and since the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, wars had been nearly non-existent. Even disregarding other factors, the very notion unsettled Blue Lee. He recalled hearing from the old scholar that the present Iron King, Balon Greyjoy, was cautious and prudent, governing his realm with stability, making internal strife improbable, let alone anyone declaring themselves king within the territory. As he pondered, Bluely appeared distracted, nodding and uttering noncommittal sounds in response to Jasper and the others as they spoke, remaining silent himself, given the gravity of being drowned. Experiencing a degree of shock was entirely normal, and none questioned his reticence. Soon, a conversation among the group solidified his understanding of his circumstances. I say, it would have been better if that black-hearted Lord Hall had been burned by the Dragon King. He never considered our lives, only focused on building his stone castle in the east. Now look, even stone armor cannot withstand the Dragon King's spit. The speaker was the old drunkard Pius, who grinned widely, his missing front tooth particularly noticeable. My uncle was present at that time. They say that black-hearted king wet his pants from fear before being burned alive. Ryan, the cook, had finished preparing the fish soup and was serving bowls to everyone, casting a skeptical glance at the old drunkard. Are you sure? The entire castle was ablaze. The black-hearted king's whole family was incinerated by the dragon. If your uncle was truly there, how could he possibly have survived? That, I cannot say, the old drunkard boasted without a hint of embarrassment. But I suspect our family has the blood of Dragonstone. Have you heard that saying? True dragons are unafraid of fire. At this point, Bluely ceased to pay close attention, for it was no longer necessary. In ancient times, the continent of Westeros was divided into 7 kingdoms: the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Rock, the Stormlands, the Reach, and finally, Dorne, the Baratheon family, to which Bluely belonged, inherited territory from the ancient Stormlands, granted by Aegon Targaryen, the founder of the Targaryen dynasty. Aegon, known as the Conqueror, rode with his 2 sisters, who were also his wives, on dragons to conquer 6 of the 7 kingdoms: the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Rock, the Reach, and the Stormlands. Only Dorne was subdued later through marriage alliances, as it did not capitulate during the Conqueror's reign and fiercely resisted the Targaryen dragons. However, resistance was not limited to Dorne. At the onset of the war, the king of the Riverlands, Harren Hoare, attempted to withstand the Conqueror's dragon fire with his massive castle, which was deemed the largest in all of Westeros. Ultimately, his entire family perished in the flames, leading to the extinction of House Hoare. The vast Riverlands kingdom was thus divided into 2 territories, the Iron Islands and the Riverlands. This event transpired nearly 3 centuries ago, and Bluely had recently studied this history while learning about the heraldry of House Tully of the Riverlands. Now, casting a glance at the Iron Men soldiers still engaged in idle chatter nearby, and then surveying the substantial encampment stretching along the coastline, Bluely felt his heart race uncontrollably. It is unwise to hastily draw conclusions from isolated incidents. However, the strikingly similar experiences he encountered were sufficient for him to reach a definitive verdict. He became convinced that he had traversed back over 2 centuries to an era before the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty. Yet, this realization was secondary. What truly mattered was that he comprehended a significant truth. He did not possess some absurd game of possession, but rather the extraordinary power to traverse through history. The drowned men sang a lament. The Hall family was one of irreverence. On the morning following the deluge, a tall, long-haired drowned man gathered nearly 100 individuals, including the group led by Balon, and began to proclaim loudly. Due to their irreverence, the mighty drowned god summoned the Valyrian dragons from the east, incinerating the heartless King Harren and annihilating the entire Hall family. Thus, we are liberated. Freedom! Freedom! Some devout Ironborn echoed his cries. But at a gesture from the long-haired drowned man, they fell silent. Despite our liberation from the tyrannical rule of House Hall, the great drowned god deemed it inappropriate for his people to be misled by other irreverent pretenders to the throne. Therefore, he has sent us his son, our holy King Roderick, to guide us upon the righteous path. He raised his arm and spoke with fervor. Behold, Ironborn. This is the supreme gift bestowed upon us by the drowned god. No one is more suited to lead the Iron Islands than the son of the drowned god, and none more deserving of the seat upon the Iron Throne. Long live the son of the drowned god. Long live King Roderick. The Ironborn roared, veins bulging in their necks, and many joined in the fervent chorus. Yet their clamoring was soon interrupted again, as the long-haired drowned man spoke with indignation. Not all Ironborn recognize the greatness of the son of the drowned god, nor do all follow him with piety. His sermon continued, but Balon, with a disdainful twist of his lips, found little interest in the predictable conclusion. Despite recognizing that he had entered the annals of Westerosi history, this revelation offered him little assistance. His intermittent noble education over the past year had equipped him to recognize the many sigils of Westeros and their brief histories of honor and notable figures. But the true history of this world remained an enigma to him. Thus, he was uncertain of his group's specific situation and opted to observe for the time being, adapting as circumstances dictated. At this moment, he mingled with the throng, clad in a tattered black leather jerkin, slung with a quiver and short bow, standing upright in a posture of readiness. Indeed, Balon was preparing to leave this beach, destined for a place known as Oak Island. The very location of the irreverent foes the long-haired drowned man had spoken of, with their mission clearly aimed at vanquishing them. Balan's objective also lay with Oak Island. But not solely out of a desire to follow the crowd. It was also due to the 3 lines he had glimpsed during the drowning. Safely reach Oak Island. Slay 7 Ironborn. Prevent King Roderick from jumping into the sea. Clearly, his abilities extended beyond mere historical traversal. This realization rendered Balan increasingly vigilant. Since his birth, he had been vaguely aware of the information manifesting upon him, yet he remained uncertain of its true nature. How did it appear? What was its purpose? What was its connection to him? Could it pose any danger? Numerous questions plagued his mind, as they likely pertained to his future fate, and normal individuals certainly would not possess such phenomena. However, prior to that strange dream, before he grasped the false teeth, the information had revealed no clues, aside from the subtly shifting numbers that corresponded with his studies of heraldry. Now, with a new development, Balan regarded this with grave importance, yet with heightened caution. On one hand, he coveted the potential extraordinary power hinted at by the phrase golden finger. On the other, he feared the possibility of hidden traps within. Yet, amidst this caution, an instinctive voice within him found his paranoia rather amusing, as if a whisper echoed in his mind. Should you truly be worried about yourself? Instincts aside, Balan never forgot to question the legitimacy of his golden finger, for he could not comprehend its essence. However, he did not outright reject it. He could not ascertain whether it was benevolent, yet who could claim it was malevolent? Thus, he deemed it prudent to observe while attempting to fulfill those 3 tasks. Yet, a new dilemma arose. If he were to truly integrate with those around him to accomplish these tasks, he would inevitably find himself on the battlefield, potentially meeting his end by stray arrows. Balan bore no aversion to the prospect of dying, for recent experiences had shown him that death here merely led him back to the historical void, returning him to the halls of House Baratheon, where he would continue as the 3rd son. However, the agony accompanying death was utterly intolerable. Better to live on, day by day. Ideally, he could complete one task and witness the outcome. Would there be a reward? Who would grant it? The journey to Oak Island seemed relatively straightforward. But what if he were to father a child here? Would he end up with a lineage of descendants 3 centuries hence? The young man with chestnut hair mused idly. After standing under the scorching sun by the shore for nearly an hour, the long-haired drowned priest, with his dark gray locks, finally concluded his pre-embarkation speech, gesturing for the 100 or so Ironborn soldiers to board a long-prepared 3-masted warship. The number of Ironborn boarding was substantial, and the hold beneath the deck could not accommodate them all. After receiving a mat of straw, Balan settled on the edge of the deck with a few familiar faces from his group. The cool sea breeze enveloped them as the soldiers leisurely awaited the voyage's commencement. Laughter and chatter filling the air, creating an atmosphere of relaxation. Hal, once we reach the battlefield, you will follow me closely, declared the serious, blond youth, Jasper, leaning against the ship's railing. My axe is superior to your bow, so I will take the lead while you provide cover. Balan contemplated mentioning his utter lack of skill with a bow, but the words would not escape his lips. Instead, he nodded at the youthful face before him, pondering how to navigate the impending trials. Jasper, oblivious to his companion's unease, continued to chatter. We have never been on the battlefield, so we cannot charge ahead unless commanded by the elders. I hope someone will accept my iron coin, so when I return, I can be a true Ironborn. But my father says as long as I come back, that's what matters. Hal, has your father ever said anything like that to you? I don't recall, Balan replied honestly. Are you homesick? Jasper inquired curiously. You used to be quite the talker. Weren't you the same? Balan deflected, as he had no memories from his former life. The best strategy was to return the question. I am not. I am strong. Strong individuals do not feel homesick, declared the blond youth, extending a warm, grayish-yellow pebble toward Balan. Here, this is a stone I picked up at my doorstep before leaving. I hope it brings you some joy. Balan examined the stone, accepted it with gratitude, and Jasper earnestly added, the drowned god will protect us. He surely will. The great King Roderick will pray for us. Hal, remember to follow closely behind me. We will return. As a true scion of iron, the youth's voice brimmed with anticipation, and Bran hoped he would find fulfillment. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The summer sea resembled a capricious matron in menopause. The morning sky was a brilliant blue when the ship set sail, but by midday, it had turned ominously dark. A torrential downpour descended, and fierce winds surged forth, causing the 3-masted warship to struggle against the tempest. Not only could it not advance, but it began to retreat. The soldiers, either lying or leaning on the deck, scrambled to their feet to avoid being trampled, while the sailors hurriedly worked to lower the sails. Unfortunately, a young sailor with fiery red hair lost his footing from a height, letting out a piercing scream as he plunged into the tumultuous sea, disappearing in an instant. We need not fear the wrath of the storm god, for the great god of the depths has already opened the doors to his majestic watery palace. Let us not forget, The son of the god of the depths himself has sounded the horn for our advance. On the deck, a tall figure clad in a coarse robe of gray, green, and blue, his long hair billowing in the wind, held aloft a makeshift staff. His face, weathered and resolute, flushed with fervor as he shouted encouragement. However, a stray wisp of gray hair was caught in his throat, causing him to choke mid-sentence. His voice lost to the howling wind as he doubled over in a fit of coughs. "Hal, be careful." A faint warning was carried on the wind. Bran turned with great effort to see a rolling barrel barreling toward him across the deck. Cursing his misfortune, he dropped to the deck as the oak barrel narrowly grazed his head. He grasped the base of the mast, refusing to let go. The fierce wind howled, and the pouring rain felt like arrows, while the long ship swayed as if it were a peppercorn in a boiling pot. On several occasions, the ship's side nearly skimmed the surface of the sea before it narrowly righted itself, a stroke of luck amidst the calamity. Yet, such temporary fortune held little promise. As long as this terrifying storm raged, the vessel, named Invincible Midwife, would struggle to weather the storm. Isn't this just a simple journey? Bran thought, rain-soaked and weary. After wiping his face with great difficulty, he saw Jaspy, from his village, shrieking as he tumbled across the tilting deck. Bran instinctively extended his leg to block him. His foot caught the hem of Jaspy's black leather armor, eliciting a grateful shout from the boy. Yet Bran felt as though his ankle had been cleaved in two by the hardened leather. Regrettably, his sacrifice bore little fruit in this dark and tumultuous environment. Another fierce gust of wind sent the Invincible Midwife into a violent lurch, as if a monstrous sea creature were dragging the fragile ship down into the abyss. Amidst the chaos, many soldiers were hurled into the sea, including the golden-haired youth he had just saved. Bran watched helplessly as the boy's desperate face vanished from view, a heavy weight settling on his chest. "Your father awaits you at home," he thought, unable to shake the notion. But soon, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. With a crack of thunder, the heavy mast, slick from the rain, finally slipped from his grasp. The brown-haired youth plunged into the depths. The storm raged above while the world beneath the sea thrashed violently, as if a deity of the ocean were shaking a fishbowl for amusement. The creatures within could only sway helplessly. Darkness, cold, and boundless expanse engulfed the three-masted warship, swallowing countless soldiers like dust, along with the hope of the Ironborn to conquer their enemies. It was not until the following day that the calamity began to subside, ultimately giving way to tranquility. As the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky, Bran slowly opened his eyes. Initially, he gazed vacantly at the deep, cloudless heavens. But then, as if recalling a forgotten thought, he raised his strong arm before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. "I am alive?" he pondered. How could a non-swimmer survive in an endless sea after being cast into its depths by a violent storm? As he grappled with this conundrum, a voice emerged beside him. "Want to die? Just roll over," it said. Bran turned to see a familiar face, disheveled black hair, a round chin, and a bulbous nose, marked with several lines of age. He appeared old and unattractive, garbed in a rough linen tunic, his trousers drenched. He leaned against the bow of a small, mastless boat, vigorously shaking an empty leather wine sack, which echoed disappointingly. The old drunkard, Pys, one of his crew, Bran recognized him. He also realized he lay at the edge of a small boat, with the vast sea barely half a meter from his cheek. "You saved me?" he asked, rising but instinctively frowning at the overwhelming weakness coursing through him, his stomach grumbling with hunger. "It was the cook. He's smarter than us." Before being thrown overboard, he knew to hold onto the small boat, Pys said, gesturing toward a brown-haired middle-aged man at the stern, who looked up and smiled at Bran. "Is it just us?" Bran asked, scanning the small boat. "What of the others? Have you seen Jaspy, the golden-haired one from my village? The great god of the depths will open the gates of his magnificent palace for our suffering brethren, and your friend shall become a fine sailor in his court." The last man on the boat, a robust figure with unruly gray-black hair and a robe of gray, green, and blue, smiled weakly at him. "Indeed, that is the will of the god of the depths," he said, his voice strained as he began to cough violently, clearly in pain. "Yes, that is his intent," the old drunkard muttered. "Why didn't he just send us back to the island directly? We cannot presume to understand the divine with mortal reasoning," the long-haired priest explained, still coughing. "But he clearly has other plans for us." From a close perspective, the priest no longer bore the air of a lofty prophet. He appeared as a simple farmer in his 40s. Unfortunately, Bran had little interest in his words. After mourning for the golden-haired youth momentarily, he shifted his focus. The deep blue sea rippled beneath the small boat, which bobbed gently. In the dim light, the four of them were spread across the small vessel, making it seem spacious. Outside, the sea stretched endlessly, shrouded in a gray mist, casting a shadow over Bran's heart. Though he felt apprehensive about their situation, he was not without hope. And after surveying his surroundings, he turned his attention to the cook, Ryan, who was diligently working away. Ryan's nickname was bestowed upon him by a golden-haired youth from the same village, But it soon became apparent to Balan that this moniker was rather misleading. For Ryan was not merely a cook. The supplies aboard the vessel were rather meager, consisting of a bundle of coarse rope, 2 tattered linen cloaks accompanied by bronze clasps, a bow, half a quiver of arrows, a short axe, 2 long axes, and a few miscellaneous items. While these might seem of little utility, Ryan ingeniously fashioned a rudimentary fishing rod from them. At the same time, he cautiously retrieved a piece of black bread wrapped in linen from his pocket. The bread was stale, moldy, and even had absorbed some water, yet Ryan managed to extract a soft white maggot from it. "Were you prepared for this?" Balan inquired. Leaning closer. "We, the folk of Lonely Light Island, are accustomed to carrying a few worms on our person," the cook replied with a sense of pride. "This way, if we catch a fish, we can have plenty of meat for bait." Lonely Light Island was a tiny isle among the Iron Islands, but Balan was familiar with it, for it lay at the westernmost edge of the known world, beyond which stretched an uncharted expanse of endless sea, with ample bait. The inhabitants of Lonely Light Island would surely never starve at sea. As the cook spoke, he prepared the worm bait and settled down at the stern of the boat to commence his fishing endeavor. Noticing Balan's apparent interest, he began to elaborate further. "I am not well acquainted with these waters, but as long as we remain within Sunset Sea, I can discern where certain fish dwell. Of course, fish are not always predictable. One must understand their habits." He went on to discuss various common fish species and fishing techniques. Unable to contain his curiosity, Balan interjected. "Won't our conversation scare the fish away?" "It depends on the type of fish," Ryan, sounding more like a fisherman than a cook, replied. "Some will indeed flee, while others might be drawn closer. You see, the water is quite clear. Timid fish will not approach once they spot the boat, let alone hear sounds." As he spoke, he deftly lifted his fishing rod, revealing a large-headed silver-scaled fish that was vigorously thrashing at the hook, seemingly unwilling to let go. The fisherman then raised his arm to grasp the fish, gesturing to Balan. "Look, these teeth give it plenty of courage." Balan eyed the sharp-toothed silver-scaled fish with intrigue. Despite his modern upbringing, he realized he had never encountered such a creature before. Are the people of White Gull Village merely stonecutters for their livelihood? From the nearby seat, the old drunkard, who could see everything clearly, sneered. "Or are you just too busy ogling the fisherwomen?" "That's not the case," Balan shot back with a glance, dismissing the man before turning to the fisherman. "Can I help you?" The cook, being physically weak yet of noble stature, found it unacceptable to let the fisherman toil alone for too long. Quickly assessing the situation, Balan decided against being idle. "All right," the fisherman conceded, "but you must gather your own tools." Balan nodded, and the fisherman maintained his fishing stance while verbally guiding him. To fish, one must first have a rod, which was easily accomplished with the leftover materials. However, while it appeared simple to watch someone else make a fishing rod, the task proved quite different when Balan attempted it himself, compounded by the old drunkard's incessant, misguided suggestions. It took nearly an hour for him to finally secure the fishing line to the long pole. Yet, upon completing this step, he experienced an unexpected reward. "You have learned a new skill, fishing gear crafting LV1. As this information quietly materialized, vivid images of his recent rod-making process flooded his mind, imprinting themselves indelibly in his memory. With a mere thought, Balan could recall any insignificant detail. He did not feel overly excited about this development, as he did not foresee a practical application for such a skill in ordinary circumstances. Instead, he became curious about the mechanism behind this information's emergence. He had initially believed that in such historical scenarios, informational prompts would be absent, as he had seen no attributes manifest regarding himself. But now, it seemed otherwise. Glancing down at his body, he still saw no floating text regarding race or level. It remained effective, yet only a true body could reveal such attributes, Balan speculated. As he sat at the bow, using a piece of fish caught by the fisherman as bait, another message wafted through his thoughts. "You have learned a new skill, fishing LV1. This information accompanied the capture of a silver-scaled short-tailed fish, which, under the sun's radiant glow, splashed energetically before being subdued by the old drunkard's axe. The drunken man then began to voraciously consume the fish, disregarding its scales. "Live fish are the most delicious," he mumbled through mouthfuls, "but only dead fish won't bite." Casting a sidelong glance at the shameless man, Balan rolled his eyes and turned back to his fishing. Unfortunately, his subsequent catches were few and far between. Without paddles and uncertain of their direction, the small boat aimlessly drifted upon the vast, boundless ocean, occasionally swaying with the waves. The old drunkard and the long-haired fisherman leaned against one another, while the two anglers sat at opposite ends of the boat, gradually accumulating a modest supply of food. "Thirsty? Drink seawater. It has a bit of saltiness, and a little won't kill us," the fisherman asserted, then took a bite out of the fish he held, which still twitched slightly, blood oozing from its wound. The drunkard and the fisherman savored the raw fish, seemingly accustomed to such a diet. Balan stared at his own food, blinking in disbelief. Once the scales were removed, the fish's tender, translucent flesh was exposed to view. Under the sunlight, its bulging, lifeless eyes reminded him that not long ago, this creature had been alive in his grasp. Though he had experienced hunger at Wind's Rest, he had at least managed to consume some semblance of normal food. Now, however, his meager options had further diminished. Fortunately, there was no fear of parasites. With a sigh, he took a bite, the cold, fresh fish flesh tinged with the briny flavor of the sea, and found it surprisingly less daunting than anticipated. Perhaps he was merely attempting to console himself. The day after successfully enduring the drowning ritual, they set sail once more, only to encounter a storm that very afternoon. Within just a day, Balan began to acclimate to life adrift at sea, surrounded by the vast, unending ocean, with only the small vessel providing any semblance of movement. He could not shake the feeling of being trapped in a narrow marine prison. The few aboard the small boat were in decent spirits, sharing conversations of gratitude for their survival, while quietly cursing the storm and the tempestuous god of drowning, showing little sorrow for their fallen companions lost to the sea. Clearly, they were no strangers to maritime disasters, storms, and death, and they were quite adept at foraging for sustenance in the ocean. The monotony of drifting at sea was punctuated by the priest named Lucas, who would raise his arms and pray aloud to the sea god at dawn and dusk, beseeching him to guide them safely to the shores of the fabled Oak Island, where they would continue to fight valiantly for the glory of the great son of the sea god. Blaine was perplexed by the thoughts of the four men. Even if they reached their destination, it seemed they would merely be delivering themselves to the enemy. At that moment, his hopes of completing the 3 tasks had dwindled. For natural disasters were far less forgiving than man-made calamities. The vast ocean would not adhere to any reasoning or rules. He sensed that even a slight swell could capsize their vessel, leading them to a watery grave. The surrounding expanse of blue offered no clues for him to grasp. Yet, he had not yet resolved whether to succumb to despair, as that option felt overwhelmingly painful. On the 4th day following the flood, their aimless drifting continued. Blaine's fishing skills had quietly improved by a level, while the old drunkard, having consumed too much seawater, suffered from a bit of a stomachache. "Count yourself lucky you haven't dehydrated," the cook, Ryan, consoled his companion, only to soon succumb to a high fever himself. Observing the fates of these two, Blaine was cautious to minimize his intake of seawater. Though it was a struggle, he believed that as long as it was not prolonged, he would be fine. By the 5th day, the drunkard and the cook resorted to drinking each other's urine to quench their thirst, leaving Blaine in stunned silence. That evening, however, a large, tightly sealed barrel of wine drifted onto the sea, resolving their water crisis, accompanied by a sizable platter of sour heart cheese. The 2 urine drinkers seemed to regret their choices, but their rough features betrayed little emotion. Meanwhile, this timely supply alleviated the cook's fever somewhat. On the 6th day, despite the cook appearing frail, the seasoned fisherman from Lonely Light Island regained some of his former vigor. Yet, facing the seemingly endless sea, his spirits remained low. "I may not have long to live," he declared, casting a glance at the drowned priest huddled against the boat's railing. "Will the great drowned god accept this old, useless fisherman, Lord Lucas?" His voice trembled with anxiety and anticipation. The priest nodded solemnly in response, stating, "The watery palace of the drowned god will open its doors to all who worship him, as long as they perish at sea." Thus, the cook smiled contentedly. However, matters did not escalate to such a dire conclusion, for on the 7th evening, circumstances shifted. The sunset bathed the ocean in vibrant hues, while the small boat rocked amidst the waves. The old fisherman stood at the bow, peering ahead when he spotted something unusual, his weary eyes widening in alarm. "A ship! Come quickly!" he shouted. At his words, everyone rushed to the bow to see. Yet, upon recognizing the ship's sails, the long-haired drowned man slumped back against the boat, his expression despondent. The sea monster's flag. "Drowned god, save me." That's a Greyjoy vessel. Amidst the vastness of the sea, the sails, swollen by the sea breeze, resembled 3 menacing sea monsters. The drifting boat strove to remain hidden, but all efforts were in vain. Once the long-haired drowned man confirmed the identity of the approaching ship, the 3-masted warship surged toward them. Despite knowing escape was futile, the small boat attempted to flee. Not long ago, the Heartless Heron had been burned alive, and the Iron Islands were embroiled in civil strife, with each island claiming kingship, rendering them all essentially enemies. The sea monster may not be a king, but he is certainly no friend, the long-haired drowned man asserted, his expression hardening as he disregarded the others and leapt into the water. Regrettably, this action proved futile. Once the others aboard the small boat were seized, several enemy sailors clad in thin, coarse shorts and bare-chested plunged into the sea, soon retrieving the fleeing drowned man, who appeared strong but had not fully recovered from the recent storm's toll. "A bunch of traitors. You shall not extract any messages from me. The great drowned god will punish you all," he proclaimed as he was captured. Blaine observed the unfolding events with a grimace. Storms, shipwrecks, and now capture, ever since their arrival. Misfortune had followed them. Would execution be next? Or yet another drowning? As he knelt on the deck, a one-eyed, bald old sailor and a small, brown-haired sailor gripped his arms tightly, while the drunkard and cook endured similar fates. Gentlemen, this has nothing to do with us. We are merely honest fishermen. The old drunkard pleaded, but after receiving a slap from the sharp-chinned sailor behind him, he fell silent. This journey is far too long. I was just hoping for some amusement, one sailor remarked, licking his lips, but at that moment, the sailors surrounding them began to stir. Leader, we captured a drowned man. Blaine looked up in response to the commotion, seeing a tall, rugged man with a large nose and deep-set eyes parting the throng of sailors. It was Vic Greyjoy. The drowned priest clenched his teeth at the sight. The newcomer's lips were pressed tight, and though he bore no armor, his leather trousers and hard boots suggested readiness. Blaine's attention was drawn to the embossed emblem on the front of the brown leather armor, which, like the ship's sails, depicted a great octopus-like sea monster in gold against a black background. Though familiar with the Greyjoy name from past memories of a tragic eunuch and a madman who could teleport, Blaine knew primarily due to the education received after his reincarnation. In his current understanding, the Greyjoy family in the Iron Islands was akin to the Baratheons in Storm's End, belonging to the ranks of lords, dukes, and great nobles. However, that was knowledge rooted in Blaine's former existence. Presently, he was less informed. What he did know was that throughout history, the ancient Greyjoy family was not known for amicability, as their family motto, "We take what is ours," attested. Fixating on the writhing emblem, Blaine squinted, appearing as though he was listening intently. In truth, the conversation between the newcomer and the drowned man pertained to their fates. Are you preparing to aid in the defense of Crag Isle? The steady and commanding tone carried no tremor, emanating an air of authority, enhanced by his piercing blue eyes. Meanwhile, the drowned man, who had previously leaped into the sea to evade the sea monster, now stood tall, his voice rising. "We fight for the great drowned god." Before he could finish, the sailors holding him cursed and pressed him down, which only intensified his fury. "The gods will punish you, you traitors. We shall see. You do not represent the great drowned god, especially not you fools who support the so-called son of the god," the newcomer stated expressionlessly. Yet he ordered the sailors to release him. Thus, the drowned man stumbled to his feet. "This is merely a small step on your path to redemption," he declared. This statement elicited a laugh from the leader, known as Vic. "I would not be foolish enough to take you to the island for judgment. Many would consider that a provocation against the drowned god," he said. "I have no patience for your ramblings. Therefore, if you do not surrender now, this ocean shall be your final resting place." The drowned man laughed heartily. "We come from the sea and shall ultimately return to the sea. Come. I am ready to step into the grand palace of the great drowned god." "Very well, let it be so." Vice Greyjoy waved his hand dismissively and turned away. For him, this was merely a trivial interlude. The three captives were dragged up, prepared to be cast into the ocean. Just then, a voice broke through. "According to custom, the captives may be redeemed." Vice Greyjoy glanced at the speaker, his expression suggesting he had only just noticed him, yet the subsequent words piqued his interest. "The drowned man, named Lucas, was highly esteemed by the king. Spare him, and you could obtain something far more valuable than a mere corpse. The customs of the Greenlands do not apply here." Gazing at the fair-haired, blue-eyed youth nearby, Greyjoy remarked, "Moreover, the drowned man is not a lord. Keeping him would only invite trouble." "Then let us interrogate him," the youth suggested. "You seem to be heading to Oak Island? How fortuitous. For we were bound for the same destination until we encountered a storm. Are you not curious about our original purpose?" "Whatever your purpose may have been," Greyjoy interjected, "it has already sunk beneath the waves with the tempest. If that were true, then why did the drowned man flee?" The brown-haired youth, known as Bran, countered. He knew full well that jumping into the sea without a ship would lead to his demise, yet he leapt anyway. He also understood that if he displayed defiance, you would not spare him, and indeed, here you are preparing to cast him into the ocean. Does that not fulfill his desire? You know the details? Vyson inquired. "I am but a common soldier," the youth replied with a hint of frustration. "Aside from knowing we are to fight for the king at Oak Island, I am unaware of anything else, not even who the enemy is. Do you find that acceptable? What value lies in keeping the identity of the enemy secret?" This remark caused the drowned man to scowl and hurl curses, branding the youth a traitor and a chameleon, yet Bran merely cast a sidelong glance before dismissing him. "A living drowned man may hold some utility, but a dead one is certainly worthless," he asserted. Vice Greyjoy unconsciously touched the silver axe at his waist, contemplating for a moment before ordering his sailors to temporarily confine the shouting drowned man, then turned his gaze back to the brown-haired youth with newfound interest. "I may consider sparing the drowned man, but I see no reason to keep you informed once. We have just betrayed Oldwick Island," Bran admitted. "Should we betray you as well, there would truly be no escape for us." He glanced at the old drunkard and the cook beside him. The former nodded eagerly, while the latter hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced under the scrutinizing gazes of several sailors. But what value do you truly possess? Vysen asked coolly. Cook Rain is an excellent soup maker, Bran replied, indicating the trembling cook kneeling nearby, and he hails from Lonely Light, not Oldwick Island. Their fishing skills are exceptional. Every sailor on this ship can attest to that. A bald sailor laughed heartily. What use do we have for a fisherman? We are not lacking in cooks. A fisherman may seem useless, but when it comes to battle, you will find him indispensable as a fodder, Bran retorted. No matter whom you face. Place him at the front. The cost is merely some inconsequential provisions. Keeping you around means we would have to assign someone to watch over you. A chameleon is hardly trustworthy. The laughing sailor sobered, shaking his head. Surely you cannot expect to have only us captives. There are none now. But there will surely be more in the future. Bran dismissed the sailor's expression and turned to the only one present capable of making decisions. The dark-haired one. Just give him a jug of wine before battle, and he will charge into the fray with unmatched valor. Indeed, the old drunkard nodded vigorously. He lacks the spirit of the drowned. Along the way, I have noticed that he holds little reverence for the drowned god. He merely seeks to profit from the war. And what of you? Do you wish to be another sacrificial pawn? Vysen Greyjoy did not spare the other two a glance. His focus solely on the clever brown-haired youth before him, his interest deepening. After all this talk, is that not the crux of the matter? Hearing this, Bran inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and declared, I can read and write. The moment the words left his lips, he felt the gaze of those around him shift entirely. As the brief interlude concerning the captives concluded, the ship known as the Reaver set sail once more. Young Hal from White Gull Village had transformed into a scribe under the banner of the Greyjoy family, although his writing in the common tongue was hasty and exaggerated, and his literacy was not sufficient to claim mastery over all texts. He nonetheless performed his duties acceptably, much to the satisfaction of the elder scribe overseeing him. At first glance, this may seem astonishing, yet in the Iron Islands, educated individuals are a rare commodity. Here, the ability to read and write is tantamount to being learned. The Iron Islands are characterized by their barren lands and savage customs, having historically subsisted through plunder. Despite the sharpness of their axes and iron swords, their deficiencies in literature and arithmetic are glaring. Common folk are largely illiterate, and the noble lords fare little better. Indeed, throughout the history of the islands, there have been few literate kings of the Iron Islands. This cultural desolation persisted for centuries, remaining largely unchanged even after the Iron Islands pledged fealty to the Targaryen dynasty. It was not until the era of Qhorin Greyjoy, during Bran's time, that the introduction of the scholar class began to alter this situation. Of course, a lack of education does not imply a lack of need for it. Although the common Ironmen regard literate individuals as sorcerers with strange powers, the lords and kings of the Iron Islands still require such specialized talents. However, their approach remains one of plunder, much like their methods for acquiring other scarce resources. In truth, even in the broader expanse of Westeros, the literate population, while greater than that of the Iron Islands, is still relatively small. Thus, it is easy to understand why Bran managed to reverse his fortunes. Nevertheless, despite this newfound role, he did not gain the trust of those around him. There were still watchful eyes on him as he worked. Bran cared little for this. For his sole ambition was to secure better treatment during the journey ahead. Nothing more was expected of him. Under the clear sky, the somewhat ungainly Reaver sailed leisurely across the sea. The oil lamps hanging from the ship's deck swayed in rhythm with the vessel's movement. Below deck, in one of the cabins, a gray-robed elder with graying hair sat opposite Bran, observing him as he penned a letter. Only when Bran completed the final stroke did the elder return his gaze, saying, You possess the talent to become a scholar, but alas, you were born in the Iron Islands. Bran smiled shyly in response, saying nothing further. The ability of the sigil to communicate was somewhat enigmatic, initially. It revealed to him the portly Isman, neglecting his personal hygiene, and later, it disclosed the potential betrayal of the Master at Whispering Hill. Just recently, using the sigil, he glimpsed a sea creature seated upon a throne, calmly contemplating perhaps a reflection of that being's character and future circumstances. Thus emboldened, he spoke up, and the outcome relieved him. Yet, despite evading scrutiny, explanations were still necessary. Therefore, regarding his literacy, he fabricated a tale of having been taught by a scholar who had washed ashore in his village during a shipwreck in his childhood. No one doubts his words. At least not at the moment. Have the sailors' wages been tallied? The elder inquired. Once a scholar in the old town, he had been assigned to serve in a castle in Westeros, but was unfortunately captured and brought to the remote Iron Islands. The tally is complete, answered blandly. I will present it to the treasurer shortly. What about the fragmentary book the leader of the Vikings requires? Do you have any difficulties understanding it? Most of it is comprehensible, but there is one term that eludes me. He spoke while extracting a stack of parchment from the table before him and pointed to a particular passage. Under the dim light, the elder leaned in closely, studying it for a considerable time before explaining. This term refers to excrement. The entire sentence conveys that dragon dung is scalding hot. A Valyrian slave was once doused in dragon dung and was cooked alive. He began to elucidate word by word, while Blandly listened attentively. Following the death of his king by dragon fire, the whole of the Iron Islands buzzed with discussions about dragons, and the captain of the Reaver, Viking Greyjoy, was particularly fixated on all knowledge pertaining to them. He employed various means to gather fragments of text that contained information about dragons, requesting the elder to read them aloud to him. However, the aged scholar struggled to read due to his failing eyesight, resulting in inefficiency until Blandly's arrival. Over the past 2 days at sea, Blandly diligently read aloud to him each afternoon, transforming for a time into the favored companion aboard the vessel. Yet, those within the family understood their own matters. While he appeared quite familiar with the captain, he remained merely an untrusted turncoat. After fulfilling his task assigned by the elder, Blandly rose, clutching the stack of fragments, and headed towards the ship's deck. Along the way, he encountered the long-haired drowned man confined to the mast. Upon seeing him, the man did not display anger, but rather a look of pity. "Child, you have lost your way. I am certain we are heading towards Oak Island," Blandly shrugged. In truth, the ship was not sailing directly to Oak Island, but took a longer route, having even docked at another island along the way. However, its ultimate destination was indeed Oak Island. Blandly said nothing further and tightened his grip on the parchment before ascending the nearby wooden ladder to the helm area. At the edge of the deck, the tall captain, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the sea, heard the footsteps and turned to look at him. "Shall we continue from yesterday's page?" "Yes," Blandly replied. He did not believe the captain would harbor much curiosity regarding whether dragon dung could indeed cause death. Thus, he deemed it best to speak less as a newly surrendered captive. He began to narrate carefully according to the text on the page. His voice was clear and measured. Ordinarily, the captain showed no dissatisfaction. Even when faced with questions far duller than that of dragon dung, he would listen patiently. Yet today, his expression grew increasingly impatient, culminating in him raising a hand to halt the boy's page-turning. "Stop." With the cessation of Blandly's words, curiosity gleamed in his eyes. The captain gazed at the sea, fell silent for a moment, then muttered, "Do you know why I listen to you read from these books all day?" "It is quite evident, my lord, you wish to contend with dragons." Blandly saw no reason to conceal the obvious. Viking Greyjoy nodded. "With the death of King Harren, the entire archipelago has fragmented. Some foolish individuals even scramble to declare themselves kings, believing Harren's death to be their opportunity, yet arrogance blinds them." He spoke as his gaze drifted towards the distant mainland, his tone laden with complexity. "Westeros is the true target of that dragon king. But he will not forsake the Iron Islands. When the great dragon descends, these fools will pay the price. To claim kingship in the presence of a dragon king?" He scoffed lightly, turning his gaze to Blandly. "You are an astute individual. Why do you pledge loyalty to that drowned man, Rhodos, who was destined to be burned alive? Faith? Or do you truly believe that so-called son of the drowned god can summon our deities to combat the dragon?" Indeed, many now claimed kingship across the Iron Islands, with each all having its self-proclaimed lords. However, Old Wyke was an exception, where the king was not a lord but a drowned priest, supported by all the drowned men, giving this priest-king considerable influence. "It is indeed due to faith, my lord," Blandly replied, recalling a particular task in his mind, and intentionally added, "The faith of the Iron Islands. What difference does that make?" Greyjoy perceived the subtext in his words. Across the archipelago, all Ironborn worship the drowned god, and the drowned men serve as the voice of the drowned god. In a sense, they represent public opinion, which is also why you previously wished to execute the drowned men at sea. The captain nodded. Seeing this, Blandly continued, "Thus, I believe when the dragon's flames descend, the drowned men will don for me a suit of public opinion to confront the invaders. Hence, I joined them, rather than those kings who arm themselves with power and wealth." "Do you think Aegon cares what we Ironborn say?" Greyjoy's eyes flickered. "Why not?" Blandly replied. "He is a conqueror. He desires to conquer this land. Dragonfire can assist him in subjugating the Iron Islands. Dragonfire will only bring a wasteland." Blandly remarked. "Who would be foolish enough to turn their domain into a desolate expanse? The Iron Islands survive by plunder, notorious for their ferocity since ancient times. Perhaps he aims to eradicate future threats." "Ferocity?" Blandly retorted. "Is there a ferocity greater than that of dragons?" Viking Greyjoy paused at this and suddenly burst into laughter. "I do not believe your drowned king is the son of a god." He laughed while turning back to the sea, yet sometimes I ponder. If he can summon schools of fish, perhaps he can indeed summon sea monsters, real sea monsters. If that is the case, even Aegon's Dragonfire would fail to make the Ironborn submit. Yes, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope. This was the first time Blandly had heard such notions, but before he could contemplate them further, the captain spoke again. "According to the itinerary, we shall reach the northern shore of Oak Island tomorrow. Tonight, I will converse with the drowned men. If all goes well, I will grant you your freedom by tomorrow." Under the scorching sun, as the left foot clad in brown leather boots pressed upon the desolate sandy beach, a surge of information flickered through his mind. Simultaneously, a plethora of unfamiliar memories, which did not belong to him, surged forth, featuring scenes of practicing on targets and shooting enemies on the battlefield. There were the most basic stances of bow grip, as well as advanced wind drift identification techniques. Everything felt as if a drowsy individual had suddenly recalled their true identity, without pain or any sense of anomaly. Once he stepped forward, leaving the shallow areas behind, the memories had firmly imprinted themselves deep within his consciousness. Consequently, blandly touched the blackwood short bow slung over his shoulder. "Hal, I thought you were truly a chameleon," came a voice of astonishment from nearby. It was the chef, Ryan. Clad in light chainmail. "I was ready to flee, yet they released us so easily?" This middle-aged fisherman with short black hair gazed incredulously at the increasingly distant sea monster ship and the small boat they had used to paddle to shore. His expression utterly bewildered. The sea monsters have returned? He had previously regarded them as enemies. How did you manage that? Greyjoy believes it better to befriend us." Blandly shrugged, not wishing to elaborate further. The undeniable fact is that they have been granted their freedom, and the once adversary, in a gesture of goodwill, has even provided them with 3 sets of equipment. At this moment, he is contemplating another matter. Can King Rhodes truly summon schools of fish? It seems unlikely. The words come from the old drunkard, P.S., who is currently adjusting the round half-helmet perched atop his head. The silver chainmail draped over his arms glinting brilliantly under the sun. "I have witnessed it myself." The king leaped into the sea, and the fish appeared as if by magic. People refer to this as a miracle. Were it not for such wonders, we would not have pledged our loyalty to him. He asserts, glancing at the inhabitants heading towards a low thicket at the beach's edge, and quietly adds, "I feel safer aboard the sea monster's ship. Now that we are free, what can we truly accomplish? We must fight for the great sea god." The cook, a devout believer, sincerely interjects. Blair pays little heed to their conversation. After pondering the mysterious methods of the priest-king, he temporarily sets it aside, feeling a surge of eagerness. The newly acquired task reward does not seem to warrant caution. Having memories implanted directly, Blair does not believe he could guard against them. He is, however, quite curious about the mechanism of this memory infusion, feeling no sense of peculiarity. It seems as profound as the skills he has honed over the years. Nevertheless, this remains untested, and he cannot be certain. Thus, the brown-haired youth draws his bow, adjusting his fingers to the feel, and shoots an arrow at a crooked coconut tree approximately 20 yards away. The sharp arrow swiftly pierces the air and, glinting in the sunlight, embeds itself high in the tree trunk with a resounding thud, its fletching vibrating and buzzing. Satisfied with his aim, he nods and explains to his astonished companions. "Just testing the feel." In another direction, an inhabitant crouches momentarily before rising and beckoning them, prompting the trio to hurriedly approach. "We are currently on the northwestern side of Oak Island," the inhabitant states in a low voice. His brown eyes shine brightly, and he stands tall in a robe of gray, green, and blue, though his cheeks appear sunken, suggesting he has lost considerable weight. "There is a mining village 3 miles from here. We shall head there shortly. For now, let us set up camp and rest. We need sustenance." He pauses, then turns his gaze to the upright brown-haired youth, his tone softening considerably. "Hal, familiarize yourself with your bow. We shall need it soon." The inhabitant is not one to easily forgive others. He remains somewhat aloof towards the previously surrendered cook and old drunkard, yet his demeanor towards Blair is notably kinder. This young man has not only restored their freedom, but has also secured the potential alliance of a formidable ally. The reason for the term potential lies in the fact that Greyjoy has not explicitly declared support for the Oldwick Kingdom of the inhabitants. He has merely hinted at such intentions, and further discussions are required between the two parties in the future. Nonetheless, this development is sufficient to transform Blair from a mere chameleon into a courageous youth willing to endure humiliation. What exactly is our objective? The old drunkard cannot help but inquire. The inhabitant ponders briefly before responding. The sacred King Rhodes dispatched warriors not long ago to capture the floating bastion in the western part of Oak Island. But now it is under siege by those who disrespect the gods. They seek to reclaim it. So we are to support that bastion? The old drunkard remarks incredulously. With just the 4 of us? We are to rescue the bastion, but it will not be just the 4 of us. The inhabitant replies coolly, offering no further explanation. Thus, the beleaguered group begins to kindle a fire on the desolate beach and starts fishing, while the other 2 are occupied. Blair stealthily approaches the inhabitant to inquire about the specific plan, but despite the inhabitant's favorable impression of him, no answer is forthcoming. It is evident that he believes this matter must remain undisclosed. Blair merely shrugs, suppressing his curiosity, as the inhabitant's actions do not contradict his own goals. At this juncture, it is the 8th day since Blair arrived in this historical realm. In the brief yet protracted span of 8 days, he, as a faux Iron Man, has endured drowning, storms, shipwrecks, drifting, captivity, and betrayal. In the midst of calamity, time felt sluggish, yet now, there is an ethereal sensation, as if he has stepped into a dream. Having arrived on this island and accomplished one of the 3 tasks, having gained a preliminary understanding of the task mechanism's operation, Blair feels he has met his basic requirements. Ideally, he would like to complete the other 2 tasks as well. However, he would not be greatly disappointed if he fails, as this is his first formal exploration of this historical world, and he did not expect to gain much. Instead, he is filled with curiosity about whether he can alter history and, consequently, reality, though he remains uncertain about what actions would lead to a significant change. Dragons? Conquerors? Or, on the beach, the cook, Ryan, begins to ignite a fire using flint, employing branches to create a makeshift pot from his helmet. While the old drunkard scours the nearby woods for firewood, Blair wades into the shallows, barefoot upon the soft sand. Clutching an arrow with a sharp tip marred by several white scratches, searching for fish among the pebbles. The group ultimately enjoys a meal of fresh fish soup with salted fish, before following the inhabitant towards the mining village he mentioned. The name Oak Island suggests a connection to trees, yet what they encounter is primarily a landscape of sunbaked, scorching rocky hills and sandy terrain, punctuated occasionally by struggling yellow-green pines and various nameless plants that grow desiccated in the crevices of the rocks, appearing both ugly and resilient. As they journey deeper into the island, the weight of his armor becomes increasingly oppressive under the relentless sun, in the heat, far from the coastline. Causes beads of sweat to form on everyone's brows. Following the familiar paths led by the inhabitant, they encounter no islanders until they reach a small village nestled against a rising hillside. The village, bathed in sunlight, appears almost illusory. Its sparsely scattered wooden houses resembling a cluster of gray tombstones standing beneath the hill. Before this assemblage of gravestones, a few islanders in dirty white shirts can be seen gathered, wielding pickaxes to excavate something. Ryan, head to the eastern edge of the village. There is an old camphor tree. Hide behind it, and when you see someone emerge, do not hesitate, shoot to kill. P.S. Go to the northern edge and find your hiding spot, just like Ryan. Hal, guard the western entrance and ensure no one escapes. From a distance, the inhabitant begins issuing commands. Once you see me emerge, follow closely. What is he planning? Blair muses, observing the inhabitant's resolute and serious expression, prompting him to remain silent and obey, making his way to the designated hill. Once concealed, peering towards the path behind, he sees the inhabitant's figure, clad in a robe of gray, green, and blue, stepping into the village and conversing with the gathered villagers. Recruiting manpower? He ponders this possibility. The storm has claimed an entire ship of soldiers, leaving only the 4 of them. Whatever the objective may be, it is clear that they cannot achieve it alone. However, if the Drowned Man were to recruit followers here, it is not entirely impossible. Although the Drowned Man's domain, Old Wick, stands in opposition to Oak Island, the influence of the drowned folk across the Iron Islands is substantial, verging on that of spiritual leaders. Yet, even if he could gather a throng, what purpose would it serve? Lannister was quite curious about this. Could a disorganized mob truly come to the rescue of that place called the Floating Keep? The Drowned claimed their aim was to save this floating keep, and during a prior conversation over fish soup, Lannister had gleaned some geographical details of the area. Whether summoning farmers for assistance would be feasible was uncertain, especially since the Floating Keep seemed to lie on the far side of the island, quite distant indeed. The information was scant, and the Drowned were reticent to divulge anything further, leaving Lannister in a state of confusion. Yet, contemplating his second task of slaying a member of the Ironborn, he refrained from departing, instead keeping a watchful eye on the village entrance while deep in thought. Before long, he observed the group surrounding the Drowned Man as they entered the village, their forms vanishing among the thatched rooftops of the huts. Shortly thereafter, an inquisitive old man with black hair appeared at the village entrance, pausing momentarily before sprinting toward Lannister's direction. The brown-haired youth tightened his grip on the dark wooden short bow. The arrow, tipped with feathers from a white seagull, vanished from sight as his rough fingers released it. The taut string producing a resonant twang, followed by a sudden, chilling scream. A hasty golden-haired man, 10 meters from the archer's concealed position, staggered as an arrow pierced his chest, causing him to tremble and falter, collapsing to the ground. Though it appeared to be a lethal shot, the archer did not relent. Instead, he swiftly retrieved another arrow from the dry ground behind him, nimbly knocking it to his bow. The sun was intense, and the young archer was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling from the edge of his iron half-helm onto his nose, accompanied by a sharp sting, prompting him to release the drawn bowstring. A momentary whoosh was followed by a dull thud as metal embedded itself into flesh. The once prone golden-haired man convulsed briefly before falling silent. The young archer then cast a glance at the seemingly quiet village at the end of his line of sight. Noticing no one else approaching, he lowered his bow and stood, making his way to the lifeless body, struggling as he grasped the legs of the corpse to drag it. The chainmail he wore clinked with each movement, while the bruising pain on his nose radiated sharply, and as he finally managed to pull the body behind a stone, he felt as if he were utterly drenched in sweat. Releasing the corpse's ankles, he allowed its feet to thud grotesquely against the stone. He exerted effort to remove his iron half-helm, hastily discarding the damp cloth cap that had been beneath it, only to have the tail of the cap graze his nose, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing Lannister to grimace. He glanced back at the makeshift clearing where the corpses lay, a red-haired youth, a black-haired elder, and the recent victim, a man with short, light golden hair who appeared to be a smith. Each of the three bodies bled profusely from their arrow wounds, the crimson liquid pooling beneath them, forming a dark red bed beneath their lifeless forms. Time had progressed to the afternoon of Lannister's 8th day in this place. If memory served him right, this marked his first act of killing. He was uncertain whether the memories of archery skills had endowed him with a corresponding shift in mindset or if it was simply his inherent nature. Yet he found no revulsion or other abnormal reactions as he witnessed the vibrant lives he had snuffed out, transforming them into mere heaps of flesh. Instead, he felt an inexplicable absurdity. Would my demise render me as grotesque as they are? The stinging sensation on his nose compelled him to glance again at the black-haired elder, whose eyes were wide with confusion as he gazed skyward. Despite being tasked with a mission, Lannister had not initially struck the silver-haired elder with lethal intent. Rather, he had aimed for the man's calf, believing it sufficient to hinder his mobility. However, the brutality of war and the consequences of his momentary mercy left him unnerved. As he lowered his bow to chastise the elder, the man had suddenly seized an axe from his waist and hurled it at Lannister, catching him entirely off guard. Had it not been for the iron helm protecting his head, he might have suffered a grievous injury. The helm had blocked the blade, yet the nasal guard had crumpled under the force of the axe, resulting in a painful bruise across his nose, leaving it looking quite battered. "Thank goodness this is not my true body," he muttered, gazing skyward, noting that dusk had begun to settle. They had arrived at noon, yet the drowned man had not emerged from the village. This prompted his mind to wander. But it did not deter Lannister from taking a moment's respite before donning his helm and tattered cloth cap once more. His quiver had originally contained 16 arrows, of which 11 remained unstained by blood. Thus, 3 Oak Island villagers had met their end by his hand. Now, he awaited the 4th. However, when the 4th figure finally came into view, Lannister hesitated. It was a young woman hurrying toward him, cradling a swaddled infant. Her disheveled brown hair framed a face adorned with a light blue-patched dress, and she was scurrying along, her head bowed as she glanced around nervously. Unfortunately, she failed to notice the true danger that lay in wait. An ebony arrow whistled through the twilight, embedding itself in the dust before her, causing her to instinctively cry out in alarm. Almost immediately, she spotted the bow-wielding youth emerging from behind the stone, who was now drawing back his bowstring, squinting as he aimed. "Halt! Take another step forward, and I shall," he warned, but she screamed in terror, clutching the child tighter and fleeing. Disregarding his words entirely, this left Lannister momentarily dumbfounded. "You are the most foolish woman I have ever encountered," he muttered under his breath, keeping his bow trained on her retreating back, his fingers tensing yet never releasing the string, until she dashed out of range and into the village. With a sigh, Lannister lowered his bow. Just as he contemplated whether to flee before the villagers emerged with blades drawn, a throng of people suddenly surged into view at the village entrance. Armed with pickaxes, sickles, and even wooden clubs, they advanced with purpose, led by a towering figure clad in mismatched attire. An elderly bald man fortuitously intercepted the fleeing woman, seizing her and dragging her into the crowd. They did not approach Lannister's position but rather followed the path taken by the cook, Ryan. Recalling the drowned man's earlier instructions, Lannister quickly retrieved the arrows embedded in the ground behind him and hurried to catch up with the group. Had the drowned man summoned a band of villagers? Where were they headed? Just then, an old drunkard clad in light chainmail emerged, jogging alongside Lannister. "To fight for the great drowned god," Lannister replied tersely, finding the statement rather redundant, yet it was the only answer that seemed fitting. From a distance, he noticed Cook Ryan stealthily appearing from another direction, trailing behind the group. Uncertain of the drowned man's true intentions, he refrained from approaching. The old drunkard mirrored his caution. They hurried along until the radiant light of day completely faded, only to witness an extraordinary siege. As the silvery moon cast its cool glow upon the pine-strewn ground, the villagers arrived at the imposing rock fortress perched atop a hill. The castle lacked outer walls, with a turbulent moat connecting it to the distant, barely visible coastline. A group of people, thwarted by the moat, gathered around the edge, while soldiers on the battlements shouted at them to retreat, yet none budged. The herald then blew a strange, mournful horn, and suddenly, the once suspended wooden drawbridge trembled and crashed down. The fortress gates followed suit, swinging open. Was this the legendary magic? Blue Lee found himself momentarily stunned by the scene. Yet the old drunkard beside him reacted swiftly. Upon seeing the villagers surge into the castle, he suddenly cried out in regret and dashed toward the fortress. "Hurry! If we are late, there will be nothing left for us." An unforeseen slaughter commenced, far beyond Blue Lee's expectations. As the castle gates swung wide, the tolling of bells echoed within, and the farmers organized by the herald charged in with makeshift weapons, unleashing a cacophony of battle cries and terrified screams. The soldiers atop the walls, caught off guard, scrambled to mount a defense, but they appeared few in number and ineffective. Under the moonlight, the chaos intensified both inside and outside the fortress. The moat's waters surged, and stones fell from the wooden drawbridge, disappearing into the depths below. The old drunkard rushed ahead, not out of bravery, but rather out of desperation. Thanks to the initial surge of villagers, they entered the gates without resistance, catching glimpses of the lifeless faces in the nearby murder hole. This revelation struck Blue Lee, but now was not the time for contemplation. Dozens of farmers had already scattered from the gate, rushing in all directions while the soldiers hastily regrouped, only to be encircled by a greater number of foes. To the right, a battle had concluded, with 5 villagers eagerly snatching weapons and armor from the fallen, heedless of 2 injured comrades nearby. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the wall close to Blue Lee, 3 armored soldiers found themselves besieged by more than double the number of farmers. A farmer in a thin linen shirt wielded a spade, thrusting it towards one soldier, but the blow was deflected by the soldier's glistening black armor under the moonlight. The defender retaliated with a sword, cleaving halfway through the attacker's neck, yet at that moment, a bearded villager's axe struck the soldier's helmeted head with a resounding crash. The soldier staggered back, but the axe-wielding villager was quick, aiming for the exposed gap in the soldier's throat with another blow, eliciting a chilling scream as blood gushed forth. The other 2 defenders were not idle. One was fending off the assault of 3 burly men, while the other withdrew a bloodied sword from an elderly man's chest, only to shudder and collapse upon realizing he had been struck by an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 2 more arrows flew, striking the final soldier in the shoulder and chest, ending his struggle. The farmers wasted no time, descending upon the fallen soldiers to loot their weapons and armor. Blue Lee did not linger, as the battle at the gate was nearing its end. Scanning the path ahead, lined with thatched huts and lofty towers, he tightened his grip on his bow and arrow and rushed forward. Initially, Blue Lee presumed the conflict within the castle would reach a stalemate, or perhaps even falter. Yet, as he pressed on, he encountered no formal skirmishes, only scenes of brutal slaughter. He beheld a frail, gray-haired elder lying lifeless in a pool of blood, and nearby, the headless corpse of a small boy. He witnessed 2 villagers greedily grasping a chestnut warhorse in a stable, while a boy of perhaps 12, bleeding from his abdomen, cowered in a corner, weeping. He observed a stout chef in an apron trembling with a kitchen knife, facing off against villagers who merely mocked him. He even saw a naked girl crying out in the mud, while her young mother was mercilessly assaulted by a bald old man. Bloodshed and tragedy stained the castle, and as Blue Lee approached, he struck down an assailant with a punch. The enraged bald man rose from the ground, shouting at Blue Lee, "Go steal from elsewhere, boy. She is mine." A sharp arrow silenced his words, thrust into his mouth like a dagger. Gasping, the assailant half-kneeled before collapsing lifelessly. "What are you doing?" "He is one of us." A chef named Ryan, emerging from nowhere, grabbed Blue Lee's arm, his face a mixture of fear and anger. "Not anymore." Blue Lee kicked him away and strode deeper into the castle. On his way, he encountered another companion, who was lurking in a corner, hands tucked in his garments. Upon seeing Blue Lee, he grinned widely. "Hal, come quick. I've found a room filled with jewels. We are going to be rich." Unfortunately, the companion did not heed his words and hurried away after merely glancing in his direction, leaving the old drunkard perplexed. What has gotten into him? He mumbled. Glancing at the heap of jewelry he clutched, breaking into a wide grin before abruptly silencing himself and swiftly escaping. Blue Lee found the herald in an open tower hall, conversing quietly with a middle-aged man clad in shining armor. Upon noticing Blue Lee, the herald waved his hand, prompting the man to turn and leave. "Goad is a devout follower of the herald. He and his people helped us breach the gates," the tall herald explained. "It is evident," Blue Lee replied, casting a glance at the departing figure. The herald's demeanor was shrouded in mystery, but Blue Lee now comprehended the man's intentions. Their original goal was to rescue a place called Floating Wood. Yet their method was not direct confrontation, but rather a diversionary tactic. The herald had prepared thoroughly, understanding the vulnerabilities of this place, even arranging for an insider. Unfortunately, the storm had claimed the lives of the soldiers he led, leaving him no choice but to recruit villagers as soldiers. Yet these soldiers, by now, Blue Lee had regained his composure, but the continuous screams and cries from outside the hall still unsettled him. "Your people are behaving like beasts, wreaking havoc upon the indigenous inhabitants of this castle." "They deserve it," replied the long-haired herald, draped in a coarse robe of gray, green, and blue. "Faith in the herald can sway those mining slaves to our side, but only tangible benefits will compel them to wield weapons and fight for us." Is such wantonness the so-called benefit? The youth could not help but inquire. He had anticipated this reality, yet witnessing it firsthand filled him with revulsion. It is an essential form of recompense. The herald noted the shift in Blue Lee's tone and frowned. You must remember, our great herald has never been a merciful deity. The herald created iron not for peace, but for us to slaughter and plunder. Even against your own kind? They are not one of us. Their masters, alongside the men, are besieging our castle, and they belong to the ranks of the faithless. The priest Yanin replied softly, then raised his hand to interrupt the eager Blue. Let us speak no more of this matter. You are still young and have yet to grasp the cruel realities of war, but in due time, you will become accustomed to it all. For now, there is a matter on which I hope you can assist me in contemplation. Blue remained silent, yet as he gazed into Yanin's deep blue eyes, his expression grew increasingly cold. Our initial plan was to hold Longwood Castle and summon the Tully family back to aid against the siege of Flotsam Castle. However, the storm god has led us to lose all our manpower. I cannot be certain that our remaining forces can withstand Todd Tully's counterattack. You require reinforcements. Blue thought as images of various scenes within the castle flashed through his mind, leading him to understand precisely how to respond. We need true warriors, not these miners who can merely wield pickaxes. It was already a stroke of luck to have taken this castle with them. One cannot expect more. True warriors are on Oldwick Island. Then send word back to Oldwick Island to seek assistance from His Majesty the King. We lack the Crows of Greenfield to relay messages. We cannot send word at all. Dispatch the old drunkard. Send Ryan. Send anyone who can return for reinforcements. With a small boat, as long as the winds are favorable, it will not take long. Blue stated, the current manpower within the castle should be able to hold for a while. Moreover, the enemy will also require time to return here. But that is still too slow. Yanin frowned in contemplation. Do you believe we have any other options? He is an experienced priest of the storm god, adept at rallying followers and conducting rituals, but that is where his abilities end. You could call upon more local believers to come here and assist in defending the castle. Or you could use the captives to threaten the Tully family, Blue pointed out. Yet, you cannot ensure that those summoned will genuinely stand with us. Perhaps they will do as Gode did, secretly opening the castle gates for our enemies. After all, this is enemy territory. Without the baptism of war, I truly cannot discern whether the followers of Oak Island are devout. Yanin's brow furrowed even deeper. Yet I will never resort to threatening the enemy with captives. The storm god would not permit such weakness. There must be more to it than that. Blue shrugged in response, saying nothing further. You are right. We indeed need to seek reinforcements, but both Ryan and Pies are of little use. After a moment of contemplation, Yanin uttered a phrase Blue had silently hoped to hear. I hope you can undertake this journey for me. The chaos persisted throughout the night. Initially, this turmoil manifested as the Ironmen's slaughter and their scramble for spoils. However, in the latter half of the night, a hunting dog that had previously remained docile in its cage suddenly broke free, running amok through the castle and barking madly, further exacerbating the madness of the situation. Nonetheless, the overarching scenario would not change. Thus, when the sun rose from the distant horizon the following day, the castle known as Longwhip was entirely under new ownership. The banner of the original ruling family, a white flag adorned with nettle whips, was carelessly torn down and trampled upon. The armory within the castle had been emptied. The villagers, once mere mining slaves, now donned armor and weapons that only soldiers or noble lords should wield, making them appear as though they truly belonged in this new role. Yet, the survivors who had endured the horrors would never forget the truth of who they were. During the cleanup the next day, dozens of corpses were removed from various locations within the castle and cast into the moat, disappearing with a splash, silent and unnoticed, as if they had never existed. The family members of the original owners, the Tully family, were now securely imprisoned within a high tower, overseen by the cook Ryan, who now should be addressed as Captain Ryan. Another elder, the old drunkard Pies, had also transformed into one of the chief wardens of the walls, having quickly ingratiated himself with his new companions. Blue, meanwhile, awaited Yanin to allocate a vessel and personnel for his return to Oldwick Island in search of aid. During this time, he encountered a young woman he had previously aided, yet she merely clutched her child, glaring with hatred at the armed young soldiers. He also saw the younger mother he had spared during the hunt, but now viewed her only through the point of a spear. She was no longer whole, having been reduced to a mere head. She was a traitor, attempting to relay information, and thus Gode had executed her. Her child was fortunate, still too young to remember. Otherwise, they too would have perished. The old drunkard explained as Blue observed. She was indeed foolish. Blue nodded in agreement before turning to leave, watching his retreating figure. The old drunkard stroked his stubble, his gaze filled with suspicion. After the battle, rumors spread within the castle that Hal had personally killed one of his own and had pushed the victim's relative down a well when they confronted him. Consequently, someone sought out the priest Yanin to lodge a complaint, but the priest discreetly suppressed the matter. The wait was not lengthy. That afternoon, Yanin arranged for a small swift vessel and 6 accompanying sailors. The food supplies had long been prepared, leaving no room for hesitation. Blue promptly made his way to the coastline not far from the castle. Do not fear the wrath of the storm god. The storm god will protect you. The priest, who had come to see him off, said, You must return as swiftly as possible. We cannot hold out here for long. I promise to do so with utmost speed. Blue solemnly nodded. It was the 9th day since his arrival. Of the 3 tasks, he had already completed 2. He had achieved his goal of reaching Oak Island first, aided by the unexpected attack from a former miner last night, leading to the demise of 7 Iron Men. At that moment, if someone were to glance at his left hand, they would notice that the previously empty middle finger now bore a rusted bronze ring, its darkened hue hinting at the protrusion of ghostly eyes. The gaze of the dead. This is a ring formed from the concentrated thoughts of the deceased at their moment of death. Using it, you can evoke the deepest fears within your target. 6-7. Originally, this ring could be used 7 times. But Blue had utilized it once for testing purposes upon acquiring it. This was necessary, and he felt no sorrow. Rather, it inspired a new idea. Today, the sea breeze was favorable, and as the sails filled, the small vessel began to navigate towards the western shores of Oak Island. The young man stood at the bow, watching as the coastline and Yannen's towering figure grew ever smaller, until they were no longer visible, at which point he withdrew his gaze. The boat was small, with only one deck, easily visible to all. The 6 sailors aboard were engaged in lively conversation, yet upon meeting the young man's eyes, they timidly lowered their voices. The Iron Islands practiced a system of slavery, where captives taken from outside formed the slave labor class. Although these laborers differed from slaves who could be bought and sold, they were still regarded as inferior, lacking freedom. The individuals before him were precisely of the labor class. However, the vast and monotonous sea gradually allowed them to become more familiar with Blue as the voyage continued. Can King Rodas truly summon schools of fish and sea monsters? One young laborer with chestnut hair inquired curiously. I have heard as much, Blue replied absent-mindedly, leaning against the bow and stroking the bronze ring on his left hand's pinky finger. I intend to verify this for myself. Will I truly gain freedom if I dedicate myself to the great storm god? An aged oarsman, filled with hope, inquired. If you can endure the drowning ceremony, you shall shed your identity as a thrall and may even become a drowned priest. The brown-haired youth responded, Your children will henceforth be free. Though Balon Greyjoy was not a native Ironborn, he had gradually come to understand many of their customs during his maritime odyssey, even learning that the drowned man, Lucas, was once a thrall himself. Did you seize any salt wives from Longwhip Castle? Another youthful oarsman curiously asked. Is there a long-legged Ginny among them? She is quite beautiful. I hope you took her. Shauna is lovely too. Perhaps you took her as well? The customs of the Iron Islands were distinct, differing from those of Westeros. They did not adhere to monogamy, allowing for the raiding of women whom they could then take as concubines. This practice gave rise to the so-called rock wives and salt wives. Within the archipelago, each Ironborn could bring back several salt wives from their plundering. But they were permitted only one wife, who must be a local. No, not a single one, Balon shrugged, uncertain if, according to the rules, it was permissible to seize their own kind as salt wives. This was merely an excuse on Balon's part, yet the oarsmen were embroiled in heated debate. It indeed seemed against the rules. The rules also stated that Ironborn could not strike their own kin, yet it was clear that no one heeded such laws. Those not of their blood, Lord Lucas deemed them traitors. Among the crew were Dale, a curious redhead, the taciturn young and old Rob, the toothless, lean old Rum, and the one-eyed Wells. The sailors aboard the small vessel appeared to be decent folk, much like the former cooks, drunks, and drowned men. They toiled diligently at the oars, seldom seen slacking under the watchful eye of the bald overseer, Anger. In their company, Balon often found himself reminiscing about the village boy who had set sail with him, the pebble he had lost to the sea, and the tone of voice that spoke of kings and drowned gods. What would his demeanor be if he survived to reach Oak Island? Balon was curious. Yet this question would remain forever unanswered. The return journey encountered little turbulence. The winds were favorable. The initial voyage had taken 8 days, yet the return was significantly swifter. Day after day, the small ship raised its sails and the cadence of rowing echoed through the air. After 2 days, a hazy coastline came into view, marking the end of their journey. At Old Wick's sandy shore, the camp was still bustling, with figures clad in leather armor moving about, while many fishermen waded in the shallows with their trousers rolled up to their knees. However, it was the scouting vessel that first spotted the small boat. The small craft was intercepted by a scout ship, and after Balon explained their situation, he bid farewell to the thralls and boarded the 2-masted sailboat. His Majesty is presiding over the ceremony, the bearded captain of the scout ship explained, his tone laced with envy. The lads undergoing drowning today are truly fortunate. I wager they will soon become renowned Ironborn. Are there many onlookers? Balon inquired. Certainly. His Majesty seldom engages directly. Balon nodded, his gaze drifting toward the shoreline that receded as the ship advanced. It appeared much as it had when he departed, with a dense cluster of coarse tents. Smoke from campfires wafting in the breeze, merchants calling out their wares, children frolicking, and a lengthy queue waiting for the drowning ceremony beneath the towering hill where bones lay. Everything seemed vibrant, harmonious, and serene. It was at the shallows beneath that hill that he finally beheld his king. A young man, bare-chested and ruggedly handsome, stood waist-deep in water, performing the drowning ceremony for a golden-haired youth. Alas, despite his fervent prayers and sacred kisses, the thrall did not awaken but instead succumbed to death, becoming a cold corpse. Father needs him more than we do, the drowned king declared without a hint of emotion, asserting that he would become an excellent sailor in his father's palace of flowing water. The surrounding crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resounding like thunder, as though celebrating a joyous occasion. The bearded captain also sighed in admiration. Balan squinted, observing the young king as he resumed the ceremony, silently solidifying his resolve. Thus, when the priest king had completed the fourth individual and finally had the opportunity to meet Balan, who had returned from Oak Island, Balan stepped forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I bring a letter from Lord Lucas, along with another very important message. It concerns Aegon Targaryen." Although the drowned king mingled among his subjects to appear approachable, he understood the necessity of not inciting panic among them, for the conqueror Aegon and his dragons were evidently a source of dread. Therefore, upon hearing Balan's announcement, he immediately dispersed the onlookers. The once crowded beach became considerably quieter, with many devotees held at bay by the king's soldiers, leaving only the king and 2 guards standing before Balan. Upon closer inspection, the drowned king appeared rather ordinary, with a flat nose, pale blue eyes, a square jaw, and freckles adorning his cheeks. Only his tall stature and long, dark green hair drew attention, cascading down through the gaps of his recently donned hood like peculiar seaweed. Balan also noted the emblem embroidered on the front of his woolen robe, featuring a glowing driftwood staff held aloft against a blue background. To others, this emblem might signify the sanctity of the drowned, but to Balan, the glowing staff seemed to wither, resembling a frail, decaying root. This further cemented his conviction. When the king inquired about the particulars, Balan presented a letter inscribed on sheepskin. "This is a letter from Lord Lucas to your Majesty." Balan had penned this himself, as Lucas was illiterate and had dictated it to him. One of the king's tall, blonde guards stepped forward to receive the letter, but the king, brimming with impatience, interjected. "You mentioned Aegon Targaryen." Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted him, catching everyone off guard. The guard who had taken the letter turned pale and fled, discarding the missive without a second thought. The king stood stunned as another guard shouted after the fleeing man. In that instant, the crowd erupted with gasps, for the brown-haired boy who had been humbly presenting the letter suddenly lunged at the king. The events unfolded with blinding speed, fleeing, shouting, screaming, and the sudden assault. As a series of cries filled the air, the drowned king with his dark green hair was brought down to the sandy beach by the assailant. After a moment of stunned silence, the dark-haired guard clad in light chainmail and leather armor let out a furious roar, swinging his long-handled axe towards the shadow that lunged at the king. In an astonishing display, the assailant rolled aside, positioning himself directly beneath the monarch. The fierce swing of the axe went awry, striking the sandy beach with a resounding thud and sending dust flying. This abrupt change in attack seemed to infuriate the guard, whose round face flushed crimson as he widened his eyes at the dagger poised against his king's throat, met with a fierce glare from its wielder. "Release his Majesty," he bellowed in anger, as murmurs erupted among the onlookers, the faithful gathering quickly on the beach. "Step back, or I cannot guarantee my restraint," the brown-haired youth declared, pulling his captive to his feet with great effort. "Are you how? You were meant to be our loyal warrior. Who instigated this betrayal?" the captured king inquired, maintaining an air of calm, though he soon winced as a sharp grip seized his ear. "Damn it, he is blaspheming." The round-faced guard's eyes widened in fury, yet he dared not move, trembling with rage. The approaching throng of followers seethed with anger, their expressions filled with a desire to devour the assailant, Lannister. However, Lannister's focus remained largely on the king, who, with his back to the sea, faced a throng of advancing figures, while ships loomed in the distance, and soldiers aimed their arrows menacingly. The situation was dire. Lannister's heart raced and his muscles tightened, the anxiety overwhelming him as he faced this unprecedented crisis. But he was not alone in experiencing this first encounter. The young king, despite his facade of composure, trembled involuntarily, his voice quivering. "Release me, for the wrath of the drowned god approaches. You will pay dearly for this folly," plunged into the icy abyss of the storm god's hell. Lannister dismissed the king's words, gripping the dagger tightly against his captive's neck with one hand while raising the other, scanning the surroundings before issuing a low command. "Watch my hand." Though reluctant, the king's gaze flickered towards the hand. It was a hand, short-fingered and caked with grime. Calloused from toil, an ordinary peasant's hand. The only noteworthy detail was a bronze ring on the middle finger, not merely a ring, but one marred with rust and adorned with a grotesque face. It seemed that merely glancing at it drew the king's entire focus into the rusted visage, drowning out the surrounding clamor until all that remained was that terrifying, distorted skull-like face, growing larger and consuming his vision entirely. In that moment, he glimpsed divinity. A scream of horror erupted from the young king, who had been barely holding his composure. He began to thrash violently in the captor-esque grasp, his eyes wide with fear, his complexion pale as he struggled. Lannister tightened his hold, preventing the king from escaping, and ultimately had to pierce the flesh of his captive's cheek with the dagger to subdue him. The onlookers remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they felt a shared sense of anguish. Some wept, others cried out in despair, while many shouted in rage that the blasphemer should meet a dire fate. Yet the presence of the crowd offered little comfort to the king, who trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. "Drowned God, save me. No, I did not intend this. I only pretended to be your son." It was them. Yes, it was all them. Seeing this, Lannister exhaled a breath of relief before speaking in a low tone. "I will answer your earlier question. Indeed, it was the drowned god who sent me to find you. Now tell me, how did you summon the fish? How did you deceive these iron men?" "I merely used the powder made from the ribs of the naga. It is difficult to acquire information through normal coercion," the captive king stammered, trembling and tearful. "Just a sprinkle, a small handful, and the fish would. But I never intended to claim the throne. No, I did not. It was they. Yes, they forced me." He accidentally raised his voice, prompting the nearest guard to widen his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at his king, suddenly realizing that the once holy and revered son of the drowned god was now soaked in urine beneath his robe. "Is it all your lies? Son of the drowned god? The sacred kingdom?" The questioning persisted. "And no, I am just an ordinary fisherman's son, not the son of a deity. Speak louder. I cannot hear you." This incited hesitation in the king, yet Lannister brandished his ring once more, the grotesque face resurfacing. The captive stiffened, then seemed to lose all strength, collapsing limply in Lannister's arms. "I repent. I am a liar, a thoroughgoing fraud." His cries echoed across the beach, silencing the once volatile crowd. "I have always excelled at diving. Many believed I had the gift, so I became a drowned man. The secret of the ribs was taught to me by an old drowned man, but he lacked the cunning to exploit it. He was foolish, so I killed him. And the secret became mine alone. When Harren was burned, I saw my opportunity, and then I never wished to be king, but they insisted, they forced me. I also like boys." The confessions, anticipated and unanticipated, poured forth from the young priest, crowned by 40 drowned men, as he slumped against Lannister, weeping and divulging all his deeds. The crowd advanced, their faces growing increasingly furious, filled with the aged and wrinkled, the youthful and innocent, the sun-kissed fishermen, and women cradling children. The rising tide of anger seemed to amplify the sea breeze around them, yet their ire was no longer directed at Lannister, but at their king, once revered as the son of the drowned god. As the crowd closed in, witnessing the precarious situation, Lannister abruptly shoved his captive away and quietly retreated. No one paid him any mind. All eyes were fixed on their king, now crumpled on the ground. The eerie atmosphere jolted the king from his state of terror, and he swallowed hard, pushing himself up from the sand to distance himself from the enraged throng. But the guard, who had been watching his every move, suddenly surged forward, seizing his robe collar and roaring, "Fraud! Fraud! He is the true blasphemer. May the drowned god punish him. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. My poor child, shame." The cacophony of indignation erupted like a pile of kindling ignited. The tumultuous scene unfolded behind them, escalating wildly as Lannister sprinted towards his designated target. The Nagle ribs may seem peculiar, yet Baelor is well acquainted with them. They are presently within his sight. The location they occupy is known as the Sacred Coast, named after the nearby Nagle Hill. Emerging from the earth, 44 towering ribs rise like immense white trunks, resembling ancient, twisted trees. Believed by the Ironborn to be the ribs of the first sea dragon, Nagle, the legendary king of ancient Ironborn, the Grey King, is said to have slain this sea dragon and fashioned its bones into a palace. Today, what remains of that once magnificent palace is merely a heap of colossal bones. Yet the Ironborn revere this site as sacred, making Old Wick Island the most hallowed isle among the archipelago. However, this sacred ground is currently filled with cacophony. A throng of angry individuals blocks Baelor's path, yet upon recognizing the truth-teller among them, they instinctively part ways, allowing him to ascend the hill. This desolate and rocky hill offers a vantage point from which to survey the entire Sacred Coast and the vast sea beyond. Sunlight cascades down, casting shadows from the immense ribs above, creating an illusion of being ensconced within an ancient and barren palace of bones. The sounds of roaring, panic, and wailing resonate clearly. Glancing down at the multitude of ants drawn to a corner of the beach as if by honey, Baylor realizes he must hasten his pace. He grasps the hand axe at his waist, wielding it with both hands, and strikes fiercely at the nearest rib. It appears as though he is felling a tree. But his efforts yield little result. After a resounding impact, the coarse surface of the rib only shows a minor crack. Stunned, Baylor does not relent. A thought flickers in his mind, and he bites down on the axe's handle, utilizing all four limbs to ascend the rib's base. Under the vast, radiant sky, the beach buzzes with life, yet the skeletal hill, typically revered by all Reborn, remains ignored. A diminutive figure crawls atop one of the ribs, eventually positioning himself at its curved apex, brandishing the axe in a fervent attempt to strike. Thousands of followers roar in fury, drowning out the king's lament. The dull thuds of the axe almost inaudible amidst the chaotic noise, as the tormented king, bruised and stripped of clothing, is hoisted aloft by his enraged subjects and carried towards the sea. The sound of the axe abruptly ceases. Since acquiring the bronze ring, Baylor has been preoccupied with a singular question. If the mission's objective is to prevent the King of Rods from plunging into the sea, does the task remain fulfilled if the target is no longer the king, or if he never has the chance to leap? In a moment of disorientation, the fractured ribs before him fade into darkness. The clamor from below gradually quiets. Akin to the conclusion of a film, the curtain drawn closed as the audience departs. In the enveloping silence, Baylor remains in a liminal state, uncertain of how much time has elapsed. Faintly, two pieces of information emerge in his mind. You have acquired a new skill, Dagger Mastery, LV5. You have completed all events. And you have obtained the item, Sacred Statue of the King of Rods. Upon awakening, Baylor finds himself reclined against the side of a feather bed in a tranquil room. The cold, rough stone floor beneath him contrasts sharply with the softness of the bed. The atmosphere is serene, with the pale yellow silk curtains billowing gently in the cool sea breeze, while the ornate tapestry above the fireplace rustles softly against the wall. Sunlight streams in, and the distant sounds of children's laughter filter through, causing Baylor to blink and take a deep breath. However, a foul odor suddenly assaults his senses, emanating from a plate of salted fish on the bedside table, instantly dispelling any sense of ease. Salted fish, sea breeze, two little imbeciles. It hasn't been long. Otherwise, Jomi would have found me lying here. As he mumbles to himself, memories of using a dagger swirl in his mind, striking enemies, evading detection, countering other weapons. All of it indelibly etched into his consciousness, much like his previous acquisition of archery skills. Baylor then glances at his hands. They are the delicate hands of a child, yet the items he possesses are vastly different from those he wielded upon entering history. In his right hand, the false teeth he once held have transformed into a handful of decayed gray dust, spilling onto the stone floor like any ordinary dirt, devoid of scent. Has it vanished after the quest? Frowning, he shakes off the remnants and turns his gaze to the object on his left hand. A noticeably oversized, rusted bronze ring now adorns his left middle finger, and he tightly clutches a slender, pale bone with jagged edges. Baylor exhales in relief. Though he perished while using the false teeth, he inadvertently brought back a piece of seaweed, leading him to suspect that he could extract items. It seems he was correct. Yet why is the bone so short? And why did my clothing not come with me? After pondering for a while, he decides to set the matter aside. Besides the ring and bone, he notices a weathered yellow wooden figure lying on the ground, resting atop a light green rush mat spread across the stone floor. This appears to be the final reward. Upon picking it up, Baylor examines it closely. The figure, carved from oak, possesses a rich brown hue, lacking any signs of craftsmanship. Its edges are sharp, depicting a figure standing upright, chin resting on one hand in contemplation, the face and robes vividly resembling the drowned king. As Baylor studies it, no information appears, but he observes an inscription carved into the base in the common tongue of Westeros. Perhaps I am a mermaid? He whispers the words, and upon finishing, the seemingly ordinary statue suddenly cracks and collapses, transforming into a pile of wooden dust that gathers in Baylor's palm. A tingling, icy sensation emanates from his hand as the brown dust swiftly dissolves into his skin, leaving no trace of its existence. Yet the tingling sensation does not dissipate. Instead, it spreads throughout his body like a chill. Concurrently, a new piece of information surfaces. You have received the blessing of the ocean, and you have awakened a trait, Mermaid's Breath. Feeling a subtle change within himself, Baylor cannot quite articulate what is different. After a moment of contemplation, he directs his gaze to a silver-plated mirror on a small table by the window, eager to inspect his recent acquisition. However, his position against the bedside cabinet proves awkward, as only the upper portion of his forehead is visible in the mirror. Rising, he approaches the mirror and securely closes the green glass window, muffling the children's clamor outside. The mirror reflects his visage clearly, and as he gazes into it, a pair of striking blue eyes meets his. Racial rank, LV1. Knowledge acquired. Heraldry LV7. Archery LV5. Dagger mastery LV5. Knowledge acquired. Fishing LV2. Languages LV1. Etiquette LV1. Fishing gear crafting LV1. Derived traits. Spirit communication heraldry. Breath of the mermaid. A series of messages materialized before him, yet the newly acquired breath of the mermaid lacked any elucidatory text, leaving him perplexed. After a moment's reflection, Bluely adjusted his somewhat disheveled blue velvet bodysuit in the mirror and smoothed out the creases in his brown trousers, clad in a pair of flat slippers. He stepped out of his room. At the doorway, he coincidentally encountered his devoted servant, Jomi, who appeared quite taken aback by his exit. "Young master, where are you headed?" "I am off to seek Master Klesson," Bluely replied as he walked. "I'll join you," Jomi called out from behind. "I have nothing else to do." "Excellent. I am in need of a study companion," Bluely responded, prompting the short-statured servant to hesitate momentarily. Then scratching his head, he stammered, "I just remembered that the kitchen's assistant is ill, and I ought to go in his stead. I shall not accompany you further. Farewell, young Master Bluely." With that, he turned and hurried away. Observing the servant's hasty retreat, Bluely could only scoff, feeling as if he were attempting to prop up a wall of mud. The old scholar remained ensconced in his cluttered room, filled with jars and parchment books. Upon Bluely's entrance, the scholar lifted his gaze from a crimson-covered tome. "I hear you skipped lunch?" "I had a salted fish in my room, dry and briny," Bluely replied while scanning the nearby bookshelf. He extracted a manuscript from the dizzying array of handwritten volumes. Ascending the stool opposite the old scholar, he found himself unable to sit properly due to his height. So he knelt on the chair, straightened his back, and began to peruse the book. Most of the pages he skimmed over until he abruptly halted at a passage toward the back. After the burning of Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen and his sisters set their sights on the remaining kingdoms of the seven that had yet to submit. The Iron Islands, bereft of a king, fell into chaos. On Harrenhal, the leader of House Valerion, Corlys, who boasted blood of House Hightower, proclaimed himself the rightful heir of the Black Blood and declared himself king first. In the sacred Oldwick Island, 40 drowned priests convened beneath the Naga's rib, placing a driftwood crown upon the head of one among them. The king, revered by the drowned, was named Rhodas, believed to be the son of the drowned god incarnate. In the year of conquest, Aegon Targaryen was crowned ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros in the starry September of Old Town, protector of the realm, king of the Undulls, and the first men. The following year, Aegon descended upon Great Wick Island atop the dragon Balerion, accompanied by a vast fleet. The invasion of foreign foes brought an end to the prolonged strife and turmoil of the Iron Islands. The drowned king of Oldwick beseeched his drowned godfather for aid, hoping to summon sea monsters to deter the invading fleet. The sea monsters ultimately did not appear, and the drowned king filled his robe with stones, wading into the sea to confer with his father. Thousands followed him into the depths. The Ironborn, unable to resist the conqueror's dragons and fleet, ultimately knelt in surrender. Aegon Targaryen allowed the Ironborn to elect their own rulers, and thus the King's Moot convened beneath the Naga's rib on Oldwick Island, where the leader of the raiders from Pike Island, Victarion Greyjoy, became the ruler, a lineage of House Greyjoy that continues to this day. 37 years into the conquest, Aegon Targaryen succumbed to a stroke on Dragonstone, and his son Aenys ascended the throne. Rebellions erupted across Westeros, led by the self-proclaimed priest King Rhodas, who claimed to have returned from his drowned godfather. The rebellion ended in failure, and the priest king's head was offered to the Iron Throne. In the quiet room, the sound of turning pages was the only disruption. The old scholar, having closed the tome in hand, glanced at the title inscribed on the gray leather spine and kindly inquired, "Suddenly taken with the history of the Iron Islands?" In any setting, studious children are generally well regarded, especially in contrast to a surrounding crowd of disinterested dullards. Indeed, Bluely absently nodded, a sense of disappointment washing over him for not being able to rewrite history. Yet, he quickly corrected himself, lifting his gaze to add, "Not merely the history of the Iron Islands. I am intrigued by all history." Blue eyes struggled to open beneath the water, peering through the clear liquid at the basin's bottom, where the once bright silver surface appeared clouded, as though obscured by frosted glass. Tiny bubbles clung to this glass-like surface, swirling about in response to the occasional larger bubbles exhaled by the child. Within Windwhisper Castle, various sounds echoed, the soft patter of servants on the stairs, the murmur of guards on patrol, the reprimands of the steward. Yet all sounds became faint and ethereal once they penetrated the water, as if emanating from an entirely different realm. As he submerged, the icy sensation of the liquid seeped from his cheeks into his head and limbs, gradually transforming the wash water into a soothing warmth. His eyes, having acclimated to the initial shock, remained wide open beneath the surface, though the prolonged bending of his body began to cause a creeping soreness to spread through his back and throughout his frame. Eventually, he was compelled to straighten up. With a splash, a handsome young face emerged into the air, bringing with it a rush of refreshing coolness. As he reached for the nearby white wool towel to dry his face, he pondered, 10 minutes? 20 minutes? He scrutinized the basin before him. Noting that while there was no air supply during his submersion, he felt his lungs replenished as if the coolness of the water were infusing him with oxygen, allowing him to endure longer than usual. However, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he noted that the water seemed to have diminished slightly. Shaking his head, the boy picked up a fragrant ceramic cup emitting the scent of lilacs from the small table beside the basin, dipped a twig into the salt mixture at the bottom, and began to diligently brush his teeth. In this world, toothbrushes existed, likely crafted from pig bristles, yet Bluely found them somewhat unsanitary. Thus, he opted to mimic the common folk, selecting a tender twig to chew and fashion into a makeshift brush, reasoning that without toothpaste, it would be futile to expect the same cleanliness as in his previous life. Before long, a knock resounded from outside. "Young master, it is time for your meal." "Coming," he mumbled in response, rinsing his mouth with the other cup filled with water, then spitting out a mixture of salt and tiny plant fibers back into the basin. Turning, he walked while wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. This day promised to be tranquil. Since his return from the history yesterday, Bluely had particularly relished this calm. "I shall take a bath tonight," he instructed the servant stationed at the door as he proceeded down to the dining area. The chaos and strife had ceased with the shattering of that false tooth, yet the transformed Bluely appeared outwardly unchanged, and the circumstances around him remained fundamentally the same, surrounded by siege, hunger, and scarcity of food. Before the siege of Windwhisper Castle, Bluely had generally dined alongside his family. However, there were not many people around. Shortly after his birth, his parents met their demise in a shipwreck. His elder brother, Robert, was raised as a ward of the Duke of the Vale, and the so-called family consisted mainly of his second brother, Stannis, the old maester, Cresson, his playmate, the rotund Ellen, and the late uncle, Harbert, who had passed away early in the siege. Occasionally, there would be a few vassals, knights, and family retainers nearby, but they were not numerous. Now, due to the siege, Stannis resided near the castle walls, and the old maester seldom joined them at the table. The only ones gathered were the three young boys. Evidently, children eat quickly, especially when food is scarce and monotonous. Normally, lunch would conclude in less than 10 minutes. But today was different. In the dining hall, at the long partitioned table, Renly sat on the left, while the other two were opposite him. The dark-haired boy, as before, frowned at the food on his plate, yet he wielded the silver dagger in his hand with unhesitating dexterity. The dagger's tip plunged steadily into the head of the salted fish, and with a gentle flick, he effortlessly severed the resilient fish head. The boy then skillfully sliced the entire fish into 4 pieces, each of remarkably similar size. Finally, with a deft twist of his slender fingers, the silver dagger was turned upright, transforming into a makeshift fork, which he used to stab at the fish strips, separating a piece of boneless flesh. Ellen observed this display, glancing down at his own identical dagger, feeling it was both clumsy and heavy. "Renly, you seem a bit different than before," he finally remarked after his dark-haired companion had impaled a piece of fish and brought it to his mouth. "Do I?" Renly replied ambiguously, chewing on the salty morsel. "I heard that eating too much salted fish can cause bad breath." "Not bad breath. I mean, Barry, have you noticed your own breath?" The dark-haired boy directed his gaze at the lanky Barry, who was currently bent over, grappling with an onion, seemingly enamored with eating it raw. "Eating this can help with the odor," Barry indicated with a wave of his hand toward the onion. "It works wonders." "I meant the dagger," Ellen insisted, but he was promptly interrupted. "Have you noticed if Ellen has?" This question drew Ellen's attention toward his companion. "Who would notice that?" came the dazed reply. "But I suppose he must, considering how messy he is." The remainder of lunch grew a bit noisy, but Renly had little to do with it. After finishing his portion, he politely bade farewell, though he garnered no attention from the two squabbling companions. He stuck out his tongue and quietly departed. Just then, the old maester, having heard the commotion, hurriedly arrived, nodding at Renly at the door before storming into the room. Renly then heard a series of reprimands and arguments, but chose to pay no further attention. A peculiar scent wafted into his awareness, yet before he could identify its source, he received a rather strange piece of news. "Patchface is dead, my lord," the short servant, Jomi, whispered to him as he returned to his chamber. "He should have died long ago. I mean, when I dragged him from the sea that year, he was already gone." In noble households, gossiping servants might face stern reprimands, but Renly relished hearing snippets of intrigue. Not because he obtained any useful information, but primarily out of boredom. In this entertainment-starved world, gossip was one of his few remaining interests. However, this matter was not merely idle chatter. "How did he die?" Renly inquired, frowning. Patchface was the jester who had fled in tears that day. Originally from the free trade city across the narrow sea, he was said to possess a great talent for humor, though Renly had never witnessed it. When the jester was purchased and returned to Wind's Rest, A storm and reef sank the ship he was aboard, the sea devoured him, and upon his return, he had become a fool. He fell ill, my lord. They say he had been unwell for a while, Jomi replied. But no one noticed, and he lay in his room until he died, apparently for several days. When I dragged him ashore, I even bruised his mouth. After that, he spoke unclearly, and his mind seemed dulled. It was all my fault. I thought he was dead. He felt cold and clammy, like a corpse. Renly did not continue listening, as he had already begun to ascend the stairs. The strange odor still lingered around him, reminiscent of the earlier scent, but now tainted with a hint of decay. Just as he was about to disappear at the top of the staircase, his diminutive servant finally reacted, hastily following in his wake. Though the castle was quite secure, the current tense situation necessitated that the servant keep a close watch on the young Baratheon heir to prevent any ill intentions. Renly ultimately discovered the source of the odor in a dilapidated courtyard within the castle, where a large bonfire blazed, and 5 individuals stood in silence before it, observing as the foul scent emanated from the flames. Unlike the tower, this aroma was not only stronger but also tinged with a burnt grease odor. The bay swallowed the ship we were on, but the damned sea returned this fool to us. As he approached, one of the 5 spoke to him. This was a young leader among the others, surrounded by 4 male servants. He was lean yet tall, with black hair and blue eyes, clad in dark brown leather armor. His gaze, when directed at Renly, was notably cold, and he has turned into an imbecile. What use do I have for a fool? The statement seemed more amusing than a question. At least you liked him, Renly replied. I never liked him, came the firm retort. So why do you keep him around? I try to keep him close, the young man said hesitantly. I strive to find joy in him. Yes, I make an effort. Perhaps this way, I can fulfill my father's wishes? Renly quietly regarded him, not responding, for the young man was not truly asking him anything, nor anyone else for that matter. The shipwreck had not only transformed the jester into a fool, but it had also claimed the lives of Duke Stephen Baratheon and his wife, the very parents of Renly in this life. At that time, Renly had been a mere infant, swaddled and nursing, oblivious to the calamity. However, his elder brothers, Stannis and Robert, had witnessed the disaster unfold. They had stood upon the towering walls of Wind's Rest, helplessly watching as the ships in the bay sank. The dark storm clouds raged above, and Renly could not fathom the emotions his brothers had felt at that moment. He only learned fragments of the event later, such as that the disaster should never have occurred due to the captain's misjudgment, and that the Duke and Duchess had returned with many peculiar and fascinating toys from the free trade city. For instance, the learned bachelor, Cleason, once received a missive from Duke Stephen, who was situated across the narrow sea. The letter spoke in an exceedingly admiring tone regarding the jester, claiming he could teach the reclusive second son the art of laughter. It was evident, however, that Patchface was not a competent fool, mused Bran. Since he could remember, he had only witnessed his elder brother, Stannis, smile once. And that was merely at the news of their parents' imminent return to Storm's End. After that, he had not seen a single smile again. I do not harbor affection for him. The atmosphere lingered in silence for a while, as the flames before them dwindled, revealing a charred corpse. The young man beside him finally spoke. Yet I ought to have summoned the learned bachelor to attend to him during his illness, rather than allowing him to suffer and perish in such a manner. Stannis' voice held no trace of self-reproach. Rather, it bore an undertone of fatigue, evidently a reflection of the burdensome circumstances confronting the castle. Nonetheless, the sharp contours of his visage remained as rigid as stone. A fleeting thought crossed Bran's mind. Should he devise a means to employ that Nagarib? He pondered this, but was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, the servants had begun to tend to the charred remains, and he distinctly observed that the blackened mouth of the corpse was conspicuously missing several teeth. Counting carefully, he found neither more nor less, precisely 3. The issue of smuggling is distinct from that of Queen Visenya. Conqueror Aegon's other wife, Queen Rhaenys, possesses a more vivacious temperament and has a penchant for dragon riding. In the serene confines of the scholar's study, the elder scholar spoke with measured cadence, while the 3 boys seated at the small table leaned in with rapt attention. Queen Rhaenys cherished the arts, relishing music and poetry, and she harbored a kind heart, having once proposed to her husband the abolition of the Iron Islands custom of seizing women as salt wives. She also personally established the principles that we still adhere to today. What are the 6 principles? Interrupted the rotund boy, propped up on the table. The chubby lad from House Ismont was not particularly studious, but after a tussle with Dondarrion the previous day, he was punished to attend the historian's lectures for the next fortnight. However, it was evident that he would not sit quietly and attentively, for whenever a topic worthy of inquiry arose, he would loudly interject, as if genuinely confused. A normal person would surely grow increasingly vexed. The chubby boy calculated in his mind, but regrettably the elder scholar was not easily swayed. He adeptly turned the boy's inquiries into indirect lessons. Blair, do you know the answer to this question? The old man turned to the dark-haired boy. The 6 principles are a legal statute established by Queen Rhaenys, which dictates that should a wife betray her husband through infidelity, she may receive no more than 6 lashes, with the implement not exceeding the girth of a thumb. Blair responded, and, without waiting for further questioning, posed a rhetorical query. Why 6 lashes, and not 7 or 8? This is because of our faith in the 7. At this moment, Blair appeared as earnest as the slender boy, Dondarrion, beside him, speaking slowly. Yet much of his mind wandered back to yesterday's incident. Ever since he departed from the historical narrative, the dentures that had existed had turned to dust, leaving Blair regretful, as he had yet to comprehend their nature. It was only during yesterday's cremation that he seemed to grasp a glimmer of understanding. Yet, this was still an uncertain matter. Blair could not ascertain whether those 3 dentures were indeed the fallen teeth of the jester, nor could he fathom why it was teeth, rather than something else, and was even less certain if he would ever encounter such objects again. If those teeth were indeed the jester's, why were they so peculiar? If not, what was their origin? What connection did they have to his own unique circumstances? Numerous questions plagued Blair, hindering his ability to concentrate. Yet the presence of the chubby boy beside him diverted the elder scholar's attention, who only remarked to him after the lesson concluded, "Your 5th naming day approaches, Blair. Perhaps we should contemplate a gift for you." "Thank you, Master Clisson, but I believe anything but pickled fish would suffice." The dark-haired boy shrugged and then slid off his stool, making his way outside. The scholar's chamber was situated near the pinnacle of the tower. Yet the boy's frame concealed a boundless vitality. He first returned to his room to gather some items before hastening downwards. And by the time he reached the first-floor hall at the tower's base, his breathing remained steady. Sounds of shouting and running from the other 2 boys echoed from the ascending corridor. They presumed Blair was preparing to play outside. However, upon their arrival, they found him seated at a side table in the hall, facing an unfamiliar middle-aged man with brown hair. The chubby boy, peeking from the staircase, curiously observed the man before turning to his companions. "I recall his name is Davos? Onion Davos, pickled fish Davos." The slender boy, resembling a miniature adult, nodded. "He is a smuggler, but he has brought food, so we ought to be grateful. I don't like pickled fish." The chubby boy wrinkled his nose instinctively but then murmured in confusion, "What does Blair want with him?" The smuggler, Davos, was equally intrigued by this question. Therefore, when a servant informed him that young Lord Blair of Windwhistle Castle wished to see him, he readily agreed and arrived as promised. However, the boy's words left him perplexed. "You mean you have a way to acquire food, but need my assistance?" he reiterated, staring at the small boy sitting upright across from him. "Yes, Sir Davos." Blair nodded earnestly. At that moment, he donned a white satin shirt with golden trim at the cuffs, paired with a sleeveless fitted leather vest. The golden crown stag embroidered on his chest strikingly apparent. "I am no Sir, Lord Blair, and I am not a grown-up." The boy spread his small palms, gesturing to his diminutive hands. "You are destined to become an adult, child." Davos chuckled at his gesture, feeling considerably more at ease. The boy's subsequent words, however, left him bemused. "If you assist me in this endeavor, I believe you too shall be destined to become a Sir." The boy appeared earnest. Yet his youthful visage made it difficult for Davos to maintain a serious demeanor, so he merely replied with a smile, "All right, child. What do you wish for me to do? Hunt crows in the sacred wood?" Recently, there had indeed been suggestions within the castle to venture into the ancient woods to seek sustenance. In fact, some of the castle's servants and soldiers had already resorted to peeling bark for food, and the wild birds there had become the objects of desire for these desperate souls. "I need you to take fishing gear and your boat. Depart from the cave harbor of Windwhistle Castle and locate a spot where fish congregate, then sprinkle a handful of special powder into the seawater," Blair instructed. "After that, you will know what to do." The ancient private harbor of the Storm Kings, situated at the base of the towering cliffs where Windwhistle Castle stands, was where the smuggler had arrived previously. However, the waters there were shallow and fraught with rocky hazards. Small boats could only navigate during high tide, and Blair could not expect a significant catch. Otherwise, he would not require the assistance of the man before him. Regrettably, despite Davos's attentive listening, he perceived the situation as merely a farcical whimsy of a child, an impractical plan. "I would very much like to assist you, but child, this matter." He seemed to hesitate over how to express himself without dampening the boy's enthusiasm, ultimately conjuring a perfect excuse. "Your brother, Lord Stannis, would not permit me to leave Windwhistle Castle." "Why not?" the boy pressed. "If I do so, I would be branded a deserter, and no one would believe I was acting on your behalf." The smuggler's reasoning was sound. Yet, Blair did not abandon his plan. The reason he sought out the smuggler for this task was primarily due to Davos not being a resident of Windwhistle Castle, or at least, not yet. If Blair were to approach anyone else, it was futile to even consider. The news would swiftly reach Stannis' ears and be known by all, leading to unpredictable consequences. Some favorable, but surely many unfavorable. Thus, he persisted, "To my knowledge, you are not a resident of Windwhistle Castle. I am not of this place, but I am aware of its circumstances. If I were to leave the city, your brother would contemplate whether I might defect to his enemies and disclose information about this place to them. I believe our enemies are already well aware of Windwhistle Castle's situation. Blair was not fooled by Davos's words. I too believe that many outside are aware of the situation. Otherwise, why would you bring food here? Without waiting for a response, he continued, you might argue that the circumstances have changed since then. I must assert that the current situation is far worse than before. When those outside learn that we are on the brink of resorting to cannibalism, do you think they will cheerfully wait, or will they rush to attack? Davos was somewhat taken aback by the child's perceptiveness, but before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted. Besides, I don't believe you would betray us, the boy said, revealing a smile that only he understood. If a normal person had said this, a smuggler might have been moved, but the speaker was merely a child of not yet 5 years. Although the boy appeared quite astute, his words came across as a naive yet beautiful notion. Consequently, Davos merely cleared his throat. Even if Lord Stannis permits me to leave the city, the fleet of red wine remains steadfastly positioned outside, and I hardly believe they would grant me the opportunity to fish. Ahem, child, you are suggesting I go fishing. Are you not? I am urging you to save yourself, Renly interjected smoothly. There are currently 7 prisoners in the dungeon, 2 of whom are afflicted with grayscale. You can likely surmise the choices we face once our food runs out. Have you considered what will happen when those prisoners are consumed? What will we do next after they are gone? Davos was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a brutal statement from a child. And he had never contemplated the implications of the boy's words. Who among us is most likely to be sacrificed? Is it our own kind, or? Davos felt a lump in his throat. I trust Lord Stannis would not resort to such measures. If you believe you understand him better than I do, you are welcome to hold that belief, Renly shrugged nonchalantly. I believe he will defend the castle to the last. Noticing a change in Davos's demeanor, Renly leaned forward, resting an arm on the rough wooden table, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Consider the purpose of your journey to the Wind's Rest, Davos. You risked execution by breaking through the blockade of those fleets to deliver a shipload of food during our direst hour. What was the intention behind that? To enlighten us on how unpalatable your flesh is? Perhaps Stannis would not act thus, but what about you? Are you content to simply wait? Your ship capsized, yet you might have earned the reward you deserve. Alas, as it stands, your assistance is of little significance to us. I am a smuggler, and my life is built on risk. Experience teaches me that not every venture yields a reward, Davos instinctively replied, his tone laced with caution. Though this has been my greatest gamble, I shall not be disappointed. His words were firm, yet the tone betrayed some of his true feelings, prompting Renly not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he picked up an object from the bench and placed it on the table. It was a sealed iron box, appearing dull and unremarkable in the dim light. Now, the opportunity for redemption lies at your fingertips. Seize it, and your venture will be well worth it. Trust me, this item is particularly effective for fishing. If you doubt me, he said, placing a porcelain cup he had been holding next to the iron box. Here's a small fish for you to test. I haven tea. Davos began hesitantly, eyeing the 2 items pushed towards him. And there are many questions. Reflect on this carefully, then earnestly attempt to use it. If you are not yet ready, return the items to me. You should be able to find out where I reside, Renly advised as he slid down from the long bench. This powder is quite precious. Though I have plenty, I suggest you handle it with care. And don't forget the fish. Acquiring it is no small feat for Wind's Rest at present. He left behind a final remark. If you are willing to act, then these items are yours, however you choose to explain their origin. The credit shall also belong to you. But remember to keep it secret. The boy turned and departed. Davos's lips quivered, but until the small figure vanished at the staircase, he remained uncertain of what to say. After a moment of daze, he finally lifted the wooden cup from the table and tilted it back, draining the brown ale within, before muttering under his breath, by the 7 hells, do children of noble families mature so quickly? In the sacred grove of the divine tree, a period of tranquility enveloped Baelor. The inquiry into the false teeth in the instance of the dungeon yielded little in the way of clues. Regarding the court jester, all he knew was that the man had been purchased from Volantis, one of the 9 free trade city-states, and shortly thereafter had succumbed to the ocean for 2 days, emerging as a simpleton. Beyond this, Baelor knew nothing, nor did anyone else seem to possess any knowledge about the jester, who would harbor curiosity for a fool. The affairs of smugglers and fishing had also fallen silent, which Baelor deemed a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, at times, he pondered whether Davos regarded this matter with the seriousness it warranted. Perhaps upon his return, Davos would cast the powdered rib bones aside, disregarding them altogether? Such thoughts often cast doubt in Baelor's mind, though he refused to let them disrupt his composure. After all, the Nagabone powder he had entrusted to Davos was not the entirety of his resources. Apart from these paramount concerns, Baelor busied himself with repetitive experiments involving his currently possessed unique abilities. In terms of possessions, the bronze ring still had 3 uses left. Yet it could not be worn at present. Resuming life in this 4-year-old body, he felt diminutive in every aspect, including his fingers. The only digit that could accommodate the ring was his thumb, which appeared quite odd. Thus, he secured the ring with a red string around his neck. As for skills, his etiquette, language, fishing gear crafting, and fishing level were insufficiently developed to be of any practical use. While his proficiency with archery and daggers proved beneficial, challenges persisted. Despite having acquired these skills, he felt as though he had practiced for years. However, the software was advanced while the hardware lagged behind. With his slender arms and legs, even the most skilled archery was futile, as he lacked the strength to draw a bow. The mastery of the dagger, on the other hand, did not present this issue. Yet, as a young scion of House Baratheon, despite his current predicament, it was dubious where he could apply such talents, save for the act of dining. The esoteric study of sigils granted him the ability to perceive certain phenomena invisible to ordinary eyes, albeit in a chaotic and disorganized manner. At times, he could glean insights into another's temperament or glean vague premonitions concerning the past. More often than not, however, he found himself perplexed by the meanings of the animated patterns he observed. The only reliable ability remained that of the breath of the fishmen. Through trials in a wooden basin and a wash basin, Baylor discerned that this skill allowed him to survive underwater for extended periods. How long exactly was uncertain, on occasion. He could endure for over half an hour, while at other times, merely 20 minutes. Once, he even managed to last nearly an hour. This ability sounded intriguing, if one overlooked the difficulty of keeping one's eyes open underwater. 5 days later, news of the smugglers reached him once more. At that moment, he reclined against a withered chestnut tree in the divine tree grove, perched upon a rudimentary wooden stool. His azure eyes gazed toward the horizon, where 2 children engaged in spirited play amidst the carpet of dried leaves under the dappled shade of trees. Towering trees surrounded him, their canopies swaying gently in the breeze, casting shadows that enveloped his small frame. A diminutive servant had also brought a stool to sit beside him, chewing on a sour grass that dripped crimson juice as he shared what he had heard. It was said that the smuggler intended to aid his associates in fleeing. Fleeing? Indeed, a pack of cowards. Are you certain it is a flight, not something else? Baylor inquired, tilting his head. What else could it be? Murmured the servant, noticing Baylor's serious demeanor. It seems they mentioned going fishing, but everyone knows that is merely a cover for smugglers. Fishing, eh? Upon hearing this, Baylor felt relieved and remarked, do you not think fishing is a commendable endeavor? I do not understand, but crippled Tom insists they are not genuinely going fishing. He claims one cannot catch fish just anywhere. Baylor, will you not join us and play? Came a loud call from afar, as a lanky figure clad in wooden armor peered over. On the other side, a portly boy named Ellen also turned his gaze. Draped in a yellow woolen cloak embroidered with a green sea turtle, hands on hips, his demeanor quite imposing as he sat on a tree stump. My stomach aches. I cannot play. Baylor waved dismissively. Why do you always have a stomachache? The portly boy complained loudly. How should I know? Thus, the two returned to their game, leaving Baylor in solitude. The ancient Storm Kingdom was forged by the ancestors, who broadly revered the old gods. Thus, although the inhabitants of Wind's Rest worshipped the 7 rather than the old gods, the grove of the divine tree remained. Once a sacred place of prayer, it had now transformed into a favored locale for merriment and leisure. Currently, the 2 children were engaged in a game of lords and knights. Baylor had little understanding of the rules. Essentially, the one playing the lord donned a cloak and received the knight's pledge of loyalty, engaging in dialogue about lineage, personal achievements, and sworn enemies. For young noble science, such games bore educational significance, instilling knowledge of sigils, family history, and feuds. However, Baylor did not believe he needed such methods for memorization. He regarded these games as a form of amusing theater, preferring to observe the 2 children enact their roles rather than languish within the confines of a stone house. Yet at this moment, he found himself disinterested in their antics. Continue, he urged, dismissing his companions before returning his attention to the servant. What more is there to say? The servant blinked in bewilderment. The smugglers? Oh, they claim they are going fishing, the servant replied, furrowing his brow. But we suspect they are merely planning to flee, Crippled Tom said. Let us set aside what Crippled Tom said, Baylor interjected. Are they indeed going fishing? It is said they plan to depart tonight, the servant nodded. We would prefer 3 fewer mouths to feed in the castle. It seems Lord Stannis shares this sentiment. Stannis likely thinks more deeply than you, Baylor mused, stroking his chin. His elder brother, who rarely engaged in conversation with him, was a meticulous man. Thus, even if he wished to reduce the number of mouths to feed within the castle, he would not easily allow smugglers to escape. He might inquire about their detailed plans and could even discover the existence of the Nagabone powder. Let us hope for a favorable outcome. With a sigh, Baylor turned his gaze back to the 2 children, allowing his thoughts to coalesce once more. Regardless of his desires, He remained but a child for the time being. As the small, single-masted flatboat swayed gently from the crevice of rocks, Davos heard the hushed voice of his companion urging, "Let us flee, Captain." The cold wind blew softly, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and the round moon appeared and disappeared as it moved with the clouds. Gazing ahead, the ocean resembled an endless abyss of darkness, shimmering with countless glimmers akin to stars, illuminated by the silver light of the moon. Now is the time to escape. Just as we came. It's so dark here. That fool Redwine will surely not notice us. Indeed, another grumbled softly, better than remaining in this forsaken castle. Listen to what they are saying, cowards. If we were truly cowards, they would have long since devoured our corpses. Stannis has always been cold-faced and looks down upon us. I've heard he is quite stubborn and has a strong aversion to smugglers. We ought to have anticipated this. We should have realized. Aside from a few lords on the Sisters Islands, which lord does not disdain smugglers? As they rode, their indignation seemed to grow, leading the originally reticent brown-haired middle-aged man to finally scold. Are they wrong? Are we righteous men? Are we not smugglers? But we have aided them. We brought food, protested the freckled sailor, frustration evident in his voice. Though scarce, they ought to consider our initial intentions. Davos interrupted, his displeasure palpable. We do not act for the Wind's End, nor for the Baratheon lords. We act for our families, for our children, for their future. To flee? Is this the extent of your grievances? Do you truly wish to be smugglers for life? His words left the two sailors momentarily speechless until one, with a square face, quietly remarked, "Captain, even if we succeed, what will Stannis offer us? A few gold dragons? And I doubt we can bring back any food." The other, with a pointed face, added, "A barrel and the sea are not the same. The ocean is so deep. What good will a little powder do when scattered?" "That is another matter. We must try to know," Davos replied, an unsettling image of a peculiar child flashing through his mind, instinctively causing him to grit his teeth. "Our fourth child has just been born, and the eldest and second will soon come of age. Perhaps their futures hinge on the success of this venture." The tumult of wind and waves dulled his words, but the sailors' complaints faded, and a quiet fell over the small boat. The vessel rocked upon the dark, turbulent sea, the wooden oars occasionally striking hidden reefs, producing a series of muffled thuds. The night concealed all dangers, yet hints of them lingered. In the distance, flickers of concentrated firelight twinkled, resembling clusters of orange lanterns suspended in the night sky, belonging to a massive fleet under the dominion of the noblemen of the River Bay, vigilantly blocking the waters. The fleet was not far from Wind's End, but not too close either. This stretch of sea was known as Shipbreaker Bay, riddled with innumerable reefs. And the deeper one ventured toward the castle, the more treacherous the waters became, leaving the fleet unwilling to approach too closely. This, however, provided an opportunity for the smuggler's small boat. The single-masted vessel, its sails furled, moved across the surface of the sea until Davos raised his hand to signal a stop. The dark hull, under the dim moonlight, appeared unremarkable. "Captain, where did you acquire this powder?" The square-faced sailor could not hold back his curiosity as he watched the cautious brown-haired man retrieve an iron box from his breast. "From the Jade Sea, from Crab Bay. From slave traders, even from wildlings. Damn it, from wherever we could," the smuggler leader chastised in a low voice. "Even if we have traversed this route once, we cannot afford to be careless. Can you all just be quiet?" The sailors reluctantly fell silent, laying down their oars and picking up the fishing gear from the deck. The boat then swayed gently as it anchored on the surface of the sea, watching Davos sprinkle a handful of powder into the ocean, stirring it with his gloved hand. The freckled sailor gripping the fishing net in silent prayer. "May the gods favor us. I hope this truly works." Yet, his prayer seemed lacking in sincerity. Under the dim light, after more than 10 minutes, nothing unusual surfaced beneath the waters. Standing idly on the boat, the cold sea breeze made them shiver. After a while, the square-faced sailor sighed. "I told you, this stuff is useless. What could that fish possibly signify? They say a barrel in the sea." The sailors murmured discontentedly, while the brown-haired man leaned over the bow, his brown eyes fixed on the dark depths of the ocean, his growing disappointment intertwined with dwindling hope. Suddenly, a flash of white darted beneath the surface. His tense muscles relaxed, and he excitedly pounded the side of the boat, exclaiming, "Look, fish have appeared." The sailors quickly turned to look, their faces lighting up with excitement. However, their initial exuberance soon morphed into shock, their mouths agape in terror. "It's a school of fish." A sharp scream pierced the night, filled with panic. Just then, a dark cloud drifted across the moon, casting down a long-awaited cold light, revealing countless silver dots surging forth from the deep ocean, converging into a swirling silver tornado. The nearby waters churned violently, causing the small boat to rock intensely, and the cool sea breeze could not suppress the cold sweat forming on the smuggler's brows. After a moment of daze, Davos hastily turned to grab an oar, bellowing orders. "Back away, quickly." In the early hours, a rumble echoed from the sea outside the castle, not particularly loud but impossible to ignore, startling the guards. As he brushed his teeth that morning, Balan wondered what unexpected event had transpired and whether it would affect the smuggler's fishing endeavors. Absently, he applied too much pressure on the small twig in his hand, causing it to jab into his gums, resulting in pain and blood seeping from between his teeth. Seeing blood upon rising is a good omen, he muttered, as he pondered whether to instruct a servant to investigate the situation or wait for one to approach him with news. A cacophony of cheers and shouts erupted from outside the tower. Long live Wind's End! Long live the Fisher Davos! Long live the Baratheons! Long live the shipbreaker Davos! The voices were chaotic and uneven, yet distinct enough for Balan to discern the shouts of the kitchen maid Aegis, the shoemaker Mori, the blacksmith's apprentice Amon, and even the cheers of two young companions. Have they succeeded? Realization dawned upon him as he rushed to the window to peer outside, only to see a crowd of people excitedly gathered at the entrance of the tower. He turned and dashed toward the door, colliding with the hurried servant, Jomi. Ascending the stairs. What has happened outside? He grasped the other's sleeve, inquiring urgently. The smugglers have returned with a boat full of fish. Live fish, my lord, delicious herring. The servant grinned broadly. I adore herring. Surely the gods have sent them to aid us. Is there anything besides fish? Despite his joy, Balan was not blinded by victory. He had distinctly heard sounds that exceeded his expectations. 2 ships have run aground outside. As for the vessels in the river bend, they spotted smugglers last night and attempted to pursue them, only to end up stranded in the wrecked ship bay. What a surprising turn of events. Upon hearing this, Renly couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but soon thereafter, a thought crossed his mind, causing his smile to fade and his brow to furrow. Within the confines of Windy Fortress, nestled against the inner city wall, 2 rows of knights clad in armor sat at a long table. At the forefront was the gaunt and hollow-cheeked Stannis, who remained silent, absorbing the chatter surrounding him. The loss of 2 ships might serve to awaken the foolish red wine. Yet they were now aware that our food predicament had been resolved, which could very well alter their strategy. Indeed, there exists such potential, however. The defenses of Windy Fortress are robust enough to withstand any assault. Do you truly believe that our meager numbers are sufficient? You may have forgotten that we have endured nearly a year within this castle. But have you also forgotten what we are discussing? The high walls of Windy Fortress are significant. Do you think this castle was constructed by sorcery? By the gods, I must declare that no fortress is impregnable. Noble knights, our current discourse revolves around whether they will besiege the castle, not whether they possess the capability to breach its walls. Is this not a matter of concern? I do not believe Tyrell would risk an assault. Even if our forces are scant, a direct attack would demand thousands of lives lost before they could hope to enter. I believe the crux of the matter lies with Robert. The harsh rays of the sun poured down, parching the land outside, yet within the meeting place, shielded by the straw hut, the heat was scarcely felt. Nevertheless, even under the shadow, the armored knights were soon drenched in sweat, prompting the meeting to adjourn prematurely. As the knights began to vacate their seats, they noticed a dark-haired boy squatting at the base of the rocky wall at the edge of the straw hut. Under the watchful eye of a sturdy servant, 2 guards, who should have been preventing anyone from approaching, stood by with expressions of resignation. This was Gendry Baratheon, the 3rd son of House Baratheon, known to all within the castle. A few knights raised their hands in greeting, while others cast a glance and continued on their way. Some even inquired curiously as to why he was there. There are 2 anthills, the boy replied, astonishing them. I discovered they can easily turn on one another if I toss down a few breadcrumbs. The knights erupted in laughter. One brown-haired knight even joined him in squatting to observe for a while, before tousling the boy's hair and departing. No one deemed Gendry's presence to be inappropriate, nor did they question his words. It was only when Stannis emerged that the atmosphere shifted. You should not be here, he stated, his expression impassive. Before Gendry could respond, Stannis directed his cold gaze toward his servant, Davos. Take him back to the tower. He has no business here. Instruct Maester Crescent to tutor him. With that, Stannis turned and left, affording Gendry no opportunity to speak. Gendry rolled his eyes, then dusted himself off. Come on, Davos, we're leaving. Very well, my lord. The servant nodded, then kindly suggested, I noticed a nest of ants by the back door of the kitchen, and there's also a nest of wasps. We can go play there if you wish, young lord. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Gendry waved his hand, his short legs carrying him toward the tower. In truth, he had only been eavesdropping, not particularly interested in the ants. His reasons for listening were akin to those of the knights, concerned that the sudden shipwreck and subsequent food supplies might provoke the enemy. Yet, his worries could not alter the situation. Pretending to observe ants left his mouth parched under the sun, and he gleaned little from his efforts, save for one piece of news. His brother, Robert Baratheon, had achieved a victory alongside the Stark family of the North, the Tully family of the Riverlands, and the Arryn family of the Vale at a place called Stonehall. This news seemed somewhat outdated, initially brought by smugglers, of which Gendry had been unaware. He found some comfort in it. But he yearned to hear of Robert delivering a fatal blow to the royal heir. Regarding this rebellion, that was all he remembered. As long as the Targaryen dynasty faced impending doom, he believed the enemies outside Windy Fortress would not dare to mount an assault. Who would choose to stand on the side of certain defeat? He hoped that such an outcome had already transpired. Muttering to himself, he remained somewhat anxious about whether the enemy outside might suddenly come to attack. Thus he began to ponder what he might do if such a scenario arose. After much contemplation, he realized that aside from relying on his innate ability to escape into the sea like a fish, he seemed to be left with little else. Consequently, over the following 2 days, Gendry prepared for a potential escape. However, as days turned into weeks, the outside remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional knight spurring their horse toward the gates and issuing loud taunts. The atmosphere within the castle had notably improved, food supplies had been replenished, and many who had once been apathetic began to exhibit renewed vigor, akin to withered plants regaining their vitality. Since the return of the smugglers, Gendry had observed an increasing number of smiles upon the faces of the castle's inhabitants, which brought him satisfaction. And the fact that no one connected this change to him relieved him further. In this medieval-like world, the populace held little fondness for sorcery. The smugglers had become quite popular within the fortress, their return celebrated. No one knew precisely how they had managed to bring back a ship filled with fish. Most assumed it was due to their exceptional fishing skills. An old fisherman named Lame Tom had taken to shadowing a sharp-faced smuggler, eager to learn the trade. And Gendry heard that he even introduced his daughter, who assisted in the kitchen, to the young smuggler. Though he would likely not learn any skills, his daughter had already become quite enamored with the smuggler, to the point of contemplating marriage. When Davos spoke of this matter, he did so begrudgingly, largely because his youngest son, who worked in the stables, had previously courted that very daughter. He had even prepared to pay the taxes to House Baratheon for their union, only to find himself empty-handed in the end. Initially, Davos had jovially referred to the smugglers as the gods' appointed saviors, but now, whenever they were mentioned, he blushed with frustration. Gendry, unaffected by these developments, maintained a detached interest, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Time passed swiftly in its monotony, studying history and letters, dining, leisurely strolling to watch performances, and sleeping. This cycle continued for 2 months. Change arrived one overcast afternoon. The stalemate outside the castle had persisted for some time. Yet on this particular day, the previously tranquil exterior erupted with the sound of horns, their melodic blares resonating alongside the crashing waves, echoing in the ears of all within Windy Fortress. Are they about to besiege us? What is happening? Gods preserve us. As the horns blared, figures emerged in a flurry from various buildings. The head cook, assistants, the stable master, stable boys, and numerous servants, cobblers, and barbers alike. Drawn by instinct, they congregated in a courtyard near the towering keep, hoping to find shelter in the face of impending disaster. Yet, the reality was not as they had envisioned. From a chamber atop the high tower, Gendry observed the unfolding scene outside. The enemy encampment, situated just beyond the range of the castle's defenses, was rife with commotion. Countless shadowy figures flitted about, emerging from tents and scurrying to form a defensive formation at the forefront of their camp, suggesting that an enemy was indeed approaching. What ultimately emerged was not an army, but rather a group of individuals, a motley assembly of perhaps a mere dozen horsemen, appearing rather drab. They approached the encampment of the besieging troops and stood in a tense standoff for a moment, engaged in an indecipherable exchange. Then, a figure of slightly larger stature stepped forth from the ranks and knelt before the riders. It was the banner of the Northern Ice Wolf, the sigil of House Stark. Behind him, murmurs arose. When Lisa turned to glance, she saw the usually composed old scholar wide-eyed with astonishment. Eddard Stark, he repeated in a hushed tone, seemingly seeking confirmation. As tears welled in his aged brown eyes, without resistance, Tyrion knelt in submission. Surely it was your brother Robert who had triumphed. Indeed, it must be so. He clutched Lisa's arm tightly, laughing with exhilaration at the boy. Child, we have vanquished the Targaryens. In the grand banquet hall, the arrival of the northern forces was heralded by the thunderous sound of their march, the rhythmic pounding of their feet echoing like the beating of war drums. After a year of closure, the gates of Windwhisper Keep swung wide open, and the elongated line of soldiers, resembling a sinuous serpent, began to slither into the fortress. Leading the procession were a cadre of fully armored knights astride their steeds, their cloaks adorned with a variety of emblems. Some bore the image of a horse's head, others a clenched fist, a barrel, and crossed battle axes. Yet, the most striking insignia was that of the direwolf, as the northern army entered the keep under the banner of the wolf. Meanwhile, the enemy, who had besieged the fortress for a year, retreated in disgrace. With the threat abated, a grand feast ensued. The arrival of the Northerners not only lifted the siege, but also brought with it a bounty of supplies: whole pigs, turnips, carrots, capons, cheese, bacon, and salted meats. The hall, originally spacious enough to accommodate hundreds, was now nearly filled to capacity. Long tables and benches were set up, and servants darted through the throngs of people, continuously bringing forth platters of food. The cacophony of the bustling hall was overwhelming, enough to unsettle anyone with a fear of crowded spaces. If one did not cover their ears, the incessant bragging, laughter, table thumping, and even shouting melded into a maddening symphony. The northern warriors, clad in their impressive armor upon entry, were now boisterous and uninhibited, each eager to regale those nearby with tales of their valor in battle and their numerous conquests. Among them, a burly man with a bushy beard banged his fist on the table, guffawing at a claim made by another that he had kicked a southern bastard's manhood to pieces on the battlefield. He appeared quite fearsome. Beside him, a lanky fellow muttered to Blue, commenting on how he hardly resembled a lord. From the heraldry, Blue discerned that he must be the head of House Wool, a clan from the northern mountains. Blue, distracted, replied absently, or perhaps they should be referred to as the Wool clan, a branch of the mountain clans. What are mountain clans? Inquired a curious rotund boy nearby. Blue ignored the childish question, his gaze instead drifting toward another group not far from the burly man. At that moment, Blue and his companions were seated at a long table beneath the high table, and he spotted a slender, short young man amidst the crowd. Unlike the other northerners, he wore a somewhat faded sleeveless bronze scale armor and exhibited no exaggerated gestures while conversing with his tablemates. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. In the midst of the raucous banquet, he stood out, and as Blue focused intently, the young man's gaze met his, as if sensing his scrutiny. However, upon realizing that the observer was merely a child, the diminutive figure offered a gentle smile before turning his attention away. Blue rose, intending to approach for a closer look, but he failed to notice two individuals at the high table whispering to one another while gesturing in his direction. As he stepped out from the narrow gap of the bench, a voice called out softly, "Blue, come meet Lord Stark." He turned to see his brother Stannis nodding at him. With a slight grimace, Blue acquiesced and made his way over. Although Stannis sat at the center of the high table, the young man with dark brown hair beside him was the focal point of the gathering. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a brown woolen tunic embroidered with the sigil of the dire wolf in silver thread. His posture was erect, and while his facial features were unremarkable, his gray eyes, when closely observed, held a certain brilliance, albeit shadowed by a seriousness that rendered him somewhat aloof. With a furrowed brow, he seemed preoccupied by an unseen worry, yet upon Blue's approach, he managed to muster a faint smile. "Rob often tells me how much his younger brother resembles him." It seems he was not lying, Blue thought, recalling his brother's words. Stannis had also mentioned that Lord Eddard Stark was not one to smile often, but when he did, it was as refreshing as the thaw of winter snow. The boy's earnest compliment elicited a chuckle from the man, prompting laughter from the surrounding northern guests. Only Stannis, perpetually stoic, and the old maester standing behind him remained impassive. The former seemingly unaware of merriment, while the latter was accustomed to the boy's flowery speech, shaking his head in resignation. However, this was merely a fleeting moment in the festivities. After a brief exchange, Blue returned to his place, instinctively redirecting his attention to the intriguing short figure. Unfortunately, in the span of that brief interlude, the young man had vanished from sight. A man of the marshes, Blue pondered, recalling the emblem he had glimpsed earlier. The marsh folk resided in the wetlands, their lives intertwined with the neck, the boundary between the north and the south of Westeros. A region riddled with treacherous bogs that were notoriously difficult to traverse. To enter the north, one must either brave that territory or take to the waterways. The reason for Blue's keen interest in the diminutive figure was simple. He bore a unique fragrance. It was reminiscent of books, tinged with a hint of char. He had first caught a whiff of it when the cavalry entered the keep, but it was only during the banquet that he identified the source, having had prior experience. Blue did not assume the scent originated from the individual himself. Rather, it might be from an object he possessed. Regrettably, the opportunity for a closer inspection had slipped away. However, tracking him down should be straightforward. He could simply follow the scent. Yet, after some contemplation, Blue decided against any hasty actions, opting to wait for the banquet to conclude amidst the throngs of people. Thus, he shifted his focus back to Lord Stark at the high table. Regardless of past impressions of Westeros, Eddard Stark was undeniably a significant figure. This young northern lord had grown up alongside Robert Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End. As foster brothers, their bond akin to that of kin, if not closer. Stark's sister had once been betrothed to Robert, but tragically, she was taken by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, igniting a war. The rebellion initially drew support from the north, Stormlands, and Vale, eventually enlisting the Riverlands, and ultimately even the Westerlands and Iron Islands, leading to the near 3-century reign of House Targaryen's downfall. Now that the war had largely subsided, with rumors of the capital King's Landing having fallen to the rebels, Eddard Stark remained visibly troubled, burdened by some unseen concern. Jon Snow, the one who understands nothing? Blue's mind briefly flickered with the name, but before he could ponder further, the boy beside him, who had been gnawing on a roasted capon, discreetly poked him and whispered, "Blue, that fat man is staring at you." Fat man. Blaine cast a peculiar glance at the chubby individual before him, and then followed the direction of the latter's gaze. In a corner of the banquet, a striking young man, robust in stature with a head of curly brown hair, was surreptitiously peering in their direction. As Blaine turned his attention towards him, the young man instinctively averted his gaze, only to return it moments later with a slight smile. He is not truly overweight, Blaine thought fleetingly. But soon his eyes were drawn to the golden rose embroidered on the front of the young man's green velvet jacket. From the House of Tillier, perhaps? A sense of confusion washed over him. How could their adversaries, who had encircled them for a year, be present in the castle, boldly participating in the celebration of victory? The green catastrophe, the current situation, has become clear. Lord Mace Tyrell, as the representative of the South surrender, awaits the terms of understanding as our army enters the city. The banquet continues, albeit with Ser Loras accompanying the old scholar in an early departure. As they ascend the staircase, the elder, panting heavily, remarks that he might be observing the condition of your brother Robert's family. As the leader of the insurgents, Robert's words were interrupted by a fit of breathlessness. The old scholar paused on a step, taking a moment to recover before adding, "It is also possible that I've heard that in the Vale, his youngest daughter has just been born. Are you suggesting a marriage alliance?" The elder spoke vaguely, yet Loras could discern the implication, prompting him to frown. "How long has it been since my 5th name day?" "That is quite normal," the old scholar mused silently, impressed by the boy's precociousness. "Lords typically use marriage to forge alliances. Many noble children are betrothed even in swaddling clothes. To be frank, you are already considered late in this regard." Without waiting for a response, he chuckled. "You are of House Baratheon, born to nobility, and thus a coveted match. The minor lords aspire to ally with you for elevation, while the great nobles seek a partner from an equally prestigious family. Finding a suitable match for their children is no easy feat. But I am not even a second son, and I currently have no claim to inheritance," Loras replied as they continued up the stairs. A dark-haired maid passed by, greeting them, to which the elder nodded, waiting for her to move further away before resuming his discourse. "Logically, it is indeed difficult for you to possess your own domain. However, your grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen, is the daughter of Aegon V, a true royal princess. By lineage, your brother. Let us set that aside for now. In any case, child, the current tumultuous times will eventually stabilize, and lords seeking to betroth you will undoubtedly emerge. You must be prepared." The elder, realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, glanced at Loras, who was deep in thought, and found himself chuckling softly. The boy was astute, yet some matters were beyond his grasp. However, the old scholar underestimated Loras's awareness regarding these matters. In fact, his understanding was quite advanced. He knew that if events unfolded as they typically would, his half-brother Robert would ascend the Iron Throne, while he himself would inherit this castle and the vast storelands. Yet, whether such a future was assured remained uncertain, particularly given the discrepancies with his memories. Loras did not dwell on these uncertainties. Regardless of land ownership, being a member of House Baratheon guaranteed a life free from want. Thus he harbored little desire for titles or lands. His genuine interest lay in the hidden potential within himself and the unique power it bestowed upon him. In comparison, the mundane power struggle seemed trivial. Yet, this assurance of a worry-free existence was not without its conditions. Loras pondered as he ascended the staircase. He felt it was time to consider this matter seriously. According to the original narrative, Robert would meet his demise at the tusks of a wild boar in a decade or so. The reasons were complex, but the core issue was singular. The queen, of the Lannister lineage from the west, engaged in indiscretions with her own brother, producing 3 children whom the world erroneously assumed to be Robert's. And even Robert himself believed this to be true. Eventually, it would be discovered that they bore no royal blood. Conspiracy, poison, betrayal, and treachery would ensue, igniting chaos and war. Thus, how could he prevent his half-brother Robert from being cuckolded? Loras found himself lost in thoughts. "You performed admirably today. You should have taken the initiative to greet Lord Stark rather than waiting for your brother to summon you." The old scholar's voice intruded beside him. "Why?" Loras feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. Grasping the stone handrail, the elder spoke earnestly, "As a young lord of House Baratheon, it is a courtesy you ought to observe." "As a child, I believe I am entitled to my shyness," Loras replied, unflustered. Moreover, I sensed he was preoccupied. It would not be polite to intrude. In truth, he had been captivated by the presence of that man from the Riverlands, making it impossible to overlook Lord Stark, a figure of considerable importance. Perhaps it is due to the war. Where there is war, there is death, and death is not easily ignored. The elder paused to rub his back and lowered his voice. "Lord Stark does not often attend banquets. I noticed he appeared quite stiff during the toasts. As for your brother, while he may seem aloof, he at least manages to navigate such situations with some grace. Is there a difference? Loras observed the elder's expression, which seemed to reflect relief, and felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. At the banquet, he had only witnessed 2 stony faces, each more sour than the last. Were it not for the abundance of northerners, the atmosphere would have been utterly lifeless. However, the topic did not linger as they reached their destination. The old scholar's chamber was situated at the top of the tower, necessitated by the need to care for the ravens. Loras's bedroom was merely a few steps away from the scholar's room. Yet, after entering his quarters, he soon slipped out quietly and began descending once more. The corridor was eerily empty, with only the braziers burning quietly against the stone walls, their flickering shadows dancing across the ground and the vaulted ceiling above, casting a somber gloom. The stone staircase connected to the corridor appeared even darker, the ancient tapestries hanging silently on the walls added to the foreboding atmosphere, making it an unsettling place for a child. However, Loras was no ordinary child. He paid little mind to the oppressive surroundings. After taking a moment to sniff the air, he proceeded down the tower without hesitation. Yet, midway, an unexpected visitor intercepted him. Ser Davos? Spotting the middle-aged man in a gray cloak and brown hair ascending the stairs, Loras initiated the greeting. Why did you not attend the banquet? He was curious about how the smuggler had gained access, considering the upper living quarters were guarded. However, reflecting on the chaotic scene below, it was likely that the guards had been negligent. Those northerners can certainly drink. Davos coughed lightly before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. Lord Stannis has promised me a fief and knighthood as a reward for this venture, contingent upon my atoning for my past smuggling activities. Loras tilted his head. Are they going to chop off your fingers? How did you? I overheard the servants, Davos replied, his mouth agape but refraining from further inquiry. His conversation with Stannis had been private, not meant for others' ears. Yet, the aura of the mysterious powder surrounding the boy did not surprise him, as he had already sensed the boy's peculiarities. This incomprehensible sorcery instilled a mixture of wariness and aversion in Davos, though he could not dismiss the advantages it afforded him. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he found himself drawn to this charming yet enigmatic young boy. I must say, this is all due to you, my lord. If it weren't for your assistance. Davos's words carried a newfound respect. Do we not agree? The credit belongs to you. I merely wish to fill my belly. Loras interjected, waving his hand dismissively. This is not the place for conversation. If you wish to thank me, let us discuss it later. As Loras passed by the staircase, Davos could not help but add, but this reward is truly. Loras halted, turning back to glance at him. The individual reeked of alcohol, swaying slightly as if struggling to maintain his balance, clearly having indulged excessively. Was he merely too intoxicated, or did he perceive this situation as a threat to his honor? A smuggler possesses no honor, yet it is indeed true that a smuggler has no honor. This assertion was made with unwavering certainty by Loras. Many have uttered such words, but it was the first time they emerged from the lips of a child. Davos opened his mouth to respond, ultimately nodding awkwardly. Very well. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. He bowed slightly and turned to leave. However, Loras called out from behind him, but you are about to become a knight, Davos. A knight who regards honor as more precious than life itself. That is how the tales are told. I hope you will embody such a knight. Upon hearing this, Davos paused, unable to resist glancing back at the boy, who merely shrugged in response. Perhaps this is the finest gift I could receive. The boy remarked with a smile before hastily departing, leaving Davos in a state of momentary contemplation. The surroundings fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of footsteps echoing in the stillness. It was not until the diminutive figure vanished from sight that the brown-haired middle-aged man seemed to awaken from his reverie. A fleeting expression of gratitude crossing his face before he hurriedly pursued the boy. My lord, you are heading in the wrong direction. Your room is above. The enigmatic sorcerer of the marshlands dispelling a drunken fool is quite a simple task. One merely needs to retreat into the shadows of a corner, taking advantage of one's height, and watch the inebriated figure hastily descend the stairs. However, as it appeared, Bran had no intention of returning to his chamber. Instead, he was poised to pay a visit to the enigmatic sorcerer of the marshlands. Indeed, a visit, one conducted with utmost transparency rather than furtive stealth, for there was simply no need for subterfuge. The distinctive aroma was known only to him. Who could fathom the true nature of his intentions? Yet Bran did not plan to undertake this venture alone, for it would be rather constraining. Thus, he made his way to a certain level of the tower and summoned his portly companion, Ellen, and the lanky boy, Barry. Only then did he continue his descent. Why must we seek out the sorcerer? Ellen yawned, his fatigue evident. Though he relished the merriment of the festivities, he retired earlier than Bran. I've heard the sorcerer consumes frogs. Barry chimed in with a complaint, and they are transformed from mud. Have you not heard of his magical prowess? Bran casually interjected. How could one not seize the opportunity to witness such wonders? The scholars of the old town have declared that magic is mere trickery, Barry scoffed. While Ellen recoiled at the mention of witches. I shan't go. Witches are frightful. Despite his protest, he lingered out of a lingering curiosity. I've heard he can make frogs speak, Bran added enticingly. Ellen, intrigued, instinctively followed as Bran advanced. Is that true? He asked, his voice tinged with wonder. I've only heard whispers, which is why I wish to see for myself. Besides, we are surrounded by people. What is there to fear? The children's chatter faded into the distance, accompanied by their footsteps. The central tower of Windwhisper Keep loomed tall and formidable, housing everything from storage to armories. At that moment, situated in the upper echelons of the tower, Bran was oblivious to the cacophony of the revelry below. No servants accompanied them, as the sheer number of attendees rendered them utterly occupied, catering not only to the northern lords but also to their knights, squires, and a multitude of common soldiers. In truth, the banquet in the Grand Hall was merely the heart of a larger celebration. Throughout the courtyards surrounding the tower, flames flickered and tents dotted the landscape. The sounds of merriment and the aroma of food permeating the castle. With so many people, numerous issues arose, particularly concerning accommodations. However, this was only a concern for the ordinary soldiers. As one of the principal lords of the north, Bran's acquaintance, the sorcerer, possessed his own private chamber. Following the alluring scent, Bran arrived at the sorcerer's quarters and knocked upon the door. Moments later, the ancient, heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a gaunt face framed by long brown hair. Greetings, Lord Leader, Bran offered amicably. Well-versed in the heraldry of the Seven Kingdoms, Bran recognized the emblem worn by the sorcerer as belonging to House Leader, rulers of the Neck. Hello, children, the sorcerer remarked, his deep green eyes scrutinizing the trio at the threshold. Have you lost your way? We have come to visit you, my lord, Bran replied, prompting Ellen to eagerly inquire. Do you truly possess magical abilities? Can you make frogs speak? Ellen's eyes sparkled with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Who told you such tales? The sorcerer inquired, his brow furrowing. As a resident of the marshes, he was acutely aware of the perceptions held by the Seven Kingdoms regarding his kind, peculiar customs, frog-eaters, mudmen, and the like, but the notion of sorcery was not among them. Master Cleason said so, Ellen replied without hesitation. He believed it wholeheartedly, yet if pressed further, he would attribute the information to Bran, rather than admit he had heard it directly. However, the sorcerer did not press the matter. Instead, he rubbed his rough cheek and patiently explained, I do not practice magic. Your scholar may have been recounting certain fables, but such stories abound throughout Westeros. What kind of tales? The stout boy persisted, having previously heard Bran suggest that even if the sorcerer wielded magic, he would never openly confess to it. The sorcerer, appearing diminutive and frail, was not at all intimidating, which emboldened Ellen. Legends of the Children of the Forest, the sorcerer replied. What are the Children of the Forest? The Children of the Forest are, of course, the Children of the Forest. The short-statured sorcerer seemed unaccustomed to such inquisitive children, yet he retained his good-natured demeanor, patiently elaborating. As he spoke, Bran fixated on the sorcerer's lips, which parted and closed, yet the enticing aroma did not intensify as it had with the former master of Windwhisper. It dawned on him that he was not searching for teeth, but for something else entirely. Bran's attention shifted to the gray linen shirt the sorcerer wore, which bore an emblem resembling a crocodile. After observing it for a few moments, his clairvoyant ability activated, and the previously motionless crocodile began to regard Bran with its hollow eyes, its black-threaded body emanating a faint green glow. Before Bran could fully comprehend the implications of this revelation, the sorcerer abruptly ceased speaking and cast an odd glance down the dim corridor outside. After detecting nothing amiss, he turned his gaze back to his chamber. What had he discovered? Bran was taken aback, but his azure eyes soon fell upon a dagger secured at the sorcerer's waist. A wooden-handled dagger nestled within a faded leather sheath. The aroma was emanating from this very weapon. Thinking swiftly, Bran spoke up. Lord Leader, may I see that dagger? The dagger? The sorcerer turned to him with a smile. That would not do. It is exceedingly sharp and should not be handled. Bran sensed the challenge in this matter, yet he refused to concede. I could wear gloves. Or perhaps just touch the handle. Regrettably, the sorcerer remained steadfast, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. Why do you wish to see my dagger, child? Bran answered candidly. I feel it is quite special. The sorcerer paused, intrigued. What makes you say that? I cannot say for certain. It is merely a feeling, the dark-haired boy replied earnestly, observing the sorcerer's reaction. Unfortunately, the sorcerer did not take the bait. He neither probed further nor acquiesced to let Bran see the dagger, instead merely scrutinizing the boy intently. There is nothing extraordinary about it. It is merely a bronze dagger, child. Perhaps you are mistaken, he said, casting a glance around before adding, Now, if you would excuse me, I must return to my rest. The journey has been quite exhausting. Bran felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but nodded in acquiescence, politely bidding farewell. Thank you, my lord. Wishing you sweet dreams. With that, he led his companions away. and the door clicked shut behind them without hesitation. He does not wield magic, Ellen grumbled as they distanced themselves. Moreover, I sensed he was quite timid, as though he feared someone might leap from the corridor to frighten him. He is rather small in stature, Barry added. The slender bamboo pole let out a snort, likening the situation to those self-proclaimed sorcerers who, despite their claims of magical prowess, could not withstand even a night strike. During his time in Black Harbor, he had witnessed one such figure clad in a red robe. Meanwhile, Lannister was preoccupied with devising a plan to acquire the dagger. His previous remarks had merely been probing. Had the other party shown indifference towards the dagger, he would have attempted to claim it outright. Regrettably, the reality was entirely contrary to his expectations. If subtlety failed, should he resort to force? As he pondered this, Lannister unconsciously touched his chest, where the soft green velvet concealed a ring that offered him a modicum of comfort. Though uncertainty lingered, the man from the Vale appeared far from ordinary. Regardless of Lannister's inclination to take a risk or his hesitations, fate did not grant him the opportunity to unleash a grand maneuver. For upon awakening the next day, he was struck by the realization that he could no longer perceive that particular scent. Shortly thereafter, he learned of a significant development. The man from the Vale had departed. While bending to fasten his boots, Lannister paused, lifting his gaze to the approaching servant, Jomi, who had come to summon him for breakfast. Indeed, Lord Stark had left with several other northern lords. The diminutive servant nodded, revealing that he had seen them exit the city at dawn, unaccompanied by any troops, leaving Lannister bewildered by their haste. With a sigh, Lannister felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Time had been too fleeting for any meaningful action. He resolved to wait for their return. After all, the northern forces still remained at Wind's Rest, and as one of the principal lords of the north, it seemed implausible that the man from the Vale would not return, unless. However, this line of thought was soon disrupted by an unforeseen event. To King's Landing? In the scholar's chamber, the dark-haired boy could not help but furrow his brow at Master Cleason's words. As the news reached him, Bran was on his way to history class when a sudden blow struck him. Robert summoned Stannis to King's Landing, but why must I accompany him? The boy protested from across the small table in the maester's chamber. He had intended to devise a plan to steal the dagger from the short, sullen man upon his return, but now, if he went to King's Landing, he might never see him again. I'm certain there must be a reason for this. The morning sun streamed through the narrow window embedded in the rocky wall, illuminating the elder's smiling half-face, which, despite being etched with wrinkles, appeared vibrant. In contrast, the shadowed side of his face seemed exceptionally aged. Perhaps Robert missed his beloved younger brother. Nonsense, Bran thought, rolling his eyes. When he was barely a year old, his parents perished in a shipwreck. The old maester and a recently deceased uncle took care of the three brothers, but it was no substitute for one's own parents. Besides, although they were brothers, Bran was more than a decade younger than Robert and Stannis, creating a significant generational gap. Robert had long ago gone to the Vale to become a ward, rarely returning, while Stannis perpetually wore a sour expression, as though everyone owed him a debt. Thus, despite the familiarity when they met, the bond among the three brothers was rather tenuous. Can I not go? I feel a bit unwell. I think I might be ill. He attempted to maneuver around the issue. Do not fret, the elder replied calmly. There are 3 days until departure, child. I shall find a way to cure your ailment. If I accompany them, will I not slow their pace? Bran feigned concern, knitting his brows. What if Robert insists Stannis has urgent matters? There is no need for such worry, the elder waved his hand dismissively. It is not pressing, but I cannot ride a horse. How shall I travel? Of course. There will be a cart. Bran felt at a loss for words. With a sigh, he shifted the conversation, asking, will you be joining us, Master Crescent? I serve this castle, child, the elder shook his head. I shall assist Ser Lomas in managing the castle while you are away. Ser Lomas, the uncle of the rotund Ellen, was apparently appointed as the acting lord of Whispering Hall. Child, King's Landing is not as fearsome as you imagine. You are already a young adult. You must venture out and see the world. This sounded rather patronizing, prompting Bran to roll his eyes once more. Very well. We shall depart in 3 days? Yes, once the main party is prepared. Nodding, Bran ceased to inquire further on that matter and shifted to questions about the day's lesson. Today we shall discuss the conquest of Dorne, the elder replied. The author of this tome was King Daeron I Targaryen, the 8th to sit upon the Iron Throne, often referred to as Daeron the Young Dragon, who ascended at the tender age of 14. Are you truly leaving, Bran? The rotund Ellen approached him at the end of the lesson, accompanied by Baron Tondarian. We promised to visit the Isle of Isman, and I even told my uncle I would prepare the largest sea turtle soup for you. Perhaps upon my return, Bran replied, glancing at the leather-bound book tucked under his arm, which was his assignment for the time being. When will you return? Ellen queried as he bounced down the stairs. I do not know, Bran sighed beside him. To be honest, I do not wish to go. I shall leave as well, the lanky Baron nodded. I am returning to Blackport. The war is over, and my family's knights will come for me. Many knights from House Tondarian had followed Robert into battle. leaving him and 2 guards behind at Whispering Hall. Ellen's spirits sagged further at this news. If you're all leaving, then I suppose I shall too. There is nothing entertaining at Whispering Hall. Did your father summon you home? The lanky boy inquired curiously. Why must my father call for me to return? Otherwise, how will you go? Will you transform into a sea turtle and swim back? Seeing the conversation veering into dangerous territory, Bran intervened. But your uncle and cousin are still here, are they not? I despise my cousin. He always pats me on the back of the head. Ellen frowned, unaware that such gestures could render a child less intelligent. I suspect that is his intention, to make me a fool and usurp my inheritance. You know, his claim is lower than mine. Children have their own troubles, but Ellen refrained from elaborating on family matters and instead turned to Baron, squinting at him. Baron, how about I give you a new nickname? Forget it. Do not even think about insulting my name again. Baron shot him a wary glare. Lightning Boy, Ellen declared, absorbed in his idea. I have pondered that name for quite some time. What do you think? I find it somewhat odd. How about Lightning Lord? Not good. Then what about Lightning King? Or would you prefer Sea Turtle King? I think Prince of the Turtles of Ismond sounds much better. Not the turtle prince that doesn't wipe his bottom? Children's moods are fickle. Their initial sorrow at parting quickly dissipated, and they did not regard it as a significant event. From the high tower to the courtyard, and from the courtyard to the sacred grove. Although Bran typically did not relish the playful antics of the 2 boys, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving. Over the course of a year, they had seen each other nearly every day, inseparable. After fruitlessly attempting to extract a sparrow's nest from the dense grove, they leaned against an oak tree, discussing their future aspirations. Baron Tondarian dreamed of becoming a great knight, while Ellen believed it sufficient to inherit his family Isle of Ismond in peace. Bran hoped they would both achieve their desires. And you, Bran, what do you plan to do in the future? The lanky boy inquired. I wish to become a traveler. Bran replied, leaning against the shade of the tree. The book, once tucked under his arm, now served as a cushion. I want to journey north to see the wall, visit Dorne to behold the deserts, and I plan to venture to the free cities across the narrow sea. I have heard tales of a peculiar city where the inhabitants are governed by 3 large bells, dictating their daily routines of waking, sleeping, working, and resting. Setting aside the fantastical elements brought about by some magical influence, Bran indeed envisioned such adventures. That is quite strange, the lanky boy remarked. While Ellen posed a more practical question. Will you have to manage that when you need to relieve yourself? I am curious about that too. When you discover the answer, you must return and tell me. Of course. Just do not forget. I have always felt your memory is rather unreliable, regardless of the children's emotions. Time continued its relentless march, neither hurried nor delayed, and was impervious to resistance. 3 days passed in a flash. After bidding farewell to his 2 companions and familiar faces within the castle, on the 3rd day of a gloomy morning, Bran climbed into a cart, officially embarking on his journey to the capital of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing. The taste of King's Landing, what can a golden dragon purchase? On the morning of the 4th day after their departure, the crouching Bran turned to inquire of Davos, who was seated beside him. They found themselves in a dense forest, with a pale yellow canvas tent embroidered with a majestic stag behind them. Scattered around were 7 or 8 similar tents erected by their party the previous night. Beyond the tents, the sound of a rushing river echoed incessantly. The morning air in the forest was crisp, invigorating the members of the party. Despite the early hour, most knights and soldiers had long since risen, some strolling through the camp, others tending to their horses or stretching their limbs in morning exercises. If we disregard the embroidery, that tent behind us would be worth a silver stag, replied the gaunt former smuggler, clad in a black linen shirt and brown breeches, his cloak drab and unremarkable. Sitting by the extinguished fire, he absent-mindedly prodded the ashes with a twig in his right hand, while his left, bandaged and resting on his knee, was a painful reminder of Stannis' earlier action of severing the tips of his fingers. Stannis had also personally knighted him. Yet the conferment of lands required the approval of Lord Robert, the current Duke of Storm's End, a privilege Stannis had yet to acquire. Thus, Davos was compelled to accompany the party to King's Landing. So a golden dragon can buy 210 tents? Bran mused, stroking his chin. Not just 210. If one were to purchase in bulk, the price would be lower, Davos countered, his pallid complexion making him appear a decade older. With nearly 4 golden dragons, we could procure a full suit of armor, including chainmail, gorget, neckguard, and helmet. Of course, the specific pricing would fluctuate with market conditions, as all commodities experience rises and falls. Location and quality also play significant roles. For instance, chainmail and weaponry from the Iron Islands are more expensive than from other regions due to their smithing prowess. As Davos spoke, a golden-haired knight from the southern realms passed by and cast a wary glance at the mention of the Iron Islands. Nearby, 3 northern soldiers huddled together, their attention drawn by the conversation, though they remained silent. If Dorne were the sworn enemy of the Stormlands and the Reach, Then the Iron Islands were adversaries of the North, the West, and the Reach, given their coastal borders lay to the west, separated by the sea. The Storlands harbored grievances against the Iron Islands as well. In ancient times, the lands of the Riverlands had fallen under the rule of the Storm King, only to be seized by the Iron Islanders. In summary, the Ironborn were generally unwelcome, their history steeped in slaughter and pillage. Present among the party were individuals from the Stormlands, the Reach, and the North, while the majority of the northern forces were stationed at Storm's End. Some had been dispatched to escort the two Baratheon brothers to King's Landing. The men from the Reach were merely accompanying them. The leader, Mace Tyrell, was the lord and protector of the Reach, currently en route to King's Landing to negotiate terms of surrender and reconciliation. However, the burly brown-haired nobleman displayed none of the characteristics of a defeated man, exuding confidence as he conversed jovially with his knights along the way. At one point, he even engaged in a leisurely sword practice by the riverbank with a knight from the Reach. "My lords, regardless of who the king may be, His Grace King Illyrio has granted us permission to fell trees and hunt in this forest. He said so, and you cannot go back on your word." Another voice chimed from a different direction. The true leader of the expedition, Stannis, clad in black leather armor, stood before his tent, a stern expression on his face as he listened to two hunchbacked old farmers in coarse linen garments prattling on. "Of course, raising pigs in the woods will incur a fee, but beekeeping is also permitted by His Grace. Indeed, a knight in white, named Ser Davos, told us so." The clamor faded as the party continued on their journey, having departed from Storm's End, passing through the Copper Gate and the Wendell River, and now traversing the royal hunting grounds of past kings. This vast expanse of forest had been their path for 2 days, dotted with villages and estates, while rabbits and deer hastily fled upon their approach. Yet, for the most part, the party was surrounded by trees, brown, pale, and tender green, whose leaves, sparse or dense, intertwined to create a canopy overhead, casting dappled shadows in the sunlight. "When will we arrive at King's Landing?" The black-haired boy, seated in a swaying cart, grew restless and turned to Davos, who rode alongside. "About halfway still," Davos replied. Stannis had few capable men at his disposal, so the newly knighted former smuggler had become Bran's temporary protector. Davos bore this role without reluctance. After their previous conversation on the stairs, his initial aversion to Bran had dissipated. Bran wished to continue speaking, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a small, hunched figure kneeling at the edge of the forest path, prompting him to glance over. The northern soldier leading the way seemed to have already disciplined the little one, leaving him bruised and battered, yet he remained resolute, bowing his head amidst the brambles, seemingly engaged in some endeavor. "Is he begging?" Bran inquired. "He is selling himself," Davos observed, noting the signs of disease, debt, and hunger. "The world is vast, and some cannot survive." He carefully loosened his grip on the reins with one hand, reaching for the coin pouch at his side, only to find it empty, letting out a resigned sigh. Delivering food to Storm's End did not require funds, and now that the siege had just ended, he had not had the chance to replenish his finances. Seeing this, Bran raised his hand and offered a gold dragon through the cart window. "That is too much," Davos quickly shook his head. "A golden dragon for a life is not excessive," Bran countered. Before their departure, the steward had given him 10 golden dragons for expenses, but Bran had yet to determine what he could do with such wealth at his age. "And I only have this one golden dragon." Davos regarded him with a strange expression before asking, "Lord Bran, do you intend to purchase him?" Despite no longer resisting interaction, he found it difficult to regard the boy before him as a typical child. "What would I want with a little beggar?" Bran replied, casting a glance at the small figure approaching the cart, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, dirty and bruised, his features obscured, save for a pair of striking green eyes that gleamed brightly. Yet, upon meeting Bran's gaze, the boy shyly averted his eyes and quickly lowered his head. "I will not buy him. Consider it a gift from me," the black-haired boy declared before retreating into the cart, leaving Davos to contemplate the situation. After a moment, he approached Bran once more. "This child is remarkable," he said in a lowered voice. "His arms and fingers differ from those of ordinary farm children. He has clearly undergone training in archery. Perhaps he is a descendant of one of the brigands from the Kingsguard Brotherhood." The Kingsguard Brotherhood? They were a band of outlaws that had been eradicated. 2 years prior, they had taken refuge in these woods, kidnapping nobles and extorting wealth. Even the Mad King Aerys dispatched troops multiple times to subdue them, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send Sir Arthur Dayne of the King's Guard and the indomitable Ser Barristan and Selmy to lead the army. As they journeyed, time seemed to crawl at a languid pace. Yet as they neared their destination, Ser Loras felt a fleeting sense that days were passing swiftly. The road was nearly traversed. Yet the vivid scenes from his life in the Whispering Castle felt as though they had occurred just yesterday. After departing the King's Guard, the sprawling gray-white walls of King's Landing loomed ever larger as they approached, accompanied by a peculiar odor that gradually wafted towards them. Initially, Ser Loras thought it might be the scent of a different medium, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. However, as they drew closer, he was compelled to cover his nose and roll his eyes. It was the foulest city he had ever encountered. He remarked this to the smuggler ahead of him. Yet, shortly after entering King's Landing, he surprisingly cast aside that thought and instead felt invigorated. He truly detected that distinctive aroma. War and hatred. The aroma wafted from a towering hill known as the Rainey's Hills, surrounded by dense masonry structures, with a dilapidated circular edifice perched atop. The sunlight was obscured by the hill, casting shadows over the buildings and the flat streets below, slightly alleviating the oppressive heat upon entering the city. A group of travelers passed through this area, and the unique scent gradually replaced the surrounding stench, prompting Bran to turn his gaze toward the summit of the hill. He had considered that the vast city of King's Landing might harbor what he sought, yet when it actually manifested, his heart raced uncontrollably. Regrettably, the group's destination lay deep within the Red Keep of King's Landing, and he did not believe he could stray from the party at will. Nor did he anticipate a favorable response should he request a change in route. Thus, Bran merely cast a lingering glance in that direction, committing the location to memory before diverting his attention. The group slowly navigated through the throngs of people on the street, led by a young man clad in a golden velvet-fitted jacket and a pristine green cloak, who rode ahead on horseback. His attendants shouted at the pedestrians to clear the way, their words echoing through the crowd. The residents of King's Landing responded with resentful glares, yet, constrained by the presence of the gold-clad soldiers flanking the procession, they were compelled to begrudgingly retreat to the sides, their indignation palpable. It was evident that the locals did not welcome this entourage, a fact Bran quickly discerned. He observed a middle-aged fishmonger, head wrapped in cloth, glaring at the procession while hawking his wares, and a woman hastily clutching her dirty, wandering child as she turned to flee. He even witnessed a disheveled beggar leaning against the brown brick wall, spitting in their direction. Such scenes became increasingly common after entering the city. Davos, riding alongside the wagon, explained that the Lannisters had plundered the city before offering it to Lord Robert. The Lannister family, the lords of the Westerlands, had initially chosen to remain neutral when the rebellion erupted, only deciding to join the insurgents after Prince Rhaegar Targaryen was slain by Robert Baratheon at the Trident. However, their entry was cunningly orchestrated. They masqueraded as royal reinforcements, deceiving King's Landing's gates to open, and once inside, they unleashed a torrent of violence and pillage in Robert's name, ultimately surrendering the city. Thus, it was unsurprising that the people viewed the Baratheons as no better than the Lannisters. Davos's expression grew peculiar as he recounted the tale, prompting Bran to inquire. "Are you from King's Landing?" "I was born in Flea Bottom," he replied, unconsciously clutching a small pouch hanging from his neck, containing the severed knuckles of his fingers. Seemingly a source of comfort for him, Flea Bottom was a haven for the impoverished, a place the noble Lannisters would likely disdain. He might have hoped otherwise. But as the procession passed near the so-called Flea Bottom, they were greeted with numerous collapsed shanties and buildings, causing the former smuggler to lapse into silence for the remainder of the journey. King's Landing was a sprawling medieval city, densely populated, with chaotic architecture. The scars of war still evident. The charred remnants of fires, the ruins of collapsed homes, and the bloodstains on the streets remained uncleaned. Even the nearest city gate they had entered was damaged and under repair, leaving one to wonder why a gate that had not been attacked would be in such disrepair. The atmosphere among the city's inhabitants was particularly somber and furious, painting a clear picture of the city's mood. The sights were consistently dreary and silent, devoid of the vibrancy one might expect, coupled with a foul stench reminiscent of a putrid sewer mixed with rotting meat that clung to his nostrils. Bran eventually withdrew his gaze from this ancient city and retreated into the wagon, contemplating how to acquire the source of that intriguing aroma from the hilltop. This was a simple task. Once they settled, he could easily concoct a reason to wander and ascend the hill. That place was a ruin, and Bran surmised that it was unlikely to harbor any inhabitants, making his target a potential unclaimed treasure. His initial thoughts were swiftly solidified, but not long after. He wrinkled his nose in confusion. Was it an illusion? Or something else? The unique scent that had dissipated as they distanced themselves from the hill suddenly returned, prompting Bran to peek out and realize they had arrived at a castle gate constructed of pale red stone. This was a formidable fortress, its walls towering and fortified with bronze gates, standing resolutely in the depths of the city. Today, its gates were flung wide open, the sharp iron portcullis already raised, casting a shadow over the courtyard as the procession entered, flanked by 2 rows of watchful guards. As they advanced, the peculiar aroma grew more potent, evoking a sensation of having stumbled upon a treasure trove, causing him to forget the previous feelings of distaste entirely. However, upon entering the castle, they were required to dismount and walk, surrounded by many people, making it difficult for him to discern the source of the fragrance. He could only momentarily disregard it and focus on the surroundings. The Red Keep, the royal castle of the city. had long been the abode of the Targaryen kings and their offspring, yet today it had opened its doors to the families of the rebels. Despite being the residence of royalty, it appeared little different from Storm's End, perhaps slightly more spacious, cleaner floors, and more meticulously crafted courtyards and columns. Bran soon lost interest. The escorting gold-clad soldiers halted at the castle gates, while others were directed elsewhere, under the guidance of their leader. The remaining members of the group proceeded along the cobblestone path, passing several towering towers and fortifications, eventually arriving at a grand hall with oak doors wide open. The hall was magnificent, deep and expansive, with 2 rows of intricately carved stone columns standing tall, each adorned with elegantly dressed nobles. The floor was laid with checkered marble, and the walls were adorned with finely crafted hunting tapestries. At the far end of the hall stood a sinister black iron throne, seemingly more a jagged mass of spikes and twisted metal than a seat, empty but imposing. Below the throne, for individuals of varying heights and ages sat around a long table. Bran's gaze settled on a robust young man with short, coal-black hair and a strikingly handsome visage. However, the hall was so vast and filled with people that he did not notice the newcomers at the doorway. As he quietly listened to a plump man in silks speaking nearby, appearing somewhat disinterested. "It is a rule, my lords, upon the death of the shopkeeper, his widow must remain a widow or marry a fellow tradesman, never to wed an outsider. She has violated this rule. Thus our guild has the right to seize her late husband's shop." The speaker, a portly middle-aged man in a light blue satin robe, exuded an air of entitlement. "What kind of absurd rule is this?" the young man beneath the throne remarked, but an elderly man beside him swiftly signaled him to silence, prompting the youth to hum in compliance. The elder then addressed the petitioner with an impassive expression. "We respect the customs of your guild, but whether the matter is as you claim requires further verification. Please return and await our response." Thus, the rotund merchant bowed and took his leave. Upon this, the young man in the green cloak waiting at the entrance stepped forward and announced loudly, "My Lord Robert, it is my honor to present to you Lord Stannis and your younger brother, Renly, along with the captured prisoner from Highgarden, Mace Tyrell." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward them. Renly's impression of Robert was that of a jovial man who loved to joke and laugh, except for a period just before the war when he wore a grim and angry expression. Typically, he seemed like a large, carefree fellow untroubled by the weight of the world. Now, after the announcement by the green-cloaked messenger, this robust young man with dark hair was laughing heartily. Ignoring the curious onlookers, he strode over, clapped Stannis on the shoulder, and then crouched down to pinch Renly's cheek, radiating joy. It was uncertain whether his happiness stemmed from seeing his family or from escaping the burdensome duties at hand. Eventually, he turned his gaze to Mace Tyrell behind the brothers, his smile fading somewhat. "By the gods, I smell the stench of roses," he exclaimed, gesturing towards a middle-aged man in white robes at the side of the hall. "But listen, take my little brother away first and arrange for his accommodations and meals." The man he beckoned wore polished white armor, tall and imposing, yet pale, as if he had suffered considerable injuries. Upon hearing Robert's command, he bowed slightly, then stepped forward, sword hilt resting upon his hip. "Come with me, young one," he said. Renly nodded, casting a final glance at Stannis, who was looking down at him, and followed the white-robed knight as they turned to leave. "Ah, the illustrious Renly Baratheon." If it were not for, a voice trailed off behind them, fading into the distance. The sounds of clanking armor and weapons accompanied them, growing more pronounced as they walked towards the rear of the king's hall, where the peculiar odor intensified. Having encountered 2 significant leads within a single day, Renly felt remarkably fortunate. Yet, he was unfamiliar with the people and things within this castle, making it difficult to pinpoint the source of the scent. Thus, he turned to the white-robed knight beside him. Upon closer inspection, the man named Belisson was handsome but bore signs of aging. His brown hair was streaked with silver, and the deep-set lines around his eyes revealed his weariness. His complexion was pale and frail, and he coughed intermittently as they walked. Only his striking blue eyes shone brightly, complemented by his dashing white armor and cloak, lending him an appearance younger than his actual age. "Are you the legendary Sir Belisson?" Renly inquired, noticing that the knight walked silently, lips pressed together, as if burdened by thoughts. The fearless Belisson was a name Renly recognized from both past and present. The man who had single-handedly infiltrated a rebellious town to rescue the captured king, who had slain the last heir of House Blackfyre in battle, thus ending a long and tumultuous division that had plagued the Targaryen dynasty for nearly a century. Recently, Renly had heard from Davos about the disbanding of the Kingsguard, and one of the leaders was this very knight. He was one of the 7 Kingsguard sworn to protect the king, a great knight with numerous achievements. Though he hailed from the Stormlands, he had once fought for the Targaryens. Now, it seemed he had surrendered to the Baratheons. "But listen, Samwell. My father is Sir Lionel Samwell of Harvest Hall," the knight replied, nodding at Renly's question, his gaze downward complicated, revealing a mix of repulsion and pain. This emotional response puzzled Renly, yet he was not inclined to pry further. Instead, he continued, "They say the king's hall is adorned with dragon bones. Why have I not seen them? Because Lord Robert abhors anything related to dragons. He ordered the bones to be removed from the throne room. They are now stored in the cellar," Belison coughed as he answered. "May I see them?" Renly asked eagerly. He had never visited King's Landing, and his memories of it were vague, but he had heard tales of the Targaryen dragon skeletons that filled the halls. The medium he sensed seemed extraordinary. First, the false teeth, then the dagger from the Riverlands, and now, within the Red Keep, he could not conceive of anything more unique than dragon bones. "My task is to ensure your proper accommodation." The white-robed knight shook his head in denial. "If you wish to see them, young one, you may discuss it with your brother Robert at a later time." Renly frowned at this response. "I merely wish to take a glance." "No. Why not? Lord Robert's orders are for me to ensure your proper accommodation, not to take you to see the dragon bones. Are the king's guards so inflexible?" "No, child. We merely adhere strictly to our commands." Renly blinked, then shifted the conversation. "My brother instructed you to arrange for my accommodation." The boy pondered aloud. "But he did not prohibit me from exploring the castle, did he? Is it truly his intention to confine me here in King's Landing?" The white-robed knight regarded the dark-haired boy with surprise, his tone wavering. "However, Robert's orders were clear. My brother is very kind to me. He would never wish to imprison me." Renly interrupted, feigning deep thought before looking up at the knight. "Sir, you appear unwell. Are you injured? Is it serious?" "Yes. I was wounded on the battlefield," Belison replied casually, only to realize his words as a blush crept across his face. "Child, do not misunderstand. It is not because of my injuries. That is quite all right, sir. I understand. Let us proceed swiftly, and then you can rest properly," the boy remarked with an air of maturity, only serving to increase Belison's embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Follow me. I will take you to the cellar. And then we shall proceed to Maegor's Holdfast, where your accommodations will be arranged." "Really? Come with me. Are you certain you are all right?" "Thank you for your concern, child. But I am quite certain," Renly responded with an O of understanding. Thus, their previously straightforward path transformed into a winding one as the tall white-robed knight led the dark-haired boy deeper into the castle. The castle's floor was laid with red bricks and was vast, with towering turrets rising high. The fortress courtyard bustled with a multitude of hurried servants traversing the colonnades. After a while, Renly felt slightly disoriented by their meandering. The white-robed knight evidently held considerable esteem within the castle, as numerous people greeted him along the way. An elderly washerwoman burdened with a pile of clothes, a kitchen boy drawing water, a finely dressed young noblewoman, and a page polishing his armor. They even passed a portly man in a pink robe. The man wore soft slippers and a shimmering satin gown, his round face plump and exuding a strong scent of perfume. His voice was soft and high-pitched as he greeted them. Upon hearing him, Renly instinctively glanced down. But the man quickly pulled up his robe to cover himself and shot Renly a reproachful glare. "Good boys do not have wandering eyes, you charming little fellow," he teased. Renly rolled his eyes in response, which only elicited laughter from the man as he swayed away. This character was quite amusing, the boy mused, casting a final glance at the stout bald man before signaling to halt, allowing his white-robed knight to resume their journey. This was Varys, the master of whisperers, whom we referred to as the Spider. Once they had distanced themselves, Balistan frowned and cautioned Loras. "He is both cunning and untrustworthy, child. It would be wise for you to steer clear of him." "Is it because he raises spiders?" Loras inquired. "One could say so, hence the danger." As they conversed, the white-robed knight led the boy into a rather desolate hall, where he removed a torch burning on the wall and knelt to pull open a fan-shaped wooden entrance in the corner. He then turned to the boy and said, "This is the cellar, my child. The dragon bones you wish to see lie below." Loras nodded, the rich aroma wafting through his nostrils filling him with delight clearly. His instincts had not betrayed him. The entrance to the cellar was somewhat narrow for the night, yet Loras navigated it effortlessly. They descended the rocky steps one after the other, and soon a chill enveloped them, raising goosebumps along their arms. Upon entering the cellar, the environment grew exceedingly dim. The knight, holding the torch aloft, led the way, while the light from the open fan-shaped entrance dwindled with each step, ultimately vanishing as they descended the stairs. With each footfall, the peculiar scent intensified, overpowering all other odors in the vicinity. The orange flames danced atop the torch, casting a slender shadow of the knight behind him. A fleeting glimpse of a small skull caught Loras's eye, a bone no larger than that of a puppy, lying limply on the edge of the cellar. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the larger dragon bones ahead. Despite the dimness, the torch illuminated the surrounding area sufficiently, revealing an array of skeletal remains that grew increasingly massive, the size of a hunting dog, a calf, a horse, a bison, and even a dragon. The black skulls loomed one after another, each larger than the last, with the most colossal at the far end nearly touching the vaulted ceiling. Its eye sockets were hollow and profound, with sharp teeth resembling towering pillars. The firelight reflected upon the dark surface, seemingly cloaking it in a shimmering film of flame, flickering with the fire's glow. "This is the skull of Balerion the Black Dread," the white-robed knight explained. "The conqueror Aegon rode this dragon to unite Westeros under his rule." Loras remained silent, entirely captivated by the skull before him. In the dim light, he gazed up at the enormous relic as if witnessing a miracle. Despite being aware that he inhabited a world rich with mystery and fantasy, and possessing the ability to traverse history, the sight of a dragon's skull, a remnant of a creature far beyond his comprehension, left him in awe. In that moment, he momentarily forgot the enticing aroma that beckoned him. His gaze transfixed on the massive skull that seemed to pulse subtly with the flickering light. His curiosity piqued about its true nature. However, his true objective was not the largest skull, but rather the second largest one beside it. This smaller black skull appeared only slightly diminished in size, with a longer jaw. Yet it emitted the unique scent that had captivated him. After casting a few glances, Loras withdrew his gaze and said to the knight, "Let us be on our way." "Sir, thank you for bringing me here." The knight seemed taken aback by his readiness to leave. He had expected the boy to linger. As most children confronted with dragon bones were either frightened to tears or overwhelmed with curiosity, eagerly questioning or rushing off to explore. Though intrigued, the white-robed knight refrained from further conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement before leading the way back. A heavy silence enveloped them. On the return journey, Loras pondered the dragon bones, his mind preoccupied and reluctant to speak. Despite the awe he had felt at the sight of the skull, he remained composed. Although the second-largest skull was the source of the enticing scent, he had no intention of revealing his unique abilities in the presence of others. Once he entered that realm, it felt as though his physical body would succumb to unconsciousness. While that in itself posed no immediate threat, he was uncertain of the consequences should he inadvertently sever the connection that allowed him to access that realm. If he were to truly lose consciousness here, the knight beside him would certainly not wait idly for him to awaken, and even if he could wait, allowing an outsider to witness such a phenomenon was decidedly inappropriate. He needed to devise a way to keep his abilities concealed. Lost in thought, Loras stepped into a square fortress protected by a dry moat within the castle. For some time, the atmosphere oscillated between calm and boisterous. It appeared that since their arrival, the festivities within the Red Keep had been ceaseless, with grand banquets held nightly in the throne room. The gatherings were well attended, featuring performances by singers and jesters, lords and ladies from the Westlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and even the newly surrendered Tyrell family from the Reach filled the halls. Numerous noble families had representatives in King's Landing, with countless lesser lords in attendance, as if the entirety of Westeros's ruling class had converged upon this place. The sole reason for this congregation was the impending coronation of a new king. In truth, had they not awaited the return of Eddard Stark, the ceremony would have commenced long ago. After all, a kingdom cannot exist without a sovereign, and prolonged delays could invite unforeseen complications. However, none of this concerned Loras. For now, his sole responsibility was to feign the demeanor of a polite child. Mornings were spent sharing breakfast with Stannis, Robert, and a man named Jon Arryn, the newlywed Duke of the Vale. Evenings were consumed by lavish feasts, during which noblewomen from various regions surrounded him, pointing and whispering, while children his age came to play. He also encountered several figures who differed greatly from his preconceived notions. Jaime Lannister appeared to be merely 17 or 18, clad in the white cloak of the Kingsguard, his striking golden hair glimmering, and he bore a handsome smile, albeit with an air of arrogance. Tywin Lannister, Jaime's father and the Duke of the Westerlands, was one of the most formidable nobles in the realm. He was taciturn yet imposing, always accompanied by a retinue of golden-haired kin. Loras had heard these were Tywin's brothers. Despite the Lannisters' apparent prominence, they did not seem well regarded at present. Their appearances often prompted others to retreat and murmur. Thus, Loras seldom encountered them. Additionally, he met Lisa Tully, the new wife of the aged Duke Jon Arryn of the Vale. In his memory, she had been a sharp-faced woman, yet now she appeared as a delicate, round-faced beauty with lovely chestnut hair, sitting beside a man who looked nearly 60. The contrast was so stark that they resembled a grandfather and granddaughter, rather than a married couple. Her demeanor appeared most agreeable, as she often smiled at blandly during meals, her laughter radiating a certain endearing shyness. However, Blandly sensed an oddity in her gaze, one tinged with sorrow. Her sister, Catelyn, the wife of Lord Eddard Stark of the North, had not yet graced King's Landing, as she had recently given birth to a baby boy and could not undertake the long journey. Aside from this limited company, Blandly had little recollection of others and paid them scant attention. Comparatively, he found greater delight in the banquet's offerings. The cream swan, exquisitely crafted, was sweet and fragrant, yet it paled in comparison to the allure of genuine swan meat. After sampling a dish reminiscent of goose, his curiosity was piqued by the roasted bear meat, slathered in rich sauce. Moreover, there were delectable butter-baked quail, crispy fried trout, honey pies, snail soup, and roasted capon stuffed with spices. The world momentarily became an array of culinary wonders, awakening within Blandly a newfound passion, his belly round and glistening with grease after each meal, only to retreat to his chambers and collapse onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. It wasn't long before he felt he had gained considerable weight. His mornings and evenings were predominantly consumed by feasting. When not hiding in his room, he accompanied the family guards assigned by Robert to seek out Ser Barristan Selmy, ostensibly to admire the tales and feats of the night, yet in truth, to familiarize himself with the route, preparing for the moment he might slip into the cellars. That opportunity would soon present itself. On one occasion, while meandering about, Blandly seized the moment when two guards were distracted by an irritable black cat, swiftly disappearing behind the crumbling wall of a ruin, and hastening toward a direction he had come to know intimately. Soon, shouts and hurried footsteps echoed behind him. But they veered toward another path he typically traversed, remaining oblivious to his true whereabouts. Relieved, he dashed along the wall toward his destination, the squat fortress, the solemn chapel, the half-collapsed tower, and the desolate courtyard. He carefully avoided all personnel and ultimately arrived at the abandoned hall he had visited not long ago. With great effort, he pushed open the heavy, fan-shaped wooden door and stepped into the cellar. The air was dark, eerie, and cold, the dungeon's ambience unchanged. Yet the boy found himself without the protection of a torch, his vision initially clouded and void. After a moment of adjustment at the entrance, his sight gradually returned, albeit still somewhat blurred. This, however, sufficed. Cautiously, he continued to navigate in the dark, stepping over the remains of bizarre corpses with hollow eyes until he finally reached his objective. Gazing upward, he beheld the dragon's skull. Its cavernous eye sockets appeared both empty and strange, as if two eyeballs were intently fixated on the dark-haired boy before them, sending a shiver down his spine. Rubbing his arms for warmth, Blandly took a deep breath and then plunged into the gaping maw of the dragon's skull, collapsing within, his legs stretched out, and his small hands gripping the jagged black teeth that loomed above him. A peculiar warmth yet chilling sensation enveloped him, but there was little time to ponder it. As he exerted force with his hands, his once clear thoughts swiftly blurred and dissipated. The surrounding darkness deepened, ultimately engulfing him in complete blackness. Heat surged, intense and searing, as if flames were pressed against his skin, jolting Blandly from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself sprawled face down on a sandy surface littered with rubble, flames roaring around him, a collapsed wall at his side. And he was pinned beneath a pile of yellow bricks. Pain throbbed in his forehead, and his right arm and legs burned with a fiery ache. Not far off, a pool of viscous blood glimmered in the flickering light. 3 strange lines of text emerging from the blood surface as Blandly gazed upon it. Save Rhaenys Targaryen. Survive 30 days. Escort Rhaenys Targaryen safely to Aegon the Conqueror. The air was thick with heat, and all around, buildings blazed with fierce flames, shadowy figures darting in and out of the inferno. The chaos was palpable, punctuated by frantic screams and the sound of arrows whistling through the air. The situation was perilous, leaving no time for contemplation of the cryptic lines, and Blandly prepared to rise from the ground. However, barely lifting himself, a sudden, forceful blow struck the back of his head, sending him crashing back down amidst a wave of pain. He initially believed it to be an enemy attack, but his eyes caught sight of a soldier rushing by, clad in a helmet and brown leather armor, wielding a spear and shield, seemingly the cause of his fall. Yet the soldier was not an enemy. Before Blandly could ponder why he had been struck, a brilliant column of silver-red fire erupted from above, engulfing the fleeing soldier and collapsing the nearby buildings. The dazzling flames rendered everything blindingly bright, but the fire did not linger. It surged forward like a powerful jet, targeting the taller structures. While water brings relief, fire only propels one toward the abyss of death. Cries of anguish and curses filled the air as the silver-red fire advanced, cleaving the sandy castle in two. Blandly considered himself fortunate, as the flames surged in the opposite direction. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to relax, but rather grew increasingly anxious. Nearby, a burning stable blazed, and behind him loomed a tower and lowly cottages. Ahead lay a rocky wall, where soldiers were fleeing in terror from the flames consuming them. Struggling to rise from the debris, Blandly sought a safe refuge, yet his survey of the surroundings revealed nothing but raging flames, leaving him with no choice but to remain beneath the crumbled wall, which seemed the safest place. A distant roar echoed from above, and Blandly looked up to see a massive figure soaring through the sky above the castle, its wings stretched wide, occasionally swooping low to unleash torrents of silver-red fire, turning the walls and towers to ash, while the people trapped within were like ants in boiling water, awaiting their fate, with Blandly among them. Rhaenys Targaryen. This name flashed through his mind. Though his study of Westerosi history had been brief, he recognized at least 3 individuals associated with this name. Yet, when paired with the architectural style and banners around him, along with the dragons soaring above, in the task he had just glimpsed. Blandly quickly deduced the identity of the dragon rider above and the perilous circumstances at hand. Aegon Targaryen, hailing from Dragonstone, commenced his conquest after landing in the place that would later be known as King's Landing, incinerating Harrenhal, invading the Storelands, and setting ablaze the fertile plains of the Riverlands, mercilessly killing the royal Gardner family and their numerous heirs, while also vanquishing the king of House Lannister in the Westerlands. The king in the north, witnessing the dire turn of events, knelt in surrender, while the Vale offered the crown in submission after the Queen's dragon descended. Among the ancient Seven Kingdoms, only Dorne remained defiant against the Queen's dragon, as its lords chose to abandon their castles and hide within the vast desert. In the year of conquest, Aegon was crowned king in Oldtown. Subsequently, he busied himself with quelling the chaos in all directions, paying little heed to the unyielding Dorne. However, this neglect was merely temporary. For years into the conquest, Aegon officially launched the First Dornish War of Conquest, only to suffer a disastrous retreat against the enemy's guerrilla tactics. 7 years later, Aegon, alongside his young queen, unleashed devastation upon various Dornish castles, prompting the Dornish to retaliate fiercely. They initiated military actions along the borders of the Riverlands and Stormlands, simultaneously evading the dragons while mounting their counterattacks. Hatred escalated rapidly, and the fall of Rhaenys Targaryen elevated this animosity to new heights. During the incineration of a castle called the Hellgate, the Queen's dragon was tragically struck in the eye by a bolt from a catapult, resulting in the demise of both dragon and dragon rider upon the ancient soil of Dorne. The Lord of Hellgate belonged to the Euler family, whose sigil depicted intertwined flames of yellow and deep red, and at that moment, a tattered banner, partially burned, hung upon the walls. Thus, Balon realized he was indeed within the confines of Hellgate, and he surmised that the figure setting the castle ablaze overhead was none other than Rhaenys Targaryen, one of the founders of the Targaryen dynasty. He found himself amidst a historical event, transported over 2 centuries back to the era when the Targaryen dynasty had just been established. If the records were accurate, he would soon witness the tragic fall of the formidable dragon rider above, provided he was not incinerated first. "Why must I save her when she cannot spare me first?" murmured a young man with disheveled black hair, crouched behind the ruins, surveying his predicament. Clad in charred brown and black leather armor, his rough linen trousers bore multiple rents, and the remnants of his left sleeve were mired in muddy blood, causing sharp pangs of pain. The only solace was a sheathed dagger strapped to his lower back. Yet, what use could this dagger be against the flames of a dragon? Thoughts racing through his mind, he cast a glance around the crumbling walls. Historical accounts indicated that the Queen's dragon, Meraxes, had been felled by a catapult bolt. If he could destroy the catapults beforehand, perhaps calamity could be averted. However, he soon realized that no catapults were present on the nearby wall, only the charred corpses and remnants of wooden machinery scattered atop the battlements. Hesitating briefly, he resolved that inaction could lead to failure, and with gritted teeth, he sprinted toward the illuminated path at the end of the ruins, aiming for a tall tower on the castle's left side. His plan was to procure a bow and find a secure vantage point from which to eliminate the soldiers operating the catapults, thereby completing his task. The tower appeared suitable. Despite the raging flames, they seemed incapable of consuming the stone entirely. Unfortunately, before he could reach his destination, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from above. Balon instinctively looked up, where a massive figure plummeted from the sky, growing larger in his sight. In the dim sky, the descending form resembled a silver shooting star, its piercing cries echoing through the air as its colossal wings flapped chaotically, stirring a tempest of wind and flame. The dragon writhed in the air, struggling against gravity, but ultimately crashed with a thunderous impact onto the scorched earth not far from the walls. The ground trembled, and a storm of dust and debris was unleashed, forcing the flames from surrounding structures to bow low. The once solid earth cracked and caved in, while a nearby brick wall succumbed to the dragon's tail. The violent impact amplified the dragon's anguished roars, and as its neck thrashed, a brilliant column of silver-red fire erupted from its gaping maw, incinerating everything in its path. Taking refuge behind a crumbled wall, Balon watched the silver flames blaze overhead, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his heart raced. The very spot where the dragon had fallen was precisely where he had just stood. All around him, the roads and buildings blazed, and the wall he leaned against grew increasingly hot. Yet, the flames above soon subsided, and after inhaling the searing air, Balon cautiously peeked out. There, on the scorched ground, lay a dragon covered in shimmering silver scales, writhing in agony. Its wings sprawled like trembling silver lakes, while its elongated tail, adorned with sharp spines, curled and twisted. The dragon's neck was long, its head menacing yet possessing a unique beauty. Balon noticed an arrow embedded deeply in one of its eyes, the source of its grievous cries. Despite its terrifying sounds, the dragon remained still, merely lamenting its plight. Upon its neck, Balan spotted his objective, a figure clad in silver female armor seated upon a specially designed saddle. The helmet that should have adorned her head had been cast aside, revealing a cascade of silver-golden curls that obscured her face. She appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact, but remained tethered by the saddle straps. Balan squinted at the sight. However, he was not the only one to notice the dragon and its rider. The defenders of the castle, quick to react, deployed a squad of soldiers clad in leather armor, cautiously approaching. The front soldier held a bronze shield, while those behind gripped their bows and spears tightly. Yet, before they could draw their arrows, the seemingly weakened dragon suddenly raised its head and roared, its voice a mixture of fury and pain. Struggling to move, it unleashed a torrent of silver-red flames from its gaping maw. The flames erupted skyward, but cascaded down in a brilliant shower of sparks, engulfing the soldiers entirely. Their anguished cries filled the air as they frantically shielded their faces and fled, flames consuming their bodies, and their screams grew ever more desperate. Only one soldier, realizing the peril, managed to duck behind a nearby wall. Amidst the chaos, the dragon's anguished cries seemed to invigorate its weakened form. As it struggled to crawl toward the source of the commotion, its massive silver-scaled body swayed precariously, while its long tail lashed out violently, creating a cacophony of destruction that further plunged the area into chaos. Yet, a glimmer of opportunity arose. As the dragon crawled forward, the surrounding structures crumbled around it. Just as its tail swept through a crumbling wall, a shadow darted forth, crouching low to avoid the sweeping appendage, then leaped onto the dragon's fractured wing. Racing toward its neck, the dragon's scales were thick yet smooth, and as it struggled to move its wings, the figure atop precariously balanced, nearly losing its footing several times. Fortunately, during this tumultuous ordeal, the dragon did not turn back to unleash its fiery breath, but rather continued to roar defiantly into the distance. Thus, the shadowy figure ultimately approached the knight situated at the base of the dragon's neck. The chaotic and blinding flames intertwined with distant screams, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. Beneath the bright night sky, with sweat and blood matting his brow, young Gendry gritted his teeth as he unfastened the buckle, his dagger swiftly severing the leather straps binding the silver-haired dragon knight to his saddle. With a decisive pull, he yanked him free and leaped down from the dragon's back, bending low to flee. Sensing the departure of its master, the mighty dragon roared, extending its neck to snap at the escaping form. Yet this movement seemed to aggravate its eye injury, transforming its fierce shriek into a mournful wail. Nevertheless, a surge of silver-red dragon fire brewed deep within its gaping maw, yet it ultimately refrained from unleashing this assault, instead emitting a sorrowful cry before turning its head and laboring onward. At that moment, Gendry, panting heavily, sheltered behind a partially collapsed wall, clutching the weighty form of the dragon knight. The cacophony of collisions and roars was distinctly audible outside, yet gradually receded into the distance. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a nearby burning tower, its walls trembling from repeated impacts. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped disaster, he heard a rustle and turned to see an unknown figure approaching. "Well done, lad. We've captured that bastard Aegon's wife." The man laughed heartily, grasping the long hair of the woman in Gendry's arms, his dark, rugged face alight with excitement and malice. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. In a flash of firelight, Gendry's dagger swiftly sliced open the man's swollen throat, blood spraying forth, but only splattering the sandy ground before him. Now on his feet, Gendry quickly snatched the yellow silk cloak draped around the assailant's waist and wrapped it around the woman in his arms. Ignoring the dying man's frantic gasps as he clutched his throat, Gendry sprinted toward the smoke-filled city gates without a backward glance. No one crossed his path. Only the burning buildings and charred corpses remained. However, upon reaching the city gates, he discovered a squad of 5 spear-wielding guards gathered there, peering into the depths of the blazing castle. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, but when their gazes turned toward him, his expression transformed into one of urgency and agitation. "Step aside. The Lord has been burned. I must find water in the moat. Clear the way." A soldier shouted from behind the kitchen well. "The dragon is over there." "Do you want the Lord to die?" Gendry cursed loudly, his speed unabated. "There are others wounded. You must help. Our duty is to guard this place," one soldier replied, while another inquired, "What is happening inside the castle? Did we succeed?" "That can wait. Saving lives is paramount." With that, the soldiers hurriedly stepped aside. They watched as Gendry leapt without hesitation, plunging into the murky waters of the moat with a resounding splash, his figure quickly swallowed by the swirling currents. Why did he jump? One spear-wielding soldier frowned. "We have no buckets," another explained, clearly unaware that their dark-haired comrade was a traitor. However, when no sign of Gendry emerged from the waters after a considerable time, even the dimmest of minds began to sense something was amiss. The guards exchanged glances, gripping their spears as they approached the drawbridge to ascertain the situation. Coincidentally, at that moment, a furious roar echoed from within the castle, freezing their movements. There is a traitor. Lord Euler has been slain. Aegon's dragon whore has been rescued. The hurried footsteps along the banks of the yellow sand river were incessant. As squads of Dornish soldiers clad in charred yellow-scaled armor rushed forth under the bright light of the full moon, brandishing spears and shields, their faces etched with anger and anxiety. In the distance loomed a castle engulfed in thick black smoke and flames, situated close to the riverbank, where figures hurriedly emerged and dispersed in every direction. Before long, numerous mounted Dornish riders appeared along the desolate horizon, encircling the castle and preparing for action. The chill of the desert night air made even breaths visible, yet the atmosphere crackled with fervor. Amidst the dim night, the common tongue of Westeros, tinged with Dornish accents, rang out incessantly as countless figures converged, ultimately gathering along the banks of the river named Sulphur, meticulously scouring every inch of land. The Dornish reinforcements seemed endless, and soon the entire riverbank had been thoroughly searched. Many individuals then radiated outward from this focal point, venturing into the depths of the desert in all directions. Regrettably, as the heat dispelled the chill and the sun rose on the following day, the Dornish found themselves without any significant discoveries. These searchers felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Yet they did not question their own methods. Instead, they suspected the existence of more traitors aiding from within, covertly concealing their quarry or having already facilitated their escape. Thus, the enraged Dornish turned their gaze further afield, casting their eyes upon their own ranks, previously considered secure. Amidst countless casualties, they had managed to slay a dragon. Yet a traitor had allowed the young queen to slip away. Their anger could not be quelled. Nor could they help but doubt the integrity of what they once believed to be an unbreakable Dornish alliance. Alas, the direction they deemed certain was, in truth, misguided. For the very places they had already scoured remained far from thoroughly searched. As the clamor subsided and the Dornish dispersed, two heads suddenly broke the surface from beneath a large rock in the expansive river, glancing around cautiously before swiftly climbing ashore. This peculiar duo had evidently been lurking in the waters for some time, yet one, a silver-haired woman, remained unconscious. However, the gentle rise and fall of her chest revealed that she had not drowned. The other was a striking young man with short black hair. Possessing a hooked nose and thin lips, his sun-kissed skin and subtly exotic features marking him unmistakably as a true Dornishman, but the reality was far from what appeared. Surrounded by rolling yellow hills, the rushing river beside them roared with a tumultuous sound. The wounds on their foreheads and other parts of their bodies, having been submerged for so long, were dulled to pain, though the linen bandages had become soaked with blood, now a deep crimson. Gendry lifted his gaze to the increasingly glaring sun, furrowing his brow before turning his attention to the woman lying before him. This young queen, Rhaenys Targaryen, should have been in her 30s, yet she appeared to be merely in her late 20s. The silver-scaled armor she had worn was now lost to the depths, leaving her wrapped only in the yellow cashmere cloak Gendry had previously seized, alongside a white padded leather jerkin and a silk gown beneath. Her long, curled silver-blonde hair lay in disarray across the ground, mired in mud and debris, and though her face bore the marks of dirt, it did little to obscure her innate beauty. With a delicate nose and a smooth forehead, Valyrians were renowned for their dragon-riding prowess and striking allure. And this woman embodied that exceptional beauty. However, the young man with black hair squatted down and surveyed the surroundings briefly before swiftly drawing a silver dagger from its leather sheath at his waist. He grasped the beautiful long hair of his adversary and began to sever it. Although the dagger was not particularly sharp, the hair appeared more fragile, and as he cut through the lustrous strands glimmering in the sunlight, he cast them behind him into the great river. By the time he sheathed the dagger, the once radiant woman with flowing silver-golden curls had transformed into a figure with an oddly styled bob. Admiring his handiwork, the black-haired youth nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He raised his hand to touch his chest, but found no ring-like object there. He then glanced down at his hands, noticing no peculiarities. Lele furrowed his brow unconsciously. The situation had been tense, and his initial purpose for jumping into the moat was simply to swim away and evade the watchful eyes of the guards. Yet, upon entering the water, he discovered that the abilities he thought impossible to bring with him were still effective. More than that, the moat was connected to the larger river, filled with the stench of sulfur, making his escape considerably easier. In the face of the relentless pursuit by the guards, he chose to shelter with the rescued woman beneath the water. Whenever someone passed by, he would dive beneath the surface, and when the coast was clear, he would surface and hide in the shadows cast by the rocks in the river. This continued throughout the night. Lost in thought, he inadvertently glanced at her rosy lips before quickly scanning the vicinity with caution. The sun now stood high in the sky, and the river, scorched by the blazing heat, released thick vapors. The banks, dry and parched, led over the yellow hills to an endless expanse of desert and hills. Although a tall mound loomed behind him, obscuring the side of the fortress known as Hellgate, Blue felt he had not traveled far. After a brief rest to alleviate the chill in his body, he hoisted the unconscious woman onto his back and quickly fled in the opposite direction. Escaping the encirclement of the guards seemed an impossible task. However, considering the identity of the person he carried, Blue felt that if he could endure for a while and await aerial rescue, he might prevail. Yet, where to hide posed a dilemma. A source of water and food was essential, for even if they evaded the guards, starvation could easily claim their lives. Blue was not well versed in the geography of the region, but for the time being, he did not worry too much about food, as a river flowed beside him. Although the water was somewhat murky, finding sustenance within it was not an insurmountable challenge. He was currently pondering another question. What did it truly mean to have saved someone? Awakening. Among the 3 tasks assigned, he felt he had already risked his life to complete one, yet since last night, no rewards had manifested, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his actions. While he hoped for rescue, the proximity to the guard's fortress was too great. He could not linger in the river, nor could he find a secluded spot unknown even to the locals. Thus, he began to make his way downstream, determined to distance himself from the area. Along the sandy banks of the river, the silhouette of a man carrying a woman advanced steadily. As he traveled further, the sun climbed higher, its rays growing more intense. The thick leather armor and clothing, initially damp, became dry and comfortable. Yet the weight of the woman on his back made him increasingly uncomfortable. The padded leather coat she wore felt like a furnace, radiating stifling warmth. Essential when clad in armor, it now seemed a burden. Despite this, he did not remove the heavy coat like he would his armor, instead enduring the discomfort. When it became intolerable, he would occasionally stop to plunge into the river to cool off. Perhaps distracted by other thoughts, he encountered no guards along the way. Nor did he perceive any change in the environment, as if the river and desert stretched infinitely. As night fell quietly, the previously burdensome coat transformed into a vital source of warmth against the cold. Under the dim moonlight, weary, Blue sat trembling on the parched riverbank, his gaze fixed on the sprawling figure of the woman before him, wrapped in layers. He felt that her yellow cloak was somewhat excessive. However, before he could decide whether to remove it and drape it over himself, he suddenly noticed a finger of hers twitching slightly against the ground. Startled, Blue was about to examine her closely when a message flashed through his mind. You have acquired a new skill, Poison Crafting LV5. Memories of collecting, processing, and identifying toxins surged through his mind, and once everything settled, Blue experienced a sensation as if the veils of the world were being lifted. He scanned the surroundings. Not far away, a gray stone that had previously seemed unremarkable now caught his attention. He instantly recognized that it likely concealed a deadly Dorn red scorpion. While a nondescript patch of grass underfoot was actually covered in a special paralyzing toxin, a mere touch could spell disaster. Less than 5 meters away, what appeared to be an ordinary patch of sand concealed a venomous sand snake, blending seamlessly into the environment, watching the two with predatory intent. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he crouched to pick up a stone. After weighing it in his hand, he hurled it with force. The snake reacted swiftly, raising its head, only to be struck on the forehead by the stone, hissing loudly. The snake writhed in agony until Blue moved in and severed its head with a single thrust of his dagger. As the snake's blood seeped into the sand, Blue breathed a sigh of relief and turned to carry the tasked target away from this venomous place. However, upon turning, he was met with the sight of a woman propped up and glaring at him. Who are you? Under the cool moonlight, the pale-skinned, violet-eyed woman wore an expression of wariness. Especially upon realizing Blue bore the features of a guard, she could not help but retreat in panic, her slender frame lacking the commanding presence she had shown during the inferno at Hellgate. The one who saved you, Blue replied, sheathing his dagger to signal his lack of hostility, which seemed to ease her trepidation slightly. Save me? She murmured, surveying her surroundings, but suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively raised a hand to touch her head. Where's my hair? Her hoarse voice sharpened into a shriek, and the previously tense expression of the young queen shifted into one of fury as she fixed her gaze on Blue. Did you cut my hair? Your hair was singed in the fire, so I merely tidied it up, Blue explained, gesturing toward her cloak. Wrap it around your head. You'll look just like a Dorn woman. This was a mere offhand suggestion, as Blue had never actually seen a Dorn woman, but upon hearing this, her anger momentarily dissipated into confusion. In a flurry, she seized the cloak and wound it tightly around her head, creating a rather comical appearance. I apologized, sir. I misjudged you, she said politely, then hesitated before asking, what about my dragon? It's dead, Blue shrugged. It was shot in the eye by a crossbow bolt and then fell into the lair of the Dorn. As he spoke, noticing a change in the other person's expression, he added, you need not be overly sorrowful. Were it not for my intervention, you might have already succumbed beneath that dragon. Unfortunately, his words offered no solace, as she displayed no other emotion. simply nodding quietly before shifting the topic. What is your name? Sir, I am called Balon. He instinctively considered fabricating a lie, but soon realized it unnecessary. You may simply refer to me as Balon. Sir Balon, the tightly wrapped Rennies declared earnestly. Thank you for rescuing me, sir. When we arrive in King's Landing, my husband will repay you. What is it that you desire? A castle? Lands? Or riches? Those hold no value for me, Balon replied, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, and he proposed, I will ensure your safe passage from here. And in return, you shall grant me a dragon egg. How does that sound? Rennies paused, furrowing her brow. What would you do with a dragon egg? It is of great significance. Aside from us, none can hatch a dragon egg, nor ride a dragon. I could keep it as a collectible. No, I cannot acquiesce to that request. Rennie shook her head decisively. Our family possesses only adult dragons, no eggs. How unfortunate, Balon sighed. Then I shall have to keep you here. I have already betrayed Dorne, but fleeing alone is preferable to carrying a burden. He ceased speaking further, rising to his feet. We can offer you wealth beyond measure or any other status you desire. I seek only a dragon egg, Balon insisted. Or else why would I risk my life to save you from being pursued by the people of Dorne? You have no use for a dragon egg. That is my concern, he replied, prompting a silence from her. Finally, she inquired, will you truly help me escape? I cannot guarantee it, Balon admitted, shaking his head. If I fail, I would likely be slain by the Dornish as a traitor. You would be recaptured, and while they might use you as a hostage, I suspect they will not remain rational, considering how many lives you have taken. He shrugged. So what will it be? I risk my life for you. Do you agree? Our family does not permit the distribution of dragon eggs, but gazing at the dark-haired Dornish woman before him, Rennies nodded. Agreed. Such swiftness? Balon regarded her with suspicion, feeling that this negotiation had unfolded too smoothly. Do you swear? I swear upon the honor of House Targaryen that if you deliver me from danger, I shall provide you with a dragon egg, she replied with utmost seriousness. An air of silence enveloped them, and Balon opened his mouth to say something but thought better of it and fell silent. For the remainder of the time, they spoke no more. One was lost in thought while the other sat wrapped in her blanket, occasionally casting wary glances around, subtly assessing Balon. However, it was not long before she dozed off, seemingly forgetting her vigilance. Balon, on the other hand, found no comfort in sleep, as he needed to remain alert for any sudden appearances of the Dornish, and the cold was unbearable. Initially, he managed to stay awake, but as the night wore on, fatigue began to overtake him. He had not rested a wink since arriving in this place. In a daze, a sudden scream jolted him awake. He sprang to his feet, following the sound, only to find the young queen staring in terror at a golden lizard that was slowly crawling over her. Frowning, Balon stepped forward, swiftly grasped the lizard, and with a flash of his dagger, severed its head. The tail that had been entwined around his wrist immediately lost its strength. Previously, he could only solve such matters through brute force, but the knowledge he gained from his poison-making skills afforded him a proficiency in subduing venomous creatures akin to that of a native Dornishman. The young queen sighed in relief, offering a quiet thank you. Ignoring her, Balon kicked the lizard's head into the nearby river, placing the still bleeding lower half on the ground, his dagger swiftly slicing it open. Sir Balon, what are you doing? A raspy voice inquired curiously. Though it is toxic, there are still parts that are edible, he answered without looking up. And I am not a sir, just call me by my name. This seemed to trigger something in her, prompting her to ask hurriedly, you didn't bring any food? At that moment, Balon was peeling the golden skin off the lizard and shrugged. Indeed, so we must make do with whatever we can find. What about water? Isn't there water in the river? Rennies glanced at the murky water behind her, frowning involuntarily, then looked at a towering cactus nearby. I have heard that the Dornish can find water sources in plants. At least this one cannot, unless you enjoy the prospect of vomiting, he replied. Thus, the Targaryen queen chose not to say more, sitting down with her chin resting on her hand, lost in melancholy. After the commotion, she appeared utterly devoid of sleep, prompting Balon to advise her to remain alert while he sought a spot to rest. By the time dawn broke, he had regained much of his energy. However, at that moment, a new dilemma arose before them. The slender woman, her head wrapped in a cloak, appeared normal as she stood, but after taking a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground with a cry. Balon rushed to support her, noticing her furrowed brow. I sense something is amiss. The young queen bit her lip, looking down in embarrassment. My backside hurts. The translucent yellow scorpion cautiously poked its head out from the shadows of a rock, before darting toward the riverbank. However, it had scarcely moved a few steps when a foot clad in coarse rope sandals descended from above, crushing the scorpion with a sickening crunch. Its vibrant green innards spilling forth, brutally marking the end of an innocent life. Looking down at the sole of her foot, the foot's owner felt no pity. Instead, brushing the dirt off with irritation, the scorching sun cast its unyielding rays upon the riverbank, distorting and blurring everything in sight. Behind her, the murky river flowed slowly. While a beautiful woman in a red dress with silver trim, her short and tousled hair, sat observing the bare-chested man nearby, glistening with sweat, or rather, fixating on the stone before him. Upon that relatively flat stone, he was methodically slicing thin strips of tender white snake meat. The surface of the heated rock transforming into a frying pan, soon releasing its oils with a sizzling sound. The transformation of the snake meat from raw to cooked was accompanied not only by a change in color but also by the release of an enticing aroma, which, as he skewered them with his dagger, drew the woman's attention even further. She merely glanced at the dagger and couldn't help but caution the dark-haired, brown-skinned man with a hooked nose, known as Loras. This dagger is poisoned. Poisoned? You used it to extract snake venom yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Rest assured, it has long since lost its venom. Really? The young queen regarded him with a gaze full of skepticism. Even if it were poisonous, a suitable toxin could enhance the flavor. As Loras spoke, he raised his hand to extract a piece of snake meat and chewed it. It can also alleviate pain. Rennies responded with a soft "oh," cautiously taking the dagger from him before lowering her head to eat. Loras nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this lively and willful young queen, as chronicled in history, was quite agreeable. Whether it was her initial reaction to his hair or subsequent matters, as long as he explained the reasons, she would silently accept without raising objections or sulking. However, her curiosity was indeed insatiable. It was now the third day since she had awakened. After a brief replenishment of energy, Loras hoisted her onto his back and continued on their way, while her hoarse inquiries persisted from behind. They say the lords, and even the ladies of Dorne, openly keep lovers? Most of them prefer their own gender. Is that true? Do I look like a lord to you? I heard you cherish love and desire, viewing marriage and procreation merely as duties. Perhaps that's why? Loras remained silent. Yet she did not cease her questioning. Are you familiar with these matters in Dorne? I mean, the desert and the venomous snakes? Are you well acquainted with your homeland? Loras inquired. Of course, I am familiar. I grew up on Dragonstone. She began to speak, only to abruptly realize and fall silent. But soon, the questions resurfaced. Why did you save me? Was it merely for the dragon eggs? What other reason could there be? Perhaps you have many enemies in Dorne? Did hatred compel you to stand with us? Did someone take your fiancée? Indeed. I was publicly jilted by my betrothed and bound by a 3-year pact. Is that true? What was that pact? A duel? Are you certain you are 35? Can you sing? Please, sing a song. I'm feeling a bit bored. I cannot. Come on, just one, a good jazz piece. I truly cannot. And I am not a jazz singer. Do you prefer men? The weather was already stifling, and as they progressed, her incessant chatter made Loras feel as if a swarm of flies buzzed around his ears. He suspected he might appear too harmless, allowing her to relax so much. Yet, he failed to notice the thoughtful expression that briefly crossed her face, soon replaced by shock, followed by a cry. They had fallen into the river beside them. The startled scream accompanied a splash as the murky waters engulfed them, and after swallowing a few gulps of water, Rennie struggled to grasp a rock to steady herself, only to find a pair of hands tugging at her, prompting her to scream. What are you doing? No response came, and when the hands failed to pull her down, they vanished without a trace. The young queen's face flushed with anger, quickly shifting to regret as the faint sound of hoofbeats approached from upstream, growing increasingly loud. Loras, where are you? Someone's coming, she whispered, but the flowing river offered no reply, and a glance around revealed no cover for concealment. With gritted teeth, Rennies took a deep breath, pinched her nose, and submerged herself. Dragonstone, located off the eastern coast of Westeros, was an island where she had grown up. And as the first queen of the Targaryen dynasty, she was naturally adept in the water. However, her hiding was belated, as 3 Dornish riders swiftly approached, clearly alerted by the commotion. Initially, they might have only sensed the disturbance without grasping the situation, but as they drew closer, the lead rider, a dark-skinned man, suddenly spotted the yellow cloak that had quietly slipped away on the riverbank, becoming momentarily stunned before erupting into furious shouts. It's that dragon whore. Hurry. He dismounted, grabbing his spear and charging forward, while the other 2 hastily followed suit. The slightly murky river appeared undisturbed. Yet the experienced riders discerned the faint traces of a person having traveled through the area and the splashes of water. One rider remained on the bank, bow drawn, while the other 2 plunged into the river, intent on capturing the person within. However, as they entered the water, the rider on the bank suddenly felt a tight grip around his ankle, and before he could react, a tremendous force yanked him into the river. The fallen rider struggled desperately, causing splashes at the riverbank, but when a sharp object cruelly sliced through his neck, his struggles quickly waned. This all transpired swiftly. As the cry echoed, the 2 still swimming turned to see only their companions' wide, astonished eyes and the hands clutching his neck, blood streaming forth. The convulsing body floated downstream, the rushing crimson liquid spreading across the surface, leaving the remaining 2 riders in a state of rage. It's that traitor. one shouted, turning back toward the riverbank, while the other recklessly pressed on, spotting a hazy figure hiding against a stone beneath the water not far ahead. As he advanced, he caught a glimpse of the increasingly terrified, beautiful face below the water's surface, fueling the Dornishman's determination as he stretched out his hand, striving to seize this deeply hated enemy. Yet ultimately, he failed to grasp his intended target. Despite being so close, a dagger silently emerged from the water, resting against his neck, while the hand holding it was firmly gripped by another. A dripping figure with dark hair surfaced beside him, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight and appeared remarkably imposing, with brown eyes gazing down at him. The brown-haired Dornishman shivered at the sight, then called out without looking back, but all he received in response was the towering presence casting a shadow upon him. He is dead. Now only you remain. How can that be? The Dornishman replied, still in disbelief, but the silence that ensued sent his heart plummeting. Upon realizing they were under attack, he and his companion had instinctively sprung into action, one continuing into the water toward the target, while the other returned to shore to prepare to shoot the enemy. This way, regardless of which of them the enemy chose to attack, the other could successfully complete their mission. Yet, he had not anticipated such swift action from the figure beside him. Ignoring the enemy's thoughts, the dark-haired figure, Loras, commanded, "Now, come ashore. You are a traitor." The brown-haired Dornishman spat, floating on the surface of the water in hatred. Loras remained unfazed, tightening his grip on the dagger and threatening, "It is coated with the venom of a red scorpion. If you do not heed my warning, you shall taste its effects. The water will wash away your poison, traitor." The Dornishman retorted defiantly. "Care to test that?" Loras replied. The brown-haired Dornishman felt a rush of emotions, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Ultimately, he cast a reluctant glare at Balon and was compelled to move toward the riverbank. He might have harbored thoughts of retaliation, with the opportunity presenting itself as he attempted to ascend the shore. Unfortunately for him, his adversary acted swiftly, before he could fully emerge. A knee struck him brutally in a vulnerable spot. The sudden surge of excruciating pain drained him of strength, and he couldn't suppress a cry of anguish. By the time he was dragged onto the shore and regained his composure, a dagger had already been poised against his throat once again. "What is the current situation at the Black Gate?" Balon inquired. "I will not divulge that, traitor. Has Aegon not arrived yet? He is too frightened." "We have slain a dragon," the proud Dornishman declared, his sunburned face betraying a hint of a smile. "So he truly hasn't come," Balon murmured, casting a glance at the woman who had likewise climbed ashore, listening intently, her brow furrowed. Realizing he had fallen into a simple verbal trap, the Dornishman seethed with anger. Straining to glare at Balon and spat bitterly, "You will not escape unscathed, traitor. Neither you nor your dragon whore will have a good end. All the Dornish lords are seeking you. Even if no one knows you are here now, they will eventually." "That is evidently not the case at present," Balon replied. Then asked, "Any last words?" The man merely sneered. After a moment of silence, Balon withdrew the dagger from the Dornishman's throat, only to plunge it swiftly into his heart, simultaneously covering his mouth to muffle any sound. The dull thud of metal penetrating flesh was accompanied by a spray of blood, staining the linen fabric of his chest a deep crimson. As he gazed down at the convulsing body and the rapidly dilating black pupils, Balon silently closed the man's eyes. He then turned to the petite queen who had managed to crawl ashore. "What is this? Is your rear no longer in pain?" On the sun-drenched riverbank, the fierce battle had come to a close. 2 riders' corpses had been swallowed by the murky waters, while one lay motionless on the shore, blood seeping into the sandy ground, leaving a deep crimson mark. "What is this? Is your rear no longer in pain?" A slender woman in a damp, red gown stood nearby, observing the black-haired man crouching before the corpses. The remark caused her cheeks to flush, yet she refrained from defending herself and instead curtsied. "Please forgive my caution, Sir Balon. After all, I am but a weak woman, and I hope you can understand." "Weak enough to choke me?" Balon internally scoffed. Yet recognizing it was a process of mutual testing and adaptation, he bore no ill will and merely nodded. The queen, sensing his acceptance, visibly relaxed, then glanced at him with an intent look, saying, "Just now by the river, I thought you might have ill intentions towards me." Balon, still crouched as he searched the ground for spoils, shot her a glance. "Rest assured, we are not of the same ilk." The light-hearted retort held considerable weight, causing Rhaenys to glance down at herself, her expression one of indignation. However, she chose not to dwell on it and shifted the conversation. "When I return to King's Landing, I can introduce you to noble girls of your age. I am aware of all the unmarried noble women in the 7 kingdoms, and I am sure I can find you a suitable match." Balon did not engage with this topic, prompting her to crouch beside him. "You appear rather melancholic," she remarked. "I am well enough. It merely feels like a dream," Balon replied while scavenging for loot. At this moment, he found it challenging to distinguish the authenticity of this world. Previously, he had inquired about the Iron Islands and received answers that aligned closely with his understanding of reality. This indicated that he was merely experiencing a historical narrative rather than a repetitive world. Yet, if this were false, why did these people seem so undeniably real? Emotions, sensations, everything was indistinguishable from reality. This included Rhaenys, who was both mischievous and cunning. Yet, what exactly was she? The bloodshed and combat had stimulated his adrenaline, but also left him feeling somewhat melancholic. The sun shone brightly, yet an air of silence enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, the act of killing can evoke a profound discomfort, a somewhat hoarse female voice remarked, her tone somber. It's akin to extinguishing burning candles. Though there may be many within the room, each one snuffed out diminishes the light. Then do you not spend your days confined in a darkened chamber? Balon queried, glancing at her. There must be at least 1,000? That was my dragon's doing, not mine, the queen felt compelled to clarify. But she quickly shifted her expression to a serious one. I prefer not to discuss this any further. We should address more pressing matters. Her words caught Balon off guard. As she straightened, her brow furrowing as she spoke, my husband may believe I am dead, or perhaps he has not yet received word. However, I suspect the former is more likely. If that is the case, we must proceed. If I am not mistaken, this river flows southward towards the sea. Perhaps we could take to the maritime route and head to Old Town or Driftmark, which are our territories. Rhaenys' words bore a heavy weight. They had initially hoped that the conqueror would hear news of them and follow the current, thus they had circled around this river. However, it now seemed that hope was dwindling. Do you not wish to seek assistance from your husband? Though he has not yet arrived, if he believes you to be dead, he will surely seek revenge, Balon asked with interest. The longer we remain here, the more perilous it becomes, and even if we could evade their pursuit. Should we encounter my husband, we could not ask for his aid, for he would see us as enemies and incinerate us from his dragon's back, Rhaenys lamented. While riding dragons, we dare not fly too low, for dragon riders are the greatest vulnerability of a dragon in low-altitude flight. Well, you have witnessed the consequence. Balon nodded, but then shook his head. Taking to the sea is a sound idea, but we cannot follow this river. Why not? Wherever one may be. Water in the desert is a vital resource. The fervor from your assault on the Black Gate has not yet subsided, which is why we currently see no one. However, the absence of people now does not guarantee their continued absence. Balon continued, I suspect that if we proceed downstream, we will surely encounter Dornish villages or those coming to fetch water. That would be akin to sheep willingly walking into the lion's den. Noticing something peculiar in the Dornishman's words, Rhaenys frowned and asked, do you not know where their stronghold lies? I actually hail from Starfall, Balon replied calmly. I am familiar with the Dornish mountains, but not with the deserts and rivers here. Are you of House Dane? Rhaenys inquired curiously, the Danes of Starfall? Does your family not possess a sword known as Dawn? That sword is named Dawn. The Sword of Dawn is merely a title for its wielder. Balon found it odd that she was unaware of such basic knowledge. Yet he had no desire to delve further into it, and began inspecting the meager spoils he had gathered. In truth, there was little to find. The oppressive heat meant that the Dornish rider had few possessions aside from a dagger sheath and his clothing. He then turned toward the 3 horses. The war horses differ significantly from ordinary steeds. They do not flee in the face of battle, and since the recent skirmish transpired largely in water, they remained remarkably unperturbed. As he approached, Baelor felt a flicker of concern that the horses might turn and bolt or deliver a kick. Thus he treaded cautiously. Yet, to his surprise, these creatures exhibited an extraordinary docility. One black horse even lowered its head to nuzzle his arm. With this newfound assurance, Baelor began rummaging through the saddlebags strapped to their backs. He discovered water-filled canteens, flint for starting fires, oilcloth, leather armor stripped off due to the heat, cotton garments, bronze scale armor, antidotes, tents, and bedding, an assortment of essential supplies for long journeys. This unexpected bounty filled him with a sense of exhilaration akin to witnessing the moon emerge from behind the clouds. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a letter crafted from silk, sealed with a crest, which sparked a brilliant idea in his mind for a cunning ruse. He turned to glance at Rhaenys, who was vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Following the river was a viable option, provided one possessed the courage to do so. The desert night bore a chill, with the breath of men and beasts exhaling frosty mist. Yet the Dornish were accustomed to the sweltering heat of the day and likewise adapted to the stark temperature drop of the night. Many Dornish preferred nocturnal activities over the daylight hours. The Sulphur River roared nearby, its sound clear enough to reach a village nestled at the foot of a sandy hill. Dornish architecture, constructed from yellow earth and stone, intertwined with resilient desert flora, exuded an exotic charm. However, whether among the inhabitants or the occasional outsiders, this detail often went unnoticed. The village was alive with activity, as the shouts of the watchmen roused the populace from their slumber, drawing them together in anticipation of approaching riders. The distant sound of hoofbeats sent the Dornish into a state of alert, grasping sticks and farming tools with nervous eyes fixed on the source of the commotion, though some elders remained calm. If it were cavalry from the north, the Lord would have alerted them by now. Those dragon-riding bastards wouldn't dare mount horses. It must be our own people. An elder, chewing on a straw, made this assertion, but the increasingly loud hoofbeats distracted the crowd from his words, their gazes glued to the approaching figures, readying themselves for battle or flight. However, once the rider's attire became discernible, the tension in the air dissipated, replaced by a flurry of speculation. What could this mean? In these times, it surely could not bode well. Were the dragon bastards seeking revenge? Half a month prior, after the dragon's fall at the gate of the keep, riders had arrived here, bearing the news of the beast's demise. Yet, the Dornish remained unaware of the full circumstances, though their kin were united. Some information was deemed too sensitive for all to know, lest it escape their lips. Their murmurs soon ceased as the two riders drew nearer. Clad in the brass scale armor and trousers of the Lord's soldiers, with no helmets but cloaks and hoods concealing their faces. The lower halves of their faces were wrapped in ochre scarves. Before reaching the village's gathering point, the lead rider proclaimed in a commanding voice, "By the order of Lord Euler of the Gate of the Keep, a reward is offered for the capture of a male and a female fugitive. Any leads must be reported immediately, for the Lord shall bestow generous rewards." Though muffled by the scarf, his fluent common tongue, tinged with Dornish inflections, revealed his identity. As he spoke, he shook out a piece of silk, revealing two crude likenesses drawn upon it, which caught the villagers' attention. "Silver hair? Is that the dragon whore?" someone queried after scrutinizing the images. Recalling the prior announcement that the dragon whore was dead, the rider reprimanded sharply, "Do not heed such rumors." But another voice chimed in, "Yet I heard she escaped?" The rider chose not to respond directly, standing tall and declaring, "Do not inquire further. Simply remember Lord Euler's command." With that, he spurred his horse onward along the village road, leaving behind a trail of contemplation among the Dornish. The second rider, dark-faced and silent, followed closely. None perceived any peculiarity in their demeanor. They appeared as mere heralds dispatched by the Lord. However, this was far from the truth. The two riders galloped in tandem until they were well out of sight of the villagers, at which point the black-faced rider urged his steed forward, laughing heartily at the seemingly calm, yet inwardly anxious rider ahead. "Good sir, how is it that you cannot ride?" The voice, hoarse and distinctly not male, carried a note of mockery. "I told you, I am not a sir," the stooped rider shot back, irritation flickering in his gaze. In Westeros, the term sir was reserved for knights. Those not of the order might find such a title flattering, yet Baylor felt the taunt keenly. In truth, he had not yet reached the age to learn riding, and managing to ride at all was already a testament to his exceptional ability. Many who were not knights could ride, including women. "There are always exceptions," Baylor retorted, but his companion did not linger on the topic. His dark purple eyes swept over Baylor with a playful glint. "Sometimes I feel you are unlike a true Dornishman, even though you undeniably are." With that, the dark-faced rider nudged his horse and galloped ahead. Watching the retreating figure, Baylor suppressed a smirk. It was now the 16th day since he had arrived in this historical narrative. The three Dornishmen who had attacked them earlier were, in fact, messengers. Realizing this, Baylor devised a plan to masquerade as one of them, hoping to navigate the ensuing journey under this guise. Though an imposter, his voice naturally mimicked that of the Dornish. And in an age devoid of visual recording, the likelihood of being recognized was slim. At most, someone might sketch their likeness, but if the artist had never seen the subjects in person, the accuracy of the depiction would be questionable. The silk image he carried was proof of this. Moreover, Queen Rhaenys possessed a talent for disguise, able to use local materials like charcoal to alter her appearance, ensuring that under the cover of night, they would likely remain undetected. Thus far, their journey had encountered few obstacles, aside from a close call when they were nearly exposed by two overly enthusiastic Dornish women. Now, the dark coastline loomed faintly in the distance, the sounds of the waves whispering in their ears. Upon reaching the shore, this leg of their journey would conclude, leaving the dangers of Dorne largely behind. The next stage would be by sea, contingent upon their ability to secure a vessel. Beneath the moonlight, the two riders sped southward, the kicked-up dust settling softly under the cool luminescence. As they approached the ocean, the wind intensified, growing colder. Before them lay the last Dornish village, and the sound of hoofbeats began to fade. They became increasingly alert to the presence of any watchers. "Is there truly a ship here?" Rhaenys inquired, peering toward the village at the horizon. They hoped to procure a small boat from this village and row away. The salt men predominantly made their living through fishing, so there must be boats available. Balan whispered. He had read a book titled The Conquest of Dorne, which contained descriptions of the Dornish people, collectively referred to as Dornish, akin to how the Northerners are simply called Northerners. In truth, the Dornish are divided into three categories. The author of that book named them the Stone Men, the Sand Men, and the Salt Men. The Stone Men reside in the mountains of Dorne, characterized by their fair skin and beauty, while the Sand Men dwell in the deserts, their skin tanned to a common brown hue. Lastly, the Salt Men inhabit the southern coastal regions of Dorne, distinguished by their dark hair and olive-toned skin with exotic features. At the time of the book's writing, its author had yet to be born, However, many aspects were deeply rooted in tradition, and even without reading, one would generally find fishermen in coastal villages. Balon was confident of this. As for what to do once they acquired a boat, that was a matter for later consideration. Anything was preferable to being trapped within enemy territory. Yet, before they could approach the village, a thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground erupted around them. Upon hearing it, Balon's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he turned his horse to flee. Unfortunately, just as he managed to pivot, he found himself encircled by a ring of Dornish riders swiftly closing in. Under the moonlight, a group of riders circled around them, scrutinizing their presence. One tall figure, after casting a few glances at Balon, burst into laughter. The traitor and his dragon whore have come to seek us out. The Lord of Sacrifices was indeed correct. On that dimly lit night, the surrounding Dornish riders enveloped Balon and his companion, each cloaked in dark capes, clad in brass-scaled armor and leather, their spears glimmering with a keen edge under the moonlight. Balon had not anticipated this sudden appearance, nor could he fathom how they had foreseen their route. However, he had no time to ponder this. Confronted by this hostile group of Dornish riders, the young man with dark hair felt his heart race. Thoughts racing through his mind as he focused on the burly figure who had just laughed. "Do you recognize me?" The robust rider, adorned with unruly black hair and olive skin, was evidently the leader of the group. Balon noted that all the riders shared the same olive complexion. "So, having become a chameleon, you no longer acknowledge your former adversary?" The leader chuckled, edging closer on his horse, his spear gesturing towards Balon. "But it matters not. A traitor like you is beneath my consideration. Do you think I shall choose to pierce your throat, or your precious egg?" This provoked uproarious laughter from the surrounding Dornish riders, their gazes toward Balon and his companion, Rhaenys, brimming with excitement and malice. "If you do not resist, we shall grant you a swift death," spoke a gaunt elder cloaked in a hood, who did not appear to be a soldier but was nonetheless guarded by the others. Balon noted this but chose to disregard it for the moment. Fixing his brown eyes on the burly man, he carefully organized his words and spoke. "Are you certain you know me? If you truly did, how could you not grasp the nature of my being? Of course, you are a traitor." The man spat. "What else could you be? You have always been despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics to claim women. Only a coward would act thus." He did not command an immediate attack, and the others maintained their encircling stance, seemingly cautious yet reveling in their perceived victory. This, however, offered Balon a sliver of opportunity, albeit a precarious one. "Do you truly believe I would betray my bloodkin?" he countered. "The truth is that you have betrayed us." Under the moonlight, the man held the reins of his horse, a cold smile on his face. "Yet I never expected you to act in such a manner, burdened with blood feud. None more despicable than you have betrayed us." He shook his head and spat in Balon's direction, the blood-tinged liquid dissolving into the dust. Balon, glancing down, suddenly raised his voice. "I have not betrayed Dorne. The fact is, I have not betrayed Dorne, nor have I betrayed you." His sudden outburst caused the surrounding riders to instinctively tighten their grips on their spears. One horse even whinnied restlessly. Nonetheless, none of this deterred Balon, who, though his heart raced, maintained a solemn demeanor, surveying the crowd as he proclaimed, "The dragons of Valyria rise once more. 6 of the 7 kingdoms have already fallen to them, and Dorne shall not be spared, unless I can journey to the Mother of Rivers, to sacrifice this woman of dragon blood to our great mother. Only thus can Dorne be saved. Do not delay the matter." As his words settled, the riders froze momentarily, then stared at him as though he were a fool. What is he saying? He mentioned the Mother of Rivers. What does that have to do with the Mother River? The Mother of Rivers they referred to was both a river and a belief. The continent of Westeros is predominantly inhabited by 3 human races: the First Men, the Undulls, and the Rhoynar, all of whom were outsiders who arrived in this land of sunsets, driving ancient races such as the Children of the Forest from the annals of history. Yet, unlike the First Men and Undulls, who spread across the continent, the last to arrive, the Rhoynar, chose to remain in Dorne, the place of their initial landings, integrating with some of the indigenous people. As time flowed, the Dornish people commonly possessed mixed blood of the Rhoynar, with the Salt Men exhibiting the most pronounced traits, characterized by their olive skin and black hair. Their deity was the river known as the Rhoyne, revered as the Mother of Rivers. However, that was an ancient belief of the Rhoynar, and it was likely that the mixed-blood Dornish Salt Men had long forgotten it. Yet, upon hearing the tone with which they referred to the Mother River, Balon felt a sudden calm wash over him, and once again addressed the burly man. "I dreamed of the Mother River. I comprehended her will, and thus I must bring this woman to be sacrificed to her. You do not understand this, so I can forgive your misconceptions about me. However, now, clear the way and prepare a boat and rowers for me. When I return successfully, it shall be the day you are rid of the dragon's calamity." The young man spoke boldly, yet his words did not yield the desired effect. Instead, the riders tightened their focus on him, weapons at the ready. "Even if you are a traitor, you must never jest about our Mother River." The burly leader scoffed disdainfully. Or are you merely a northern mongrel? I am not jesting. Balon retorted immediately, his solemnity morphing into rage. I bear the blood of the Roiner. My elders taught me from a young age the greatness of the Mother of Rivers, and I would never mock it. As he spoke, he spat on the ground, glaring fiercely at the enemy leader. I thought you could comprehend, but now I see I was mistaken. You have insulted me and threatened me. Just wait. I shall have my vengeance. His words incited further ire among the surrounding riders. One long-faced youth even raised his spear, preparing to charge. Yet, as he assumed a stance, he was seized by the disheveled-haired leader. He immediately cast a skeptical glance at Balon, primarily due to the latter's audacious demeanor, which seemed entirely unbefitting of someone cornered. There was no trace of shame typical of a traitor. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming arrogance. Under normal circumstances, he would never let such a provocateur escape unscathed. But in this moment, the traitor's behavior was distinctly abnormal. Furthermore, he had some prior knowledge of this man, who, despite his treachery and penchant for poison, did not strike him as one likely to rebel suddenly. Thus, he found himself in a state of half-belief. What evidence do you have for such claims? None, Balon retorted, anger coursing through him as he sat astride his horse. But why would I betray my own? For selfish desires? For wealth? Even a fool could discern that betraying all of Dorne would lead to my demise. Even if I fled to the free cities, Dornish assassins would eventually find me. Do I appear to you as a fool? This assertion held some truth. Offending 1 or 2 Dornish lords might be manageable, but incurring the wrath of all Dorne was a burden few could endure. Historical records indicated that during the most intense phase of the First Dornish War, both sides employed assassins to eliminate the opposing leaders, and Conqueror Aegon nearly met his end in King's Landing. This led to the formation of the Kingsguard, an elite protectorate of the king. While the surrounding Dornish riders were unaware of this history, they possessed an inherent, albeit blind, confidence in their own side. Upon hearing Balon's words, they exchanged glances, and their hostility noticeably diminished. Even their leader fell into contemplation. However, at that moment, a gaunt old man beside him spoke ominously. Who knows what you truly think? Perhaps you've fallen for that dragon wench, or you have other motives. I warn you, boy. If you dare to deceive us in the name of Mother Royne, you shall experience the true wrath of Mother Royne. As he spoke, all the riders turned their attention to him, including the leader, indicating his significant standing. Yet Balon did not falter in his response, though his heart raced. It only fueled his fury. You old fool. If I truly wished to save her, why would I not hide away? I could have sought refuge anywhere and called for help when Aegon came to retaliate. Instead, I came here, to your foolish hands. His words darkened the elder's expression. But Balon continued unabated, gaining momentum, as though he had truly transformed into a genuine Dornishman, expressing fervent devotion when invoking the name of Mother Royne. That would have been the optimal route for rescue. Why would I come here? It is because of you. Because you possess the blood of the Royner. Because you understand the greatness of Mother Royne. Because you can help me accomplish this task. Otherwise, why would I have come here? Why? Tell me why. His words prompted uncertainty among the Dornishmen, who exchanged glances, directing their gazes toward the imposing leader and the elder beside him, only to find both men equally hesitant. Influenced significantly by the Royner civilization, the Dornish people's cultural practices diverged markedly from others, particularly among the salt men dwelling by the sea. Thus, despite possibly abandoning their ancient deities, they could not entirely disregard their heritage. Without needing to scrutinize closely, Balon sensed their wavering resolve. Yet he knew it was not the time to relax. Seizing the moment before their reactions crystallized, he continued with fervor. Most of you Dornishmen do not comprehend these truths. Your ancestors' bloodlines are filled with undull heritage, devoid of Royner. Hence, I must distance myself from them. They will hinder me, blinded by hatred, and lead Dorne to ruin in the flames of the dragons. The Valyrian Dragon King rises once more, seeking to lay claim to our final homeland. And he possesses the power to do so. Only Mother Royne can save us. You fools, by sacrificing this woman to Mother Royne, we can attain redemption. To obstruct the will of Mother Royne is to be the true traitors. As he spoke, he cast away his weapon, adopting an unyielding demeanor. Yet, his brazen attitude seemed only to affirm the correctness of his words, even drawing astonished glances from Rhaenys, who initially thought this was a ruse by Balon. But with each word, she began to sense its authenticity. The Targaryens originated from another continent, a realm known as the Freehold of Valyria, where they were merely one of many dragon-riding families. It was only after Valyria's cataclysm that they became the last dragon lords of the world. The rise of the Freehold of Valyria coincided with the fall of numerous other civilizations, among which the Royner were notably resilient, making them sworn enemies of the Valyrians. Thus, Rhaenys had a clear understanding of the Royner's history. This civilization wielded a unique water magic derived from a river named the Royne, and at its zenith, they even dared to confront the Valyrian dragons. Though they ultimately had to abandon their homeland and flee to Westeros, they inflicted significant losses upon Valyria in the process. As a Valyrian, Rhaenys could not be ignorant of this fact. Yet, her knowledge also meant she understood that Balon's words held a kernel of truth. The notion of sacrifice was indeed real. What sacrifice could possibly surpass that of a Valyrian dragon lord's bloodline, which once heralded the downfall of the Rhoynar? Thus, she grasped his true intentions. Feeling a surge of irritation and despair, realizing how naive she had been to trust this cunning Dornishman. Comparatively, while the surrounding Dornish riders were predominantly illiterate, they had grown up hearing tales of their ancestors' grand accomplishments. Thus, they could not entirely dismiss the intricacies of truth and fiction. Even the gaunt elder had long prided himself as a priest of Mother Rhoyne. The elder indeed possessed a certain mystical aura. In addition to his daily prayers, he had seemingly acquired a form of foresight, as evidenced by his premonition of tonight's ambush, which stemmed from a dream of a silver dragon descending the river. Furthermore, due to his significant stature, he had also learned of the true outcome of the events at the gatehouse. However, the priest now found himself confronting one who claimed to be an emissary of Mother Rhoyne. The atmosphere grew peculiar, although the riders did not rush forward. They remained indecisive, lingering in uncertainty as they looked to the elder priest and the dark-haired man. Yet, the two stood in silence, frowning, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Seeing this, Balon clenched his jaw. "I know you fools doubt me, and that is of no consequence. Mother Rhoyne has granted me power, which I can demonstrate to you, and then you shall know what must be done." His proclamation drew the elder priest's gaze upward, his murky eyes mingling anticipation with skepticism. "What power do you possess to showcase?" The speaker, with a visage full of reverence, is someone I have encountered before. Yet he was incapable then. Perhaps he employs some arcane method. The esteemed priest asserts the truth of the matter, to which a supporter quietly responds. Moreover, he speaks correctly. He has no reason to betray us, nor to seek refuge among us. I sensed no deceit in his words. Another listener nearby nodded in agreement. This sentiment broadly encapsulated the views of the majority aboard this vessel, all of whom were once those mounted soldiers. The decisive factor in this unfolding drama was the 3 hours that Lancelot held his breath beneath the sea. Initially, despite his numerous declarations, the Dornish remained skeptical. However, as supernatural phenomena manifested, most inadvertently placed their complete faith in him, subsequently developing a fervent belief in the sacrificial rites in the Mother River. It is difficult to ascertain whether this belief stemmed from eloquent persuasion or was ignited by an extraordinary force that stirred hopes of resisting the draconic menace. In any case, among the 20-odd souls aboard, including Lancelot and Rhaenys, the young queen, bound and confined at the mast, bore an expression of rage, despair, and a hint of barely discernible terror in response to the hostile gazes surrounding her. Comparatively, her former companions fared much better. The once antagonistic Dornish now treated Lancelot with unexpected courtesy, particularly the brooding elder among them. However, Lancelot had yet to earn their complete trust prior to boarding. All his weapons had been confiscated, and 2 soldiers remained vigilantly stationed near him, seemingly at ease yet alert to any attempt he might make to leap overboard. Nonetheless, this was a relatively favorable treatment, far superior to being slain on the spot. Lancelot felt content with this arrangement, believing that every endeavor must be approached step by step, and this was merely the beginning. At present, his sole task was to feign illness, and he was indeed committed to this act. Lying motionless at the stern with an appearance of frailty, since emerging from the ocean, he had appeared quite unwell, even appearing dazed and slumped at the ship's rear as if lost in slumber, rendering him nearly unresponsive to anyone who attempted to converse with him. This inevitably raised some doubts among those around him, yet Lancelot had little choice. He was a false Dornishman, an impostor of the Loina people, possessing only rudimentary knowledge gleaned from books, and was largely ignorant of the true culture. While he could deceive them temporarily, engaging further would surely expose his charade, especially with a former adversary present, compelling him to maintain this fade. However, Lancelot was not merely pretending to be ill, he genuinely felt unwell. His throat was sore, and his earlier vocalizations had yielded effective results, albeit at a cost. While this discomfort was manageable, a far graver issue lay beneath. The sensation of being submerged in the ocean was profoundly different from that of being in a basin or river. In the vast sea, an unending chill relentlessly enveloped him, allowing him to survive submerged for an extended period, yet simultaneously sapping his body's warmth. The longer he remained submerged, the more acute the cold became. If he could surface for air, it might alleviate his plight, but in pursuit of his aims, Lancelot grit his teeth and persisted. Emerging from the water trembling and ashen, he surmised that if he continued to endure, he might very well succumb to the cold. Thus, his pretense of illness appeared remarkably authentic, devoid of any hint of artifice. Nevertheless, discussions regarding him did not cease. The Dornish aboard were at odds with the wider Dornish populace, and under the weight of such pressure, restlessness was inevitable. This situation unfolded suddenly. Yet his display of power had been witnessed by all. At the bow, the elder priest consoled his companions, asserting that while words may deceive, the gifts of the Mother River could not. None could survive in the water for such an extended duration, nor could he. Lancelot's courage was evident. And surely the great Mother River recognized this. The elder, once filled with hostility, now seemed transformed into Lancelot's ardent supporter, expressing admiration and anticipation in his discourse. I found little cause to doubt his words. The dark-haired Dornishman conversing with him shook his head in denial, voicing his concern. What if Lord Euler learns of our actions? Originally enthusiastic about ambushing their target, they had lain in wait for days only to find their quarry now allied with a traitor. While they did not perceive Lancelot as a genuine traitor, others outside their circle would not share their perspective. Should this information spread, it could lead to dire consequences. Euler's castle lay a fortnight's journey from their position. The elder priest replied, even if someone were to inform him, we shall have already reached the Greenblood River by then. He added with a scoff, at that point, we shall meet with the high priest and secure his support, even if Euler becomes aware. The course of events cannot be altered. The Greenblood River, located in the eastern Dornish region, was home to those of pure Loina blood who refused to assimilate into the local culture, steadfastly preserving the ancient customs of Loina civilization, from which the elder priest had originated. Provided our actions are just, he continued. The giant, albeit reluctantly, conceded, though he now believed Lancelot's assertions. Doubts lingered until the truth was fully realized. Otherwise, do you think the high priest would support us? The elder priest smiled faintly at this remark. We cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims, yet no one can declare them false. The high priest will undoubtedly render a sound judgment. Some thoughts remained unspoken. But it was clear to those aboard that, despite their illiteracy, they were not foolish. If Lancelot spoke the truth, all would be well. If not, the worst consequence would merely be a detour. With the captive in hand, they could decide when and how to deal with her. Indeed, capturing Rhaenys, a Dornish adversary, could yield additional benefits. Of course, most of the riders had not contemplated such matters, but the elder priest perpetually entertained this notion, regardless of the truth. The events unfolding that night were advantageous for them. The elder priest evidently believed that no unforeseen complications would arise. Unfortunately, he had not accounted for someone's cunning. Despite having thoroughly searched Lancelot's person prior, stripping him of his weapons, he had secretly concealed a dagger, skillfully hidden from the vigilant Dornish. At this moment, Lancelot appeared utterly feeble, yet he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, poised for the opportune moment to strike. The Dornish aboard outnumbered those on land. Yet in the vast ocean, relying on the breath of mermaids, Lancelot believed that even if he could not prevail, he could leap into the sea and attempt to breach the vessel. At that juncture, he would seize the initiative. Alas, his plan had yet to unfold when an unexpected and peculiar event transpired. A storm approached. The winds at the surface were favorable for departure, allowing the oarsmen to relax. Some slumbered on the deck, while others gathered around the flickering fire, idly chatting and gesturing toward the woman ensnared at the mast. As the surrounding sea winds intensified, they found themselves unable to ponder other matters. The frenzied gusts propelled the vessel forward at great speed, yet the tumultuous waves below rendered the boat exceedingly unstable. The 6 watchful sailors hastily began to secure the sails while rousing their slumbering companions, but this did not bring any fortuitous outcome to the modest flat-bottomed fishing boat. Before long, the fierce winds extinguished the fire on board, plunging the surroundings into a dismal darkness. Ominous clouds gathered above, intermittently flashing with lightning, and torrents of rain began to cascade down. In the face of this chaos, the sailors shouted in panic. Some clutched onto oars, desperately trying to counter the violent swells, while others dashed about the deck in hopes of maintaining balance. The leader, a dark-haired man, barked orders, while beside him, a gaunt old priest knelt at the bow, hands clasped in silent prayer towards the eastern sea. Alas, neither the sailors' efforts nor the priest's supplications could stave off the increasing instability of the vessel. After a fruitless period of prayer, the old priest anxiously glanced towards the stern, hoping someone would prove as reliable as he had claimed, only to find that the individual had vanished from sight. The small queen, tightly bound to the mast, couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, only to receive a sharp slap from the leader. In the next instant, a colossal wave surged from the left, engulfing the fishing vessel entirely. The wave crashed down as if the very heavens had collapsed, and the ship screamed as it was flipped over, soon splintering into pieces. Over 20 sailors were cast into the sea, frantically swimming in the inky depths, only to be separated by the chaotic currents, their terrified faces disappearing into the abyss. The small queen, still bound, found herself inverted in the ocean, her violet eyes wide with fear, cheeks puffed, struggling against her restraints. Yet the dwindling oxygen in her lungs rendered her efforts futile. Just as she was about to surrender, a figure emerged to her right, a familiar face igniting a mixture of surprise and anger within her. Yet this caused her to gasp, and her already precarious grip on consciousness slipped away, as water surged into her mouth, transforming her world into a tumultuous chaos. It was not until the omnipresent water receded that she regained a semblance of clarity. In the midst of the stormy night, after expelling a copious amount of seawater, she raised her hand and slapped the indistinct figure beside her, only to succumb to darkness once more. When she awakened again, it was the following day, the sea calm and the sky clear. Blinking in confusion at the vast, cloudless expanse above, she felt the hard, damp wood beneath her. After a moment of dazed contemplation, she turned to see the dark-haired man beside her, who was examining her intently. "Once more, I thought you truly meant to betray me," she murmured. "The last time by the river, you suddenly tossed me in, and I believed you had changed your mind. This time, your pretense nearly convinced me. Is there anyone in the world more deceitful than you? I would not deceive you. Otherwise, we would have long since been slain," he replied, his brown eyes surveying her with satisfaction. Despite her pallor and the swelling on one side of her face, she appeared to be in relatively good spirits. "Could you not at least greet me?" she said, her voice raspy with displeasure. "Why should I?" he began, but was abruptly interrupted as she seized his collar, pulling herself closer. Her upper body was yanked down with a sudden force, and her words morphed into muffled sounds as her lips met his, her eyes widening in surprise at the proximity of his striking violet gaze. Blue Larry felt a rush of confusion wash over him, a singular thought echoing in his mind. How could she possess such strength? The cold sensation on his lips was soon replaced by a sharp pain, and as the grip loosened, an irritated voice broke through from below. "Not a pleasant sensation, is it? But it is precisely how I feel now." Blue Larry touched his bleeding lips, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Is this how you seek revenge? Should such an incident occur again, do inform me in advance." She did not respond directly, instead rising to glare at him before surveying their surroundings. Her expression turned to one of astonishment. Beneath her was a thick wooden plank, seemingly a fragment of the previous vessel, small and adrift like a tattered tabletop. The sunlight was bright, yet in every direction. There was nothing but an endless expanse of sea. "What shall we do next?" she asked, unable to suppress the weakness in her voice as she turned back to him. "I salvaged some food and water," he said, covering his injured mouth with his sleeve. He gestured behind him, revealing some scattered barrels and bundles being pulled by a thick rope. "As long as we do not encounter another storm, we can last a month." Blue Larry's brow furrowed as he sensed something was amiss. Why did he always find himself in maritime disasters? "And after that month?" she inquired eagerly. "Under fortunate circumstances, we might encounter a ship. If misfortune befalls us, I could attempt to dive for fish, but that would not last long, for we lack a fresh water source." "Are you suggesting we may perish of thirst at sea? If you prefer, you could opt to dive into the ocean and drown. That might be preferable to dying of thirst." The small queen shot him a glare, but then a sudden thought struck her, and her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer, her violet eyes scrutinizing him as if he were a rare creature. "Is it true that you can hold your breath for so long underwater? How do you manage it?" "It is a gift bestowed upon me by the great Mother River." "A fool would believe the words of such a deceiver. Speak plainly. What is the truth?" "I do not wish to disclose it." "Shall I trade my secret for yours?" "I am not interested." "Well, I thought you were keen on dragons." Life adrift at sea was somewhat familiar to Blue Larry, having experienced it not long ago. Yet, the current circumstances diverged from his previous encounter. The submerged wooden plank was not a whole vessel, and he frequently worried it might suddenly sink beneath him. Sleep eluded him as well, without any railings. A single jolt could send them both overboard. Surprisingly, he was unafraid of the water, but the small queen beside him lacked his fortitude. Consequently, it was Blue Larry, the one unafraid of the sea, who struggled to sleep, haunted by thoughts of awakening to find his mission target had drowned. Initially, the small queen was filled with trepidation, yet she soon realized that with Blue Larry's presence, she need not worry excessively. Thus, she began to sleep soundly, feeling an inexplicable warmth, and her defenses against him gradually faded. This, however, stirred a pang of jealousy in Blue Larry, who envied her resilience to the cold. The nighttime sea was considerably chillier than during the day, though not as stark as the desert's extremes. It was enough to leave one shivering. However, despite wearing the once disguised Dornish leather armor and garments, the other party seemed utterly impervious to the chill of the air. "Our family has always been somewhat resistant to cold." Once, faced with a puzzled glance from Balerion, the individual voluntarily offered an explanation. "You do not fear fire either? That is merely a rumor." Rhaenys shook her head in denial. "We can endure high temperatures, but we do not fear fire. Flames can still harm us, though to a lesser degree than ordinary folk." This statement caused Balerion to furrow his brow, recalling a certain pea shooter from his memories, prompting him to inquire further. "Is there truly no one who is completely unafraid of fire?" If there were, it could only be the ancient dragon lords, who mastered the long-lost Valyrian magic. Rhaenys nodded in affirmation, then added, "It cannot be said to be lost, but rather ineffective. In truth, I know those incantations, yet I have never succeeded in casting them." At this juncture, the young queen appeared rather disheartened and melancholic. Curiously, Balerion asked her to recite one of the spells, and without hesitation. She uttered a string of incoherent syllables, showing little regard for their significance. He attempted to memorize them, but found himself unable to retain them for reasons unknown, leading Balerion to abandon the effort in frustration. As the sun rose and set, time passed in their isolated island confines, where the two could hardly avoid suspicion of one another. With little else to occupy their time besides conversation, they gradually became confidants. Balerion learned many childhood anecdotes from this young queen, including tales of her interactions with dragons, while she increasingly questioned his true identity. During one exchange, she casually remarked, "I suspect you are a faceless man from Bravos, as those individuals have always shown interest in our family." Balerion firmly denied it. However, Rhaenys merely shot him a skeptical glance, choosing not to press further. Initially, the atmosphere was relatively tranquil, but as food and water dwindled, the mood aboard the small vessel grew increasingly oppressive. Simultaneously, the calmness of the sea dissipated, and one stormy night, the winds intensified, merging with torrential rains that lashed against the remnants of the ship and the two occupants. Once again, a tempest descended. The thunder roared like the wrathful cry of a deity from the clouds, while the fierce winds howled above the dark ocean, accompanied by sporadic flashes of pale lightning, illuminating the figures of the two drenched individuals in a most pitiful manner. The once surviving fragments of the ship had been swept away by the waves, taking with them much of their supplies and provisions, leaving only a few items clutched tightly in their arms, offering scant comfort. The surrounding waters surged tumultuously. The cacophony of the storm consumed the world, and Rhaenys, bound by ropes, shouted something to Balerion, but he could not discern her words. She leaned closer and yelled into his ear, "Are we going to die?" "Perhaps not." Balerion shouted back at the beautiful woman with silver gold hair plastered against her face. But before he could finish, a massive wave crashed over them, completely engulfing both in the sea. The storm above did not relent. Rather, it intensified, causing the vast ocean to thrash violently, while the turbulent undercurrent swept everything within into disarray, leaving them disoriented as to their whereabouts. Time continued to elapse. The waters remained chaotic until the tempest gradually subsided, the clouds dispersed, and a beam of sunlight pierced through the heavens, illuminating a patch of the sea, spreading warmth. Eventually, as the clouds cleared, the dark ocean transformed into a brilliant blue, revealing that day had already dawned. On the shore of a palm-covered island, waves washed ashore two unexpected guests bound together by ropes. After lying motionless on the beach for an extended period, one slender figure trembled as she untied the knots, struggling to rise and stagger toward the edge of the sand. The other remained shivering, clutching his arms, drenched and seemingly frozen, with shards of ice seemingly adhering to his face and exposed skin. Although the sun shone brightly around them, it could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. Even after half a day, he had not moved a muscle. Before long, the first figure returned, plopping down beside the trembling one, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. "I fear this is a deserted island. I have seen no signs of life. A deserted isle is certainly preferable to falling into enemy hands." The black-haired man on the beach replied, trembling. After basking in the sun for a while, he seemed to regain some strength and propped himself up to sit in the sand. "But we have no food and no water," Rhaenys murmured. "Even if there are prey to hunt, do we intend to consume raw meat?" Without speaking, Balerion feebly handed her a brown leather pouch with its belt undone. Rhaenys accepted it and opened it to reveal a flint and two silver daggers, prompting her to gaze up at him in astonishment. "You anticipated this all along." "Had I foreseen it, I would not have ended up in such a predicament," Balerion, pale-faced, shivered in reply. The prolonged diving had clearly exceeded his physical limits, and he felt a bone-deep cold seeping into his marrow, refusing to dissipate. Balerion seriously suspected that if this were indeed his true body, such an ordeal would inevitably lead to some insidious affliction, raising his caution and compelling him to proceed with greater care outside the confines of this scenario. Unaware of Balerion's thoughts, Rhaenys noticed his unusual expression and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "What? Have you changed your mind?" "Indeed," Balerion nodded with difficulty. "We should walk along the coast or ponder alternative methods. Taking to the sea is undoubtedly a poor choice." This statement left Rhaenys momentarily stunned before she abruptly shifted the topic. "Was this how you saved me initially?" "What?" "You know precisely what I am referring to. I have no time for riddles." Rubbing his hands together, Balerion unsteadily rose to his feet and began to pace slowly along the beach. His boots were long gone, and his bare feet sunk comfortably into the soft sand, though the cool breeze from the nearby ocean made him shiver uncontrollably, prompting him to venture deeper into the shore. Was it truly just for the dragon egg? Rhaenys pondered, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. Dragon eggs are precious, but they do not equate to dragons. Unless one possesses Valyrian blood, merely acquiring a dragon egg does not guarantee the hatching of a dragon, even if one were to hatch it. Lacking the corresponding lineage would render one incapable of taming it. While the rarity of dragon eggs may fetch a fortune if one truly sought wealth, wouldn't it be far more prudent to simply ask for it rather than to pursue a dragon egg? As she contemplated, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, compelling Rhaenys to call out to the figure pacing at the edge of her vision. Did you know me before? In a manner of speaking came the distant reply, sounding faint. I saw you in a book. What do you mean? I mean someone wrote about your story in a book, and I happened to read it. Upon hearing this, Rhaenys furrowed her brow, a surge of anger rising within her, prompting her to stand, brush off her clothes, and stride purposefully toward him. How many of the words you spoke were true? I have forgotten what I have said. At the edge of the beach, Balon Greyjoy paced back and forth, seeking to invigorate his blood flow to dispel the chill. You claim to be from Dorne. Isn't that rather obvious? Then tell me, where is House Coggle's territory in Dorne? What is their sigil? In the sandy town of Sandstone in western Dorne, their crest features 3 black scorpions on a red background. And House Vel? Along the Bone Road. Their family castle is known as Vel Castle, situated near the borders of Dorne. What of House Dane? Starfall, in western Dorne, lies on the edge of the summer sea. As Balon spoke, he glanced at the figure before him and could not help but suggest, if you find yourself bored, why not try some of your family-esque spells? Perhaps one might prove effective and resolve our current predicament. How far is Starfall from the Hellgate Castle? Or how long would it take to get there? Who is the head of the family? You mentioned you hail from Starfall. Rhaenys did not heed Balon's words, but instead pressed him with fervent inquiries. This line of questioning caused Balon to blink. The various families of Westeros boasted histories spanning over a millennium, and while he had learned much, knowledge gleaned from books did not equate to first-hand experience. He could not ascertain distances unless such details were documented, and unfortunately, there were none, or if there were, he had not studied them. Thus, Balon frowned and quipped, "Do you have halitosis? Have you not brushed your teeth in days?" This remark caused Rhaenys, who typically maintained a serious demeanor, to flush with indignation, and she angrily seized the collar of Balon's linen garment, pulling him close. Do not attempt to change the subject. Speak. Who are you truly? Such formidable strength. Balon noted, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, she possessed remarkable power, rendering him unable to escape her grasp. What does it matter? It is of no consequence, he thought, sensing her agitation. I promised to rescue you, and you promised me a dragon egg. It is a simple exchange. The young queen paused, taken aback, then suddenly released him, stepping back to regard Balon quietly. Do you truly believe I would give you a dragon egg? Or that I would honor my word? You swore an oath. I do not believe in any gods, and the dragon lords of Valyria never did either. Her tone was curious. Even if I were to break my oath, who would punish me? You swore on your family's honor. Only my brother cares for such notions of honor, she replied. Can it provide sustenance? Can it aid us in battle? I saved you, Balon asserted. You cannot be ungrateful. There are many ways to repay a debt, but a dragon egg will not be one of them. So, you intend to renege on your promise? Indeed. I formally inform you that I never intended to honor our agreement, Rhaenys stated matter-of-factly. So, what will you do about it? Balon stroked his chin, not answering her question, but rather gazing at her with intrigue. Why bring this up now? You could have kept it hidden from me. Does it matter? The young queen countered, surveying their surroundings. We have drifted at sea for so long, we do not even know where we are. If we do not know the location of this island, who can rescue us? You cannot fulfill your promise, and I cannot give you a dragon egg. That may not necessarily be the case, Balon shrugged. Perhaps a ship will pass by here in a few days. I do not believe I will be so fortunate, Rhaenys scoffed. You know, aside from their eyes, adult dragons possess no weaknesses, yet they struck true at its eye. That does not imply much, he replied. What of that peculiar old man? The storm? One storm may be coincidence, but we encountered two. Balon coughed involuntarily, suspecting that the storm might have been summoned by him, although he was uncertain of the reason. However, he refrained from sharing this notion, instead comforting her. Rest assured, a solution will arise. What solution? She pressed. None yet, but there will be, he assured her. Silence enveloped them as Rhaenys regarded Balon intently until he unconsciously furrowed his brow. She suddenly spoke. I tell you I will not give you a dragon egg. Yet you show no anger. You continuously claim you saved me solely for the egg. Do you find that normal? If you truly will not give me one, what can I do? Do I appear foolish to you? She questioned sharply, raising an eyebrow. Yet, Rhaenys inhaled deeply, her voice calming. I have just inspected our surroundings. From here to the other side of the island is no more than a league. I have seen no game, nor any source of water. It is all sea. Not a shadow of land in sight. Under such circumstances, how long do you think we can survive? Are you afraid? Are you not afraid? Balon did not respond, but turned to gaze deeper into the island. It was no wonder she was agitated. The island was indeed small, and from this sandy beach, one could see the distant shoreline beyond a rocky outcrop. A circle of sand surrounded the island, within which grew dense, straight palm trees, offering no signs of wildlife. I can try to catch fish, he suggested, turning back to her. We have flint, a dagger, and trees here. Food should not be a concern. And water? I will venture into the woods shortly, Balon replied. Perhaps we will discover some thirst-quenching plants. Rhaenys remained silent, watching him for a moment before mumbling. Why are you always so confident? Do you feel no despair? Falling, being captured, shipwrecked, storms, a small island. We have been most unfortunate. Yet you have never uttered a complaint. Even with food and water, do you truly believe we will overcome this trial? To survive is to harbor hope, Balon responded. Noticing her silence and that she had ceased to speak, he patted her arm in a gesture of comfort, then turned his gaze to their surroundings. The island was enveloped by the sea, its edges adorned with emerald hues, while the outer waters shimmered a deep blue. Beyond, no land or other islands were visible. Only the vast blue expanse stretched endlessly to the horizon, rendering their location a mystery, as if the island had become their entire world. Balon frowned. The reason he remained unaffected by their dire circumstances, not succumbing to gloom or despair, was simple. He was not of this place. This reminded him of three matters. The first had long been accomplished, and the second posed no concern. Though time felt somewhat disordered, he estimated that only a few days remained in this month. Only the final matter lingered. With that thought, Balon tilted his head to the sky. Having come this far, how could one give up? He murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, the sun hung high above, casting a brilliant light upon the clear sky, a remnant of the tempest that had just passed. The warmth of the sun was inviting, and the sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness and refreshing coolness. The situation was not as dire as it initially appeared. After dispelling the chill from his body, Balon began to explore the island in earnest. He soon discovered that, though small, the island was rich in resources. The island boasts a rich diversity of vegetation, including palm trees, hibiscus, banana plants, coconut palms, and even lemon trees. Deep within the forest, he stumbled upon a small pond, concealed beneath stones that appeared rather filthy. The pond's water was murky and yellow, likely a result of rainwater accumulation or groundwater seepage. Initially uncertain about the potability of the water, he observed numerous small creatures, such as mice and ants, flocking to drink, along with birds, which alleviated his concerns. In terms of sustenance, he discovered a venomous snake, striped in red and green, a natural enemy of the island's mice. However, before someone with knowledge of venom such as himself, it was merely a potential meal. Additionally, he encountered a large crab that specialized in feasting on coconuts. Despite its formidable appearance, its roasted flesh was exceptionally delicious. The beach was frequently adorned with ordinary crabs and sea snails emerging from the waves, while various shells dotted the sandy shore. The larger shells proved useful for collecting rainwater and could also serve as vessels for boiling water or stewing soup. After establishing a semblance of stability, he even brewed a pot of lemon tea using lemon leaves and shells. As for shelter, although he did not find a natural abode like a cave, he ingeniously crafted a grass hut from palm leaves and banana fronds. The sturdy ropes made from resilient tree bark added to its durability, and the beams, secured between two lemon trees, remained steadfast even in the wind. Such accomplishments were not easily attained, yet due to his unique abilities, each successful endeavor honed his skills, leaving the young Queen Rhaenys in awe of his craftsmanship. Upon transforming the grass hut at the forest's edge into a low, triangular dwelling, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Did you learn this before?" she inquired. "First, you think, then you act, and then you will succeed," he replied with a shrug. In truth, some vague recollections and experiences from his past life contributed to his knowledge, but he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to her. Throughout this process, he also reaped benefits. His culinary skills, construction abilities, and previously acquired knowledge of horseback riding and swimming, though all at a rudimentary level, seemed to accumulate into a form of achievement. Yet he felt that aside from riding and swimming, these skills held little relevance in the world beyond this scenario. After all, he had no desire to become a chef, mason, or carpenter. Nonetheless, his series of actions gradually rekindled the once downtrodden spirit of the young queen, who began to exhibit more of her former vivacity and cheerfulness. She laughed more often and busied herself assisting him, no longer gazing melancholically at the sea, resigned to her circumstances. Her inquiries multiplied. Initially, he patiently responded, but soon he likened her questions to a swarm of buzzing flies. On the 7th night after their arrival on the island, a fire blazed inside the hut, casting light upon Rhaenys, who cradled a conch cup filled with steaming lemon tea. The rising steam obscured her face, yet could not veil the curiosity reflected in her violet eyes. "How do you faceless men change your faces? Is it magic? Or special masks?" Seated on a stump beside the fire, he glanced at her. "I've told you before, I am not a faceless man." "Then how did you become a Dornishman?" "Are you so certain that I am not a Dornishman?" "Of course, and you have not denied my suspicions." The young queen pressed. "So how did you transform into a Dornishman?" He chose not to respond, but she persisted. "Did you anticipate my appearance at the gates of the prison? Or did you go there for another reason? How did you manage to breathe underwater? Are you married? Do you have children? Am I bothering you? If you could ask fewer questions, perhaps I might find you charming," he sighed in reply. At his words, Silence fell between them for a while until he looked up to see her face streaked with tears. "What's wrong?" he asked, taken aback. "I was just joking about my bad breath. Don't take it seriously. I actually find you quite interesting." She shook her head, lost in thought as she stared into the fire, before murmuring, "I am the Queen of Westeros, a Targaryen. I can have whatever I desire. I am also a mother. And my son in King's Landing is only 3 years old. Can you understand? He is just 3. I should be watching him grow into a great king. But now I find myself trapped on this wretched island, dressed in the foul garments of a Dornishman, reeking and uncertain of how long I can endure. The only companion I have to converse with is shrouded in mystery, unwilling to speak a single truth." Wanting to interject, he opened his mouth. But she suddenly buried her face in her hands and began to weep, as if unable to bear her sorrow any longer. Her cries heart-wrenching and unmindful of her regal dignity. With a sigh, he rose and crawled out of the leafy hut. The flickering flames cast a wavering shadow behind him, while the sounds of her sobbing echoed in his ears, revealing a weight he had not felt before. Her sorrow did not stem from their current predicament or his deceit. She merely longed for home. He gazed up at the vast, starry sky, its clarity devoid of clouds, causing him to question whether he had misjudged his thoughts. Yet, aside from that, his mind was devoid of other musings. Was he truly destined to be trapped here? Muttering to himself, he furrowed his brow. Apart from death and the completion of tasks, he was uncertain of any means to escape this scenario, yet he sensed that remaining here indefinitely was improbable. But to abandon his quest halfway, while lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a peculiar coolness emanating from his mind. Simultaneously, a message appeared before him. Successfully navigating 30 days grants you a mysterious transformation. Your fishing knowledge has evolved, giving rise to the trait, homing bait. Beneath the ocean, all sounds seemed muted, the water enveloping his ears creating a sensation of pressure. Sunlight pierced through the undulating surface above, casting ethereal rays into another realm. This light illuminated the dark abyss and revealed countless minute particles suspended like dust in the water. Beside him, a brown and black crab emerged from the sand, stirring a faint cloud of murky sediment before it scuttled around him, ultimately finding its way into his pant leg. At that moment, he sat cross-legged at the base of an oceanic rock, his gaze fixed upon the deep, nebulous underwater world. His face, illuminated by the soft glow, bore no expression, while his hair floated upward like a cluster of dark seaweed. A relentless chill pervaded his body, yet he felt no pain or suffocation from the lack of oxygen. A subtle coolness invaded his eyes, gradually alleviating the acrid sensation brought by the seawater. However, Lannister was already well acquainted with all of this, so he paid little heed to the changes around him. Instead, he focused intently on the obscure depths of the sea ahead, where shadows danced indistinctly. His face betrayed no emotion, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. It was too long before change manifested. A silver black eel suddenly burst through the murky waters, surging toward Lannister with ferocity. Yet, upon reaching him, it transformed its demeanor, gliding languidly beside him, occasionally brushing its icy mouth against his bare torso. Lannister disregarded the eel, his gaze steadfast ahead, awaiting the appearance of a certain target. Moments later, another eel, adorned with brown-black stripes, emerged, circling Lannister as its predecessor had done. Following this, a multitude of fish arrived, plump-cod speckled with brown spots, flat silver pomfrets, unsightly pikes, and countless small herring. The aquatic inhabitants initially approached sporadically, but as time passed, they swarmed around Lannister, enveloping him in darkness. Only then did he seize a robust salmon, propelling himself upward with a forceful kick that stirred a cloud of murky sand. The startled fish scattered in disarray, yet soon coalesced like a swirling dark vortex around his legs, lingering until he breached the surface, after which they dispersed reluctantly in every direction. As he ascended onto the rocky shore, Lannister exhaled a breath of cool air, bending down to retrieve a linen shirt from the rocks, sun-warmed and comforting against his skin. However, he soon frowned, shaking out the leg of his trousers to dislodge a small crab that had clung to him. The silver salmon in his grasp writhed uncomfortably, though its resistance appeared feeble, lacking any intent to escape. "I feel almost guilty eating you like this," he murmured, glancing at the ocean beside him, then casting a pensive gaze at the gathering clouds above. He then proceeded toward the forest at the edge of the beach, carrying the compliant fish. The recently acquired homeward bait possessed an intriguing trait, allowing Lannister to attract schools of fish around him, as if he had transformed into a potent lure himself. This made his underwater fishing endeavors remarkably effortless, enabling him to be selective, akin to perusing a fish market. At present, Lannister donned a brownish-yellow linen short-sleeved shirt, paired with trousers of matching hue and material. His bare feet pressed against the pebbles of the beach, leaving a trail of moist footprints. His water-soaked trousers felt somewhat heavy and dark, but soon became lighter under the warmth of the surrounding environment. As he stepped into the palm grove, filled with fallen leaves, a cacophony of sounds arose from the vicinity: furtive mice, stealthy snakes, buzzing beetles, and the robust coconut crabs stretching their claws on the trees. A triangular shelter constructed from leaves and branches stood at the forest edge, near a water source. Surrounding it were palm trees, and not far away, a low rock was basking in the sun, displaying a red dress washed clean and two brown-black leather jackets. A black-backed seagull perched atop one of the jackets, pecking at the soft material beneath. Upon noticing this, Lannister hurried over to shoo the bird away, which fluttered off in a flurry, followed by a burst of laughter from behind. Turning around, he saw Rhaenys, dressed similarly, crouching in a clearing before the shelter, tending a fire to boil water. When she caught sight of Lannister, she feigned annoyance, saying, "Why did you chase it away? I was betting whether it would defecate on your clothes." "Betting with yourself?" How delightfully mundane. Lannister rolled his eyes, approaching her to offer the fish he held. "Strange. How do you manage to catch salmon every day? Are there salmon schools nearby?" she asked, puzzled as she took the fish. Yet, as soon as it left Lannister's hand, the previously docile fish began to thrash violently. Caught off guard, Rhaenys lost her grip, causing it to tumble to the ground. She gasped, quickly crouching down to rescue it, gripping its body tightly. Although it made no sound, her slender hands contained a surprising strength, causing the fish's eyes to bulge as its struggles waned. Lannister watched with a furrowed brow, but Rhaenys seemed unfazed as she stood, tossing the fish into a nearby boiling shell pot, showing no disdain for the dirt and leaves that clung to it. At this moment, they found themselves on the 25th day of their stay on the island. Since Rhaenys had shed tears some time ago, she had become more docile and diligent, no longer brooding over the past or radiating negativity. Aside from occasionally sitting by the beach in a pensive daze, she appeared revitalized, actively sharing the burdens of their daily tasks, even contemplating cooking fish soup herself. The large shell beneath the flames blackened from the heat, the boiling water bubbling over the edges. As the fish's struggles ceased, a peculiar aroma began to waft through the air. Lannister, who was sharpening a stick with a knife, suddenly recalled that she had neither scaled nor prepared the fish, simply tossing it in as it was. Yet seeing her so engrossed in her task by the fire, he refrained from offering any reminders. Thus, it became evident that this fish soup would not be consumable. The steaming fish was ultimately cleaved in two by the knife, and as Lannister gazed at the half-fish, mingled with its entrails, he felt his pickiness resurfacing. Looking up at Rhaenys, who sat on a stump across from him, she appeared quite pleased with her handiwork, slicing a piece of fish to chew on. Resigned, he sighed and began to carefully slice his portion. However, as he continued, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings, prompting him to glance up, only to find Rhaenys had set her food aside, resting her chin on her hand, her violet eyes fixed on him with unwavering intensity. "What is it?" Lannister inquired. Rhaenys remained quiet for a moment, and just as Lannister was about to disregard her, she suddenly spoke. "You know, as a child, I often wondered what life would be like if I weren't a Targaryen." Lannister raised an eyebrow at her words, but she continued unabated. "If I were a Westerosi, perhaps I would have been born into a lord's household, destined for a life of political marriage. If fortune smiled upon me, I would wed someone my age, if not, perhaps an old man. If in a lesser lord's family, my father might be too impoverished to afford a dowry, and I might be sent to a convent, or forced to marry a lucky knight of lesser status. Being a nun wouldn't be so bad, though it would surely be dull. But if I were a peasant girl, it would be dreadful. I could end up wed to a man with foul breath, perhaps a drunkard or a spineless coward. I might even attract the unwanted attention of a lord, bearing a brood of bastards against my will." As she spoke, Lannister noted the peculiar expression on her face and raised his eyebrows. "What are you looking at?" "Of course I would attract attention. I'm quite beautiful. The lords of Westeros are often barbaric. They even have those terrible rites of the first night. Do you know how I felt the first time I heard about that?" "I can't say, but I can imagine," Lannister shrugged. "This is not the worst situation," Rhaenys remarked. "Beyond Westeros lies a world filled with slaves, subjected to beatings and insults, with no one to speak on their behalf when they are killed. If one is beautiful, they are sent to be trained as a concubine at a young age, learning all sorts of unspeakable things. Had I been born there, I would prefer to have died early." "Indeed, you are fortunate," Laenor concurred. "As a Targaryen, you are the one who enslaves others. Who would dare enslave you?" "Oh, the Targaryen motto is blood and fire," she murmured, suddenly sighing. "But without dragons, whose blood would be spilled? Whose homes would be burned?" Laenor, poised to ascend as a member of the royal family, could have spoken on the matter, yet he remained silent, sensing Rhaenys' lament over the loss of her dragons. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Laenor said nothing, while her gaze became unfocused as she stared into the flickering flames. Only when the fire's glow dimmed did she turn her attention back to him. "Am I beautiful?" she inquired. Her once short silver-blonde hair now grazed her ears. Her face was delicately refined, and her violet eyes sparkled with a mixture of joy and sorrow, lending her an air of fragility, yet an undeniable charm. It was evident. So Laenor nodded. Seeing his response, a smile graced her lips. "And what impression do you have of me? How do you feel?" I feel you hardly resemble a 35-year-old. Laner replied, prompting her to squint, followed by a burst of laughter. You are more akin to a 15-year-old girl. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, you know? I initially doubted your attraction to women, but later realized you were simply more polite and refined. Nothing like those vile men of Westeros. So, is this yet another test? Laner sensed her playful provocation. You may consider it so. Leaning her chin on her hand, Rhaenys focused intently on the dark-haired man across from her, speaking slowly, I am indeed prepared. If we remain trapped here, what other possibilities exist? You are a decent man, knowledgeable and courteous. Although you often deceive, I sense you genuinely wish to assist me. Most importantly, I do not dislike you. Her gaze held a peculiar mix of emotions, joy and sorrow intertwined, a sense of release, yet a hint of unperceived depression and despondency lingered. After a moment of silence, Laner merely observed her for a few heartbeats before he set down the shell dish and rose to venture into the woods. I shall catch another fish. This one is hardly edible. Rhaenys paused, then called out, return quickly. The weather seems to be worsening. Laner did not turn back, but waved his hand as he walked. Glancing upwards, the sky, obscured by the intricate tree canopy, was now cloaked in a thick blanket of darkening clouds, and the chill in the air intensified. The wind had picked up, and it was quite fierce. The calm before the storm was anything but serene. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, while the crashing waves echoed through the forest. The palm fronds surrounding their triangular shelter were tossed chaotically by the wind, producing a cacophony of sound. The two, who had previously enjoyed leisurely conversation, were now hurriedly reinforcing their small shelter. Nearby, they meticulously arranged shells upon a flat stone, even though they had a source of water. It was murky and noticeably diminished with each use, barely replenishing overnight. Thus, they seized the opportunity to gather fresh water. However, once the storm truly struck, they discovered that their preparations were utterly futile. The dark clouds blotted out the previously clear sky, and the tempest unleashed torrents of rain, which battered the leaves and mixed with the sounds of the forest being violently whipped about, creating a scene of chaos. Soon, a deluge poured down, and the forceful impact combined with the gale scattered their neatly arranged shells, with even those secured being swept away, most vanishing into the dark woods. Rhaenys felt little concern for the storm, for she was no longer at sea, and she claimed she had never fallen ill. When the rain began, she rushed out with her head tilted back, eager to drink deeply, but soon retreated, drenched and disheartened. Can you imagine the sensation of water continuously slapping your face? Laner, wary of the grass shelters on either side, was apprehensive about their refuge's ability to withstand the storm. He glanced at her, but quickly diverted his gaze. Her incessant chatter continued. Valyria has always been rumored to harbor calamities capable of destroying the world, which is why the ancient dragon lords only established a forward base on Dragonstone at the edge of Westeros, never intending to venture here. I did not believe it until I came here, but now I find myself somewhat convinced. As she spoke, she suddenly appeared struck by a thought, her expression shifting to one of mischief. She playfully twirled in front of Laner, only to inadvertently step into a slick puddle, tumbling down and exacerbating her already drenched condition. Laughter and shrieks echoed within the confines of their triangular shelter. However, it was not long before their spirits dampened once more. As Laner had feared, their small shelter could not withstand the tempest for long. A fierce gust of wind struck, and the wooden frame, anchored to the ground and supported by tree branches, could no longer bear the strain. It creaked and collapsed, taking the entire shelter down with it. The two hastily grabbed large banana leaves to shield themselves and fled to the side of a nearby large rock. Unfortunately, the stone offered little protection from the wind and rain, and they huddled together, becoming increasingly bedraggled. The surrounding tumult raged on, the dark sky roared above, and the woods enveloped them in a profound darkness, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed the stark, rain-drenched landscape. A sound emerged nearby, though it was drowned out by the cacophony surrounding them. Soon, Laner felt the woman beside him press into his embrace, burying her face against his chest. The warmth of her breath against his skin contrasted sharply with the chill of her damp body, stirring an unusual sensation within him. Although this feeling quickly dissipated in the face of the relentless cold, the rain fell in torrents, its sound swallowed by the enveloping darkness. And while the gusts were partially shielded by the stone, they could not completely escape its interference. The rock they leaned against was elevated above the surrounding ground, preventing the accumulation of water, yet the relentless downpour from above was unbearable. Amidst the woods, he could faintly hear the crashing waves assaulting the shoreline, and a small, drenched brown squirrel, soaked to the bone, had taken refuge nearby, cautiously observing Laner with its twitching nose. When Laner noticed it, he scooped it up in his hands. The dampness was pervasive, and the cold seeped deeply into his bones, inducing a sense of drowsiness that eventually led him into a slumber, the surrounding chaos fading into the depths of darkness. When he awoke, tranquility had descended upon the surroundings. The sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays steadily dispelling the chill within. The ground beneath my palms remained damp, yet the large stone behind me had dried considerably. The gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the sea breeze was accompanied by the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. The person in my embrace had departed unbeknownst to me, and the little squirrel I held had likewise vanished without a trace. Rising to my feet, my body stretched, and my joints emitted a series of cracking sounds. I scanned the surroundings and faintly perceived a commotion. Thus, I ventured toward the woods on my left, soon encountering Reness, who was tilting her head and plucking banana leaves. "Come quickly, we must start anew," I urged. She, evidently aware of the noise, called back without turning, "I want to fall ill, but you might. You should be grateful for that. Otherwise, we would have two troubles." I silently hoped she truly wouldn't fall sick, yet I did not refuse her invitation and proceeded to gather the necessary materials for the makeshift shelter. However, I harbored little hope regarding its efficacy. "I have a premonition. This endeavor may prove futile," I remarked, plucking a banana leaf and directing my gaze toward Reness. "Why?" she inquired, her expression one of curiosity. "Because of the storm," I replied. "I believe we are currently in the season of heavy rains. Just look at how many times we've endured it." My words prompted Reness to nod in agreement, but she quickly added, "That doesn't mean we should do nothing. If you're willing to sleep on the stones, I certainly am not." I chuckled at her words and shifted the conversation. "I shall check the beach. Perhaps something has washed ashore." "Return promptly," she replied, nodding. Suddenly, she leaned in and pecked my left cheek, then smiled at me before resuming her task. I stood momentarily taken aback, then could not help but say, "We won't remain trapped here forever. There's no need for such despair." "Really?" she asked, not turning back, as if dismissing my words. "Even if that fails, I can devise another plan. If none of my plans work, it will only be you who is trapped, while I hesitated, glancing at her busy figure, then sighed and turned toward the beach. My thoughts were somewhat scattered along the way, but upon reaching my destination, I summoned the energy to survey my surroundings. Unfortunately, after traversing the entire island, I discovered no signs of the hoped-for items. The sun-drenched island's shallows revealed only a few coconuts and a dilapidated barrel, with no other drifting objects in sight. Disappointed, I ceased my musings, stripped off my upper clothing, and leaped from the edge of the rocks. With a splash, my dark-haired figure vanished beneath the shallow waters. And moments later, I resurfaced with a modest salmon in hand, making my way back to our dwelling. The situation seemed to revert to its previous state. However, not long after, another storm descended upon us. Despite having recently weathered one tempest, the arrival of a second left us in disarray. Once calm returned, I realized I had caught a cold, which dampened my spirits, while Reness appeared somewhat concerned. Although a mere cold was not life-threatening, in our current situation devoid of any medical resources, it posed a significant risk. I paid it little mind, even heading toward the beach before my clothes had dried to see if there were any treasures to be found. To my surprise, I returned dragging a broken sail still attached to its mast. Reness, gazing perplexedly at the disheveled campsite, was momentarily at a loss for where to begin. Upon hearing my approach, she turned and froze. "Red wine?" she exclaimed, staring at me wide-eyed. I nodded. A cluster of deep purple grapes on a blue background, the emblem of House Redwine. Though the name might sound inconsequential, it held great significance for us. House Redwine was loyal to House Tyrell of the Reach, yet their lineage predated the Tyrells' ascension as lords of the region after the War of Conquest. Renowned for their vineyards, they also boasted one of the few formidable naval fleets in Westeros. I was well acquainted with this family, for during the Siege of Storm's End, it was their fleet that had blockaded the sea while Lord Tyrell and other lords managed the land. I also knew that the territory of House Redwine, the Arbor, lay in the southern summer sea of Westeros, aligned with the Dornish coastline where we had once been. Last night, their ships must have been wrecked nearby. Sensing Reness' astonishment, I said, "We must keep a vigilant watch. Perhaps survivors will be cast ashore by the currents, or we may see this island visited just as we were." "Are you suggesting we might be rescued because of this?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "While mere castaways could not save us. If someone were to come searching this area, it could change everything," and I nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Reness' lips twitched, struggling to maintain her composure. Yet she could not suppress her smile. Eventually, she embraced me, overwhelmed with joy. I chuckled as I patted her back, feeling her genuine elation, while my own heart lightened as if a great weight had been lifted. Though there was still uncertainty, ultimately, the outcome lay in the hands of fate. As it turned out, fate seemed to be favoring us. However, my true hope did not rest solely on the Redwine name, but rather on the possibility of a Dornish vessel. I believed that the recent departure from Dorne could not remain concealed from the lords of Dorne for long. If they became aware, they would undoubtedly endeavor to set sail in search of us. Now, while the reason for the Redwine's presence in these waters remained a mystery, circumstances had simplified considerably. Afterward, we fell into a comfortable silence, both absorbed in the good news. It was morning, and the fresh air, accompanied by the warm, pleasant sea breeze, enveloped us. The sun shone brightly overhead, radiating warmth, while the surrounding trees rustled and the waves continued their rhythmic dance against the rocks. Yet a different sensation stirred within my heart. However, it wasn't long before Rhaenys' excitement began to wane. She released her embrace and gazed at me with a complex expression in her violet eyes. "What is it?" I asked, casting her a sidelong glance, still smiling. She opened her mouth and managed a faint smile. "It's nothing, but I think we should prioritize repairing the shelter. Otherwise, we'll be plagued by mosquitoes tonight. Then you search for materials, and I shall keep watch on the beach," I replied, turning to depart, leaving the broken sail behind. Regrettably, I found no further treasures that day. Upon returning to our campsite, the heavy silence in the air left me feeling somewhat despondent. That night, our makeshift shelter was inadequate, and neither of us slept well. However, when dawn broke the following day, the atmosphere seemed to revert to its former vibrancy, as the cheerful little queen regained her lively spirit. Once we returned to King's Landing, I can take you to see a hill named after me, where I plan to create a magnificent garden. Squatting at the campsite while sipping on breakfast lemon leaf tea, Rhaenys turned her head and smiled at Gendry, who was similarly crouched beside her. "I've been planning this for quite some time, but I have yet to find a suitable gardener. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the High Garden. They say many there possess the knowledge." "I certainly won't accompany you to King's Landing," Gendry replied vaguely, using a small twig to brush his teeth with ashes from the fire. "That city reeks. It is quite foul now, but it will improve in time," Rhaenys asserted. "Just like my kingdom, it will flourish." Gendry couldn't help but glance at her. "What? You don't believe me?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. "Of course I do," Gendry nodded. The establishment of the Targaryen dynasty heralded a new era for the continent of Westeros. The previously fragmented 7 kingdoms were embroiled in constant strife, yet after unification, despite the persistent internal discord and political machinations, the situation was markedly more stable than the chaos that had preceded it. However, the dynasty was not long-lived. Compared to the millennia-long histories of various feudal families and the ancient 7 kingdoms, the Targaryen dynasty was overthrown after less than 3 centuries, with Gendry's half-brother leading the charge. Ironically, the usurper's kin now found himself here, engaging in casual conversation with the very progenitor of the Targaryen line. Gendry mused on how Rhaenys would react upon learning such history. He then recalled that every king of the Targaryen dynasty was a descendant of this young queen, which, if one were to adhere strictly to bloodlines, would make her his distant ancestor. In the following days, he scavenged the beach of the small island, discovering numerous battered ship planks, broken timber, and various artifacts of civilization, including silver plates and dilapidated barrels. On the 3rd day after the storm, he stumbled upon the ghastly sight of a pale male corpse, its lifeless form ebbing and flowing with the tide, which left Gendry pensive, though he did not allow such somber reflections to permeate the campsite. The next day, he encountered more bodies and additional supplies, which, while not directly useful, bolstered their spirits. Though the following days yielded no further discoveries, both remained hopeful. Life began to return to a semblance of its former state, albeit with a subtly altered atmosphere. For instance, Rhaenys no longer engaged in casual physical contact with Gendry. Her attire became more formal than her previous relaxed demeanor, and she maintained a considerable distance while rolling out her bedding each night. This was clearly an attempt to avoid suspicion, a development Gendry had anticipated. He had long understood that her prior emotions were merely a reflection of despair and a desire for emotional solace in the face of their uncertain fate. This was not love, but rather a pragmatic choice. For Gendry, it represented a burden of responsibility. As a mere passerby, he neither wished to nor could bear such a weight, and he did not believe that they would remain trapped here indefinitely. At least, he himself would not. Thus, he consistently responded with reluctance to her overtures. While he could feign ignorance and indulge in reckless abandon, some truths were difficult to fabricate. At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared, as she seemed to desire a return to a simple friendship, which Gendry found agreeable, as it alleviated his concerns about appearing foolish. Yet one day, she spoke to him with an air of intention. "This place is truly small. There are so many things we cannot see. What do you desire?" Gendry, crouched on the ground and using leaves to wipe his nose, looked up at her. "Nothing." The young queen blinked, then suddenly inquired, "Do you know what elderflower is used for? And safflower?" Gendry was momentarily taken aback, but she merely smiled and turned away. 5 days after this conversation, a fierce storm descended upon them once more, comparable in intensity to previous tempests. However, when Gendry ventured to the beach the next day, he discovered a person, an actual living being. In the tranquil wooded campsite, a pallid young man leaned against a palm tree, clad in a seawater-soaked, sun-dried, wrinkled gray wool cloak, beneath which lay a red and blue satin shirt. His boots, fashioned from fine calfskin, silently revealed his identity and wealth. Yet, before the short-haired woman in simple linen attire. He appeared like a beggar before the wealthiest merchant in town, stammering with reverence. "Are you truly Princess Rhaenys?" Rhaenys, no longer exhibiting the same demeanor she had with Gendry, now appeared notably more serious. She nodded and replied, "We were pursued by Dornishmen into the sea, and the storm cast us ashore here." Her words prompted the young man to glance at Gendry, whose distinctly Dornish features astonished him, yet he dared not inquire further. Instead, he managed a faint smile towards the young queen. "I am Leo of House Redwine. My father is Slither Redwine. Your Grace, I am eager to serve you. But I cannot rise to bow, as I lack the strength." "I will not hold that against you, Sir Leo," Rhaenys replied, observing his frail condition. "Rest assured, once you recover, I have many questions for you. Thank you for your understanding, Your Grace." He strained to bow slightly before collapsing back, gasping for breath. His face a portrait of weakness, as though death could claim him at any moment. Fortunately, after consuming a bowl of hot fish soup and taking a brief rest, his condition began to improve. He then began to explain in response to their inquiries. "We were hunting Dornish fishing vessels nearby while searching for some compatriots who had recently met with disaster when we encountered the storm. You may not be aware, but everyone is saying you perished in Dorne. King Aegon has ordered our house to dispatch a fleet to block the Dorne coastline, preventing them from fishing. Yet this damn storm has caused us significant losses. I cannot say whether anyone will come to rescue me, Your Grace, but if my father learns of my ship sinking, he will certainly come to seek me. If I recall correctly, a few ships survived the storm. Perhaps they will remember where we met our fate. But I cannot be certain, Your Grace. I cannot be certain. If those ships were indeed unharmed, how could I have drifted here? King Aegon is currently enacting vengeance for you in Dorne, but we do not know his precise location. We have heard that the Dornish have attempted to use crossbows against him, suffering severe losses in the process. The Dornish seem to be embroiled in internal conflict. I heard from a captive that many have perished, but the specifics remain unclear. They have crazily taken to the sea in small boats, and we were unaware of the reason until now." Still weak, the nobleman named Leo soon fell into a deep slumber. However, the implications of his arrival, or rather the subsequent events, would irrevocably alter their circumstances. On the fourth day after Leo was rescued, 5 majestic galleons emerged from the horizon, initially not heading towards the small island. However, Gendry seized the opportunity to raise a signal of smoke made from damp leaves and branches along the shoreline. Soon, the ships altered their course toward them. The 5 ships ultimately did not approach the island's shore, but instead floated on the waters not far from the isle. However, several small boats drew near as the sailors paddled, and eventually, a group of individuals disembarked. At the forefront was an elderly man, his features bearing a resemblance to Leo, and the front of his satin coat was embroidered with the sigil of House Redwine. The young nobleman, having regained some mobility, stepped forward, while Balon remained on the beach with Rhaenys. Soon after, the elder approached briskly, kneeling on one knee to respectfully kiss the outstretched finger of the young queen. "It is an honor to see you alive, Your Grace. Slit Redwine is at your service." The prolonged sojourn on the island was now drawing to a close. In the presence of the resurrected young queen, all who had come were filled with reverence. Rhaenys, who in Balon's eyes resembled a mere child, now exuded the dignity and poise of a true queen, her expression one of authority akin to that of a celestial maiden. Yet, when she managed to break away from the crowd and found Balon seated against the roots of a tree at the beach's end, her demeanor transformed back to the familiar, cheerful countenance. "We are leaving this place. Are you not happy?" Balon shook his head. "I wish to remain on the island and will not accompany you." "Have you not awakened yet?" she asked with a laugh. "Are you sulking again?" "I am quite serious," Balon replied. "I intend to stay here for a while longer." "How will you manage that?" "You know well my abilities," he stated earnestly. "The sea shall not impede me. I do not believe you can leave here on foot," Rhaenys said, her brow furrowing slightly. "Besides, what purpose would it serve for you to remain? A matter of great importance, which I cannot disclose." Her expression faltered momentarily, and her eyes narrowed. "Are you afraid?" "Why would I be afraid?" Balon inquired, perplexed. "I have sailed before. What is there to fear?" Rhaenys bit her lip, her expression tinged with irritation. "You should be glad." Ignoring her demeanor, Balon waved dismissively. "Though we have become friends, many issues remain unresolved. However, it is best left unsaid for now. I neither seek your gold nor your dragon eggs, nor can I assist you further. As for you, having returned home safely and shed the burden of my presence is indeed a splendid outcome. I am angry. Cease your jesting." "I assure you, I am not jesting." Observing her expression, Balon gritted his teeth. "Very well, to speak candidly, though I know not why, the storms of late have been summoned by me. Thus, I cannot accompany you. If I do, further storms may claim more lives, rendering all efforts futile." Regrettably, she did not believe his words, merely narrowing her eyes at him. "Did you truly think I should be happy?" "Indeed," Balon affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, she turned and walked away. Balon sighed. Feeling as though he was playing a game of the boy who cried wolf, this farewell, likely to be permanent, filled him with an unshakable sense of loss. Yet, despite his reluctance, they belonged to different worlds, and farewells were inevitable. It was better to be decisive in parting ways, ensuring a pleasant conclusion. However, moments later, footsteps approached from nearby. Glancing up, he saw the young queen returning, now holding a wooden cup. "Here, let me brew you a cup of tea as a token of gratitude," she said, extending the cup toward him, her expression devoid of emotion. "Are you serious?" Balan raised an eyebrow at the cup before him. "What? Afraid I might poison you?" Rhaenys replied with a hint of disdain. "You saved my life. I cannot possibly fail to thank you. There was nothing on the ship. But I recall your fondness for lemon tea, so I prepared a cup for you. You should know, not just anyone is worthy of drinking tea I have brewed." Balan chuckled, accepting the wooden cup and placing it aside. "Rest assured, I will visit you in King's Landing when the opportunity arises. After all, we are friends now. I hope you still recognize me then." Before he could finish, a sudden force struck the back of his head, causing him to stumble. He immediately stood. But dizziness clouded his senses, and he glared at the beautiful figure before him, now resembling a mirage. "You foolish girl." Before he could utter more, a punch sent him tumbling to the ground. "You know nothing. You are the foolish one." Rhaenys glanced at the bruise forming on his forehead with some concern, but then kicked him sharply. "Now I am happy." With a huff, she turned to the group in the distance and commanded, "Bring him aboard." A storm suddenly descended upon them, leading to the sinking of 2 of the 5 ships, with dozens of crew members lost in the chaos. As if they had met their demise, the remaining 3 ships sustained considerable damage, with leaks and wreckage, one leaning precariously and deemed unseaworthy. Fortunately, the crew, seasoned sailors well acquainted with the sea, worked tirelessly to avert catastrophe and prevent further loss. After the storm subsided, the clouds slowly parted, revealing the dawn's light illuminating the drenched deck, the ocean still stretching endlessly before them. The surviving sailors busied themselves with repairs both inside and out. Having set sail some time ago, the desolate island was now a distant memory, though the events that transpired there lingered vividly in their minds. Once the storm had ceased, the noble Rhaenys immediately emerged from her quarters, making her way toward a certain room deep within the ship. At that moment, she donned a silver gown adorned with intricate lace, the long sleeves revealing a golden satin undergarment. Her previously disheveled hair, now neatly arranged, its silken, slightly curled appearance making her appear a decade younger. Her footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, accompanied by the ever-watchful guards of House Redwine, who remained steadfastly at her side. Upon reaching her destination, however, they were commanded to stand guard outside. Adjusting a few stray strands of hair, the young queen pushed open the black wooden door, its creak drawing the gaze of a young scholar clad in a gray woolen gown, who promptly stepped forward to bow. "Your Grace." The young queen nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixed upon the dark-haired figure slumbering on the bed in the corner of the sealed room. "How is he?" "He awakens each night," the young scholar replied softly, "eating and moving about." "Has he said anything?" Rhaenys inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Following your instructions, we have kept him locked away and dared not approach. But we have overheard some." The scholar hesitated, glancing at the queen, but upon her urging, continued. "Some disrespectful remarks, Your Grace. I apologize for my boldness. But he referred to us as fools and idiots." "Do not concern yourself with his words," Rhaenys replied, casting a glance at the slumbering man, unfazed. "He is a deceiver, remember, not a single word he utters holds any truth." The young bachelor nodded in agreement and then spoke softly. "I suggest we switch to Dreamflower." "Your Highness, the efficacy of slumber grass diminishes with each use, and I fear it won't be long before he becomes entirely immune to it. You mentioned that Dreamflower could potentially be lethal." The young queen furrowed her brow at this. "As long as we control the dosage and avoid frequent use. The risk is minimal, Your Highness. That won't suffice. I merely wish for him to be at ease. I do not wish to invite any danger." Rhaenys objected. "Keep a close watch on him. If it becomes absolutely necessary, bind him or keep him locked up." To which the young bachelor proposed, "Could we perhaps use shackles?" "Shackles are not an option. They are ineffective. You must ensure he does not leave this room." "But Your Highness, if we do not use shackles, we may. I shall send 2 additional attendants to assist you." The young queen anticipated his concern and interjected. "However, they are merely to assist. I need you to keep a vigilant eye on him. Any signs of physical distress must be reported to me immediately. Furthermore, if he does regain his senses, it would be prudent for you to limit your conversations with him and remain wary of any potential tricks he may employ." "May I inquire why, Your Highness?" The bachelor could not help but ask. "If I am to monitor his condition, it would be difficult not to speak with him." "Then you must remember what I have just said. He is a deceiver," the young queen replied, unable to suppress a smile, before adopting a serious demeanor and advising. "If you must converse with him, exercise extreme caution." The bachelor nodded in acknowledgement, though he secretly harbored skepticism. However, Rhaenys paid no heed to his thoughts. Her amethyst eyes drifting to the figure slumped in the corner, her expression growing complex as she commanded, "Leave now. I require some time alone here." With that, the young bachelor in the gray robe bowed and exited, while Rhaenys gathered her sleeves and approached the bedside, taking a seat in the chair beside the bed. The room fell into a brief silence until, after a while, the solemnity on the young queen's face quietly dissipated, and she could not help but sigh melancholically. "Do not blame me for this, but I truly do not wish for you to leave, and I fear you may deceive me and flee. You possess that capability, and if I do not act accordingly, I cannot stop you. But I cannot fathom what you are truly thinking. Are you afraid? The Dornishmen do not instill fear in you, yet you seem to fear this?" The figure remained ensconced in slumber, offering no response to her queries. And Rhaenys did not require an answer, sitting quietly at the bedside, gazing at the face before her as she murmured to herself, "I have already written a letter. I have resolved to keep my promise. Our family possesses a golden dragon egg. I had it brought to me, and once it arrives, I will consider giving it to you. Indeed, I can contemplate this. Then you would have no reason to leave, would you?" As she spoke, she could not help but reach out with her slender fingers to touch the man's cheek, the normal elasticity of his skin causing her to furrow her brow involuntarily. "Who are you truly? The faceless one should have a name, should they not? After all this time, I still do not know your true name or what you truly look like. Are you hideous? Why did you save me? How many of your words are genuine?" Countless questions tightened her brow further. "Indeed, you are a complete fraud, but I shall uncover your secrets, unless you truly wish to forfeit the dragon egg." With that thought, she furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, seemingly troubled by many matters. Yet, before long, the worry etched upon her face gradually eased, and she leaned in closer to observe the slumbering figure, smiling softly before gathering her skirts and preparing to depart. However, just as she turned, a sudden thought struck her, and she looked back at the man on the bed, saying, "You had best be able to sing, for I have a fondness for men who can carry a tune." With that, she hummed a melodious tune as she walked toward the door, her spirits evidently lifted. Yet, the moment she pushed open the grand door, the joy that had once filled her heart dissipated entirely. "Sister Visenya, when did you arrive?" At the door stood a silver-haired warrior woman, clad in a full suit of black and red-scaled armor and a velvet cloak embroidered with dragons and flames. The clasp securing her cloak was a small golden dragon adorned with rubies, and her tall figure was complemented by her deep purple eyes, which now fixated coolly upon her younger sister, who bore a slight resemblance to her. "You have fallen for him?" Her voice was sharp, her words piercing directly to the heart of the matter, clearly having overheard some sounds from within the room. Rhaenys was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at her sister, opening her mouth, yet failing to articulate a response. However, it was unnecessary for her to speak, as Visenya could discern everything she wished to know from the expression on her sister's face, prompting her to lower her voice. "Do not forget that you are already married." This remark caused Rhaenys to raise an eyebrow in disbelief. "Indeed, married to my own brother, and one of his two wives." The queen's brow furrowed at this. "Do not act so recklessly. You are no longer a little girl." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the unconscious man in the cabin, her frown deepening. "He saved you. We shall reward him appropriately, but it is best if you keep your distance and ensure that Aegon does not see him. That is none of your concern." The young queen replied without hesitation, then changed the subject. "What of my dragon egg?" Visenya gestured to the floor by her feet, where a silver-edged box made of sandalwood lay quietly. Rhaenys crouched down to open it, a flash of gold blossoming before her eyes, causing her to squint instinctively. Looking down at her sister, Visenya spoke. "The Dornishmen claimed they had captured you, but they could not produce any token of yours, so we assumed you were dead. It was he who saved me. I have already mentioned this in my letter," Rhaenys replied absently. Visenya frowned again upon hearing this. "Upon receiving your letter, I hastened to find you, but I have yet to inform Aegon." The young queen could not help but look up at her sister, prompting Visenya to add, "Your husband is furious and is seeking vengeance against the Dornishmen. I must inform him that you are alive. Do you wish to send a message?" "Tell him to burn more Dornishmen," Rhaenys answered without hesitation, "especially those from the Red Keep." "Is that all? What else could there be?" "Tell him I am on my way to King's Landing and that he need not worry. I hope you do not come to regret this." After a final, penetrating gaze at her sister, Visenya turned and departed. At that moment, the ship continued to sway gently upon the undulating sea, 3 massive embroidered sails billowing tautly, yet no sailors were present on deck, evidently having retreated in anticipation. Above the vessel, a dark yellow dragon with immense wings circled in the sky, and as Visenya exited the cabin, her sharp cry echoed through the air, causing sailors on a nearby ship to panic. The dragon descended, causing the stable ship to creak under the weight, and Visenya, skillfully climbing onto its back, signaled for the recently landed dragon to leap into the sea below, only to soar upward in a powerful thrust, ultimately vanishing as a small black dot from sight. Though there was no one to see her off, the external commotion was unmistakable. Once her sister departed, Rhaenys finally exhaled in relief, turning her attention back to the individual in the room, feeling a headache coming on. "What shall I do with you?" Holding a box, she stepped into the chamber, gently closing the black wooden door behind her with her foot. She then returned to her chair in front of the bed and, after a moment of contemplation, carefully placed the dragon egg she was holding in the armpit of the unconscious man. After a few glances, she could not help but sigh, murmuring softly, "Sister told me to hide you, but in this vast ocean, where can I conceal you?" Hesitating, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Why should I hide you? They know nothing. You saved me, and for that, I am grateful. Is that not enough? Aegon should repay you." This thought momentarily steadied her emotions. Yet her heart remained laden with unease, prompting her to sit quietly in contemplation once more. Unfortunately, it was not long before her temporarily set mind was abruptly stirred again. A terrifying shriek suddenly resonated from outside the ship's hold, its clarity piercing through the wooden planks. The sound sent a shiver through Rhaenys, who hurriedly rushed onto the deck to see two dragon riders swiftly approaching from the sky, one of whom was the recently departed Visenya. While the enormous black silhouette ahead was unmistakably Aegon Targaryen, her brother and husband, the young queen's heart raced with a hint of panic. Yet there was little time for her to react, as the colossal black dragon descended, its massive form casting a shadow over the ship. The fierce wind sending sailors staggering as they emerged from below deck. The dragon, named Balerion, did not land on the deck due to the lack of space, however. A tall figure leaped down from above and quickly made his way towards the woman at the end of the deck. "Rhaenys," he approached, grasping the young queen's hands, his face alight with excitement and joy. "Aegon, how did you arrive so quickly?" Just moments ago, Visenya had commented on the queen's astonishment, and the newcomer, recalling some rumors he had heard, felt a flicker of concern flash in his eyes as he spoke. "Where is the brave benefactor who saved you? He is a warrior and a hero. I must repay him and, if possible, reward him further." Rhaenys opened her mouth to respond, but before she could utter a word, he turned his gaze towards the ship's entrance, releasing his wife's hands to step forward. "Wait, Aegon." The anxious voice behind her failed to capture Aegon's attention as he donned heavy armor, his footsteps echoing on the wooden ladder and floorboards of the hold. Someone approached, bowing in greeting, and was promptly instructed to lead the way. "I have many important matters to discuss with you. Aegon, please wait." The young queen hurriedly followed, her skirts lifted. "Nothing is more important than my gratitude for you at this moment, Rhaenys. I cannot fathom life without you. Nor can you imagine the despair I felt upon hearing of your demise." He spoke as he continued onward, his pace unrelenting. Rhaenys' anxiety heightened, but suddenly a look of determination crossed her face, as if she had resolved something within. "I must speak to you about this matter." Her words caused Aegon to pause momentarily, his footsteps quickening. However, all thoughts and impulses ceased as they reached the door to the room. At this moment, both Rhaenys, whose gaze was fixed intently behind, and Aegon, who raised his hand to push open the door with a serious expression, found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The air was thick with a sweet, cloying scent, the lingering aroma of potions long since brewed. Yet, there was no one present. The enclosed room was eerily silent. A few bottles of blue potions mingling with navigational charts on the table. In the corner, the wooden bed had lost its expected occupant, leaving only a heap of decayed, pale dust mingled with tattered linen and brown trousers, resembling a human silhouette filled with dust or a mound of sand. Beneath this outline lay a small, seemingly diminished golden dragon egg, its metallic surface glimmering as the light from outside poured in. Awakening day after day in a constantly swaying cabin, he found himself oblivious to his exact whereabouts. The prolonged slumber dulled his mind, and upon waking, he had little inclination to struggle for freedom. The ship had set sail, and the situation was unavoidable. During his moments of wakefulness, he would idly glance at books, cursing occasionally in hopes of drawing the attention of the foolish woman who avoided him, yet she remained elusive. Eventually, he grew indifferent to the chaos around him, consuming the food laced with some special hypnotic substance without any awareness. Yesterday, he had been startled awake by a storm, but the situation had not escalated to the worst possible outcome, so he chose to remain oblivious, sleepily waiting for an inevitable moment to arrive. He was unsure when this moment would come, but he trusted it would eventually arrive, allowing him to sleep soundly. It was unclear how much time had passed, but a series of peculiar roars stirred his dormant thoughts, a familiar yet indistinct voice echoing in his ears. Soon after, another resounding roar jolted him fully awake, and he heard footsteps rapidly retreating. Turning his head, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver skirt vanishing down the corridor, and then he realized he was clutching a golden dragon egg. This left him momentarily bewildered as he examined the egg closely, but before he could ponder further, darkness swiftly enveloped him, and all sounds faded into silence. An extreme stillness descended, and a multitude of memories surged in his mind. accompanied by 2 notifications, successfully escorted Rhaenys Targaryen safely into the hands of Conqueror Aegon. Your swimming skill has increased to LV6. You have completed all events. You have obtained a special item, the Queen Rhaenys' anticipation. The flood of memories quickly settled, and one name embedded in the information sparked a flicker of resignation and irritation within him. Yet, when he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. Everything before him was shrouded in darkness, a multitude of massive black bones standing silently beside him. Sitting next to a colossal dragon skull, he discovered his small body covered in dark dust, the surface beneath him cold and hard. Looking up, he realized the dragon skull he had once seen had vanished, revealing a dimly visible ceiling above. He understood that he had left that historical moment and returned to nearly 300 years later, within the Red Keep of King's Landing. The dragon skull that had once stood there had transformed into a cloud of black dust. Myrasis, he murmured the name of the dragon, his thoughts drifting to its mistress. Rhaenys Targaryen, the last child of Ilon Targaryen and Valeriana Valerion, sister and queen to Conqueror Aegon. Born 25 years before the conquest on Dragonstone, known for her vivacity, curiosity, impulsiveness, and fondness for dance and music. During the conquest, she rode the colossal dragon Myrasis alongside Aegon Targaryen, the founder of House Blackwood, to assault Storm's End. Ultimately, in a clash known as the Last Storm Battle, they utterly vanquished King Argilac Durrandon of Storm's End, leading to the surrender of Storm's End. Aegon Targaryen subsequently wed the sole daughter of the Storm King, thus founding the illustrious House Targaryen, which remains prominent to this day. Rhaenys Targaryen later participated in the historic Battle of the Wrath, where she, alongside her siblings, obliterated the coalition of the Westerlands and the Reach. This battle extinguished the royal lineage of the Reach, which had endured for millennia, leading to the ascension of House Tyrell, formerly the stewards of the Reach, as the new lords. Following this, Rhaenys rode south to Dorne, attempting to compel them into submission, but faced failure. For years later, war erupted officially, yielding little success. Ultimately, she met her demise in the 10th year of the conquest at Dorness Sunspear. The scant historical accounts had been memorized by Balerion, who initially regarded them merely as words. Yet, now they bore a newfound significance. His mind a tempest of thoughts. He sighed deeply, shifting his gaze to his hands. He recalled the dragon egg and looked down to discover a peculiar object nestled between his legs, obscured by dimness. A chicken egg? Balerion paused, then reached out to extract the egg, which resembled a chicken egg yet appeared to be adorned with golden scales. It seemed light, yet felt as heavy as iron in his grasp. Is this the dragon egg? He murmured, scrutinizing it with uncertainty. If memory served correctly, he had previously seen an egg the size of an infant's head. How had it now transformed into this? He unconsciously recalled the Naga rib, which had also diminished in size after their last encounter. Could such a small egg truly hatch a dragon? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly realized that even if this were indeed a dragon egg, it did not guarantee he could hatch a dragon. Moreover, even if he could hatch one, he might lack the ability to command it. Despite possessing Targaryen blood, there were many families throughout the dynasty's long history that had acquired draconic lineage through marriage. Not solely House Blackwood. Historical records indicated that even Targaryens sometimes struggled to hatch or ride dragons. Thus, he casually tucked the egg into the pocket of his garment, resolving to investigate its potential further upon his return. His azure gaze fell upon the last remaining item beside him, a lock of silken golden hair entwined with red satin. The sensation of its smooth, supple texture was reminiscent of having just been severed from a beautiful woman's head. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an inscription woven into the red silk, which made him pause in astonishment. I adore men who can sing. As he read the words, it felt as though a playful feminine voice whispered them in his ear, and as the voice faded, the lock of hair transformed into a myriad of shimmering golden and silver lights, akin to a swarm of tiny fireflies, rising gently from his palm. The glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating Balerion's face with a flickering radiance. Ultimately, as these lights ascended to meet his gaze, they converged in a gentle kiss, softly touching his forehead. Simultaneously, a message accompanied by an influx of related memories surged forth in his mind. You have acquired the profession, Bard. A torrent of memories associated with various musical instruments flooded his consciousness. Flutes, lyres, harps, violins, and hand drums. All the instruments one could find across Westeros. Alongside these were vivid scenes of singing in bustling taverns and streets, interspersed with melodies he had unconsciously heard in his past life. The deluge of memories was overwhelming, and as he sat in the darkness beside the dragon skull, Balerion felt a pressure building in his mind. Yet, just as swiftly as they appeared, the memories began to retract, merging seamlessly with his original recollections as if they had always been part of him. He flexed his fingers, realizing he felt entirely transformed. However, Before he could fully comprehend this change, his heartbeat quickened abruptly, its rhythm echoing like drums in his ears, resounding in the stillness of the cellar. You have acquired the profession trait, rhythm sensitivity. As his heart raced, a tingling sensation spread through his ears, yet his mind remained astonishingly clear, leaving him in a state of disorientation. Gradually, sounds previously imperceptible began to materialize around him, the scurrying of mice within the walls, the soft fluttering of insects in the dark, a faint draft seeping through a crack in the cellar, and the distant sound of hurried footsteps. Sensing these changes, Balerion instinctively glanced at himself. Race level, LV1. The information floated before him, a stark reminder of his simplicity, as nothing else emerged to elaborate on his attributes. He felt a sense of resignation regarding this rudimentary system, which made accessing comprehensive information a challenge. For instance, to ascertain his complete status now required him to seek out a mirror or to gaze into his own eyes. With these thoughts in mind, he rose to his feet, casting one last glance at the now empty ground beneath him before striding toward the cellar's exit. He's only 5 years old. By the seven hells, how could you lose a mere child? The furious curses reverberated through the throne room, echoing loudly in the vast hall, filled with palpable tension. I should have summoned 2 toothless old crones as guards. At least they wouldn't have lost my little brother. You two are utterly useless. What else can you do? The roaring was accompanied by a chorus of gentle reassurances, punctuated by the loud clattering of stools being kicked aside. Servants passing outside quickened their pace, and even the 2 fully armored knights at the door swallowed nervously, fearful of the erupting wrath that might extend to them. Lord Robert's younger brother, Balerion, had mysteriously vanished during a stroll within the castle, and the 2 guards tasked with his protection could only mutter that they encountered a black cat during the incident, offering no further clues. The incident occurred that morning, yet it was now midnight, and still, no trace of him had been discovered. The Red Keep was vast, but despite hundreds of searchers combing through it thoroughly, nothing had turned up. The soon-to-be crowned king was incensed, initially berating the 2 guards before ordering an intensified search. Even the dungeons of the Red Keep were scoured, yet still, no leads emerged, save for a laundry maid's claim of having seen a child run towards the direction of the maiden's chambers in the castle. However, within that rectangular fortress, not a single child could be seen, despite thorough searches of the surrounding areas, including the Prime Minister's Tower, the Mager's Holdfast, the White Sword Tower, and the Godswood. Ser Balistan, the Kingsguard, even mentioned the dungeons of the Red Keep, claiming that the boy had once shown great interest in the dragon bones stored there. Yet, after leading a search party, he returned empty-handed as well. A living person had simply vanished, a phenomenon not uncommon in the slums of King's Landing, but utterly abnormal within the royal confines of the Red Keep. At that moment, numerous nobles filled the city, and such a commotion could hardly be concealed. Rumors began to swirl. Some speculated that an assassin had infiltrated the Red Keep and abducted the child, while others suggested that the assassin might have originated from within the castle itself. There were even those who believed that the spirits of Prince Rhaegar's tragically lost wife and children were seeking vengeance, their deaths having been marked by great suffering, now intending to exact blood for blood from the usurper's kin. This last theory gained considerable traction among the nobility, as it was supported by the evidence of a black cat. 2 guards had been attacked by a black cat, and in the blink of an eye, the young Baratheon boy had vanished. While this incident seemed trivial, many nobles had been frequent visitors and courtiers in the Red Keep during the previous reign and were well aware that Rhaegar's daughter, the little princess of Targaryen blood, had once kept a black cat named Balerion. Furthermore, in folklore, black cats were often associated with witches and ghosts, adding to the air of superstition. Such talk unnerved many young noblemen and women, with some maidens fervently assuring their companions that they would never wander the Red Keep for fear of encountering a spirit. Yet, when news emerged that the lad named Gendry had been found, or rather, had emerged on his own accord, from none other than the thoroughly searched Red Keep, disappointment rippled through the crowd. Some doubted the veracity of the claims, but the fact remained. Many could hardly fathom how a place they had scoured repeatedly could still harbor someone unseen. An irate Robert Baratheon and his courtiers even suspected this to be merely a child's fib, given that Robert had learned from letters with the Maester of Storms and that Gendry had a penchant for fabricating tales, hinting at possible underlying truths. However, when the boy stood in the throne room facing scrutiny, he vehemently denied the allegations, presenting a premeditated and cunning defense. There are secret passages within the castle. I accidentally stumbled upon a switch and fell inside, which is why you couldn't find me. As those gathered in the throne room exchanged perplexed glances, the kingdom's master of whispers, the enigmatic Varys, narrowed his eyes and inquired softly, curiosity gleaming in his gaze. And where, pray tell, is this passage, child? Gendry innocently replied, I forgot where I fell in. Yet he insisted, but there is a secret passage. The legends of hidden secrets within the Red Keep were well known, though the specifics remained elusive. Construction began during the reign of the conqueror, Aegon, and was only completed in the era of the third Targaryen king, Maegor Targaryen. King Maegor, often referred to as Maegor the Cruel, was notorious for many brutal deeds, one of which was the execution of all the craftsmen who had participated in the fortress's construction once it was finished. The reasons behind such an act were shrouded in mystery, though astute minds might deduce it was to conceal something. Thus, if secret passages indeed existed within the castle, it would not be unfathomable. Yet, coming from the lips of a mere child, lacking any tangible evidence, it was bound to raise skepticism. Nonetheless, the mere fact that this 5-year-old had inexplicably vanished within the castle for an entire day without being detected hinted at something significant. Thus, when Gendry made his claim, the previously furious Robert's attention was diverted, while the Duke of the Vale, Jon Arryn, carefully inquired about Gendry's general location, engaging in discussion with other courtiers. The portly figure clad in a silken robe, particularly attentive to Gendry, joined the conversation, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Quite the actor, Gendry mused. He was aware of the existence of secret passages from a poorly concluded television series he had watched in a past life. But he recalled it due to the presence of the man known as the Spider, Varys, who seemed to be the sole possessor of such knowledge and could eavesdrop on many clandestine matters. However, at that moment, Varys appeared to be an unconcerned outsider, exuding an air of innocence. Gendry contemplated this, but his mind was preoccupied with another question. Why had he not been found? After the questioning in the throne room concluded, he was escorted back to his quarters by Ser Bollistan. Along the way, Gendry casually asked, "Ser Bollistan, I heard you searched the dungeons for me?" "Indeed, child," the white-cloaked knight replied. "I recalled your fascination with dragons, so I thought if you had run away, you might venture there." He could not help but inquire, was it truly a secret passage? "Of course," Gendry affirmed. "It was dark and filthy. You can see that from my appearance." The knight glanced at him, noting the black dust covering his deep green velvet tunic and trousers, which did not resemble the typical debris of an abandoned structure. "It's a pity you can't recall exactly where," the white knight lamented, though inwardly he found Gendry's claim credible. This child was clever, and he did not seem the type to lie. Moreover, the day's events seemed to defy explanation without the notion of a secret passage. However, if such a passage truly existed, as a member of the Kingsguard, Bollistan was acutely aware of the implications. If a secret passage existed unbeknownst to him, it would signify a grave oversight. Having served 2 previous kings before Robert, who knew if the monarchs he had once protected had been threatened by such a passage, this thought weighed heavily on Bollistan, creating a sense of unease. Gendry remained silent, reflecting on the knight's earlier words about having searched the dungeons but failing to find him. Gendry furrowed his brow in contemplation. While hiding among the bones would be discreet, surely it would be impossible to miss someone if one was actively searching. Moreover, had the bones only shattered after he returned? As they continued in silence along the stone pathway toward the central area of the castle, the structure known as Maegor's Holdfast soon came into view. Named after the cruel Maegor, its builder was evident. It served as the residence for the royal family across generations. A veritable castle within a castle, characterized by its imposing square fortress, towering thick walls, and a dry moat laced with metallic spikes for protection. At that moment, the drawbridge over the moat was lowered, and 2 guards at the entrance bowed to the white-cloaked knight, who returned the gesture before leading Gendry inside. Upon entering the ground-floor hall and ascending through the building, he was ultimately brought to a chamber adorned with a light green carpet atop a stone floor, his residence for quite some time. The knight in white gracefully took his leave, and once he firmly closed the heavy oak door behind him, Lannister momentarily set aside his other thoughts, instinctively reaching into his pocket to touch the egg-shaped object nestled within. Upon returning, he had been preoccupied with dealing with the people outside, leaving him little time to further explore his previous discoveries. He was uncertain of how to utilize this egg, yet it undeniably constituted one of his few extraordinary possessions. In addition to the egg, he wore a bronze ring capable of 3 uses around his neck, and beneath his bed lay a wooden chest concealing half of a peculiar bone, though it seemed of no immediate use. Pondering this, he strode a few steps toward a silvered mirror hanging beneath a golden tapestry, his gaze fixated upon it. Race level, LV1. Class, Bard class level, Novice class trait, sensitive to melody, knowledge acquired, Heraldry LV7, Swimming LV6, Archery LV5, knowledge acquired, Poison crafting LV5, Dagger mastery LV5, Fishing LV2, Horsemanship LV2, LV1 omitted. Derived traits, Spirit heraldry, Mermaid's breath, nesting bait. As he concentrated, a cascade of information emerged from the mirror like wisps of fog. The mechanism of this appearance was peculiar. It seemed to manifest upon the mirror's surface. Yet any attempt to touch it yielded no tangible substance, causing the mist-like words to dissipate completely. Lannister surmised that these words did not truly exist, but rather represented a manifestation of his thoughts. As he could perceive such information even without a mirror, merely a matter of quantity. This perception felt akin to his own thoughts coalescing in his mind. Rather than the visual representation before him, he was thoroughly accustomed to this phenomenon and paid it little heed, instead contemplating the traits that appeared beneath his class. The emergence of an unfamiliar class category could not be overlooked, although he held little interest in the bard profession, which thrived on song. He felt compelled to regard its derived traits with seriousness. At present, this class seemed merely at its inception, and he wondered if actively enhancing its level might unveil new traits. Unlike skills, which became increasingly challenging to improve at higher levels, this class appeared relatively easier to elevate, given its current novice status. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications behind this. If the bard was a profession, what of the knight, the scholar, the sailor, even the wizard? His golden opportunity seemed to conceal many undiscovered secrets. As Lannister reflected, he suddenly furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the fireplace nearby. Enhanced hearing allowed him to faintly detect unusual sounds, which seemed to emanate from behind the hearth. The sound of shoes scraping against the floor. Listen well. Young Master Lannister, you're quite dirty. Come, first remove your clothes. Look, the water is warm, not cold at all. Inside the Red Keep's Maegor's Hold, a conversation unfolded between a maid and her young master. I can undress myself. I don't need you to help me bathe. The boy's voice was youthful, tinged with the amusing pretense of a child trying to act mature. I can wash myself. You want tea clean properly on your own, young master. Be obedient. There is nothing to be shy about, the young maid replied, her gentle voice indicating she was quite adept at caring for children, yet the boy seemed unimpressed. Who is being shy? Do you think I'm 3 years old? His tone expressed dissatisfaction, but he quickly reconsidered. However, you may help me with this button. It's too tight and covered in dust. The maid acknowledged his request, and soon there was a rustling sound. But shortly after, the child's displeased voice rang out again. I asked you to unbutton my shirt. Why are you unbuttoning my pants? I said I can do it myself. Let me help you with the button, my lord. I apologize, the maid hurriedly replied. What is your name? The boy inquired. Belina, young Master Lannister. I am called Belina. Very well, Belina. Now take my clothes outside and close the door tightly. I will bathe by myself. If you have time to spare, find something entertaining to do. We will wait outside. Young Master Lannister, should you require anything? We don't need anything. Now go out. The quintessentially noble demeanor of the young master caused a nearby eavesdropping figure to shake his head. Having heard only a series of mundane splashes and footsteps followed by the sound of a door opening, he felt there was no need to continue listening. Thus, he stealthily maneuvered away from the shadowy wall and concluded that his earlier concerns were unfounded, his suspicions overly intense. Yet, just as he departed, the child, who had been crouching in the bathing tub, suddenly cast his gaze toward the now idle fireplace, his expression contemplative. The heightened hearing allowed him to discern unusual sounds emanating from behind the hearth. Though surprising, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, he had just uncovered someone's secret, or rather, a crucial trump card, and attracting attention was inevitable. However, he had not anticipated the swift response of the individual in question. When the Kingsguard, Barristan, had escorted him back to Maegor's Hold, various figures within the throne room had still been engaged in discussions regarding the secret passage he had mentioned. Yet, hardly had he arrived at Maegor's Hold when the very person who was supposed to be attending the meeting in the throne room rushed to him, quite unexpectedly. Initially, Lannister remained wary, suspecting that this individual might harbor ulterior motives, even to the extent of silencing him permanently. He cautiously slipped into a corner, out of sight of the fireplace, ready to strike first if necessary, regardless of who it was. However, hours passed without any sign of mechanisms activating or similar disturbances. Only silence ensued, until the arriving maids brought in bathing water, and still, nothing seemed amiss. Thus, Lannister gained clarity on the intentions of the hidden individual, followed by an instinctive aversion, shaking his head as the person departed. There was, indeed, a reason spiders were not well received. Muttering to himself, he recalled the kingdom's intelligence chief. Though his memories were hazy, it seemed that this well-informed spider had once harbored aspirations toward a potential dragon mother, only to later conspire against her due to her tyrannical rule, ultimately meeting a grim fate. As for the previous events, that play spanned an extensive timeline, and his later appearances were scant, causing Lannister to struggle to remember what transpired before. Rescuing some dwarf? For the sake of the realm? This impression felt peculiar, for he had heard that Varys was not a Westerosi but hailed from the neighboring continent's free trade city, still entrenched in slavery, leading him to believe that if he truly possessed such intentions, he would not have traveled so far to fulfill them. With scant memories, he chose to bury these thoughts deep within and momentarily disregarded the situation by the fireplace. Leaning back against the small wooden tub, he savored the warmth of the water enveloping him, exhaling contentedly, his azure eyes wandering aimlessly around his surroundings. The bedroom, though modest in size, exudes an air of elegance, adorned with exquisite brocade and fine furnishings. The fireplace, now cold, has been meticulously cleaned, while a sumptuous feather bed, seemingly capable of accommodating 3 adults, occupies the center of the room. This feather bed boasts ocean blue silk drapes and oak bedposts intricately carved with motifs of deer and birds. Directly ahead, a protruding stone balcony features large windows, where light-colored curtains sway gently in the cool evening breeze. Near the window, a small round table and stool are positioned, atop which lie neatly stacked sheepskin books, all of which were entrusted to him by Maester Cregan upon his departure from Windy Keep. What pleases Bran the most about this room is the pristine marble lavatory, located at the corner near the main entrance, its brown wooden door adorned with charming floral carvings. Overall, this space is far more refined than his chamber at Windy Keep, and barring his recent unsettling discovery, the atmosphere is decidedly comforting. Thus, Bran closed his eyes. Although barely a day had passed in the external world, the burdens he faced were immeasurable. The prolonged fatigue from his journey had left him spiritually drained. Coupled with the intrigues he navigated upon his arrival, he yearned to empty his mind, to think of nothing, and to indulge in a soothing bath. Yet, despite the enveloping warmth of the water, his thoughts would not quiet. The vivid realities or illusions of the past, the eerie storm, his own transformations, a temperamental woman, the peculiarities of the cellar, and that egg. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and turned towards the feather bed, where a glimmer of gold beneath the silk pillow caught his attention, prompting him to stroke his chin thoughtfully. How to use it? How to hatch it? Given its size, the prospect seemed dim. Contemplating this, he resolved to inquire about the castle's library the following day, hoping to uncover any records of dragon eggs of such dimensions or their hatching processes. If precedents existed, he would attempt to hatch it. If not, as his thoughts meandered, fatigue enveloped him, and the sensations surrounding him lulled him into a gentle slumber. Bran dreamed he had returned to a bygone era. Seated in a restaurant, where a silver-haired waitress approached him, inquiring about his meal choice. He ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Despite his intention to ascertain the matter of the dragon egg the next day, upon awakening, Bran found himself devoid of any desire to rise. His diminutive form was nestled deep within the soft feather bed, and his azure eyes stared blankly at the ocean blue drapes drifting above. Feeling as though he wore nothing at all, he confirmed this with a touch. How he had ended up in bed eluded him. His last memory was of bathing, then drifting into a deep slumber. How could he sleep so soundly with the fireplace still alight? Chiding himself for his negligence, he soon felt a throbbing ache in his head, not merely a headache, but a genuine pain. His throat felt parched, his nose slightly congested, and an overall fatigue weighed upon him. Had he caught a chill? A cold? The boy furrowed his brow as he lay in bed, lifting his arm to inspect his small hand. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed. As a time traveler, it would be absurd to perish from a fever. In his musings, he surveyed his surroundings and clumsily reached out to ring the gilded bell on the bedside table. The clear chime summoned a dark-haired maid, who hurried in, and upon seeing his condition, dashed out to summon the maester for treatment. In this era, even a common cold could be fatal, particularly for fragile children. With limited medical resources, even the king's offspring faced precarious odds of reaching adulthood, let alone ordinary peasants and farmers. Fortunately, Bran had been fortunate in his rebirth. When illness struck, it arrived promptly. Before long, a balding, elderly man with a neat white beard, known as Maester Pycelle, entered carrying a medical bag. To Bran's astonishment, he extracted a writhing black leech with silver tongs. What do you intend to do? Bloodletting is not a common remedy, yet it is remarkably effective. However, you are too young for formal bloodletting, so I must utilize the leech. Fear not, it is not as dreadful as it appears, but I merely have a cold. Why resort to bloodletting? Bran asked, bewildered. He had experienced colds at Windy Keep, where Maester Cregan typically prescribed potions, though their efficacy was dubious compared to the current exaggerated situation. This is essential. We all know that illness stems from the body's fluids. I assure you, child, you will recover swiftly, the Maester insisted. I refuse this, Bran replied, staring incredulously at the old man. How can one treat a cold with bloodletting? This is clearly unreliable. If memory serves, a certain president from a great nation perished from bloodletting. Good boy, it will only cause slight discomfort and won't be too painful, the elderly man continued, disregarding Bran's protests as he lifted the boy's arm, preparing to apply the leech. Seeing this, Bran quickly withdrew his arm and narrowed his eyes, threatening. If you dare affix that to my arm, I shall report you to Lord Robb for harassing my maid. The old man shuddered at the boy's boldness, his moist, aged eyes widening in shock. Child, how could you speak so to an elder? Such behavior is most impolite. As a scholar who had served 3 kings, I believe I am entitled to. Say what you will. If you dare proceed, I shall report you, Bran retorted dryly. The Old Town Academy has cultivated a class of scholars spread throughout Westeros, assisting nobles in governing their lands. Those who serve the king are known as maesters, with only one in the entire realm, responsible for the health of the royal family and managing correspondence from ravens. as well as attending council meetings to discuss state affairs, a position of great significance. This is a role reserved for individuals of high moral standing, yet if memory serves, this seemingly septuagenarian maester has a rather unsavory reputation. The child's tantrum appeared unreasonable, prompting the old scholar to concede. After prescribing several potions, he instructed a servant to bring forth a warming pan and offered a few cautionary words, hastily concluding the treatment. After the commotion, Bran found himself lacking confidence in the prescribed potions. Once the maester departed, he poured the concoction into a chamber pot and resolved to cocoon himself in his blankets to sweat it out. Devoid of strength, he had his midday meal in bed, where a servant set a small table at his bedside. 3 neatly attired maids presented an array of fragrant dishes: crisp white bread, vegetable salad, fried sweet corn cakes, crab pies, roasted lamb with leeks, and baked beans with bacon. The abundance of food dazzled Bran, who had subsisted on fish broth for far too long. Yet his appetite remained scant. After being somewhat lethargic and fed 2 strawberries by a brown-haired maid, he found it difficult to eat further. However, recalling that one must eat well when ill, he reluctantly consumed a small piece of soft bread and half a corn cake. Finally, he gestured for them to leave and succumbed to a deep slumber in his feather bed. This cycle continued for 3 days until the sudden illness began to alleviate. During this time, his half-brother, Robert, visited briefly but left in haste, clearly preoccupied with numerous matters. In contrast, his other brother, Stannis, remained conspicuously absent. It was rumored that Stannis had been spending his time in King's Landing, busily preparing a fleet to assault Dragonstone, the last refuge of the remnants of House Targaryen. Indeed, although the capital had been seized, the Targaryens had not been entirely exterminated. The Queen and their royal fleet had fled back to Dragonstone before King's Landing fell. This situation bore little significance to Blair. Once he felt somewhat better, his attention shifted to the closed fireplace in his room. There was no urgency regarding the dragon eggs. They were safe and could not possibly vanish. Having recently extricated himself from the confines of the copy, he intended to rest for a while and had no immediate plans to investigate the source of another scent he had previously detected. Although he contemplated leveling up in his newly acquired profession, it was evidently a long-term endeavor that did not require immediate action. Thus, after his first breakfast post-recovery, he dove into the narrow fireplace, cautiously exploring. His diminutive frame could maneuver within the spacious fireplace, but initially yielded no results. After several attempts, relying on his keen sense of hearing, he finally detected a hint of something amiss. He pressed a stone brick tilted above the fireplace, and the wall adjacent to the fireplace creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous entrance. A chill emanated from within, prompting Blair to fetch a candle before he ventured inside. However, he soon returned, looking rather disheartened. A secret passage is one thing, but why a labyrinth? He muttered, extinguishing the candle with a puff, and feeling along the switch he had just discovered, causing the passageway to close once more. Blair crouched before the fireplace, deep in thought. Despite the rigorous searches currently underway in the Red Keep due to his recent remarks, it appeared that none of the servants had yet uncovered the true entrance to such a passage. Initially, he had claimed the existence of a secret passage merely to evade his brother Robert's inquiries and to furnish a plausible explanation for his whereabouts. Yet, as he delved deeper into the concept, it had escalated to a matter of utmost importance. Previously, Blair had pondered the potential utility of this passage. If it could lead outside the Red Keep, it would greatly facilitate his movement, particularly given his confinement. However, he now deemed this passage a serious threat. The internal network seemed to connect to all rooms in Maegor's Holdfast, and even if Blair relocated, he could not escape its reach. Maegor's Holdfast was already the most secure place in the Red Keep. If such a vulnerability existed here, what could be said of the other buildings? Blair did not believe he could leave the Red Keep or even King's Landing anytime soon, indicating he might reside here for an extended period. While he considered eliminating the one who knew of the passage to monopolize the secret, he could not guarantee that only Varys was aware of it. Thus, the most effective and swiftest solution to neutralize the threat was to expose this newfound discovery to the public eye, ensuring that everyone was aware of it. However, the method of exposure required careful consideration. This scenario differed from his time at Windspire. There, he had no reservations as familiarity reigned. Yet in King's Landing and the Red Keep, the power dynamics were intricate, and not all relations with House Baratheon could be deemed friendly. He was still young, and a mere cold had rendered him somewhat vulnerable. He did not wish to draw further attention to himself, especially concerning the matter of the secret passage, which he had already mentioned once. Thus, Blair hesitated until he noticed that a pair of twin neighbors had suddenly moved into Maegor's Holdfast. The twins from House Redwine were 2 boys with orange hair, named Horace Redwine and Hobber Redwine. Clearly, they belonged to the Redwine family from the Arbor, or rather, they were the 2 sons of the current Lord Redwine. Due to their youth and the current influx of residents in the Red Keep, they had been assigned accommodations in Maegor's Holdfast. Upon their arrival, The twins had cried and shouted loudly, their voices unmistakable. Thanks to his keen hearing, Blair discerned that one of them had been scratched on the face by a black cat upon entering the Red Keep. It appeared to be a minor injury, merely a disfigurement, but the affected boy seemed utterly distressed, causing quite the ruckus. "Seven save me, how can they be so loud?" Blair mused, as he overheard passing servants whispering about the commotion. "I recall a midwife from my countryside home. She screamed louder than the women giving birth every time she went to work. I remember once, she terrified a woman from the neighboring village." If only all noble boys were as quiet as young Blair, though he does have his moments of anger. Indeed, the little fellow had many admirable qualities, albeit a touch shy. As the whispers faded, Blair selectively disregarded the comments about himself, instead focusing on the valuable information at hand. Eventually, he turned his gaze toward the fireplace, stroking his chin thoughtfully. That evening, just as the twins settled into their new room in Maegor's Holdfast, a series of eerie sounds echoed through the halls, punctuated by what seemed to be a child's sobs and the sinister chuckles reminiscent of gargoyles. The unsettling noise was both low and distinct, yet its source remained elusive. Consequently, one of the orange-haired twins, the shorter of the two, was so frightened that he cried hysterically and wet the bed, while the taller one screamed and dashed from the room, shouting about ghosts. The commotion in Maegor's Holdfast persisted throughout the night, and by the time someone had managed to calm the twins, it was well past midnight, approaching dawn. Despite the number of individuals roused by the disturbance, no one paid heed to the twins' ghostly claims, attributing it merely to nightmares or the disorientation of a new environment. However, when the clock struck midnight the following day, the twins once again erupted in terror, pleading to return home and refusing to stay any longer. The servant responsible for their care conferred with the castle steward, yet most rooms within the fortress were already occupied. To relocate them, it would require sending someone to tidy up one of the neglected towers, for otherwise, the twins would not have been placed in this royal residence. Thus, the elderly servant had no choice but to continue soothing the two young masters, ultimately managing to fulfill his duty with some difficulty. On the third day, after finishing breakfast, Lancelot pretended to stroll around and found two seemingly listless twin boys by a fountain in the courtyard outside the mage tower. Curious, he approached them and inquired, "Did you truly see a ghost?" The twins had been introduced to one another by the court steward on the morning after their arrival, so they were somewhat acquainted. "Indeed, the voice was quite frightening," replied the taller boy with orange hair, his tone wavering. The shorter one, upon hearing this, shrank back slightly, but then defiantly waved his chubby little fist, his freckled face contorted with anger. "Even if it is a ghost, so what? Just don't let me see it, or I shall make it feel my father's wrath." Lancelot responded with a surprised ah, then glanced at some guards nearby and whispered, "I doubt it's a ghost." This statement left the two identical boys momentarily stunned. "If it's not a ghost, then what is it?" the shorter boy asked. "It must be a person," Lancelot asserted. "Let me tell you, there are many secrets in this castle that you are unaware of, such as secret passages within the walls." "Secret passages?" The shorter boy wrinkled his nose. "My father says only rats dig holes. Does even the king's residence have secret passages?" "Of course," Lancelot nodded. "Just a few days ago, I fell into one. It was pitch black inside, but quite spacious. I suspect someone is using these passages to scare you." "Why would they want to scare us?" the shorter boy asked, bewildered. "How would I know?" Lancelot shrugged. The taller boy shook his head, insisting, "Then it must be a ghost. It cannot possibly be a person. You live not far from Old Town. Haven't you heard the scholars there say that such peculiar beings do not exist?" Lancelot scoffed. "But believe what you want. I intend to find that secret passage. They may not believe me, but once I uncover it, I will certainly make them take notice and reward me with plenty of fine things. You understand, discovering something unknown is a significant achievement." This declaration prompted the twin brothers to exchange glances. "Is it really a person? Is there truly a secret passage?" they asked in unison. "Certainly. There are people in the secret passage," Lancelot affirmed, then suddenly asked with enthusiasm, "So, how about joining me in the search?" "Why should we join? What is in it for us?" they queried. "What's in it for you?" Lancelot feigned thoughtfulness. "The benefit is that I gain the credit, and you would have the chance to catch the person who is frightening you." "Do you genuinely believe it's a person?" the shorter boy repeated skeptically. "Of course. I do not believe in ghosts," Lancelot declared, and before he could finish, the shorter boy nodded vigorously, his freckled face set in determination. The taller boy then curiously inquired, "You mentioned credit. Is there really credit to be gained?" "Indeed. This is the Red Keep, the very residence of the king. If I uncover a secret unknown even to him, that would be remarkable," Lancelot responded, feigning seriousness as he revealed another of his intentions. "However, if we are to catch the one who frightens you, we cannot immediately disclose our discovery of the passage." "Why not?" "Have you heard the saying, stirring the grass might startle the snakes within? If we reveal our findings, that person will surely never show up again. Therefore, we should first inform my elder brother, Robert, in secret. He is quite formidable. In this way we can earn credit while also capturing that false ghost. Of course, the credit is mine. You cannot claim it. Despite the admiration in the boy's voice when speaking of Robert, the dark-haired boy felt an inherent distrust of him. If that rough-around-the-edges older brother were truly reliable, he wouldn't have to resort to such convoluted schemes. He could simply report it directly. The second brother, Stannis. Though somewhat surly, at least wouldn't he drunkenly ramble, but alas, he had been unavailable lately. Why is it only yours? The shorter boy unwittingly followed Lancelot's lead. Because it is mine, otherwise, whose could it be? Lancelot replied, feigning displeasure, which caused the shorter boy's face to flush with indignation. The taller boy then chimed in. We can search ourselves. This declaration caught Lancelot off guard, prompting him to frown. You wouldn't be able to find it. Why not? The shorter boy retorted, now amused. Why can you find it but we cannot? Because I have fallen into it before. Everyone knows. We don't know. We insist on searching. Indeed, we will find it. They exclaimed, making faces at Lancelot before laughing and running off. They dashed away quickly, seemingly eager. Left standing, Lancelot scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Though he had intentionally provoked them, it had merely served as a pretext. He anticipated their impulsiveness. His original plan had been to participate himself, making all his previous statements sound reasonable. He had expected to meander about with the twins and accidentally uncover some clues. After discovering those clues, he would then say something to bait them into leaving him behind to pursue their own venture. This way, he could extricate himself, or even if he couldn't, having two scapegoats would alleviate much of his burden. However, the twins had turned on him outright. As the winds began to rise ominously, Lancelot resolved to adhere to his original plan, reasoning that it was not a matter of great concern. Yet, this sentiment vanished completely when events unfolded, allowing him to truly comprehend the nature of mischievous children. Shortly thereafter, while the two boys were playing indoors, they inadvertently stumbled upon a secret passage hidden behind the wall at the head of a bed. Yet, the seemingly bold twins were so frightened by the darkness within that they fled in terror. Clearly, in such a state, they could not recall Lancelot's previous warnings, and their panicked screams attracted the guards, revealing the entrance to the secret passage in Mage Tower to everyone present. Mage had ordered the execution of all craftsmen who built the Red Keep. We should have suspected this all along, remarked Tywin Lannister, the Duke of the West, to his three brothers upon learning of the incident. How did those two children discover the passage? Asked the youngest brother, Gillian Lannister, amused. I heard they demanded credit from Robert when he arrived, claiming it was a significant achievement. I am quite curious how our Lord Redwine managed to raise such entertaining sons. Indeed, it is a significant achievement, another brother, Tygat Lannister, scoffed. I am more curious about how our Lord Robert intends to reward these little rascals from the Riverlands. Considering old Redwine is rather reluctant to send his sons as hostages, that is of no concern to us for now, the Duke's second brother, Kevin, remarked, glancing at his elder brother, who was quietly listening. I hear Stark has taken his men to Dorne. Because of his sister? Aside from that, I cannot think of any other reason. As Kai Feng spoke, his words hinted at the notion that since Rhaegar had abducted the wolf girl for such an extended period, the inevitable had surely transpired. Perhaps this presented an opportunity. Our dear niece was certainly no lesser than any other maiden, provided that Robert, though that seemed unlikely. His brother Gillian furrowed his brow, remarking, I have heard that our Lord Robert is quite infatuated with that Stark wolf girl. Infatuated to the extent of frequenting brothels every other day? The dazzlingly golden-haired Tygat responded with a mocking expression. I have also heard he has a bastard daughter in the Vale. This merely indicates his vitality in certain aspects, though it does not necessarily impede emotional attachments. Which lord does not have a bastard child or two? As Gillian spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to add, except for our elder brother. The subject of their discourse merely cast a silent glance at his brother, and then calmly stated, I have some thoughts regarding Cersei, but for now, we should focus on Jaime. Since Robert intends to ascend the Iron Throne, the previous royal guard may no longer hold significance. The King's Guard is a noble position. They are tasked with protecting the king and vow to remain celibate for life, relinquishing their former identities and rights for a lifetime of honor in a white cloak. However, not everyone is enamored with such honor. At the very least, Duke Tywin has always been dissatisfied that his heir was appointed a King's Guard by the late Mad King. Having only one competent son, becoming a guard meant he had to forfeit the Lannister family inheritance in the Westerlands, which was clearly ill-intentioned. At this moment, within the city of King's Landing, countless nobles harbored their own thoughts and aspirations. The victors prepared to share the spoils, while the vanquished sought to mitigate their losses. The upheaval brought by war could significantly alter the fate of entire families, let alone a regime change. Despite the swirling undercurrents, the matter of the secret passage and the Red Keep had captivated their attention. The Tully family from the Riverlands, the Tyrell family from the Reach, the Lannisters from the Westerlands, the Arryns from the Vale, and their subordinate lords, All families of substantial standing could not afford to overlook this issue, with some even breaking into a cold sweat. Rumors of the secret passage had previously circulated within the Red Keep but attracted little attention due to a lack of leads and sufficient evidence. However, the stark reality now demanded their focus. The mere existence of the secret passage beneath Maegor's holdfast was not particularly alarming, as it was the royal residence. And apart from a few great nobles with past marital ties to the crown, most nobles did not perceive a connection to Maegor's holdfast. Yet, if there existed a passage even within the most critical part of the Red Keep, what of other areas? The Hand's Tower, the Throne Room, the White Sword Tower, the Maiden Vault, and even the September within the castle. The Red Keep, as the heart of the kingdom, naturally served as the epicenter of politics and power. It was difficult for the myriad nobles of Westeros to assert that no member of their house had ever resided or served there. Countless political decisions, myriad plots, poisonings, betrayals, and sordid power struggles unfolded within those walls. While most maintained their facades in public, who would wear a mask in the privacy of their chambers? Moreover, the secret passage did not merely serve to eavesdrop, it allowed for unhindered access to the royal quarters. If even the king's quarters were compromised, what of the other locales? Many were eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the castle, and thus, the day after the entrance to the passage was revealed, a thorough search commenced within the Red Keep. Unlike before, the search, now aware of the severity of the situation, even carried a destructive nature. As anticipated, individuals soon began uncovering one secret after another within the various edifices, and the shocking revelations left all who witnessed them struggling to maintain their composure. The Red Keep seemed riddled with vulnerabilities. Consequently, even before the new king was crowned, proposals for the reconstruction of the Red Keep were already laid upon the temporary council table. In summation, this incident was, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events. After all, we were amid a regime change. The previous misdeeds, regardless of their nature, were essentially rendered irrelevant. Even if many sordid affairs came to light, they were rooted in the past regime. Could the new king be held accountable? Yet, while some rejoiced, others despaired. The majority welcomed the revelation of the passage. But a certain rotund, bald man, with a penchant for extravagance, found himself in a predicament. As the master of whisperers, it was hard not to suspect that Varys, the spider, had long been aware of the passage's existence, given his reputation for unexpected mystery and unparalleled intelligence. Now, it appeared that his knowledge of the secret passage in the Red Keep was perhaps the reason for his current circumstances. If that were indeed the case, just how many secrets did he hold? Countless veiled hostilities were directed toward the seemingly innocuous and portly eunuch, leaving him in a state of distress. Previously, during the reign of the Mad King, he had served as the master of whisperers and was favored by the king. Now, with a new master in the Red Keep, he still retained his position, not due to Robert S. Blunt's disregard for the enemy's confidence, but rather because Varys had demonstrated his capabilities and value before him. That is why he maintained his standing. However, at this moment, he felt something was amiss. How could the first boy have just fallen into the passage, only for another pair to be intimidated afterward and subsequently discovered? Had an enemy uncovered his secret? Were they employing children against him? Varys' mind raced with numerous faces. Yet he could not pinpoint any with certainty. Unknown to him was the fact that, due to the unreliability of the twins, he had narrowly avoided stepping into a trap set by another. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled even further out of control. Yet, for now, he was already overwhelmed. How to dispel other suspicions, how to conceal his past actions, how to regain the new king's trust. However, an event occurred that momentarily overshadowed these concerns and alleviated some of Varys' pressure. The Duke of the North, Eddard Stark, was returning from Dorne and was currently en route to King's Landing. Meanwhile, a raven brought news. The Duke's sister, Lyanna Stark, the betrothed of Robert Baratheon and the catalyst for the war, had succumbed to illness in Dorne. This was swiftly followed by the question of the future queen. As for the interrupted breakfast, being of tender age and unlike the situation at Winterfell, no one approached Renly to inform him of this matter. Thus, by the time he learned of it, 3 days had already passed since the news arrived. At this point, Renly had been back for nearly a week. The prolonged experience of his role had left him somewhat mentally fatigued, leading him to indulge in a routine of eating and sleeping, barely contemplating anything beyond the matter of the secret passage. Each day was filled with sumptuous feasts, at times requiring no effort on his part to partake in meals. There was no hardship, no need to rush about, and no one to nag him incessantly. He felt as though he was living a rather languorous existence. Of course, amidst his leisurely strolls during meals, he did manage to attend to some pressing matters, such as researching the dragon egg issue. The feedback he received was disheartening. He had never seen an egg so diminutive. He had anticipated this outcome, for even with all its deformities, an egg laid by a dragon could not possibly match the size of a chicken's. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, this egg had not been so small. In its current state, he harbored serious doubts about whether it had been severely damaged during his temporal displacement. He pondered how this object compared in taste to a chicken egg. During one of his research sessions, Renly found himself lost in thought. Recalling the dream he had experienced upon his return, the question arises, could this object be toxic? Although Blue harbors a glimmer of hope regarding the hatching of the dragon egg, he is reluctant to act impulsively, for while chicken eggs are plentiful, this dragon egg is singular. Once consumed, it would be irrevocably lost. He begins to contemplate methods for incubation, but before he can finalize his thoughts, he is abruptly informed of the death of Lady Stark, which reminds him of another pressing matter. We must secure the support of House Lannister. Without it, your claim to the throne will be precarious. At the long table in the dining hall of the Eyrie, an elderly man with a balding pate and a hawkish nose, Jon Arryn, slices a piece of bacon with a knife, addressing the robust young man across from him, who has dark hair. However, the young man, with a strikingly handsome visage, remains silent, merely chewing on a dry crust of bread. Observing this, Jon cannot help but continue. I regret the circumstances surrounding Lyanna, Robert. But I must remind you, spare me, Jon. I do not wish to be reminded of anything. The young man snaps impatiently, his words somewhat muffled by the food in his mouth. Just let me enjoy my breakfast in peace. Cersei, the virgin daughter of Lord Tywin, is merely 17. Renowned for her beauty, often hailed as the light of the West, and celebrated for her gentle and virtuous demeanor, Jon continues, oblivious to the deepening flush on Robert's face. Suddenly, the dark-haired youth pounds the table, causing silverware to clatter and food to scatter, startling the two servants nearby. I said, I do not need that. Let Tywin's daughter go to hell. He curses angrily, though his ire seems to slightly abate as he recognizes his overreaction. Or perhaps you should ask Stannis if he is interested. He is my heir and eligible for such a union. I am already betrothed, Stannis interjects coolly, having silently consumed his breakfast until now, casting a disdainful glance at his elder brother. To the Florent family, it was arranged by my father before his death. His tone is resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Robert, displeased, shoots a disapproving look at Stannis but refrains from further comment. Instead, turning to the quiet figure at the end of the table, who has been unobtrusively eating his breakfast. Then let it be Gendry. Look at his handsome features. He resembles me in my youth. That is utterly absurd, the elder responds, exasperated. Robert, Gendry is but a child. By the seven hells, Jon. Why don't you marry Cersei instead? Robert interrupts impatiently, disregarding the darkening expression on his foster father's face. Then perhaps you might gain a couple more heirs. Do I need to remind you, Robert, that I am already wed to Lady Lisa? Jon replies, his voice tinged with irritation. I believe the matter of my heirs will be resolved in due time, without your interference. Then do not meddle in my marital affairs. The king's marriage is of utmost importance to the realm, but I am not yet king. This blatant evasion evokes a sardonic laughter from Jon, who sets down his utensils and lowers his voice toward the dark-haired youth. Lyanna is gone. Robert, how can I make you understand? She is dead. These words cause Robert's countenance to darken abruptly, his blue eyes narrowing as they fixate on Jon. After a moment of tense silence, he grits his teeth and manages to utter, Jon, I am well aware that Lyanna is dead. You should understand. Jon attempts to continue, but Robert's volatile tone interrupts him once more. I have said I will not marry anyone else. I have declared it many times. Do not mention that Lannister wench in my presence again. Not a single word. I do not wish to hear it. You must heed it. Unless you wish to forfeit the Iron Throne. Robert, suddenly rising, his eyes aflame, points an accusing finger at Jon. I have had enough, Jon. To hell with the Lannisters. If you wish to marry her, then do so yourself. As he curses and kicks the chair away, storming from the table, he laments, all I wanted was Lyanna. And what have I gained? Just this ugly, hard chair. His departing words fade into the distance, leaving the hawkish elder in a sullen silence, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. Stannis, expressionless, observes his brother's retreating figure, absently cutting a piece of cheese with his silver knife, inadvertently slicing into his finger, causing him to frown slightly. Casting a glance at the remaining two at the table, Gendry suddenly declares, I am full. Without waiting for a response, he slides off the bench and hastily departs, appearing as though startled. In reality, however, Gendry is contemplating how to resolve a particular issue. Possessing that peculiar golden touch and a comfortable upbringing, he is poised to attain a status far surpassing that of most. Gendry has many plans for his future, yet he must also prepare for contingencies, such as finding a way to address the matter of his impending bride. Though he has few thoughts on the subject, they exist nonetheless. Observing Robert's demeanor today, it is evident that he is quite resistant to the notion of marrying his future wife. Thus, Gendry must consider how to provide an excuse for rejection. As for whether this excuse will be effective, that remains to be seen. As one of Stannis' entourage, Davos, a former smuggler, has not been placed in the core of the Red Keep, but is rather accommodated with other knights and guards of House Baratheon in a military camp near the castle walls. Now a knight, his status has dramatically changed, and with his extensive knowledge of ships, he has garnered Stannis' favor. As the latter is currently assembling a fleet to assault Dragonstone. It is worth noting that after becoming a knight, Davos chose a sigil of a small black ship on a gray field. With the ship's sail adorned with an onion pattern and 2 fingers seemingly poised to pluck an onion, creating an impression that they had just retrieved it from the vessel. When Blue finds him, Davos is conversing with a stable boy in the stables. Blue waves him over, and he approaches briskly. "Good morning, my Lord Gendry." He greets with a bow, his demeanor markedly more deferential than that of others. "Do you require my assistance?" The dark-haired boy nods, though his gaze shifts to the 2 Baratheon soldiers behind him. "Will, Edric, you 2 step back. I need to discuss a secret with our Onion Knight." He deliberately adopts a tone of childish seriousness, eliciting a chuckle from the soldiers. "We are curious about Lord Gendry's secret. May we listen?" "Absolutely not." The boy shakes his head. The 2 soldiers exchange glances before feigning a sigh and retreating a short distance. Further back, Blue commands. Thus, the soldiers willingly distance themselves even more. Although 2 of their comrades had recently incurred punishment for losing the young lord, they have come to trust Blue's claims of a secret passage and feel secure in their distance. Additionally, they are seasoned soldiers who have followed House Baratheon from Storm's End, familiar with Davos's efforts to resolve the food shortages at Storm's End, thus they feel comfortable stepping away. However, as the party involved, Davos did not feel honored. Instead, he grew serious. While others remained oblivious, he understood that the child before him was far from innocent. The current demeanor was clearly purposeful. "My lord, has something happened?" He could not help but inquire. "I recall you mentioning your birth in a flea market," said Stannis, looking up at him, seeking confirmation. "The flea market of King's Landing?" Davos nodded. "Then you must be acquainted with some locals, yes? Prostitutes, barbers, tavern keepers, kitchen heads, even rascals and rogues? I know them all, my lord." "Then I require your assistance with a matter, Davos," Stannis stated gravely, his expression markedly different from before. The middle-aged man, clad in a black robe, half knelt, listening intently as the boy began to whisper. The more he listened, the wider his eyes grew until Davos could no longer contain himself. "Do you have evidence, my lord?" "I possess evidence, but cannot provide it to you. Forgive my audacity, my lord, but defaming a noble is a grave offense, particularly against a house as eminent as the Lannisters, not to mention the sister and brother you mentioned. Wouldn't the accusation of slaughter and pillaging King's Landing be even greater? The Lannisters act in the name of your brother. That is why I said to keep the Baratheons at a distance. Why should we willingly take a bite of the foulest refuse?" Stannis remarked with evident disdain, akin to long-fermented filth. "Such defamation is not the conduct of honorable men, my lord. Forgive me, but this is true." Stannis earnestly assured him, "I swear by the 7. This is not slander. Should there be an ounce of falsehood, may I perish." Davos, unaware that Stannis did not believe in the gods and had faced death multiple times, hesitated. "Perhaps we should inform Lord Stannis or Lord Robert of this matter." "They will not believe it." Stannis shook his head. "They will inquire about the source of the information." "How did you come to know?" "I cannot simply say it was revealed to me through magic, can I?" Davos frowned at this. Through their interactions, he sensed that Stannis was not ill-intentioned, hence he did not outright reject him. Yet he remained skeptical of the boy's claims of magic, harboring a reluctance towards such arcane matters. Nevertheless, considering that he had been knighted and granted lands due to such sorcery, the former smuggler hesitated, uncertain whether to acquiesce. "I will not coerce you." Stannis sighed upon witnessing this. "I request your assistance in the name of House Baratheon, Davos. Aid us, not for my sake, but for the families." The sincerity in the words was difficult to gauge, yet it proved more effective than any compulsion. Following this plea, the knighted former smuggler unconsciously grasped the small pouch adorning his chest, deliberating for a moment, ultimately recalling the brutal traces of plunder within King's Landing, and thus resolved himself. "I can enlist a few trustworthy friends to spread this word, my lord, but I cannot guarantee its efficacy. I mean, it may very well amount to naught. Do your best. If it fails, I shall devise another approach." Stannis shrugged. "Moreover, there is a saying in Westeros, words are like the wind. I believe that what is wind will eventually spread." As he uttered this, images of the hostile gazes he had encountered upon entering the city flashed through his mind. The war had only recently concluded. If the common folk of King's Landing bore animosity towards House Baratheon, what of the Lannisters, who had partaken in the burning, killing, and plundering? He did not voice this, but assumed Davos would consider exploiting this fact. However, their discussion on the matter concluded as someone approached from a distance. The newcomer was broad-shouldered, clad in a tight-fitting gray woolen shirt and a black leather coat that accentuated his muscular frame, while his gaunt cheeks and unruly black hair resembled the sharp tip of a spear. "Lord Stannis." Davos immediately rose and stepped forward to bow. "You ought to be working." "Davos," came the expressionless reply. "Entertaining children is the duty of a wet nurse." "Very well, my lord," Davos nodded, casting a discreet glance at Stannis before hastily departing. Stannis, remaining behind, lowered his stony countenance toward the young boy before him. I expected to find you in the Great Hall. Instead, you are idling in the stables with my onion knight, wasting time. His tone bore a hint of reproach, but Stannis usually disregarded such remarks, focusing instead on the underlying message. You sought me? The black-haired boy inquired, surprised. For what reason? Such an occurrence was rare, at Storm's End. Stannis had never felt the need to speak with him without cause. It was understandable. After all, what was there to discuss? Though they were brothers. Stannis had always been perceived by the boy as a stern elder, despite the fact that the former had yet to reach 20. Ignoring the boy's puzzled expression, Stannis continued. Before leaving Storm's End, Gendry instructed me to look after you. I do not comprehend why a servant was summoned to ensure your well-being. But he claimed it was a brother's duty. Think about it yourself. Why articulate such things? Stannis's words darkened the boy's expression. After observing Stannis for a moment, the latter suddenly nodded and turned to leave. Robert has not been in good spirits lately. I will instruct the servants to deliver breakfast to your room for the next few days. You must eat on time. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, halting abruptly. I was testing the ship at sea recently. With that, he walked away. What does that mean? The boy found Stannis's behavior perplexing. But as he watched the latter's retreating figure, realization dawned upon him, prompting a squint of suspicion. Is this the legendary Tsundere? The seeds had been sown. Whether they would sprout and bear fruit was left to fate. As a 5-year-old unable to leave the castle, the boy could only patiently await news. This approach was rather ineffective, for noble marriages were never solely based on mutual desire or personal conditions. Nevertheless, he resolved to take it one step at a time. Perhaps his irascible elder brother would indeed take the drastic step of refusing to wear the crown. Another effective solution would be to eliminate the paramour or one of the conspirators, yet the future queen remained within the Westlands, while her brother and paramour, Jaime, though located within the Red Keep, had been largely sequestered in the White Sword Tower, the headquarters of the Kingsguard, making him a rare sight. During a visit to the Kingsguard Barristan, the boy had glimpsed the former in a white cloak leaning against the tower window, but for the most part, he was elusive. Of course, even if Jaime did appear, the boy did not truly believe he could confront him. Not to mention, as the youngest Kingsguard in history, the existence of Jaime Lannister was not something to be trifled with, unless through underhanded means. Alas, the price of high status was constant scrutiny, while enjoying material comforts. It was inevitable to attract unwarranted attention, rendering certain actions exceedingly difficult. After Stannis departed, the boy made his way back to the Great Hall with 2 guards. Yet before reaching his destination, he suddenly heard a commotion and a series of shrill cries. What are you doing? Why should I give it to you? Old man. Are you in cahoots with that black cat? A harsh, grating shout reverberated from a nearby garden corridor, capturing the attention of Bran. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the source of the commotion was none other than the 2 cowardly twin boys from House Redwine. They were currently engaged in a conversation with a figure obscured by a pillar. Bran felt a sense of familiarity towards the shadowy form and approached with curiosity. I don't care what you say, step aside, or I'll tell my father. The raspy voice continued to bellow, accompanied by another child's complaint. It scratched my face. Why should we let it go? Bran glanced at the twins, noting that the taller one was holding a struggling black cat, its limbs bound by rope, as it kicked and screeched in protest. He also recognized the figure standing opposite the twins, none other than Ser Bollistan, one of the last remaining Kingsguard of the Red Keep. The gods did not create us to torment animals, children, the knight stated solemnly. Release it. If you desire a toy, I can summon a servant to fetch you one. We don't want a toy, we want this. The tall boy retorted, gesturing proudly at the bound cat, his freckled face gleaming with satisfaction. That's right. I don't care what you say. It scratched my brother's face. The shorter boy declared vehemently. At this proclamation, the taller boy's demeanor shifted. I am the older brother. We agreed beforehand that the taller one would be the elder. Look how much taller I am this year. That doesn't count. The shorter boy insisted stubbornly. Everyone knows I am the elder. You are the younger. Then you should give your toy to me, for father said the elder should yield to the younger. That's not true. Everything belongs to the elder. Father also said that one day, all the toys of Dragonstone will be mine. I am the elder, and you are the younger. As their argument escalated, the awkward silence left Ser Bollistan at a loss for how to intervene. Bran found the situation utterly absurd and decided to step forward, tapping the taller boy on the shoulder from behind. The boy instinctively turned to look at him, only to feel the weight in his hands diminish. He glanced down to find that the cat he had been clutching was now cradled in Bran's arms. What are you doing? He asked, bewildered, as if still processing the turn of events. This cat is now mine, Bran asserted confidently. On what grounds is it yours? The shorter boy questioned with a scrunched nose. We captured it. Who saw you capture it? Bran countered. My servants saw it. They all witnessed it, the taller boy replied. Bran remained silent, turning to the 2 guards who had accompanied him. One of them spoke up, This is the cat that young Lord Bran captured. Otherwise, how could it be in his possession? Indeed, look at my face. It scratched me while I was capturing it, the other guard added, feigning pain as he touched his face. The twin boys, adorned with grape embroidery, appeared momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, the taller boy whispered to his shorter sibling, "He is bullying us." Without needing to say more, the shorter boy's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as if he were ready to retaliate. However, after several moments of glaring, he faltered. With a huff, he took his brother's hand and turned to leave. "Just you wait," he shouted as they walked away. "I will call my father to thrash you." His words drew no response from the dark-haired boy, but his twin tugged at his sleeve. "Father isn't here," he murmured. "And besides, they are stronger than us. What should we do then?" The shorter boy asked, visibly conflicted. "If I had known earlier, I would have invoked grandmother's name." Their grandmother, Olenna Redwine, hailed from House Redwine, but had married into House Tyrell, earning the title Queen of Thorns. In the twins' eyes, she was a figure of even greater renown than their father. "Grandmother isn't here," the taller boy replied, his eyes glinting. "But we could seek out our older brother. We discovered a secret passage, but we haven't decided what reward we want yet." "I've decided. I want that cat." "No, that's too little. We should demand all the cats of the Red Keep." "That's a good idea." The shorter boy nodded in agreement. However, he hesitated. Glancing back at the servants trailing behind them, he whispered to his brother, "But it was that boastful Bran who first told us about the secret passage. It doesn't feel right." "Who said that?" The taller boy retorted. "We came up with it ourselves." The shorter boy scratched his head and then nodded. "That's right. We thought of it ourselves." The two boys exchanged glances and hurried towards the throne room, eager to present their request while the future king was occupied with petitioners and nobles. Meanwhile, Bran was oblivious to the twin scheming as he held the cat, gazing up at Ser Balistan, who was imparting a lesson. "Forcefully taking what is not yours is not a commendable solution, my boy," the knight admonished. "Nor is it a good habit. Yet it is the most expedient solution," Bran replied confidently. Having previously sought opportunities to sneak into the cellar, he had conversed with Ser Balistan often, and though their exchanges were often a ruse, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Even so, we should engage them in reasonable discourse, to enlighten them on what is acceptable and what is not, thus addressing the issue at its root. "How long did you lecture them just now, my lord?" Bran inquired, curiosity piqued. "Did it yield any results?" The knight faltered momentarily, then shook his head in resignation, casting his gaze upon the now docile cat nestled in Bran's arms. "Her name is Baelorian. The first time I encountered her, she was just a kitten, much like her master." The knight's tone took on a wistful quality, and Bran found himself intrigued as Balistan continued, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "Back then, the atmosphere in the Red Keep was stifling. King Aerys' actions grew increasingly intolerable. The little girl was our sole source of joy. I remember once, sensing our melancholy, she danced for us, a Dornish dance unlike anything I had ever witnessed, so beautiful that I shall never see its like again." "Are you referring to Rhaenys?" Bran asked, recalling a name he recognized, though it did not belong to the same person. The daughter of Prince Rhaegar and his Dornish wife was someone he had only heard of, rumored to be even younger than himself. Indeed, Rhaenys, a truly lovely little girl, Balistan nodded, as a pained expression crossed his features, reminiscent of the first time Bran had encountered him. However, the white-robed knight chose not to elaborate further, instead sighing as he addressed Bran, "By the god's mercy. Take good care of her, my boy. If you wish to keep her, then ensure her well-being and shield her from harm." "I shall not harm her," Bran replied, glancing down at the infamous black cat nestled in his arms, his expression contemplative. "But I cannot guarantee she won't harm me." This remark elicited a fleeting smile from the otherwise somber Balistan, who then knelt and patted Bran's arm affectionately. "It appears that it has taken quite a liking to you. I believe it would not act otherwise." "I sincerely hope so," Bran replied, gently tapping the cat's nose with his hand, prompting a soft meow from the creature, its pale blue eyes gazing at the black-haired boy like a bashful little girl. A little girl? Bran felt he might be overthinking it. The tavern was dimly lit, the flickering flames of greasy candles casting an ethereal glow over each table. Torches affixed to the wooden pillars illuminated the faces of patrons, some disheveled, others inebriated. Several scantily clad women entertained men, while the tavern maidens darted between tables, the air thick with the scent of meat mingled with foul odors. All enveloped in the cacophony of raucous laughter and boisterous shouting, painting a quintessential picture of a medieval tavern. This establishment was exceedingly rudimentary, nestled within the flea-ridden alleys of King's Landing, with an unpaved earthen floor and wooden beams above, long blackened by the smoke of candles and torches. Yet, it served as a common haunt for the ordinary folk seeking solace in drink and merriment. "Don't worry about paying me," Davos, the tavern keeper, a gaunt man with a handlebar mustache, was currently hidden in the back of the tavern, clandestinely meeting a middle-aged man dressed in coarse black garments and a dark cloak. "I don't care if this is true or not. The Lannisters are our enemies, and they are your enemies as well. That is all you need to know. Hiring hands comes with a hefty cost, which you will inevitably incur. The brown-haired man before him shook his head in response. Why should it cost more just to have our girls gossip a bit more? The tavern keeper scoffed. As for those singers, their prying ears are eager to uncover the sordid dealings of all the noble lords across the 7 kingdoms. Mark my words, Davos. Though we may not match those mounted knights, we are not mere cowards who stand idly by and allow ourselves to be bullied. Do you know that when I went out to procure supplies that day, my sister was assaulted by a Lannister? If I find out which scoundrel did it, I shall flay him alive. May the gods protect her. The brown-haired man sighed at these words. 5 days had passed since Bran's conversation, and during this time, Davos had devoted all his spare moments to organizing matters, aside from his regular duties. Was it due to a promise made to that figure? Or was it the indignation swelling within him? He could not discern. The situation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. The funds Bran had entrusted him with were scarcely utilized, and he had nearly contacted every reliable friend he could find within the flea market. The tavern owner, the cook, the cobbler, the barber, the fishmonger, and even a down-and-out bard. Each one had unanimously agreed to assist him, harboring grievances against the Lannisters, be they large or small. Of course, Davos also had a few old friends untouched by the ravages of war, yet he deemed it prudent to tread carefully. A lifetime of smuggling had exposed him to a myriad of personalities, and he had witnessed many unforeseen betrayals. Even those he had contacted were done so in secrecy, avoiding public encounters. After enjoying a mug of brown ale within the tavern, Davos bid farewell to his old friend and stepped outside. However, just as he left the din of the tavern behind, he felt a strange sensation of being watched. Turning around, he found no one there. Not long before, a brief rain had turned the narrow streets into a muddy mess, the wooden houses on either side standing 3 stories high with their windows tightly shut. The vendor stalls along the roadside were devoid of life due to the night. Feeling the hilt of the long sword hanging from his black cloak with his leather-gloved hand, Davos began to walk towards the street beyond. The gaze that had been upon him seemed to vanish shortly thereafter, yet he remained vigilant, quickening his pace. Just as he was about to exit the narrow path, a slender figure suddenly leapt from the shadows by the wall. The Onion Knight. Davos paused, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. Who are you? A friend, came the reply. The figure standing in the cold street with their back to the moonlight, cloaked in black, face obscured, yet the voice was gentle, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Yet, Davos did not lower his guard. Friends do not follow me. Follow. No, the female voice chuckled softly. We merely happened upon you. We? The mention of the word tightened Davos's chest, but before he could react, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. If we were enemies, you would have been dead already, Davos. The voice was rough but laced with a hint of amusement, causing the brown-haired man to grip the sword hilt tighter. However, he refrained from making any rash movements, slowly turning to face the source of the voice. A somewhat familiar face came into view. You are Ben? He asked hesitantly. Indeed, it is I, Big Belly Ben. The figure nodded, their rotund frame clad in coarse clothing, a broad smile illuminating their round face in the moonlight. I am not particularly fond of that nickname. I ought to be called Strong Ben instead. To my knowledge, you are already dead? Not at all. Arthur Dayne bribed those dogs, but not everyone betrayed us. Davos understood upon hearing this. Before him stood a notorious member of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Though that was in the past, he had once spoken of them to the black-haired boy when departing from the holdfast. This band of brigands had resided within the king's hunting grounds, thriving on kidnapping and extortion against nobles, only to be eradicated 2 years ago by the Mad King's forces. It was said that the Dawnblade, Sir Arthur Dayne, was able to eliminate these bandits by bribing the villagers who harbored them. Yet, it seemed that eliminated was an inaccurate term. The one before him, known as Ben, was one of the more infamous leaders of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Rumored to be dead yet evidently alive and well. The boy you sold? Davos inquired. He recognized the woman before him, having had dealings with her during his time as a smuggler, though they had only crossed paths once or twice, not enough to be considered acquaintances. Yet now, it was clear they had come specifically to find him. His name is Tobin, the gentle-voiced woman spoke. He is my son. We are in dire need of money. That day he heard about a noble caravan passing by and ran to it. You are Wenda, the White-Heart Wenda? Davos asked. He had never met the White-Heart Wenda, another leader of the Kingswood Brotherhood, but it was easy to deduce. Now she is called Ginny, golden-haired Ginny, Big Belly Ben remarked. The name White-Heart Wenda carries much more weight than ours, eh? Who can blame her for being a woman? Women are born to bear children, everyone says so. They seem to harbor no ill will, yet Davos would not let his guard down. The task he undertook necessitated discretion, and being approached by these former bandits was not a good omen. Do you two friends require something of me? He asked. Indeed, we have a matter to discuss. Shall we not find a nearby tavern to sit and talk? Forgive me, my friends, but I have work to attend to shortly. Do not be anxious, my friend. We merely wish to request a small favor. The rotund man known as Ben spoke. You see, although we have, died, we are not truly dead. Therefore, as long as this person is alive, there must be many needs. For instance, he seems quite chatty. He was abruptly interrupted by a companion. We wish to ask you to recommend us to that noble young master from House Stark. Nothing more. It's as simple as that. What do you wish to see him for? Davos furrowed his brow. To be a servant? A mercenary? We've seen plenty of noble lords' attendants and the servants of their young scions. The stout man replied, those fools are no match for any of us. Are you suggesting that you intend to pledge allegiance to a mere boy? Despite knowing the boy was remarkable, Davos found the notion absurd. Have you seen him? We haven't seen him, but we've heard he is only 5. Ben paused, taken aback. 5? We heard he was 6. But that is inconsequential. He will grow. Indeed, he will grow. We are still relatively young, and we have long ceased to be bandits. Now, as long as he tosses us a couple of gold dragons. Like that day, we can do anything for him. Indeed, anything, regardless of his age. The former smuggler felt a realization dawn upon him. These two were viewing Bran as a lamb to the slaughter. Why not serve Lord Stannis instead? He attempted to remind them. The boy you wish to see does not have the authority to summon mercenaries, and all his funds are managed by his family steward. He cannot simply spend them at will. This was not an attempt to undermine them, but rather, a statement of fact. It appeared that no one constrained the young lord of House Baratheon, yet the selection of those around him was undoubtedly stringent, whether they be servants or guards. All of them were chosen with great care, considering even 3 generations back. There was no way just anyone could easily infiltrate. Moreover, Davos held little trust for them. Yet the two seemed determined to persist. He contemplated redirecting their focus, or perhaps hoping they would abandon such thoughts after encountering failure. However, upon hearing his words, they merely shook their heads. In truth, we initially aimed to ally ourselves with Stannis, for he accepted you, a former smuggler. But a woman named Jenny gazed gently at the brown-haired man. Does your fingers still hurt, Davos? This prompted Davos to instinctively touch the small pouch hanging from his chest. While Ben stepped forward, saying, we cannot fathom why you would have him sever your finger, nor can we understand why he insisted on doing so. Good deeds cannot erase evil, nor can evil conceal the good. Having engaged in smuggling for over a decade, I must pay the price. Davos replied earnestly. Lord Stannis' punishment was very just. There is likely no one more just than he in this world. That sounds commendable. Justice is certainly preferable to being regarded as less than human. However, we do not share your noble sentiments. If it came to severing fingers, I would not comply. Ben chuckled. Moreover, for those of our ilk, should we truly pledge allegiance, it may not be fingers that are severed, but heads instead. How can a headless man serve the lords? The woman laughed lightly, clearly not intending to back down. Davos frowned. But it should not be a mere boy. Do you not find this notion laughable? Well, there is logic to that. Ben replied. Robert of House Baratheon is quite generous. We have met him. He is said to be on the verge of becoming king, and perhaps he will not be stingy with his 2 remaining brothers. In time, the boy you speak of may indeed become a lord. It is not uncommon for boys to become lords, and we rarely misjudge such matters. Certainly, this is a gamble. But even without it, I observe the boy's generosity. Cough, cough. In any case, we are not lying to you. We have encountered many nobles. But a noble who is so lavishly generous as that boy is a first for us. Frankly, we were taken aback. Just a few gold dragons could sustain us for several years, far more than we could earn tending pigs in the woods. What do you think, friend? You have made quite a name for yourself. Could you not look after us poor souls? Do you truly believe that boy is easily deceived? That he can be coaxed into parting with gold? Davos shook his head inwardly, yet he could understand some of their reasoning. Across the 7 kingdoms, there were countless knights seeking a lord's patronage, sleeping in the wild due to poverty, let alone these former bandits. They were neither knights nor virtuous individuals. And finding a benefactor was no easy task. It was quite commendable that they were fixating their attention on a mere boy. I can relay this matter to him. After some contemplation, he stated, but I cannot ascertain whether he would wish for your company, and I will not conceal your identities. The two exchanged glances before nodding. Of course, if he objects to our identities, then so be it. However, we would appreciate it if you could speak kindly of us. We have washed our hands of such dealings for several years now and have resolved to become upright individuals. Ben said earnestly. Seeing Davos nod, he continued, but before that, we believe we can assist you. Speaking ill of House Lannister is something I excel at. Consider it our payment to you. This revelation took Davos by surprise, prompting him to respond cautiously. You all know? You are quite cautious, the other replied with a chuckle. But we have been observing you for quite some time. Under the sun's gaze, the scene shifted to a castle nestled in the mountains, where a song echoed from a brothel on Silk Street. The voice was delicate and melodious, captivating a few early risers, including some maidens and servants who gathered around the singer, quietly listening to the rare and beautiful melody at that early hour. With an innate understanding of elusive love, it was an indelible force throughout the ages. The singer was a lean, bearded young man clad in a brown sleeveless tunic and trousers. He sat at a table in the hall, casually crossing his legs, facing an audience of listeners who were either seated or standing. He kept his head lowered, seemingly engrossed in the wooden harp cradled in his arms. His long fingers producing crisp notes that, coupled with his voice, formed a somewhat enigmatic melody. Mornings here were typically devoid of activity. And aside from some servants mumbling as they departed, the onlooking maidens watched with keen interest this down-and-out minstrel who had come to sing for them. Gradually, they began to comprehend the essence of his song. The insects resist danger, unable to discern that they are at odds with the world. I can see yet cannot see. The tangled bodies beneath the resplendent robes, that is the pure love born of nature. As the singer paused, glancing at the audience, he struck another note. What does reputation even matter? The song continued, and the subsequent lyrics piqued the curiosity of the maidens until, upon finishing his performance and bowing to the crowd, a youthful red-haired girl eagerly inquired, "Good singer, did you compose this song yourself?" "Indeed, dear girl," he replied with a bow. "I am honored that you enjoy it. What is it about?" Another maiden asked playfully, "The love story of two insects? If they are indeed insects, then they must be the most exquisite insects in this world." The singer responded, noticing the curious gazes of those around him, and subtly added a remark. "This is a rather intriguing tale, yet one destined to be dismissed by the masses. Not long ago, I heard this story from the flea market, which inspired the creation of this song." Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the audience was further piqued, and after some coaxing, the singer slowly unraveled a cliché yet sensational story. Recently, a tempest has swept through King's Landing. Noble lords from all corners of the continent have flocked to the city, causing its inns to overflow, leaving no room for the citizens of King's Landing, who have yet to recover from the aftershocks of war, to catch their breath amidst this deluge of nobles. The new king is set to be crowned, and the upper echelons of nobility are occupied with various dealings, both overt and covert. Meanwhile, the common folk are benefiting from the influx of people, as the bustling fish markets, brothels, blacksmiths, and bakeries bring forth a plethora of commercial opportunities, allowing many to temporarily forget their past hardships. Yet, beneath this thriving facade, an undercurrent is silently brewing and gradually spreading. In the bakeries of Flower Street, the brothels of Silk Street, the fish stalls of Mud Street, and the garbage squares of Stinking Bay, the food sources in the flea market of King's Landing are limited, and a few establishments selling brown soup serve as vital dining spots for the impoverished. At mealtimes, long lines can be seen forming outside these crowded eateries. Due to the lengthy waits, many of the poor engage in idle chatter about various scandals, their conversations far more explicit than the veiled tales of wandering minstrels. I tell you, if it were true, it wouldn't be surprising at all. The noble lords are quite unruly. That Aegon too. Isn't he rumored to be entangled with his own daughter? Sibling relationships are not uncommon. That is Targaryen, but it's different. What is the difference? It's Aegon III, not Aegon II. How could that be? I distinctly remember it being Aegon II. How can dragons and lions be the same? I say this is false. How could the King's Guard be so dissolute? With his own sister, no less? At this moment, during the height of summer, the sun blazes fiercely above the crowded buildings, yet it cannot obscure the fervent discussions of the populace. The scandal involving the golden twins of House Lannister from the Westerlands, who have been rumored to have been involved since childhood, seemingly arose from nowhere, but immediately captured attention. Jaime Lannister, the original heir of House Lannister, strikingly handsome and the youngest member ever of the King's Guard. Cersei Lannister, Jaime's own sister, hailed as the light of the Westerlands, reputed for her extraordinary beauty, is the object of desire for countless noble suitors. They are the children of Lord Tywin Lannister, two of his three offspring. Yet they have seemingly transformed into the protagonists of a scandalous tale, incestuous, rebellious, wicked, lewd. Of course, in some narratives, they are portrayed as tragic figures. Initially, such rumors only circulated within the flea market of King's Landing, but before long, propelled by various characters. And amid the populace's penchant for gossip, especially given the general disdain for the Lannisters, the rumors gradually permeated the entire city. Word spread like the wind, with animosity towards the Lannisters serving as the impetus for this gust, causing it to rapidly expand and eventually infiltrate the noble class, prompting discussions that even momentarily overshadowed the impending coronation of the new king. Following the death of the Wolf Girl in the north, many have come to believe that the future queen must surely hail from House Lannister, and now such scandal emerges. Nobles of all ranks are astonished by this affair, some in disbelief, others skeptical, some infuriated, and yet others merely entertained. As one of the most powerful noble families in Westeros, House Lannister boasts both friends and foes aplenty. Naturally, their reactions vary following this incident. Among those in the city, several Lannisters are seething with rage. The usually composed Lord Tywin's face flushed crimson upon hearing this news, and after a prolonged silence, He ground out a few exclamations of disbelief. He refrained from ordering his subordinates to suppress the rumors, as it was already beyond containment and would likely exacerbate the situation. However, he did command a thorough investigation into the source of the slander. The Lannisters always repay their debts, and Tywin, a man who places great importance on family honor, cannot abide by such baseless defamation of his children. Whoever the source may be shall face the consequences. However, they do not fully comprehend that this rumor carries an additional layer of meaning, or rather, aside from a certain black-haired boy in the Red Keep who perpetually wears a facade of innocence, no one currently grasps the hidden truths beneath the surface of this rumor. It is not merely a tale of sibling incest. The Targaryen dynasty has existed for less than 3 centuries, which may seem brief, yet in reality, it is quite lengthy. Among the Targaryen kings, one is dubbed the Fool King, namely Aegon IV. Aegon IV was the 11th king to ascend the Iron Throne and is often regarded as one of the worst kings in history. However, as Bran learned of this king's history, he found striking similarities between the Fool King and his own half-brother. For instance, the peculiar circumstances surrounding Aegon IV's ascension, his subsequent arrogance and indulgence, and his insatiable lust for women. For example, the vast number of illegitimate children he fathered is beyond counting. Moreover, Aegon IV's reign was marked by foolish decisions reminiscent of the extravagances of certain individuals. Furthermore, his queen, who was also his sister, was in love with another brother, Aemon, only to be tragically separated from him. That Aemon, known as the Dragon Knight, was celebrated as the noblest knight in history and served as the Kingsguard to the Fool King. This last detail is pivotal to the rumors. As the Kingsguard, tasked with the king's protection, he was inextricably linked to the queen, and they were siblings. How eerily similar this historical scenario is to the potential repercussions of a union today. Bran believes that if his half-brother were to reject this union, then there would be no cause for concern, and this metaphor would hold little significance. He would welcome such an outcome. However, if Robert consents to the Lannister alliance, with these rumors to remind him, would he not be able to connect the dots, having been groomed as the Duke's heir since childhood? Even if he initially fails to grasp it, witnessing the golden twins of House Lannister revolving around him day after day, how could he not make the connection? If he can draw the parallels, then the crux of the matter emerges. The Fool King Aegon died tragically before reaching the age of 50, under suspicious circumstances. During the latter part of his reign, rumors abounded that his heir, Prince Daeron, was not his son but rather the offspring of the Kingsguard Aemon and Queen Nerys. The Fool King Aegon became exceedingly corpulent in his later years. As the soon-to-be Lord Protector, Duke Jon Arryn has been exceedingly busy. With the new king's coronation approaching, numerous matters concerning the nobility require his attention. The reconstruction of the Red Keep is also a pressing issue. While reconstruction may sound simple, it entails numerous considerations. Stonemasons, building materials, and other essential supplies must be procured well in advance, as well as decisions regarding the extent of the reconstruction, whether to demolish all existing structures, and whether to redesign them. The various roles necessary to maintain the kingdom's operations must be reassigned, as the Kingsguard, originally meant to be 7 in number, currently stands at just 2, and the inner council tasked with deliberating state affairs has yet to be fully constituted. The war has recently concluded, and a new king is on the verge of being crowned, leaving everything poised for reconstruction. Yet, Jon Arryn must also contemplate the emotional state of the prospective king. The death of his betrothed has profoundly affected Robert. Although relentless persuasion has led him to abandon his earlier vow of lifelong celibacy, he remains reluctant towards a marriage alliance with the West. Unfortunately, he has taken to excessive drinking and frequenting brothels. As if this were not enough to trouble the old Jon, news of incest within the Lannister family has surfaced within the city. Such a scandal, while a mere source of reflection for others, is markedly different when it involves the Lannisters. Having finally convinced the would-be king to accept the union, the emergence of this scandal has left him with an impulse to curse the heavens. Thus, when the raven-haired youth approached him with eager excitement upon hearing the news, he replied, suppressing his anger, "I shall arrange for a nun to verify whether Lord Tywin's daughter retains her purity before the engagement." However, noble children begin riding at a young age, and certain factors may influence this. Hence it cannot serve as definitive proof of her virginity. Sunlight poured in through the circular window behind him, casting an almost ethereal glow upon the aged figure seated alone in the council chamber. He sat in the Prime Minister's chair, poised with a quill to sign a document, speaking without rising. By rights, he had to show more deference to a king. Yet this particular individual is his foster son, and the absence of a formal coronation affords him some leeway in etiquette. Robert, however, seemed wholly unconcerned, although he was evidently displeased with the implications of Jon's words. As he pulled out a chair beside him and sat down with a look of disdain, he retorted, "Then there is no need for an inspection. Am I truly fated to marry that Cersei? For the love of the gods. There are countless women across the realm eager to wed the king." Upon hearing this, The elderly man tightened his grip on the quill, and a surge of suppressed frustration seemed to overwhelm him. He replied with a sharp tone, "I must remind you, Robert, that our alliance with the Lannisters has never been about securing you a wife of your liking. Thus, even if this scandal is true, you are still bound to marry her. Are you suggesting that a king must wed a woman who has committed incest with her brother and suffered a miscarriage, only to be the subject of ridicule throughout the realm?" The young man laughed bitterly. "What do you take me for? A coward who will endure such humiliation? By the gods, if victory leads to such disgrace, I might as well have acquiesced to the Mad King." The old man interrupted sternly. "A king who can bring fortune to this realm, who can end the tyranny of the Mad King. I never aspired to be king, did you not know? I merely, if you do not wish to fulfill this role, you may turn and leave at this very moment." The elderly man with the eagle-like nose and balding head raised his voice. "I shall go to Dragonstone to welcome Queen Riella and Prince Viserys back. And in accordance with tradition, I shall crown Prince Viserys as the new king." At this proclamation, Robert's face flushed crimson, and he leaned over the table, hands braced. Glaring at Jon with gritted teeth, "You will do no such thing. Jon, I have sworn to slay every last Targaryen. Mark my words, every single one. I want them dead as cleanly as dragons." The elderly man, observing the youthful fury, remained composed, showing no signs of yielding. It was only when Robert's anger began to cool, his expression hardening from the prolonged standoff, that Jon decided to shift the topic. "You and Ned are good brothers. The North is in dire need of a stable kingdom, so you need not worry about the North. With me in the Vale, my heir will not oppose your rule. I have allied with House Tully. You need not concern yourself with them for now." The elder's voice was filled with reason. "The Stormlands are your domain, and the lords respect you. We have slain Princess Marcella and her children. Dorne will not remain passive, but at most, we cannot control the southern borders of the kingdom. Prince Doran of Dorne is cautious. He would never risk rebellion without a sure chance of victory. The Reach is robust, suffering little loss during the war. But they harbor ancient grudges against Dorne, and cooperation is out of the question. Meanwhile, we have secured the heir of House Redwine, and their fleet dares not act recklessly. The Reach will be constrained by the overall situation, unless the West, particularly the Lannisters, lend their aid. Lord Tywin has already signaled his willingness to ally across the realm. Only the Reach and Dorne remain unstable, perhaps joined by the Iron Islands. Yet these three are embroiled in blood feuds and will not cooperate. If you do not unite the Reach, the West, and the watchful eyes of Dorne and the Iron Islands, you will find yourself ruling over but half a kingdom. A territory of half a kingdom, with hundreds of noble families, will not submit to your rule without their lord's governance. Do you think they will obey because of your Targaryen blood? How long can we maintain our status as victors?" The elderly man's relentless discourse gradually diminished the anger on Robert's face, until it completely dissipated, leaving him pale and slumped in his chair, as though all vitality had been drained from him. Sighing, Jon's stern demeanor softened. "I shall arrange for the nun to conduct the inspection before the wedding," he reiterated wearily. "Regardless of the outcome, the High Septon will declare that Lord Tywin's daughter, Cersei, remains a virgin. Yes, he will say so. This will silence any further speculation. Following that, I will commence a hunt for the remnants of House Targaryen in King's Landing, ensuring that everyone knows the truth." "What does that mean, Jon?" Robert, leaning back in his chair, replied bitterly. "The dragon riders Aemon and his sister Naerys, engaging in an affair beneath the very eyes of Aegon IV? Am I to be that foolish and ineffectual king? Perhaps the future heir will not even be of my blood? Is this what you mean, old man?" The elder felt a pang of helplessness. "Robert, you must remain calm. A good king must discern between rumor and truth. Aegon IV grew suspicious, and what was the outcome? The kingdom fractured, the Blackfire Rebellion erupted, and 5 generations of Targaryens had to clean up his mess. A bloody lesson. Do not let such words mislead you." The young man remained silent, seemingly losing all interest in the conversation. Observing this, Duke Jon could not help but continue. "I will uncover the truth, Robert, I promise." "Enough. Jon, you are correct. The truth matters little." The young man gestured dismissively, his face a portrait of disinterest. "I trust you with this matter. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth." The elder hesitated, wanting to speak further, but after some thought, he sighed and remained silent. In truth, he had begun to piece together some clues. The information master Varys, experiencing a crisis of trust, had been diligently working, ensuring that any relevant news reached him. The prospective prime minister. The lead pointed towards a newcomer named Ben, who was highly suspected of being the source of the rumors, and they had already begun efforts to apprehend him. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, unrest simmered due to the revelations brought forth by Lancel's indiscretions, while the concerned parties seemed detached, playing their flutes upon an open terrace atop the Great Hall, gazing out over the vast expanse of the sea dotted with numerous anchored ships. The refreshing sea breeze wafted through the air, as the instrument nestled against his lips, fingers gently dancing, producing a melodious and crisp flute sound. The tune, seemingly imbued with exotic charm, resonated with an unusual joy, though the sporadic notes severely hampered its rhythm. Nearby, 2 guards stood, one named Weil, leaning against a pillar with arms crossed, conversing with his companion. "Young Master Lannister plays beautifully," he remarked, to which his companion nodded in agreement. "Indeed. This is the finest flute performance I have ever heard, and I have never encountered such a melody. Could it be an original composition by our young master? By the gods, that would be truly remarkable." Their voices were intentionally loud, not far from the dark-haired boy, and even a person of ordinary hearing could discern their praise. This prompted a sidelong glance from Lannister, which only encouraged the guards to praise him even more fervently. Rolling his eyes in dismissal, he resumed practicing his flute. Endowed with a unique talent by his profession, he could detect subtle flaws and unnatural elements within the melody, allowing him to refine his performance for the next rendition. However, his limited lung capacity hindered him from achieving a smooth flow, rendering the music less than harmonious. At that moment, it seemed he was the only one aware of this reality. Not just the guards, but even the animals seemed to understand. Under the sunlight, a black cat, originally pacing along the stone terrace, was now drawn closer by the music. After a certain distance, it suddenly leaped onto a low table in front of Lannister. The boy glanced at the feline but chose to ignore it, while the cat fixed its gaze upon him. Its light blue eyes intently observing his focused expression and the flute in his hands, seemingly filled with admiration. Shortly thereafter, it appeared dissatisfied with merely watching, and leapt into Lannister's lap, nuzzling against the fabric of his shirt with its head. The music abruptly halted as Lannister looked down at the creature, expressing his displeasure. "Go away, keep your distance. You shed fur everywhere and have no sense of shame." The cat, upon hearing this, tucked its head in tighter, as if refusing to heed his words. Lannister let out a cold chuckle, then playfully flicked its forehead. The black cat responded with a plaintive meow, casting a lingering glance at his abdomen before jumping down and settling on the tops of his small leather boots. Its little head tilted upward, gazing at Lannister, its fluffy tail swaying in an apparent attempt to endear itself to its new master. The look in its eyes sent a shiver down Lannister's spine. While a clingy cat could be amusing under normal circumstances, he began to suspect that this feline might be possessed by some shapeshifter. Although certain intelligent animals could understand their owner's words through prolonged interaction, comprehending all speech was certainly out of the ordinary. If memory served, this world did indeed harbor shapeshifters capable of inhabiting animals, like a certain future king who would nonchalantly win with a mere roll of his eyes. Thus, Lannister's suspicions did not seem unfounded. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why this cat was so persistent. It had displayed nothing but irritability when bathed by the maids, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, but became extraordinarily docile and clever in his presence. This was yet another enigma, akin to countless others he had encountered. Lost in thought, he shook his head and lifted the flute once more, only to set it down again shortly after. Guided by a servant, a brown-haired middle-aged man approached from the staircase. "Good morning, Davos," Lannister greeted, raising his hand. The man bowed upon nearing and glanced at the flute in the boy's hands. "What were you playing just now?" he inquired with curiosity. "Two lions?" Lannister hesitated, as he was unsure of the term for tiger in the common tongue. "It does not sound like our style," Davos complimented. "But the melody is beautiful, truly delightful." "You play splendidly, my lord." Lannister chuckled at the praise, feeling as though he were enveloped by sycophants, and swiftly shifted the topic. "Did you come to see me for a reason?" "My lord, Lord Stannis asked me to deliver this," Davos replied, placing a box on the table before Lannister. A wooden toy crafted in Bravos, acquired from a smuggler. This man was well versed in the dealings of smuggling, and had clearly contributed to maintaining order in King's Landing. Lannister opened the box, revealing a lifelike wooden figure of a Titan warrior with movable joints. Indifferent, he closed the box, intending to discard it later in the chest designated for unwanted items. "Nothing unexpected happened, I hope?" he asked in a lowered voice. The toy was merely a pretext, as Lannister had previously requested toys to facilitate easier contact with Stannis, leveraging the inexplicable maternal instincts that had emerged. Davos, a former smuggler, had become a messenger for toys. "There have been some complications. Several former members of the Kingsguard wish to ally with you," Davos said quietly, recounting his earlier experiences. Initially surprised, Lannister soon grasped the situation. "They intend to take advantage of me?" "One might say that," Davos responded, finding the analogy somewhat peculiar but not dwelling on it. "However, if you require assistance, consider their offer, but proceed with caution." "What would I want with a band of unknowns?" Lannister shook his head. Though he lacked manpower and resources, he was not inclined to accept just anyone who could ascertain whether those individuals were spies sent by a rival family. Although the likelihood was slim, it was not impossible. Lannister harbored numerous secrets and ambitions, yet he had no intention of heeding their juvenile and absurd suggestions. Davos, sensing Lannister's disinterest, nodded and proceeded to update him on current affairs before taking his leave. Once Davos departed, Lannister lost interest in continuing his flute practice. He called out to the guards and descended the stairs to return to his quarters. Without needing an invitation, the black cat trailed behind him, its tail proudly held high. Upon reaching his bedroom, it nimbly dashed in just before he could close the door, then rubbed against his legs while mewing softly. As if fearing he might cast it out, Lannister ignored the cat, and after the guard shut the door, he stepped onto the soft carpet and approached the fireplace, which had been sealed with bricks, rendering the secret passage nearly unusable. Sunlight poured in from the balcony. Yet Lannister climbed onto a stool to light a tallow candle on the narrow ledge of the fireplace. The smoke curled upward, and the flickering candlelight appeared dim compared to the surrounding brightness. He then inverted a makeshift tray made from a lantern over the candle, placing a golden egg atop the empty space of the tray. Leaning over the fireplace, he fixated on the golden egg being warmed by the flames. His expression clouded with melancholy. He had initially hoped that this egg would perform a miracle, but gradually he began to lose that expectation, for it was as hard as a stone. A couple of days ago, while toying with the egg on the balcony, it accidentally slipped from his grasp, knocked by a cat, and fell out the window. At that moment, he was startled, but when he hurried outside to search for it, he found, to his astonishment, that the egg had landed from such a height and remained completely unscathed. This revelation jolted him into a new awareness. After pondering for a while, he fetched a small hammer, only to discover that no matter how he struck it, he could not shatter this object. He then attempted to cook it, but alas, it was impervious to fire, candles, kitchen flames. Regardless of how he tried to roast it, the egg simply would not cook, truly resembling a stone, inedible and impossible to incubate. And yet unbreakable. He decided to regard it as a mere keepsake. Muttering to himself, he glanced at the black cat nearby, whimsically considering tossing the egg to his pet as a plaything, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to put the egg away instead. It felt cold and hard in his hands, devoid of any warmth from the flames. He resolved to temporarily set aside the egg, focusing instead on honing his professional skills, intending to seize an opportunity to retrieve the remaining medium. Yet, just as he was about to toss it into a corner box to gather dust, it began to exhibit new changes. As a 5-year-old boy, despite lacking parental affection and receiving little attention from his 2 older brothers, he had not faced undue hardship in terms of material conditions. Throughout his life, he had been provided with the finest food and clothing. His education needed no elaboration, and although the place he lived in seemed somewhat modest to him, that was merely his perception. In terms of entertainment, he similarly lacked for nothing. During his early years in Windwhisper Castle, an uncle had taken a particular liking to him, often bringing him interesting toys whenever a merchant caravan passed through. Wooden knights, plush dolls, building blocks, exquisite garlands, and handcrafted items. He was even gifted various puppets that only professionals would manipulate. After his uncle's passing, it fell to Master Clyson to look after him, who would also occasionally bring him toys, as well as help him craft simple armor and knightly swords from tin and wood. These items accumulated over time, proving of little use to Blue. Yet he never disposed of them, occasionally giving away 1 or 2 when peers sought to play with him. Now these toys had filled 2 large chests, which the steward had brought along when they left Windwhisper Castle. The servants of the Mygel Tower would come daily to clean his bedroom, changing the curtains, sheets, and carpets, but typically paid no mind to Bluey's toy chests. Furthermore, these 2 chests were locked, the keys now hanging around his neck alongside a bronze ring. Thus, for Bluey, there was no safer place to conceal his belongings than within the toy chests. Previously, he had stashed a Naga rib from the Iron Islands, which had the miraculous ability to attract fish, and he cherished it as a treasure, hiding it in one of the chests. Upon realizing that the diminutive dragon egg in his possession was a dud, he intended to place it inside as well. However, as soon as he did so, a change occurred. Inside the wooden chest, when the golden dragon egg touched a broken white bone he had hidden among the toy's crevices, it suddenly trembled as if it had come to life. Initially, Bluey thought he might have been seeing things, but upon taking both items out and clashing them together, he found the egg began to vibrate once more. What on earth? He pondered, inspecting the 2 objects in his hands and conducting repeated experiments. When separated, there was no reaction, but upon contact, both the egg and the rib would quiver unexpectedly. Indeed, it was not just the egg. Even the bone began to tremble, albeit faintly, yet distinctly perceivable. However, this trembling only occurred at the moment of initial contact. Thereafter, no discernible change was evident even when they were pressed together. After observing for a while, Bluey was left in a state of confusion. After conducting numerous trials, with no further occurrences, he decided to wrap the 2 items in a white handkerchief with silver trim and carefully place them at the bottom of the wooden chest. That day, he appeared somewhat distracted. After dinner, he could hardly wait to crawl under his bed and open the chest, yet found no new developments. However, when he awoke the next morning and opened the chest, he was startled to discover that the egg, which had seemed enveloped in golden scales, was now speckled with sparse, bone-white particles. Meanwhile, The rib next to it appeared to have become somewhat rounded. He harbored an inkling of a guess. In the following days, he frequently monitored the situation within the toy chest, noticing that the bone-white particles on the egg were increasingly proliferating, while the broken rib continued to round and shrink. Aside from that, there were no other notable changes. Nevertheless, Bluely's anticipation grew, speculating that once the rib vanished entirely, the egg would reveal what transformations lay ahead. Yet, just as he awaited these changes, another unexpected piece of news arrived. The former bandits mentioned by the smugglers had suddenly been besieged by the gold cloaks, and one named Oswin had been captured. When he heard the news, Bluely was seated on the balcony of his bedroom, gazing at the sea where numerous ships were docked, contemplating whether a certain curse he bore would manifest under the current circumstances. As he drifted aimlessly in thought, a servant ushered in a middle-aged man with brown hair. Following a lead from a singer, they had tracked down members of the Kingsguard. After dismissing the servant, Davos's first words caused Bluely to freeze, his gaze sharpening on the man, who now bore a remarkably grave expression. Without prior warning, the gold cloaks had surrounded the inn where the bandits were lodging. The rotund Ben was killed on the spot, while a bandit named Oswin was gravely injured and captured. Only White Dowinda and her son were in another room. Having sensed the danger and jumped out of the window, "Did they come looking for you?" Bluely inquired. "Yes," Davos nodded, his brow furrowed. "I have hidden them in a safe place within the flea pit. The gold cloaks should not be able to find them." Despite his reassurances, neither the smuggler nor Bluely felt much comfort. After a moment of pensive silence, Bluely asked, "Will he betray you?" This was the crux of the matter. White Dowinda claimed Oswin would never betray them, but I have never met him, so I cannot ascertain his character, Davos remarked, sighing bitterly. "It was my carelessness that led to the bandits targeting me." "That's not your fault," Bluely replied sternly. "I asked you to do all of this." In truth, he had wished to partake in those actions himself. Davos shook his head. "The Lannisters have killed many of my friends." Bluely fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation, beginning to devise a plan. The self-appointed heroes had now captured one of their own, meaning the trail could very well lead back to Davos, signifying danger. Although they could stir up trouble in King's Landing, that was only because they operated from the shadows, unseen by others. If their trail were truly uncovered, they would be utterly vulnerable. Lancelot was not particularly concerned for his own safety, for even if the child before him were to be apprehended and divulge the truth, it would be difficult for anyone to believe that a mere 5-year-old could be the mastermind behind such a matter. He felt a sense of obligation. It would be utterly disgraceful to disregard the efforts of another who was risking their life on his behalf. Thoughts whirled in his mind as he reflected on the current situation in King's Landing, and a particular notion gradually emerged. He inquired thoughtfully, "Do you believe that Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden is a fool, Davos?" The gentle breeze wafted through the window, and the sunlight streaming onto the balcony was both bright and warm, prompting Davos to shake his head at Lancelot's words. "I have yet to encounter the Lord of Highgarden, my lord. That is of no consequence. It does not impede our forthcoming endeavors," Lancelot replied, and Davos paused, squatting down to listen intently. "Mace Tyrell has a sister," Lancelot continued, organizing his thoughts as he spoke. "She is likely around 11 or 12 years of age. During my time at Storm's End, the old maester provided me with an extensive account of the Tyrell family's circumstances, so I recall some details, and I intend to leverage this knowledge. She may be young, but that does not render her unsuitable. I cannot ascertain her appearance, yet she must be more beautiful than Cersei Lannister. As for her likeness, that is for you to ponder. Are you suggesting?" Davos ventured, his intuition catching up with Lancelot's intentions, though he remained uncertain. Lancelot's gaze was unwavering as he replied, "We must extol her virtues, proclaiming how well suited she is for my brother, praising her as one who has always appeared bountiful, and, most importantly, how she has long admired my brother. We must also recount how Lord Mace has quarreled with our family in opposition." As the thought swirled in his mind, Lancelot suddenly had an epiphany and added, "Emphasize her wild nature, akin to that of a she-wolf," and then he proceeded to elaborate on the strategy they ought to adopt. The nobility of Westeros comprised countless powerful families, yet only a select few could be considered equal to the Baratheons, capable of matching the new king and standing against the Lannisters. The North's lord was a close ally of Robert, while the Lord of the Vale was his foster father. Neither, however, had suitable female relatives. The Lord of the Riverlands was an ally but was somewhat less formidable, and although there were individuals in King's Landing, they lacked the requisite strength, and their daughters were already married off. Dorne and the Iron Islands had sent no representatives, and the Baratheon lands encompassed Storm's End. After much deliberation, it became evident that the newly surrendered House Tyrell of Highgarden was the only viable option. Although a successful union with Robert seemed unlikely, Lancelot had no grand illusions on that front. His focus on Highgarden was primarily to draw attention, a diversion, or perhaps, he mused, if fortune favored him, that oblivious Lord of Highgarden might already be scheming in this regard, especially given that Cersei Lannister's reputation had been tarnished by rumors, which posed a threat to the Lannisters, but presented a rare opportunity for others. If they could coordinate with the Lord of Highgarden, the potential for misdirection would be even greater. This plan carries a certain dishonor, Davos remarked, feeling increasingly burdened by the implications. If it involves a girl of merely 10 years. This is a matter of family, not a personal decision, Lancelot interjected. It is all about what Lord Mace desires for his family. A queen to emerge from the chaos caused by choosing the wrong side. What does the young girl have to do with it? Though it sounded peculiar, the logic was undeniable, yet the brown-haired man still hesitated. But if this leads to unrest, would we not bear the guilt? If such a trivial matter could incite turmoil, the Seven Kingdoms would have been in disarray long ago. With a reluctant nod, Davos acquiesced. Lancelot continued, the outcome may not be favorable. Repeating this endeavor a second time poses significant risks, hence we need not approach it as we did previously. You should primarily target the minstrels and bards, instructing them to compose new songs and perform them in the streets, outside brothels, or wherever noble folk gather. Our goal is to ensure that the Lannisters and my brother learn of this. You need not involve yourself directly. You may hire beggars or others to assist in the outreach. This may require substantial funds, but there are treasures aplenty within the halls of Maegor's Holdfast. I can procure some valuables. You should have means to liquidate them. Will this not bring you trouble, my lord? Davos questioned. Lancelot waved dismissively. There is no concern. After all, the matter of the secret passage remains unresolved, and it is quite normal for thieves to utilize such routes. After discussing further details, Davos bowed and took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lancelot sighed inwardly, hoping for the efficacy of their plan. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered that Lord Mace's sister had been betrothed since childhood. Damn it, he muttered quietly, feeling a headache coming on as the complexity of the situation bewildered him. How had a single gold coin spiraled into such chaos? The foolish brigands seeking to align themselves with this mere child were truly lacking in wit. In the subsequent days, Lancelot did not encounter Davos again. Perhaps his companion was preoccupied, or perhaps something untoward had transpired. Isolated within the Red Keep, he found himself bereft of reliable information. Thus, he spent his days practicing musical instruments in the vicinity of Maegor's Holdfast. With the knowledge gained from his profession, he recalled the use of various instruments. But knowing how to play did not equate to proficiency. Although he commanded an array of instruments to be brought to him, his physical condition proved inadequate. His breath was too short to sustain the flute, and his tender skin made playing the harp painful, with bandages on his fingers offering little relief. Only the violin was manageable, although the sounds emanating from Maegor's Holdfast were often shrill and discordant. It was hard to tell whether this was due to Lancelot's lack of aptitude or his distracted state of mind. Recent thefts from Maegor's Holdfast had drawn attention, yet, as Lancelot had anticipated, no one suspected an insider's involvement, nor did they consider that the true thief might be the future king's younger brother. Meanwhile, the fusion of the dragon egg and the broken bones continued, progressing slowly yet unceasingly. Lancelot observed these two objects daily, patiently awaiting the arrival of either good or ill tidings. However, when the Northern Lord returned, he could no longer remain passive. While he had not felt an urgent need to seek out a replica medium, it was essential to investigate the situation. For he had not forgotten the presence of a remarkable man from the lands of the Reach among the Northerners. Thus, upon hearing the news, he hastily departed Maegor's Holdfast with his guards, making his way toward the throne room. It was then that he overheard some murmurs regarding the incident of the rumors. Someone praised my sister's beauty. Why must I intervene? Is my sister unattractive? The elegant accent of Highgarden wafted from a corner of the throne room's courtyard as Lancelot approached from the cobblestone pathway behind. At the sound of these words, he instinctively turned his gaze in that direction. A familiar tall figure with brown hair came into view, elegantly attired and handsome, though displaying a countenance of discontent. Having a bard sing one's praises is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Why would you have me intervene? The man conversing with him was a middle-aged figure clad in a cloak and black woolen attire. His back to Lancelot, yet his voice reached the young boy's keen ears. This is a conspiracy, my lord. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated. A conspiracy? Lancelot pondered. Certainly, I am aware that this is a conspiracy, which is why we can investigate who is exploiting us. But why should we stop those singers? Duke of the Riverlands said with enthusiasm. We should be pushing forward, not being so passive in this situation. However, if my sister could become queen. Queen, do you not comprehend what that entails? That is impossible, your grace. Moreover, Miss Jenna is already betrothed to the Fossaway family. Promoting this would amount to public humiliation. My little sister is indeed engaged, but the marriage has yet to be consummated. Do you not realize that a betrothal can be annulled? I have 3 sons. I could easily arrange for one to marry a daughter of the Green Apple family, and they would happily dissolve the engagement. What could possibly go awry? Upon further contemplation, the king is but a single entity. The voice did not linger. As Mace Tyrell noticed the approaching group, led by Bran, Of course, he did not believe his words had been overheard, and upon facing the dark-haired boy, he cheerfully waved. Bran responded politely, giving no indication of the misdeeds he had previously engaged in. However, it seemed that Duke Maze was rather pleased with himself. The oppressive feelings within the dark-haired boy lightened considerably, and upon entering the throne room, he was greeted by a long-awaited figure. The long-absent Stannis stood at the column near the Iron Throne, while the smuggler Davos, clad in black, stood unharmed behind him. Upon seeing Bran enter, he discreetly gestured a sign of reassurance. This completely assuaged Bran's fears, and his gaze shifted to Eddard Stark, who was reporting to Robert from beneath the throne. Upon seeing him again, Bran noted that Eddard appeared somewhat sun-kissed and thinner, yet his spine remained impeccably straight. Nearby, he caught sight of the true target of his longing. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the short Dornishman, a previously overlooked realization struck him, causing his expression to falter. He no longer detected that scent. The winds had calmed. Radiant sunlight poured from the heavens, as the airborne white tufts danced with the sea breeze drifting from the distant castle, resembling countless dandelions in flight, akin to the familiar summer snow of his homeland gently descending. However, these were merely the seeds of poplar trees blown from the woods of the Red Keep. While they shared a resemblance, they were ultimately distinct. Standing before the window, silently observing this scene, Eddard Stark wore an expressionless face. Yet his gray eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions, anticipation, melancholy, and an unmistakable sorrow. The last time I visited King's Landing, chaos reigned. But now, I behold a brand new kingdom. His voice fell low, heavy yet clear enough to be heard. Behind him, the short Dornishman sat in a chair, quietly polishing a dagger with oiled cloth, responding, "Everything is changing, my lord, including this castle." "Indeed, including this castle," Eddard murmured, suddenly laughing. "When Benjen and I were young, we wagered which castle in the Seven Kingdoms was the strongest. I claimed it was Harrenhal in the Riverlands, while he insisted it was the Red Keep, for it is where the king resides. Your brother might be disappointed now," the Dornishman remarked pointedly. "The Red Keep is likely the most perilous of all. He would not be disappointed, for he later changed his mind." Eddard said, "He claims the Black Castle beneath the wall is the strongest." "The Black Castle? Do you not know, Holland, that it has no walls whatsoever? How can it be called strong?" He shook his head. "He said that once we return, he wishes to become a Night Watchman." The words sounded innocuous, yet the Northern Lord was evidently still immersed in the sorrow of his sister's death. The Dornishman sighed in shared lament, then forced a smile to change the subject. "They say the Tyrells wish to produce a queen." The Dornishman spoke of the recent rumors circulating among the nobility of King's Landing. Duke Mace Tyrell, in his effort to elevate his sister to the throne, has bribed some unscrupulous individuals in the capital to spread rumors about the Lannisters of the Westerlands, while also hiring singers to extol the virtues of his sister, all in a bid to supplant the Lannisters, who might otherwise become royal in-laws, thereby regaining the advantage lost from the war setbacks. It is said that the Lannisters and Tyrells have clashed over this, though the Dornishman had only recently returned and had not witnessed it firsthand, which left him feeling regretful. Mace Tyrell had sided with the Targaryens during the war, and his vassal, Lancel Tarly, had given Robert a hard time. Eddard remarked, "But if it were up to me, I would choose a woman of House Tyrell as my wife, not a Lannister." This statement seemed laden with meaning, prompting the Dornishman to ponder. Has Lord Robert already made his choice? In 3 days, the new king will be crowned, and news of King Robert's impending marriage to a Lannister woman will spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard spoke with a voice laced with complexity. "In fact, Lord Tywin has already written to Casterly Rock summoning his daughter, which means we are to partake in a wedding soon." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed upon the world beyond the castle, his tone tinged with melancholy. "I am weary, Holland. Once Robert's wedding concludes, we shall return to the north." The Dornishman nodded silently, and a heavy silence enveloped the room, until the man at the window suddenly recalled something, turning to his subordinate with a lowered voice. "Is the child well?" "Recently, he has ceased his wailing. The new wet nurse is quite experienced and cares for him excellently," the Dornishman replied. "My lord, I recommend we take her with us when we return. She must have ample milk." Eddard expressed concern, considering the woman's stature. "This matter requires careful deliberation. It will be difficult to find another wet nurse on our journey. So, we are no longer involved." A clear voice emerged from the balcony of Maegor's Holdfast, where a boy clad in exquisite black leather sat in a carved chair, addressing a brown-haired middle-aged man across from him. The sunlight streamed fiercely outside, illuminating the golden-crowned stag emblem on the boy's chest, causing the silver-eyed stag to twinkle with each subtle movement of his upper body. Below, he wore loose brown trousers, barefoot, dressed for leisure. A fluffy black cat lay before him under the round table, rolling and tumbling as it playfully endured the boy's gentle prodding, seemingly a mere toy. Yet it appeared utterly unperturbed, purring contentedly with squinted eyes. Opposite him, Davos sipped barley tea, appearing as if he had just finished speaking. Upon hearing the question, he nodded. "The Lion's faction has ceased its inquiries. The Roses are still investigating, but they are short-handed in King's Landing and pose no threat to us. Bran nodded in response, finding the situation rather amusing. He had previously misremembered a detail regarding the Tyrell Duke's sister being engaged, which had caused him some trepidation. Yet, whether through folly or confidence, Duke Mace Tyrell was indeed determined to compete for the Queen's position, disregarding the prior engagement and the potential ramifications of his actions. In doing so, he dissipated all suspicions, confirming that the recent rumors were indeed orchestrated by House Tyrell. Thus, the wrath of the Lannisters was directed towards the Riverlands. And perhaps, as some claimed, the captured brigand had not betrayed them, nor had anyone caused trouble for Davos. In any case, on the 4th day of the Northerners' return, which is now, this matter had essentially been declared concluded. Lancel was somewhat regretful about this, for the Duke's bid for power had failed, and the mud he had so painstakingly slung had been entirely swallowed by his unworthy elder brother. In other words, the Cersei who lingered in his memory with her perpetual false smile would still ascend to become the future queen. Nevertheless, Lancel was not overly disheartened by this. He could hardly believe in the existence of rumors. After all, did that Cersei dare to betray Robert and consort with her brother? He also doubted that his sister-in-law could truly bear a golden-haired son that Robert would naively believe was his own. With this thought, Lancel suddenly inquired, "What of the White Doe, Winda? What does she say?" He referred to the surviving brigand who had recently been secretly sheltered by Davos. She had intended to rescue her companions, but those captured had already met their fate. With nowhere to go, she planned to return to the Kingswood with her son. Davos remarked, unable to contain himself, "She is quite talented. My lord, perhaps you could truly find use for her." "For what purpose?" Lancel questioned, perplexed, as it seemed this man held high hopes for the female brigand. "As a runner, a servant, whatever you need. It would be a shame to send her back to raise pigs," the former smuggler stated with admiration. "Moreover, she is literate." "Literate?" Lancel paused, pondering, then asked, "Is she reliable?" "I believe her to be trustworthy, for she has proven so in the past," Davos replied. "Is she familiar with the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms?" Lancel pressed. "She used to make a living by abducting nobles," Davos answered. "Abducting." The boy involuntarily conjured the visage of the man from the Riverlands, narrowing his eyes. "I will write a note, and you shall deliver it to her. If she can assist me in this matter, I can take her son as my squire, and should I become a lord, I might even consider training him as a knight." He paused, then added, "And she herself." He suddenly frowned, glancing down at the floor where a black cat lay, gnawing at his heel, then mewed in displeasure at Lancel's gaze. "Are you a cat, a human, or a dog?" Lancel mused, his curiosity piqued by the feline's true nature. However, having studied the creature for some time without yielding any answers, he dismissed the thought and rolled his eyes, resuming his playful torment of the clingy cat. "She could serve as my maid or perhaps a female bodyguard," he concluded, retracting his gaze. "If she is willing." Davos nodded in agreement, engaging Lancel in further mundane conversation before stepping out of the room with the parchment inscribed with words. However, just as he exited the Mager's hold, he stumbled upon Stannis, who was quietly observing him. "How many times have you come to see Lancel?" he asked. 67 times, Davos replied. "How many times have you come to see Lancel?" The seemingly emotionless inquiry tightened Davos' chest. "My lord, the former smuggler hesitated momentarily, then lowered his head. "I was merely informing Lord Lancel about matters beyond these walls. He is quite curious about King's Landing and enjoys hearing about the customs and amusing tales of the streets." While speaking, Davos felt a pang of guilt. He had sworn allegiance to Stannis, and his current status was owed to that allegiance, yet here he was, weaving a lie. However, he could not divulge the truth, as the circumstances surrounding the matter were intricate and his commitment to resolve it bound him to silence. "Your words seem innocuous enough," Stannis observed, though he keenly detected the anomaly in Davos' speech. "Lord Lancel, has your decade of smuggling rendered you so deferential even to a child? Or is my onion knight simply a remarkably polite individual?" Davos felt a twinge of dismay at these words, but his years of smuggling had endowed him with more than just nautical expertise. He responded, lowering his head, "It is merely because the boy insists on addressing me as sir, so I reciprocate with my lord. I mean, back at Storm's End, before you knighted me, he called me that." Having said this, he noticed Stannis still gazing at him intently, and the brown-haired man cautiously added, "When I said I was not a knight and could not be addressed as sir, the boy replied that he was not a lord either. And so we continued calling each other as such. Privately, we have grown accustomed to it." "I see." Stannis nodded slowly, studying him for a moment before suddenly remarking, "He has always been peculiar." The brown-haired man was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but Stannis paid no heed to his expression, narrowing his eyes as if lost in memories. "On the day of the shipwreck, I believed he would not comprehend what had transpired. After all, he was merely a babe of less than a year. Yet, the reality proved contrary to my assumptions. After that tempest, many servants, like us, wept. My uncle remained in his chamber, wiping his tears. But who truly mourned? Those servants soon resumed their duties in the new duke's succession ceremony, forgetting the old duke entirely, while my uncle engaged Robert in conversation. Letters flooded in from across the 7 kingdoms, heralding the birth of the young duke as a joyous occasion. His gaze intensified, fixing once more on the brown-haired man. I observed all within the castle, and it seemed only that infant, scarcely a year old, still grieved for his parents' demise. I later concluded that it was merely an illusion of mine, for he was far too young to grasp such sorrow. Davos hesitated, contemplating whether to respond. But Stannis seemed uninterested in any reply. After a moment of silent reflection, he suddenly smiled. He enjoys listening. You should share more with him. With that, he shook his head and turned to leave. Watching Stannis' retreating figure, Davos instinctively touched the small pouch at his chest, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Had this lord truly discerned nothing, or was he merely pretending not to see? Lancel, engrossed in his own thoughts, was oblivious to the fact that he had been under scrutiny since his infancy, particularly by his unworthy elder brother, who now occupied his mind with different concerns. The rumors surrounding the secret passage and the queen had largely come to a close, yet new dilemmas emerged, notably the man from the Riverlands and his dagger. The man possessed a dagger, a conduit that could grant Lancel access to the historical narratives. Initially, upon realizing he could not detect that peculiar scent, he presumed the man had simply neglected to bring it along. However, upon closer examination, Lancel discovered that the truth was otherwise. The dagger remained intact, sheathed at the man's side. Recognizable by a mark of a fish leaf carved into its wooden hilt, Lancel could identify it. Yet, a pressing question arose. Why was the scent from the dagger absent? This revelation compelled him to take it seriously. Why? Was it merely a replica of identical appearance? Was the genuine dagger elsewhere? Or had some element within it vanished? Or was the issue with him? A myriad of doubts entwined within his mind. Yet indulging in futile thoughts proved unproductive. Hence, Lannister resolved to accomplish that which had eluded him during his stay at Wind's Rest. He sought to acquire the dagger. Regrettably, the inhabitants of the Riverlands did not reside in the Red Keep, and after their initial encounter, he had not crossed paths with them again. The Red Keep was rife with people and prying eyes, making it impossible for Lannister to surveil and execute a stealthy ambush alone. Thus, he had to enlist the aid of others. Uncertain of the outcome, he acknowledged that he had no alternative at present. Even an outing to Maegor's Holdfast required a pretext, let alone the audacity to venture into the city beyond the castle walls. Consequently, Lannister could only bide his time in silence. 3 days later, Robert was crowned, an event of little consequence to him. His role was merely to observe and serve as a decorative presence. The forthcoming wedding might see him assume the role of a page, yet Lannister did not regard this as significant. Nonetheless, he resolved to abandon his idle state. The plight of the Riverlanders had shifted his perspective. Therefore, he decided to seek an opportunity to leave the Red Keep and descend the hill to procure another medium. If that too bore no scent. Besides that, only the egg remained. Contemplating this, Lannister absent-mindedly caressed the feet of the cat, then slid from his chair and crawled into the nearby feather bed. The black cat followed, only to be pushed away by Lannister. He then utilized the key hanging from his neck to unlock the heavy wooden chest before him and opened it. Inside, wrapped in a handkerchief, lay an object concealed among a jumble of wooden and fabric toys. Upon extracting it, Lannister beheld a thumb-sized broken bone and a peculiar egg. The bone had diminished in size compared to before, while the egg had transformed from its former state. Now, it appeared as a splendid work of art. Its oval surface smooth and natural, adorned with brilliant gold and pale gray hues, akin to a cluster of exquisite gemstones, suggesting significant value. However, aside from its exterior transformation, Lannister observed no further changes. Surely, nothing else could have transpired? He pondered, shaking his head. Regardless, any change was preferable to stagnation. Had it not been for this, he would have left the egg to gather dust in a corner. At least now, it appeared considerably more valuable. As he contemplated the weight of the egg in his hand, he mused that should he find himself in dire straits, selling it could yield considerable wealth. Yet, as he mulled this over, an unexpected event occurred. With merely a slight exertion, a sound akin to cracking emanated from the egg, and before Lannister could react, a message materialized before him. You have discovered a rich source of life. Upon consumption, your body will undergo a profound and mysterious transformation. What difference existed between the taste of a dragon's egg and that of a chicken's? Lannister discerned little divergence. Both were viscous and carried a fishy aroma. Albeit the dragon's egg presented an additional unique spiciness. The sensation lingered in his mouth long after swallowing, reminiscent of the burning pain experienced while chopping chili peppers in a past life. If one were to consider the colors of the egg's white and yolk, a stark distinction from chicken eggs emerged. It was not the typical translucent liquid, but rather a vibrant red with golden undertones. After much deliberation, Lannister struggled to find an apt descriptor. Rose gold seemed inadequate, while dark gold was equally unconvincing. This indecision revealed that he was, in fact, rather idle, not yet experiencing any immediate transformation or enlightenment from consuming such a rare treasure. Ultimately, following the message, he indeed consumed the egg, albeit after a considerable period of hesitation. The notification hinted at a source of life, yet it failed to clarify the nature of the impending change, whether it would be overt or subtle, beneficial or detrimental. Would scales sprout upon his skin? Despite his trepidation, Lannister swallowed the egg whole. Upon consumption, he felt no sensations beyond the spiciness. Even that, while descending into his stomach, was mild, akin to a multitude of tiny insects gnawing within him. After a lengthy wait, no extraordinary occurrences transpired. The notification did not reappear. Standing by his bedside, he examined the now empty, resplendent eggshell in his hands, questioning whether his failure to consume it wholly accounted for the lack of effect. Thus, he broke off a piece of the translucent shell and gingerly chewed it. The eggshell was remarkably crisp, yet its flavor evoked a combination of durian and stinky tofu, neither pleasant to smell nor to taste, with a hint of decay and an unbearable sourness. After forcing down a bite, his face contorted in disgust, and he ultimately spat out the second mouthful in sheer revulsion. Ultimately, he dismissed the matter. Who knew what consequences might arise from consuming it? Yet, he felt a tinge of guilt for not utilizing the shell, recalling that in many oviparous creatures, the newborns often consume their shells. After some reflection, he wrapped the shell in the original handkerchief and returned it to his refuse bin. That day, nothing unusual occurred, save for a minor incident during dinner when he choked, prompting a flurry of servants rushing to his aid. Otherwise, all remained normal, alone in his chamber. He lit a candle and kept vigil through the night, feeling no unusual sensations, not even a hint of an upset stomach. Thus, he surrendered to sleep with a sense of regret. That night, Lannister dreamt of a colossal dragon, its body covered in molten gold scales, gazing down at him from the depths of a dimly lit hall shrouded in mist. The dragon's head was both fearsome and beautiful, its crimson eyes resembling two bloodied wounds, reflecting the small boy gazing up in awe. The dragon then opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that engulfed the boy entirely. His skin withered and darkened, peeling away like old wallpaper, followed by his muscles, blood, and viscera. Yet, Lannister felt no pain. Instead, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, and the blue breath consuming him felt less like fire and more akin to the vast ocean, an endless sea. Upon waking the following day, he struggled to recall the details of his dream, noting only that it felt peculiar. As evening approached, the familiar dream returned. The following day unfolded similarly, with no noteworthy events occurring. The transformation manifested on the third day, coinciding with King Robert's coronation. The coronation of a new king entailed an intricate process, anointing with holy oil, reciting oaths, and conducted within the grandeur of the Great September of Baelor by a corpulent archbishop and several other bishops. The solemnity and sanctity of the ceremony fostered an atmosphere of reverence, blanketing the expansive hall in silence, save for the archbishop's sonorous chant. At that moment, hundreds of elegantly attired nobles stood as witnesses, quietly positioned between the towering columns of the cathedral, observing the black-haired youth kneeling before the archbishop. Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, Hoster Tully, and Eddard Stark, the prominent dukes and lords of the Seven Kingdoms, seldom gathered in one place, now convened together. Behind them trailed their vassal lords, with an overwhelming number of lesser nobles and knights. As the younger brother of the new king, Lancel was naturally obliged to attend this extraordinary occasion, standing close to the archbishop beside his elder brother Stannis. He could distinctly observe the tense expression on his elder brother's face and the spittle flying from the corpulent archbishop's lips as he recited the lengthy and intricate vows of the ceremony. Ultimately, the archbishop, with both hands, slowly placed the golden crown adorned with rubies and black diamonds upon Robert's head, proclaiming him as the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and the protector of the realm, Robert I of House Baratheon. The young king rose, marking the conclusion of the ceremony, as the sound of countless bells rang out melodiously, echoing throughout the city. Amidst the cheers, the courtiers knelt on one knee, and Lancel joined them, but he felt dazed, as if the multitude around him was a blur of shadows. Shaking his head, the sensation dissipated, leading him to suspect he might be experiencing a slight drop in blood pressure. Following the coronation, the king led a procession through the streets of King's Landing, with most lords and nobles in tow, creating a grand serpent-like line that formed from the square before the cathedral, reminiscent of a formidable army on the march. Most participants rode on horseback, accompanied by several carriages. As a child, Lancel found himself in one of the carriages, unnoticed as he appeared lethargic and heavy-lidded, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. The previous night had brought a heavy rain, and now, with the skies cleared, the ground remained muddy. Under the bright sun, the ornate carriage, Its wheels creaking against the bearings, moved slowly along the filthy streets of King's Landing, flanked by gold-robed guards maintaining order, with a throng of curious commoners gathered outside. The cheers never ceased, accompanied by a cascade of colorful flowers showering down. At the forefront rode the gallant King Robert, basking in the adulation of the crowd, finally revealing a long-hidden, triumphant smile. Behind him, the dukes, clad in resplendent attire, rode equally adorned steeds, making them impossible to overlook. In such a spectacle, no one paid heed to a particular carriage nestled within the procession, nor did they notice as the wheels rolled over the muddy ground, causing murky water to inexplicably pool, only to disperse once the carriage moved away. Chronicles of the year 284 of the conquest would later recount the events of the day with monotonous phrases, praising the new king's grace and the noble's elegance. Yet the day was far from uneventful. As the procession passed a flea-infested area, someone, from a height of 3 stories, hurled a pile of excrement that struck the back of the elegantly armored Duke Tywin. His crimson cloak, embroidered with a proud lion, was instantly sullied, and some of the splattered liquid even rebounded onto the face of his brother behind him, inciting an uproar among the onlookers and drawing the entire procession's attention. Concurrently, a voice from the crowd emitted a prolonged, beastly cry, seemingly mocking the situation. The usually composed Duke Tywin was visibly perturbed, while King Robert erupted in fury, demanding an investigation to uncover who had disrupted his coronation. Amidst the ensuing chaos, several individuals were apprehended, yet the true culprit remained elusive, delaying their progress. After some time, the procession resumed, but soon a disheveled woman appeared, calling out a name from beyond the lines of gold-robed guards. A short night following, the North's Duke rode closer, only to return shortly with a grave expression, hastily departing from the procession. Eddard Stark did not follow suit, but as Robert's steadfast brother, he appeared increasingly distracted during the remainder of their journey. Later, they encountered a drunken man urinating in the street, while a deranged beggar approached, loudly pleading for alms. A group of prostitutes, hiding behind wooden windows, flashed their wares to the passing knights, only to be spotted by Stannis, who was already in a foul mood from earlier events. He promptly sought out the commander of the gold-robed guards, demanding the closure of the unruly brothel. Nevertheless, these disturbances barely affected the overall progress of the procession. After a lengthy afternoon, they completed their circuit and returned to the Red Keep, marking the end of the coronation ceremony. What followed was a grand feast. The master of ceremonies had been orchestrating preparations for the banquet for several days, and the next 2 days would feature a tournament celebrating the new king's coronation. Knights eagerly discussed their intentions to revel in both the feast and the forthcoming joust. It was then that they discovered the king's younger brother, Lancel, had been unconscious in the carriage for an unknown duration, his body cold and pale, resembling someone gravely ill. After a flurry of panic, the ailing boy was taken back to Maegor's holdfast, with Maester Cerys hastily following. The banquet within the Red Keep continued unabated, but a fierce wind that evening dampened the festivities, the outside winds howling, while the revelry inside, though boisterous, suffered a significant impact on the atmosphere. Before long, a torrential downpour plunged the celebration into a low point. The rain poured relentlessly, while the lords and nobles at the core of the hall remained unaffected, still indulging in food and laughter. However, those seated outdoors and at the edges of the hall were soaked to the bone, and by the banquet's conclusion, the ambitious spirits of certain groups had long since dissipated, replaced by worries of catching a chill. Indeed, it turned out that several did come down with severe colds afterward. The rain persisted into the following day, as the skies rumbled ominously and the water cascaded over the stone pavement, creating a cacophony, while the muddy roads cracked and splashed. This deluge severely impacted the anticipated tournament, diminishing the grandeur that should have accompanied the new king's coronation. The only silver lining was that King's Landing's air had become noticeably clearer, no longer as foul as before. This seemed to silently symbolize the potential storms the new dynasty might face, as if the gods above were reacting to the establishment of House Baratheon, sending down rain to cleanse the capital of its past filth. In summary, rumors and gossip flourished, with opinions divided based on one's allegiance. At this juncture, the year 283 of the conquest had faded into history, while the new king's coronation marked the beginning of 284. A storm appeared to be brewing over the eastern sea of King's Landing, with rain continuing for days. In the aftermath, Maester Cerys would assert that the tempest in the narrow sea might have been the mightiest ever witnessed on the continent of Westeros. A new rumor began to circulate, suggesting that the Storm King had usurped the throne, inevitably bringing endless storms and chaos to the Seven Kingdoms. However, after more than 10 days of clear skies following the tempest, such voices gradually faded into obscurity. With King Robert now seated upon the throne, the realm was in a state of renewal, requiring immediate attention to previously made promises and decisions. Matters such as land distribution, adjustments among courtiers, and the reorganization of tax collectors were all pressing concerns. Many nobles, who had congregated in the capital, dispersed back to their homes after the storm ceased. Though each family retained some members in King's Landing, anticipating the grand wedding of King Robert to Cersei, the daughter of Lord Tywin of the West, which was sure to be a momentous occasion. Amidst the bustling activity within the Red Keep, the master of whisperers, Varys, presented a piece of intelligence. During the storm, the royal fleet of the Targaryen family, stationed at Dragonstone, had suffered significant damage and was no longer a threat. The defenders of Dragonstone were preparing to pledge allegiance to the newly established Baratheon dynasty, eagerly hoping for the king's forces to arrive and accept them. Thus, a fleet, still in its formative stages, set sail towards Dragonstone under the command of Stannis Baratheon. Regrettably, upon their arrival, they found the island entirely deserted of Targaryens. This discovery incensed King Robert, who harbored a deep animosity towards the remnants of the dragon lineage, prompting him to chastise his younger brother Stannis for his failures. Observing from the sidelines, the newly appointed hand of the king, Jon Arryn, shared similar doubts. While the rumors had been largely attributed to the discontent of Duke Mace of the Reach, the captured prisoners offered testimony that contradicted this narrative, pointing instead to another name, one that bore a clear connection to the current heir of the kingdom. That very prisoner, after revealing the name, succumbed to the torments of imprisonment that same night. With scant evidence and the Tyrell family stepping forward, Jon Arryn found it easier to believe that the Tyrells were the masterminds behind the machinations rather than Stannis, the kingdom's heir, being involved in any wrongdoing. Nevertheless, a seed of doubt remained in his mind, surfacing intermittently and prompting deep contemplation. The transition of dynasties seemed inescapably tainted by the corruption of power beneath the vibrant surface. Dark currents stirred, uncertain of where they would lead the beleaguered continent of Westeros. However, an event transpired that altered the atmosphere within the castle. After a slumber lasting over half a month, Robert's younger brother, Renly, finally awakened, ensnared in a labyrinth of tumultuous dreams. He found himself struggling against the surging sea one moment, only to be engulfed by the flames of a monstrous dragon the next. The fierce storm tormented his fragile form on the ocean's surface, while the dragon's fire reduced him to mere ash. Other visions of sea monsters, fish, thunder, and torrential rain ebbed and flowed like the tides, ensnaring him in a restless cycle. Immersed in these dreams, Renly's consciousness drifted, his thoughts scattered and unfocused, leaving him uncertain whether he was awake or still dreaming. Initially, this state persisted with great severity, but gradually, the storm subsided, the dragon took flight, and ultimately, all dreams dissipated into nothingness. Renly felt darkness envelop him, and as his disordered thoughts began to coalesce, his senses returned. The surroundings were serene, yet his keen ears detected a chorus of faint sounds, birds chirping, voices conversing, the scrape of a mop against the floor, and the footsteps of people moving about. Lacking strength, he instinctively licked his dry lips, tasting a familiar yet sour bitterness reminiscent of some lingering potion. As he slowly opened his eyes, the familiar ceiling and the ornate drapes of his bed confirmed his location, his own chamber. A glance to the side revealed that he was alone, save for a few desiccated leeches motionless on a silver tray atop his bedside table, jolting him into a heightened state of awareness. Raising his arm, he noticed unusual swollen marks upon it, but he paid little mind to this, instead fixating on his emaciated limb. The arms of a child were naturally slender, yet the one before him appeared gaunt and frail, a stark contrast to the chubby form he had possessed before. How long had it been? The boy, nestled within the plushness of the feather bed, could not help but ponder this question. His memory of events prior to his slumber was hazy. He only recalled that his older brother had been crowned that day before he drifted into unconsciousness, followed by an unending series of dreams. In retrospect, those dreams too were indistinct and elusive. He felt as though he had slept merely a single night, yet the current state of affairs suggested otherwise. Why had this transpired? The thought of the dragon egg he had ingested, which had initially evoked no reaction, crossed his mind. Taking a deep breath, he propped himself against the headboard and directed his gaze towards the silver-framed mirror embedded in the wall opposite his bed. A pale, gaunt visage stared back at him, significantly more haggard than usual, with hair that had grown considerably longer, sticking to his forehead with sweat. Renly noticed that his hair appeared darker than before, and the hue of his eyes seemed altered. Yet, the information unfolding before him in the mirror captured his attention, compelling him to focus on its attributes. Race level, LV2, class, Bard, class level, Novice, class trait, sensitivity to melody. Acquired knowledge, Heraldry LV7, Swimming LV7, Archery LV5. Acquired knowledge, Poison crafting LV5. Dagger mastery LV5, Fishing LV2, Horsemanship LV2. Derived traits, Spirit heraldry, Valyrian bloodline, mutated, Curse of the Ashes. His race level had risen to 2. Swimming had inexplicably advanced by 1 level, while other aspects remained unchanged. However, the last traits prompted him to furrow his brow. 2 had been added, yet 2 had also been removed. This was puzzling. If swimming had indeed reached LV7, it should have yielded an additional trait, indicating a loss of 3. Pondering this, he focused intently on the newly emerged trait. What began as an instinctual action unexpectedly triggered a transformation. As he concentrated, the murky information in the mirror gradually faded, revealing a new line of text. Valyrian bloodline, mutated. Your faint Valyrian heritage has fused with the powers of the curse and derived characteristics, enhancing your physique and granting you certain mystical traits inherent to your bloodline. You possess the ability to thrive in the underwater realm and to project illusions, though this may attract unwanted troubles. The sudden appearance of this explanatory text left Renly momentarily speechless, prompting him to shift his gaze to another aspect. The Curse of Embers. You harbor remnants of a certain cursed power, granting you immunity to most curse effects. However, while at sea, there exists a slight chance that you may trigger a storm. Bloodline awakening, fusion, mutation. Such phenomena may be somewhat extraordinary, yet Lannister could comprehend them. It was the emergence of the curse that caused him to furrow his brow. While immersed in the instance, the bizarre storm had already aroused his suspicions. Yet he had found no clues. It now appeared evident that this storm was neither a coincidence nor an accidental trigger. It was indeed a curse. The pressing question remained: who had cast this curse upon him? Or rather, what was it? He felt a sense of wariness, but before he could ponder further, a sudden flurry of sounds caught his attention. He looked down to see a small black cat cautiously stepping out from beneath the bed. Initially oblivious to the gaze upon it, the cat stretched languidly on the pale green carpet, yawning before plopping down to groom its plump front paws. Yet, as it continued to lick, its movements abruptly halted, and its head slowly turned to gaze at the head of the bed. The piercing and shrill cry of the cat seemed to convey a mix of fright and joy, prompting the guards stationed outside to hurriedly burst in, exclaiming with excitement, "Quick! Quick! Young Master Lannister has awakened!" The awakening of the king's younger brother stirred a commotion within the bustling Red Keep. The patient had regained his senses, and the Grand Maester dispatched Septon to examine his condition, while servants scurried about preparing food and nourishment. A joyful and relaxed atmosphere began to permeate a small circle of individuals. Soon after, Lannister's 2 half-brothers arrived in succession and kept him company for quite some time. The newly crowned king wore a hearty smile, his genuine laughter and gleaming eyes eliciting great fondness, yet Lannister could still discern a hint of agitation lurking behind his brow. Meanwhile, his second brother Stannis maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though a sense of despondency was palpable in his expression, which bore traces of fatigue. Initially perplexed by their state, Lannister soon learned from the servants' conversations the events that had transpired. The remnants of House Targaryen from Dragonstone had managed to evade the pursuit of the Baratheons, vanishing without a trace, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Among the missing were the former Mad King's queen, Rhaella Targaryen, her young son Viserys Targaryen, and reportedly a newborn daughter whose name remained unknown. Their disappearance posed a ticking time bomb for the newly established and ill-gotten kingdom, illuminating why Robert was troubled. Yet for Lannister, it bore an additional layer of significance. He wondered about the appearance of the Dragon Queen. What if she resembled a peculiar creature? This possibility seemed unlikely, as the individuals he had encountered bore no resemblance to those in the play he had witnessed. It would indeed be strange if they did. However, at present, Lannister found little inclination to contemplate the future mother of dragons, for he was in a rather dire state. He felt as though he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, frail and weak like an aged man, lacking the vigor typical of a child. Upon awakening, he found it even difficult to rise from his bed. It was only after several days that his body began to gradually recover, allowing him to walk with some effort. This left him in a state of complexity. Ordinarily, an upgrade would be a positive development, but the accompanying sensation of having been hollowed out was far from comforting. Nevertheless, as his body slowly healed, he began to perceive the changes occurring within him. He felt stronger than before, his mind clearer, his memory sharpened, and even his skin, while still fair and tender, exhibited a newfound resilience. A comprehensive enhancement? He understood. The resurfacing of his Valyrian bloodline bore differences from what he had known, seemingly melding his 2 past traits related to the ocean and a so-called illusionary mimicry ability. Unfortunately, Lannister had yet to have the opportunity to test these in the sea, remaining uncertain of the specifics. However, during one occasion while washing his face, he had attempted to gauge the sensation. Although the icy chill persisted, the intensity of that cold seemed to have lessened. After spending some time recuperating within Maegor's holdfast, the affairs of the outside world momentarily held little relevance for him. Yet, during a stroll in the courtyard, the brown-haired middle-aged Davos approached him to discuss a matter. "Lady Whiteheart has informed me that she has completed the task you assigned to her and is eager to know when you might be available to meet her." Whiteheart? Upon hearing this name, Lannister found it somewhat unfamiliar, but soon recalled the female bandit who had sought refuge with him. He then remembered the instructions he had given prior to his unconsciousness regarding the people of the Reach and that dagger. "I can meet her tomorrow," he replied to Davos. The dagger of the reach. Lady Whiteheart had long been curious about the child who had so casually bestowed a golden dragon upon her son without expecting any recompense. Was he a typical mischievous noble child? A plump little boy with a penchant for extravagance? Or perhaps a kind-hearted and gentle lad? Each time she held that golden dragon, she pondered the answer to this question. Now, as she finally stood before the young boy, she felt a sense of wonder. Draped in a black velvet coat trimmed with silver, the garment hung loosely on him, and his trousers bore the same ill-fitting quality, making him appear quite frail. The golden threaded stag emblem on his chest shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, while his face, pale and seemingly delicate, bore the marks of recent illness, which she had indeed heard to be true. At first glance, he appeared to be a sickly child, unremarkable except for his strikingly dark hair, which beckoned to be touched. Yet when his beautiful blue eyes met hers, her impression transformed entirely. Those eyes, calm and discerning, conveyed a maturity that belied his age. However, what captivated her most was the color of those eyes, a stunning icy blue, deep and resplendent, yet devoid of coldness. Instead exuding a peculiar allure that evoked the sensation of a refreshing sea breeze on a sweltering day. How did you manage that? The slightly hoarse voice of the child interrupted her reverie. Regaining her composure, she replied, I observed him for several days and noticed he had no guards with him. Only a small infant and a nurse residing in an inn within the city. She paused, noticing the boy's rapt attention, before continuing. On the day King Robert was patrolling the city, he was absent, so I took the opportunity to climb through a window and secretly took the child away. Initially, Whiteheart had feared that this child might not comprehend her words, so she spoke slowly. However, upon seeing his calm and attentive demeanor, she found herself speaking more rapidly. I left him a note, instructing him to bring a ransom to reclaim the child. I also demanded that he remove all his weapons and armor at a designated location before I would truly reveal myself. But when he arrived, I had actually slipped back into the inn and taken all of his belongings with me. Fortunately, I had expected it would take several more attempts to succeed. A blonde woman draped in a pale green cloak spoke as she crouched down to pat the rough wooden chest at her feet. It's all here, my lord. Unconsciously, she had employed a term of respect. At that moment, the two found themselves within a soldier's duty room at the edge of the Red Keep. To meet this female brigand, Renly had previously forged a letter purportedly from Storm's End, which he handed to Davos, granting her the qualification to pass through the gates of the Red Keep. Before the soldiers could report to the busy King Robert, Renly had conveniently appeared, intercepting the situation. Given that the throne room was bustling with affairs of state, Renly was unperturbed by the prospect of Robert hearing the news and rushing over. Stannis was also absent from the Red Keep, allowing him to receive this woman without apprehension. As she spoke, the woman had already opened the chest, and Renly cast a glance inside, spotting the object he sought amidst a pile of leather belts. He exhaled in relief but refrained from retrieving it immediately. Instead, turning to the striking woman and inquiring, "What is the situation with the infant now?" "I returned him," she replied. "He has quite a nuisance, crying and wailing. And he even urinated all over me." Renly understood her nature from her words. She was indeed a brigand, well-versed in kidnapping and extortion. She displayed little sorrow over the death of comrades and exhibited a blatant disregard for the law, resorting to ruthless means to achieve her goals. However, she was not merely a common brigand. She was astute and, interestingly, unlike typical bandits, she could read and write. This was no ordinary occurrence, as many from noble families were illiterate. The lordly class generally needed only basic literacy, relying on scholars for more extensive knowledge, and the populace was predominantly uninterested in learning, preferring instead to wield swords and axes. "Where did you learn to read and write?" Renly asked, curiosity piqued. The woman, appearing to be around 30, was tall and slender, her golden hair cascading casually as she crouched, her beauty evident. "My father was a hired knight," she answered. "He taught me to read and write from a young age." Renly nodded, not pressing further, and instead, he pulled a small gray pouch from his waist and handed it to her. "If you truly wish to serve as my vassal, there will naturally be a fixed salary, but until that time, this is your reward." Having exhausted his supply of gold dragons, the pouch did not contain coins. Yet it was still of considerable value, originating from the halls of Maegor. Upon opening the pouch, a look of joy spread across her face. Renly smiled at her reaction, his gaze drifting to the boy nervously tugging at the edge of the woman's cloak. The boy, clad in a brown belted tunic and fitted trousers, had a delicate appearance with bright green eyes. He seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old, his face clean and tidy, free from the dirtiness typical of common children, indicating he had been well-groomed before their arrival. Yet, under Renly's gaze, his clean visage flushed crimson, and he instinctively lowered his head, betraying his anxiety. "Is she a girl?" Renly asked, puzzled. "No, he is a boy," the woman replied, standing and patting her son's brown-haired head. "Tobias, greet the lord." "Why yes, my lord." The stammered words revealed his shyness, a clear indication of his innocence. Renly found this endearing, as he had a fondness for honest individuals. You may remain in King's Landing for now. When I depart from the Red Keep, you can bring your son to join me. If there are matters to discuss, seek Davos first. Davos was not present in the room. Having stepped outside to converse with the guards to draw attention away, the woman nodded in understanding and took her leave with her son. She knew little of Renly. Only that Davos could connect her to him. She had been taken aback when tasked with this venture. Initially, she had contemplated asking why her son needed to procure weapons and armor from the Northerners, but the thought never crossed her lips. Perhaps it was the weight of the opportunity that rendered her uneasy, she mused. After the Brotherhood of the King's Guard was vanquished, these once mighty brigands found themselves reduced to survival mode, wary of being recognized and facing execution or worse. They had ventured into the woods to live in hiding. A situation exacerbated by the illness of an old comrade, which left them without funds for treatment. When the Gold Dragon appeared, they resolutely set out for King's Landing. Initially, they had intended to align themselves with Stannis, given the precedent of smugglers, but upon learning more, they reconsidered, their sights shifting to the young lord of House Baratheon. They hoped to gain wealth from the boy. Even if such aspirations were ill-founded, it was better to have ambitions than none at all. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Instead of riches, they lost 2 comrades. Disheartened, the woman, named Wenda, resolved to return to the woods to continue her modest life. Just when she had given up, the noble boy unexpectedly handed her a note, offering a generous sum with the promise of cultivating her son into a knight. For some, knights were merely hired hands. Yet for the majority of common folk, becoming a knight symbolized an ascent to the highest echelons of society, a status often unattainable through a lifetime of toil. Although not a typical peasant, Wenda understood the gravity of such a promise, and despite the uncertainty of the boy's words, she poured her efforts into making it a reality. The process was fraught with hardships and dangers known only to her, yet for her child, all was worth it. 2 large chests were carried into Renly's chamber within Maegor's holdfast by the guards. The boy claimed these were toys and clothing sent from Storm's End, and none of the guards questioned this. Following a flurry of activity, silence enveloped the room, broken only by a curious black cat circling around. Ignoring it, Renly immediately opened the chests, his focus intent. Having previously exhibited an interest in daggers before the wildlings, he had not disclosed to the brigand what he truly sought, resulting in a plethora of items within the chests. Most were clothing, along with leather armor and chainmail. Yet it was the wooden-handled dagger concealed among the garments that captured Renly's attention. Without hesitation, he grasped the dagger, turning it over in his hands. It appeared unremarkable. The handle fashioned from mahogany, the iron blade glinting with a sharp sheen under the sunlight streaming from the balcony, clearly well-maintained. Differing from before, Bluely, with a close proximity, took a sniff with his nose and suddenly discovered that the dagger had not truly lost its scent. It still lingered, albeit faintly. Was it consumed? Or, pondering this thought, he refrained from testing whether he could enter the instance by gripping it tightly at that moment, instead placing it into his trash bin. The weakness of his body had drained his spirit. He felt utterly devoid of energy, still far from complete recovery, and had no inclination for adventure. Thus, although the dagger appeared somewhat unusual at present, he dared not conduct an actual experiment, lest he be caught off guard by a sudden plunge into the unknown. Once he had restored his health, this thought flashed through his mind as he turned to glance at the bowl of richly aromatic pea and bacon soup resting on his bedside table, remnants from breakfast that he had not called the servants to remove. After all, consuming more food would hasten his recovery. He had long resolved to indulge in his meals during this period. Meanwhile, within the royal chambers of the Maegor's holdfast, a conversation of considerable relevance was unfolding. Though both resided within the holdfast, the king's quarters were far more spacious than Bluely's. The balcony offered a sweeping view. The floor adorned with sumptuous silver carpets, and a golden bed capable of accommodating more than 6 adults. The corner wine cabinet brimmed with wine sourced from across the 7 kingdoms, and the furnishings exuded an air of grandeur and opulence. The room was bright. Yet only 2 individuals occupied the chairs by the wine cabinet, an elderly man and a young one, seemingly leisurely savoring Dornish red wine, while in reality, they were engaged in discussions concerning the realm's governance. Like the wine in their hands, their conversation centered on Dornish matters. The Prime Minister, Jon Arryn, was preparing to send the young king on a diplomatic mission to Dorne following his marriage, aiming to placate the Martell family. Robert himself held little hope for this endeavor, but did not dismiss his adoptive father's suggestion. However, the topic of Dorne did not linger long. After a preliminary decision, the young, dark-haired king turned to declare, "I intend to appoint Bluely as the Lord of Storm's End." This statement momentarily stunned the balding elder, whose head was adorned with a fringe of pale golden hair, yet the king continued unabated. "Look at his pale little face. I fear he may simply succumb to illness," Robert remarked, downing his glass of wine and pouring himself another, appearing quite animated. "Perhaps this news will speed his recovery." The elder, however, placed his silver goblet back on the cabinet, and replied solemnly, "I believe this is ill-advised, Your Majesty. Bluely is still too young, frail, and has yet to achieve any notable deeds." "Deeds?" Robert retorted, slightly displeased. "By that logic, should I not bestow our family castle and lands upon others? What I mean is, Your Majesty, you could retain Storm's End. You are the heir of House Baratheon and possess that right," Old John explained. "It would be wiser to wait until your son is born to grant such titles. I am not even wed yet, and you are already contemplating my son as future." Robert chuckled. "Besides, whether the child is from the Lannisters or the Starks, it remains uncertain." This remark left John momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief at the young king's audacity. Robert, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter. "Look at how you've startled yourself, John. Have you grown so old that you cannot discern a jest?" He then sobered, adding, "However, should Cersei dare to misbehave post-marriage, I shall not hesitate to end her. Regardless of the Westlands, do not come to me with talk of the realm's grand strategy then. If that day ever arrives, we must consider how to eradicate the Lannisters entirely." The elder responded without hesitation, his expression one of resignation. "But how many times must I tell you, Robert? That is merely a rumor. Consider King Aegon. I genuinely fear you may be misled by words and act foolishly." His unvarnished concern silenced Robert momentarily, who then sighed. "You are a good adoptive father, John. Sometimes, I feel truly like a wretched being." The elder found solace in those words, yet was soon met with Robert's declaration. "However, regarding the matter of my brother's title, we shall not discuss it. That is solely my decision. The 7 kingdoms are mine. Yet my brother is not even a lord? How shall I face our parents after my death? The Clinton family has been stripped of all lands and wealth by the Mad King. Your Majesty might consider granting Bluely Griffin's Roost," the elder suggested. "There is no need for Storm's End." "Storm's End is but a castle," Robert countered, "yet it represents the House Baratheon of Storm's End, which is the overlord of many noble families in the Storlands. The title of overlord is of great significance to the nobility. It equates to being half a lord, the other half being the king." It was evident that Robert intended to elevate young Bluely to the rank of Duke of Storm's End, or to inherit the legacy of House Baratheon, effectively making a mere 5-year-old a lord of his own domain. Griffin's Roost indeed comprised a vast territory. Yet Robert knew well that he had already promised the Clinton lands to others. "Even that dilapidated castle, I plan to return to Ronald Clinton. He fought for me. I must reward him somehow. How about the Long Table Hall? The Marwyn family has also been deprived of their lands by the Mad King. And it is indeed a castle in the Riverlands," John proposed. "It could also serve as a stronghold in the Stormlands." "Quite so. But we have already granted a portion of Long Table Hall's land to the Tully family. Are we to bestow the castle as well?" Robert shook his head. "The Riverlands are behaving quite well at present. I do not wish to provoke them further." Old John found himself at a loss for words. The man who had once been driven to despair by the Riverlands army, and had even lambasted the Tully lord after the war, now seemed to have completely forgotten the bitterness of that defeat. The reason for this shift was none other than the recent visits from Lord Mace Tyrell, who had endeavored to ingratiate himself in order to marry off his sister, striking a chord with Robert's humor. He was not foolish. He knew when to impose penalties for defeats, having severely diminished the Riverlands' resources, yet it appeared that his hostility towards them had dissipated. This, however, did not bode ill for a king, for he must eventually look toward the nation as a whole. Nevertheless, while the war had brought about a change in dynasty, the overarching situation within the 7 kingdoms had not altered significantly. The pie was already small, and aside from the Targaryen family's royal domain, the other 2 opposing factions, the Riverlands and Dorne, one was too distant to reach, and the other remained intact, making it difficult to exploit. Let it be Storm's End. With Robert at the helm, the lords of the Stormlands will not dare to create any disturbances, the elder contemplated before suddenly recalling another matter. "Your Majesty, do you intend to grant Stannis the title of Lord of Dragonstone? He is my heir." Robert replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, the king's heir must be appointed to Dragonstone. Dragonstone Island lies amidst the waters to the east of King's Landing, separated from the port by a bay known as Blackwater Bay. Though modest in size, its significance is paramount. Since the inception of the Targaryen dynasty, the heir to the Iron Throne has been conferred the title of Prince of Dragonstone, a tradition that has endured for nearly 3 centuries and has become an accepted custom among all lords. In essence, being named to Dragonstone is tantamount to announcing one's claim to succession. However, at this moment, Duke John finds it increasingly difficult to regard his adopted younger brother with the usual demeanor. The mere mention of him conjures memories of certain unsettling rumors that had recently surfaced. Although everyone attributes the scandal to the machinations of Duke Tyrell of the Reach, is the truth truly as it appears? What if it were not Tyrell's doing, or if he too were merely a pawn in someone else's scheme? What if the whispers stemmed from King Robert's younger brother Stannis, instigated by his knights? If that were the case, what could be his intentions? Duke John's mind involuntarily drifted back to the era when the Targaryen dragons still soared, to a similarly ambitious and unruly prince. A brother to the king who once coveted the title of Prince of Dragonstone. This thought instilled a sense of caution within the newly appointed prime minister. Thus, before the youthful king, he spoke, "Stannis is your heir at present, but that does not guarantee he will remain so in the future." The words momentarily startled Robert, whose brow furrowed in contemplation. "You cannot forever lack a son to serve as your heir." Observing Robert's reaction, the elder continued, "Therefore, I believe your majesty should retain Dragonstone and only grant it upon the birth of your heir." "That contradicts tradition," Robert retorted. "Tradition dictates that the king's heir is the Prince of Dragonstone." The elder replied slowly, "But Stannis is destined not to be your heir, unless you are unable to sire a son." This statement caused Robert to ponder momentarily before he nodded in reluctant agreement. It made sense, however. Given the line of succession and military accomplishments, Stannis should rightfully be granted Storm's End. The king's words compelled the elder to frown, but before he could voice his thoughts, Robert suddenly erupted in anger. "By the gods, why must we adhere to the Targaryen tradition? Those silver-haired bastards established those rules. Why should I be bound by them? Your Majesty, you inherited the Iron Throne by virtue of Princess Rhaella Targaryen's bloodline, and thus you are obliged to uphold the traditions of old. That was before my coronation." Robert countered, "Now I am king. Who could possibly oppose me over such trivial matters?" The elder felt an unsettling premonition at these words. "So, your Majesty means to abolish it?" "Of course," Robert replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Welcome feast. Little did Lancel have any inkling that his recent illness had prompted Robert to consider an early elevation for him. Nor could he foresee that his actions would unwittingly lead to some extraordinary changes in the future. Within the confines of the Red Keep, he recuperated, indulging in copious feasts, occasionally venturing out to play with the cats, or practicing various musical instruments. At this juncture, his constitution had improved significantly, he possessed greater lung capacity, and his skin had become more resilient. What once hindered his lengthy practice sessions now posed no obstacles, leading an idyllic existence within the royal castle, feasting and resting to his heart's content. He appeared frail, yet was anything but. In fact, his outward frailty was steadily dissipating. Life was tranquil, devoid of upheaval or unexpected occurrences, and few paid heed to this young lad, as he led a life of serene simplicity. Yet, during one evening's banquet at the Red Keep, an unexpected figure approached him. Amidst the harmonious melodies of the harp and flute, elegantly attired nobles twirled gracefully in the hall center. A tall young man with soft brown curls seized the opportunity while Lancel was tucked away in a corner, indulging in strawberry cake. "Greetings, young one," he said with a warm smile, holding a silver goblet adorned with rubies, from which a faint aroma of wine wafted. Lancel swallowed his morsel and, with a leisurely demeanor, retrieved a handkerchief from his inner pocket to wipe his hands and mouth, before standing to respond courteously. "Good evening, Lord Tyrell." The boy displayed impeccable manners, but the lord unceremoniously pulled a chair from beneath the long table to sit across from Lancel, expressing genuine concern. "By the grace of the gods, child, how fares your health?" "Much improved. Thank you for your concern, my lord," Lancel replied with a gentle smile, his eyes crinkling with delight. The lord paused, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "Your eyes are truly beautiful, child. They evoke envy in all who behold them." "I too admire your impressive stature, my lord," the boy earnestly responded. "I hope to be as tall as you when I grow up." At a loss for other flattering remarks, he resorted to this. Yet the lord, lacking the gift of mind reading, burst into hearty laughter. "Your father is quite tall, and your brother is not much shorter than I. I dare say you shall not fall short in height. I wish that every word you speak may come to fruition." The boy replied solemnly, prompting another round of laughter from the lord. A middle-aged attendant, following closely behind, could not suppress a shake of his head and a chuckle. "You must visit High Garden, Lancel," the duke remarked, his expression turning earnest. "I have 3 sons and a daughter, along with a multitude of nephews and nieces. You shall never lack for companions there." "That depends on what my elder brother says," the boy replied. "However, I eagerly await your invitation, my lord. I have heard that the apples of Highgarden are exceedingly sweet." "Not merely the apples, I assure you," the duke said with a grin. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lancel feigned a need for the privy, seeking to extricate himself from what he perceived as the rather foolish Duke of the Reach. The duke, however, held an entirely different impression, watching the boy's retreating figure with admiration, his smile lingering long after. He then turned to his steward, saying, "See how delightful that young lad is. I am inclined to take him on as a squire." The steward, a middle-aged man of knightly lineage, furrowed his brow at this notion. "Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but I doubt King Robert would consent to such a proposal. He might perceive it as an attempt to demand a hostage." "What right do the vanquished have to demand hostages?" The duke scoffed. "I merely wish to foster goodwill." Though I may come to King's Landing in submission, we cannot simply slink back empty-handed, can we? I doubt King Robert would think ill of it. I do not believe he would be so suspicious, the Duke replied. Lancel is but his younger brother, not his son. Even if there were some value in taking him hostage, it would be negligible. I trust the king understands this. He may disdain my sister, but he surely appreciates the upbringing that Highgarden provides. Old Town is my domain. Who in the Seven Kingdoms can rival the Tyrells in this regard? Through their encounters, he had grown more familiar with Robert, their conversations tinged with a sense of camaraderie and an undercurrent of unspoken resentment. Yet the steward remained less optimistic about this budding relationship. It is not entirely insignificant, but it cannot be offered so casually to a former enemy. Former enemy? This remark displeased the Duke, though he refrained from contesting it. After a moment's reflection, he mused, if King Robert truly disapproves, I shall send one of my sons to keep Lancel company. Let me see. Loras is but 2 years old, but considering age, he would make a suitable companion. It would require a few years' wait, but that is of little consequence once Lancel departs the Red Keep. Your trust in Baelish is quite remarkable. Why do you not mention sending your son to serve as a squire for King Robert? The steward silently harbored doubts, but responded outwardly, provided that Lancel will subsequently be granted lordship. He will undoubtedly be bestowed with such honor, the Duke asserted. It is well known that His Majesty Robert is renowned for his generosity. As he spoke, he gazed at his steward and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, what do you suppose will be the location of his future lordship? Is Storm's End a likely prospect? Not very likely, my lord, the steward rationally replied. I believe there is a considerable chance that Stannis will be granted Storm's End. Stannis? The mention of this name caused the Duke some discomfort. They had besieged Storm's End for a year, and while it had not resulted in casualties, it had nearly driven its inhabitants to the brink of cannibalism. Moreover, Stannis was known for his bitter and obstinate nature. Such a person tends to hold grudges. Compounding this issue, Stannis's betrothed hailed from House Florent, a venerable house of the Reach that had historically resisted the commands of House Tyrell, claiming their bloodline to be closer to the ancient royal family of the Reach, which had perished in Dragonfire, and thus more legitimate than that of the steward's own House Tyrell, given that Storm's End was adjacent to the Reach. If Stannis were indeed granted Storm's End, I believe he will be granted Dragonstone. The Tyrell Duke unconsciously sipped from the silver goblet of red wine in his hand and continued, according to the line of succession. He is His Majesty Robert's heir and should rightfully be granted Dragonstone. But he will not always remain His Majesty's heir. The steward, oblivious to the Duke's unease, thoughtfully analyzed. His Majesty Robert has a bastard daughter in the Vale, which sufficiently proves his ability to sire offspring. Furthermore, Stannis' defense of Storm's End is a significant achievement in the eyes of the king. If we disregard the matter of the throne, Dragonstone alone seems rather meager. We are the ones who should be rewarded for such a grand accomplishment. The Duke regarded his steward with some displeasure. Do you genuinely wish for Stannis to be granted Storm's End? He pondered whether it might be time to consider a new steward. Truly, your words are rather ill-chosen. Meanwhile, the conversation on that side was far from pleasant. On the other hand, Lancel feigned a leisurely stroll before returning to the banquet hall. He surveyed the room and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a small figure hunched in a corner, diligently tearing into a greasy chicken leg. The lad was positioned sideways to Lancel, allowing him to see the pronounced brow and shoulder-length golden hair, clad in a striking scarlet velvet tunic and loose trousers. His short, stout legs dangled from the chair, reminiscent of a child. Yet, indeed, he was a child. Lancel surmised that this boy was likely of a similar age to himself. After a moment's reflection, he approached the diminutive figure. This boy was none other than Tyrion Lannister. The reason for this evening's banquet was to welcome the future queen of House Lannister, who was set to arrive in King's Landing that night. Lancel had previously encountered the light of the West and could not deny her beauty. However, setting aside matters of the future, he found himself far more intrigued by the presence of the one known as the Imp. The boy had accompanied his sister to partake in the upcoming nuptials. Perhaps due to his sensitivity to the surrounding environment, the small child turned his head to regard the approaching dark-haired boy before revealing an unattractive yet youthful visage. Are you here to mock me as well? He questioned, his mismatched eyes reflecting disdain.